In the bustling city of Moda, the night was alive with neon lights. The downtown area was crowded with people. Jiayu hesitated for a long time at the entrance of a maid KTV, its atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Hurry up and go in, what are you waiting for? You promised you'd take this job. I found it for you with great difficulty. Don't tell me you don't want it. Even if you quit, I can't refund the agency fee. And it's 500 yuan a night. Others are fighting for it. A greasy-haired man in a white shirt and suit trousers tugged Jiayu to go inside. Jiayu couldn't utter a word. But he didn't resist the pull following the agent. He never expected this so-called high-paying part-time job to be in a maid KTV. He couldn't help but wonder, they think I'm a girl. The young girls at the entrance greeted every customer with shocking cries of master. Their black and white maid uniforms barely covered their thighs. So embarrassing. They never told me this was the job when I came. If it weren't for the 200 yuan monthly agency fee, he couldn't bear to lose. Jiayu would have left right away. Thinking he was already here, he followed the agent into the KTV. The agent led him through a maze of corridors to a small office door and stopped. He turned to look at Jiayu, signaling him to tidy up his appearance. Then the agent adjusted his own clothes, wiped the stern expression off his face, and knocked on the office door. Knock, knock, come in. A mature female voice came from inside. Hearing it, the agent didn't hesitate and immediately pulled Jiayu into the office. The office was very simple, a small sofa, a desk, and a bookshelf against the wall. At the desk, a woman in an OL outfit was looking at something on her computer. Hearing the door, she looked up. Sister Zhang, it's me, Xiao Wang. The agent immediately bowed and scraped. This woman called Sister Zhang didn't lift her head. She continued with her work and said directly, you're this late, bringing someone. My venue is already open. If this happens again, if your company doesn't have the resources, switch to another one. Hearing Sister Zhang's words, the agent turned back and glared at Jiayu, then bowed and scraped. This was an accident, sorry, Sister Zhang. Seeming to have finished her task, Sister Zhang finally looked up. She glanced at Jiayu and frowned slightly. This girl, doesn't she know how to put on makeup? Why did she come dressed like this? Her face is pretty sweet, but without makeup, our makeup artist will have to do it. Deduct 50 from the salary. Sister Zhang immediately said. Jiayu was stunned. He was about to speak when the agent stopped him. No problem, Sister Zhang, the agent said quickly. All right then, salary is 750 a night. Work until the last customer leaves. Go to the changing room, someone will do your makeup. 750. What, too little? No, Before Jiayu could finish, the agent pulled him out. Outside, he said, I take 250 as my cut. I could have earned 300, but you not knowing makeup cost me 50. Anyway, your 500 is guaranteed. Jiayu was left speechless. The agent was really shady, taking a third. But 500 was not bad. He hoped this was a decent KTV, not one with special services. Even if there were, he couldn't provide them. After all, who would pay for fencing? The agent gave a few more instructions and left to handle the paperwork. Jiayu was left behind and led by another maid girl to the changing room. Once inside the changing room, the girl said, Sister, tell me your height and weight. It would be best if you tell me your 3 measurements, but it's fine if you don't. Privacy matters. I'll get you a uniform. 1 meter 65, 100 jean, Jiayu replied. As for the 3 measurements, he was too embarrassed to say. Since he was here, he might as well earn money. He had been mistaken for a girl many times before. Every time he explained before, it attracted a lot of attention, making him even more conspicuous. Now he had learned, since he was already mistaken for a girl and had entered the women's changing room, if he suddenly revealed himself, he might be taken as a pervert. What if the security guy takes me as a pervert? That would be trouble. Right now I just need to stay calm and not get caught. Yes, this is for a living. Making money is not shameful. I'll only wear women's clothes this once, that's it. Thinking this, Jiayu murmured to himself, just finish tonight and never come back tomorrow. High-paying part-time jobs are all scams. I need to write this down. The girl nodded at his information and quickly picked out a maid outfit for him. Holding the outfit, the girl said, Sister, you're quite tall, so I specially chose white stockings for you. And your hair is too short for styling, so I got a white wig. Try them on quickly. Jiayu bit his lip looking at the clothes. He was stunned. He never thought his first time wearing women's clothing would be white hair and white stockings. Wait, what's with the cat ears? And the cat tail? Good, they're just accessories. Jiayu looked at the girl awkwardly. I don't know how to put it on. I didn't know the first time either. Want me to help? The girl offered. Oh no, Jiayu refused immediately. Sister, you're so shy. We're both girls, what's the fear? I often help them dress, I'm experienced. Unless. The girl studied Jiayu with a knowing look. Jiayu felt like a cat stepped on its tail. He immediately replied, I'm not, I'll do it myself. Alright, but hurry up. You still need makeup. Don't take too long, or Sister Zhang will be angry. Okay. Jiayu quickly grabbed the clothes and entered a small cubicle. He checked the cubicle for cameras, found none, then began to take off his shirt and pants. He really didn't know how to wear a maid outfit. Fortunately, the outfit seemed specially designed and wasn't too difficult. 5 minutes later, Jiayu opened the cubicle door and stepped out. As soon as he came out, the girl's eyes lit up. Wow, sister, you look so cute in this. You were born for this job, the girl exclaimed. Is that so? Jiayu bit his lip and said. When he was shy, he always bit his lower lip. He might not know how powerful this gesture was, but the girl in front of him was stunned. After being frozen for a full minute, she finally came to her senses. Sister, let's do your makeup first. Li Jiayu nodded and followed the makeup girl to sit in front of a mirror. When he saw himself in the mirror, he was stunned. Is this me? Looking at himself in the mirror, Li Jiayu was incredulous. He had never tried wearing women's clothing before. Although he had always known that his features were delicate enough to be mistaken for a girl's, he never imagined he could be this beautiful. Just as Li Jiayu was lost and thought, the makeup artist young lady spoke. Close your eyes, little sister, I'm going to start applying your makeup. The makeup artist young lady said. Without waiting for Li Jiayu to react, she began taking out various cosmetics suitable for Li Jiayu from her makeup suitcase. Watching her pull out so many bottles and jars, Li Jiayu was slightly stunned. He asked, do I need all of these? Not necessarily, it depends on your face shape. I just took them all out so I don't have to look for them later. Li Jiayu murmured, then watched the makeup artist begin her work. Looking at so many items, Li Jiayu felt his head swim. Makeup truly had a lot of knowledge behind it. No wonder the part-time job information he saw earlier mentioned that helping with makeup at a wedding photography studio could earn 30 yuan commission per person. Then, following the makeup artist's rhythm, Li Jiayu quickly finished the makeup process. It's done, little sister, you can open your eyes. But you really are beautiful. I'm afraid you'll be harassed by the guests. As the makeup artist's words fell, the girl who had been waiting for Li Jiayu also looked over curiously. How beautiful could she be to make the makeup artist say such a thing? After all, she was the in-house makeup artist of the store. She had done makeup for countless girls, but this new girl was the first to receive such praise. She wanted to see just how beautiful she was. When she saw Li Jiayu's face, her eyes widened in shock. This. The girl was so shocked she couldn't speak. She hadn't expected the new girl's appearance to be so stunning. The makeup on her face was only light and subtle. That meant Li Jiayu's natural beauty could already outshine most girls, even without makeup. This made her quite envious. If she had such looks, maybe her mother's fate could. She shook her head and said, since the makeup is done, let's go out. It's work time, we can't stay here too long. If Sister Jean finds out, we'll get a scolding. Li Jiayu was still in a daze. He didn't remember when they went out. He only knew that the girl led him directly to the door of a private room. The girl said to Li Jiayu, this card is yours. You are number 98. When the service desk calls your number, you go and deliver the food to the guests. Our job is just to deliver food, we don't need to accompany the guests. But you must be polite, understand? When you see a guest, you call them master, got it? By the way, if you say it nicely, you might get tips. Okay, I understand, thank you, sister, Li Jiayu replied repeatedly. After the girl finished explaining, she watched her push another cart away. Li Jiayu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like a normal job, just delivering food as a server, which was quite easy. He had worked part-time at a restaurant before as a food runner. He did a decent job, and even received a 50 yuan tip from a customer, but when the customer asked for his WeChat, he didn't agree. Now this place should be the same kind of work. It's just that calling guests master is very embarrassing. But whatever, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment is on them. Come on for 500 bucks. Just as Li Jiayu was cheering himself on, he heard the service desk calling over the broadcast. Li Jiayu immediately snapped out of his thoughts and pushed the cart to the service desk. As soon as he arrived, the service desk young lady, while typing on the order, said, this is the food ordered for room 233. Please deliver it. Hearing the service desk lattice words, Li Jiayu quickly pushed the cart to the side and saw the food piled up with a label for room 233. He immediately loaded the food onto the cart and then hurried toward the direction of the room. Although he didn't know if there was a time limit for delivery, it was always right to be fast. This maid KTV was massive with over 300 rooms. Plus, it was located in the busiest entertainment district in the city center. Although the prices were high, there were really too many rich people in Shanghai. All the rooms were full, and there were even many guests waiting at the service desk. On the corridor, more maid young ladies were pushing carts, quickly delivering food. Watching their swift footsteps, Li Jiayu also speeded up. He soon arrived at room 233. Hearing the cacophony of singing inside, Li Jiayu furrowed his delicate brows internally, complaining that these guests had no musical talent, yet dared to challenge difficult songs. But since they were paying customers, he couldn't say anything. He politely knocked on the door, then pushed it open. Seeing the guests who were howling inside, Li Jiayu suppressed his embarrassment and said, Master, your food has arrived, please take it. For a food delivery server, normal guests wouldn't pay much attention since there were dedicated hostesses in the store. However, just as Li Jiayu was arranging the beer, peanuts, and snacks for the guests, a guest, either drunk or intentional, suddenly grabbed Li Jiayu's delicate hand. Startled, Li Jiayu tried to pull his hand back, but the guest was very strong and directly pulled Li Jiayu into his embrace. This shocked Li Jiayu greatly. He immediately said, sorry, I'm just a beer delivery server, I don't drink with guests. The guest seemed not to hear him, instead leaning his head close to Li Jiayu's fair neck. The alcohol-laden breath made Li Jiayu feel like a frightened deer. He wanted to struggle, but was firmly locked in the guest's arms. The guest said, you look like someone I know. How dare you refuse me? Do you know how much money I spend in this KTV every month? Brother is not happy today, so we'll have some fun with you. With that, he was about to press his face against Li Jiayu's and kiss him. The maid girl who was responsible for drinking with guests watched this scene calmly, having handled such situations many times before. It was nothing more than drinking a few more glasses, and it would be over. Then she immediately walked over to the guest and said, "Oh, President Yi, the little sister is just a beer delivery server. You've scared her. Let her go. Let me accompany you. He'll drink 3 cups first on behalf of the little sister. Get lost. Don't give me that nonsense." The guest finished pushing the hostess aside and stood up, pulling Li Jiayu to leave. Li Jiayu was terrified. Although he was a boy compared to the guest, who was 185 centimeters tall, well-built, with his suit unbuttoned due to the heat revealing 8-pack abs, he was no match. He dared not look at the customer, nor struggle, afraid that at such close distance the customer would recognize he was a boy and beat him in anger. Now he could only pray that the KTV security would save him. After all, when he came in, he saw security guards at every intersection of the KTV. Soon the commotion attracted the KTV security. At the same time, the mature woman called Sister Zhang also arrived. When she saw Li Jiayu being dragged by the guest, she immediately stepped forward and said to the guest, "Oh, President Yi, what are you doing? Did some little sister upset you? Let me take her back and discipline her properly. We can't spoil your fun." Perhaps seeing that too many people had gathered and the situation was escalating, the guest finally released Li Jiayu's hand. Save Li Jiayu immediately hid behind Sister Zhang. And at this moment, Li Jiayu finally saw the guest's face clearly. He was instantly stunned. Oh my god, this guest turned out to be his own boss, Yiminga. He was also Li Jiayu's college classmate. Back in school, Li Jiayu knew that this college classmate was a rich second generation. As a poor student, in order to secure a good job after graduation, Li Jiayu naturally tried to get along with him. Of course, Yiminga didn't pay any attention to Li Jiayu's actions. He didn't even remember Li Jiayu's existence. After all, Li Jiayu was a nobody back then, and to avoid his face causing trouble, he often kept to himself. Among these bootlicking classmates there were many, and Li Jiayu was just one of them. So after graduation, Li Jiayu contacted him via a messaging app, hoping to enter Yiming's company, but only got a very ordinary position. The salary was mediocre, the benefits were mediocre. That was why Li Jiayu had to take part-time jobs. He was really short of money. Without exaggeration, his father was a gambling addict, his mother had remarried, and he had a younger sister still in junior high school to support. It could be said that all the debuffs were stacked. Fortunately, his father died in a car accident a few years ago, and the hapless driver paid a lot of compensation. After funeral expenses, there was still 1,000 yuan left as a fund for the 2 siblings to rely on. Otherwise, Li Jiayu's life would have been even harder. In Li Jiayu's world, only money could give him enough sense of security. At this moment, Yiminga looked displeased, but by now his drunkenness had sobered up a lot. Seeing Li Jiayu hide behind, he didn't dwell on it too much. However, he still sneered. "What, Manager Zhang, is this your way of treating guests?" Upon hearing Yiming's words, Sister Zhang realized that this matter could be resolved simply by her stepping in. As Sister Zhang, who had been rooted in this establishment for many years, dealing with a 20-something rich second generation like Yiminga was very simple. She immediately spoke up. "President Yi, how about this? If you don't mind me being old and faded, I'll have a few drinks with you. And today's bill, I'll take the liberty of waiving it. From now on, you can't say that I Zhang Xian don't know how to treat guests." Hearing Sister Zhang's words, Li Jiayu instantly wilted. He was safe for now, but if Yiminga got the bill waived, his own salary would probably be gone. Although it was only his first time working here as a part-timer. But Li Jiayu had read about the rules of such entertainment venues in many novels, and some bosses even made employees compensate for the company's losses. Damn Yiminga. Li Jiayu gritted his teeth behind him. He cursed Yiminga to never get a wife in his life. But at this moment, Yiminga spoke again. "No need to waive it. I, Yiminga, don't care about such a small amount of money. But today I want the woman behind you. I want her to accompany me." Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu was completely frozen in place. Why was Yiminga so persistent? He just came to deliver some food. How did he catch his eye? At this moment, Sister Zhang also changed her previous view. She originally thought Yiminga was just drunk and acting up, and letting him take some advantage would be the end of it. But now, even after waiving his bill, he still wanted this girl. That was rather intriguing. She immediately turned around to look at Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu's startled and sweet face appeared in her view. Indeed, she was very good-looking. Since Yiminga liked her, she would do him a favor. She walked over to Li Jiayu and whispered in his ear, "Little girl, since you chose to work part-time at our place, you must be doing it for money. Yiminga is quite generous. Just accompany him well. He'll raise your salary to 1,500, and for any consumption he makes afterward, you'll get a commission. How about that?" Li Jiayu wanted to refuse after hearing Sister Zhang's words. But seeing the 4 muscular security guards beside her, he immediately chickened out. Moreover, the owner of such a big venue must have connections with the law enforcement bureau. If he got beaten up here, reporting it to the authorities afterward would probably be useless. He probably couldn't escape this calamity today. Thinking of this, his whole world turned gray. He didn't even know when he was pushed back into the private room with Yiminga. Sitting beside Yiminga. Yiminga roughly pressed his index finger under Li Jiayu's chin, lifting his handsome face, then pinched his cheek, and said, "We must have met somewhere before." Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu shook his head like a rattledrum. But he didn't dare to speak, as his androgynous voice would easily expose him. However, today Yiminga for some reason had a strong curiosity. He put one arm around Li Jiayu's slender waist, and with the other hand, he took out his phone and started searching for answers. In the meantime, he didn't forget to force Li Jiayu to sing a few songs. After forcing Li Jiayu to drink several glasses of expensive red wine, he instantly became dizzy. The alcohol concentration was too high. While Li Jiayu was in a daze, Yiming's eyes lit up, and then his big hand suddenly grabbed Li Jiayu's thigh, which was covered in white stockings, and pinched it hard. I said I seem to have seen you somewhere, Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu, already almost dazed, heard someone calling his name in his stupor. He immediately responded with a huh. This made Yiminga even more certain that this was his college classmate. At this moment, Li Jiayu also realized he had let the cat out of the bag. He quickly said, President Yi, you've mistaken me. Am not I just misheard? Yiminga looked at Li Jiayu with a cold smile, and said, still not admitting it. Then Yiminga placed his big hand on Li Jiayu's top. Caught off guard, Li Jiayu was stunned for a moment. After 2 seconds, he finally reacted. Then Li Jiayu let out a scream, covered his chest, and quickly retreated a few steps until his back hit the wall, then stopped. Li Jiayu hugged his top with both hands, and said fearfully, You, what are you doing? But the more afraid Li Jiayu was, the closer Yiminga got. Li Jiayu, you were quite smooth calling me master just now. Why are you shy now? I didn't. I just came here to work as a part-time waiter. On the contrary, you forcibly detained me here. I haven't even said anything about you. Waiter? Do you think you'll believe that? What place doesn't have waiter jobs? Why come here? You're already in this line of work, so why pretend to be an innocent girl? Yiminga grabbed his hand and pulled Li Jiayu directly in front of him. He spoke again. Do you know what the end of Nanliang was? After hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu was full of shock. People shouldn't, at least not. However, Yiminga laughed and stood up, then directly pulled Li Jiayu out of the private room. There were other guests in the room, and when they saw Yiminga pulling Li Jiayu out of the room, they immediately called out sarcastically behind him, Have fun, President Yi. Li Jiayu, who was dragged out by Yiminga, initially wanted to struggle, but the next second he was silenced by a glare from the alcohol-laden Yiminga. Yiminga was so burly, if he punched me I'd cry for a long time. Back in school, he had heard that Yiminga once punched a classmate who provoked him into the hospital, breaking 5 ribs. However, since it was a mutual fight, Yiminga got off scot-free. He settled the matter by paying 36,000 yuan. Li Jiayu couldn't understand how a 1.7-meter-tall person could fight a 1.85-meter-tall person. All he knew was that Yiming's family was rich and no one dared to provoke him. Now at such close distance, Li Jiayu felt Yiming's terror. His fist looked bigger than my head. Damn it. It was like an ancient prodigal prince you simply couldn't refuse. They left the KTV area. Yiminga pulled Li Jiayu into the lobby again, and without any hesitation entered another elevator. This was an entertainment district, a street of bars and hotels, and above the KTV was a hotel. For the convenience of customers, the hotel had specially installed an elevator here that went directly to a front desk on the 4th floor. The hotel had 2 front desks. When Yiminga appeared with Li Jiayu had originally thought to seek help from the front desk girl with his eyes. But the next second, Li Jiayu was dumbfounded. The front desk girl, upon seeing Yiminga enter, directly bowed and said, Hello, boss. Shall we stay in the same presidential suite as before? It has been prepared for you. Yiminga nodded. Then he took the room card from the front desk girl's hand and went straight to another elevator. Li Jiayu never expected it. He never expected that even this hotel was Yiming's property. Li Jiayu was gnashing his teeth in hatred. That damned rich second generation of today's ordeal was probably inescapable. As the elevator slowly ascended, Li Jiayu could even see himself unable to walk tomorrow. That was more terrifying than a horror movie. Just then Yiminga seemed to notice Li Jiayu's unusual behavior. He immediately cornered Li Jiayu against the wall, pressing him. He said, What's the matter? You've come out to do this kind of side job, and now you're scared. As Yiminga spoke, his breath reeking of alcohol assaulted Li Jiayu's face. Just the smell was enough to make Li Jiayu faint. The alcohol concentration must have been over 70%. How much had Yiminga drunk? Li Jiayu couldn't even imagine. Only now did he realize why Yiminga was so out of character. It was a case of his lower half overruling his upper half. Just as Yiminga was about to make a move on Li Jiayu, a ding sounded, and the elevator doors slowly opened. Yiminga stopped his actions and said drunkenly, We're here already. Well, let's have some fun in the room then. Li Jiayu had escaped danger once again, but not completely. He was dragged by Yiming's strong hand into a luxurious room. He roughly threw Li Jiayu onto the velvet bed. Then Yiminga pressed down on him. Just as he was about to proceed further, Li Jiayu suddenly felt no movement on top of him. Then came the sound of steady breathing. Puzzled, Li Jiayu opened his eyes. Seeing that Yiminga had already fallen asleep, he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He's asleep. Phew, this crisis was averted. Him never coming again. Li Jiayu wanted to leave while Yiminga was asleep. But after pushing twice, he couldn't move him at all. The bed was too soft, giving no leverage. And Li Jiayu, with his skinny arms and legs, didn't have the strength to push the bulky Yiminga aside. After pushing for a while, he only exhausted himself. Yiming's body had only moved 10 centimeters, and that was from his own restless sleep. Li Jiayu was stuck in place. This damn position had Yi Minga firmly locking him in. Giving up the struggle, Li Jiayu soon fell into a dream under the influence of alcohol. He had a long dream. In the dream, he was reborn as a girl. She was just as beautiful as his current self with makeup. She had a perfect life from childhood, a strict father, a gentle mother, and a brother who always protected her. She was showered with love and attention from childhood, forming a stark contrast with the miserable Li Jiayu in reality. Soon the sleeping Li Jiayu's lips curled up slightly. She experienced a perfect life until at the end of her life she encountered a goddess of breathtaking beauty. The goddess spoke to Li Jiayu, "Do you like this life?" Li Jiayu, leaning on a cane, said happily yes. "Then do you want to become her?" The goddess' gentle voice reached Li Jiayu's ears again. Li Jiayu looked at the sky, savoring the moments of this life. Without any hesitation he said yes. As he spoke, the goddess before him smiled and nodded. Then she vanished before his eyes. At the same time, in reality, Li Jiayu felt a burning heat all over his body, but she had not yet awakened. But her body had already undergone tremendous changes. From a little brother, she had become a little sister. Her originally slender figure was now curvaceous and graceful. Ding ding ding. With the sound of an alarm ringing, Li Jiayu slowly woke up, wanting to take out her phone to check the time. But the next second, Yi Minga reached out, grabbed the phone, and grumbled, "So annoying." Under Li Jiayu's big eyes, he threw the phone away. The phone hit the tiled wall and shattered into pieces. Looking at her Redmi phone that had accompanied her for 5 years, Li Jiayu felt like crying, but had no tears. "Hey, that's my phone." However, after throwing the phone, Yi Minga continued sleeping. Li Jiayu didn't even have time to scold him. She was so angry that she was panting heavily. Soon she felt a tightness in her chest. Was she injured from being pressed? She wanted to adjust and move. Just then, Li Jiayu's eyes widened twofold. Her gaze was a mix of shock and confusion. Her trembling hand touched her own large bosom again. "Impossible, this can't be. I must still be asleep, this is still a dream." Then Li Jiayu bit her tongue with her teeth. "Pain. This is real, it's not a dream." Then she struggled vigorously and pulled out her right hand. She touched her own little brother. Li Jiayu couldn't hold it in anymore. She let out a loud scream. This woke Yi Minga as well. Yi Minga opened his eyes and looked at the pitiful Li Jiayu beneath him. Already irritable from waking up, he said displeasedly, "What are you doing?" Li Jiayu, with tears in her eyes, pounded on Yi Minga with her little hands. "You get up. Move away." Yi Minga hadn't expected Li Jiayu to dare speak to him like this. He wanted to teach her the proper order of master and servant. But seeing her red eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. So he got off her and stood up. Freed from her restraint, Li Jiayu jumped up and ran into the bathroom. The bathroom had a full-length mirror if she wanted to see if she had really changed. She struggled for a moment. Li Jiayu entered the bathroom and slammed the door shut. She angrily stripped off her maid costume. She turned the water temperature to the lowest, stood under the shower for 5 minutes, and calmed down. Only then did she begin to examine her body. Li Jiayu quietly gazed at the stunning beauty in the mirror. There was no doubt. She had indeed become a girl. Not only did she now have 2 soft, plump mounds on her chest, but the faithful companion that had been with her for years had vanished without ever experiencing tenderness, replaced by a different form. Under her fair skin, she resembled a holy goddess. Li Jiayu was stunned by her own reflection. Gazing quietly at the mirror, she murmured, "I never expected that becoming a girl would make me look so beautiful." Outside, Yi Minga heard that the bathroom had gone quiet. He wondered what Li Jiayu was up to, thinking that since they were both men, it wouldn't matter if he went in. After all, when 2 guys shower together, the one with the smaller would be the one to feel awkward. Yi Minga was quite confident in himself. So without any hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Li Jiayu standing in front of the mirror, he froze. You're a woman." Hearing the voice beside her, Li Jiayu had already regained her composure. She looked at the intruder, Yi Minga. Overwhelming shame made her utterly unable to face him. She turned around immediately, her back to Yi Minga, and said, "Had enough of looking. Get out." After Yi Minga left, she took the bathrobe hanging on the wall and wrapped herself in it. Yi Minga, having retreated, lit a cigarette outside. He still remembered the scene from last night. At that time, he had clearly touched her chest, but now. Why? Well, Yi Minga curled his lips into a smile. He had originally thought his sexual orientation had changed. He hadn't expected this to be Li Jiayu's trick. Knowing that ordinary girls held no appeal for him, she had taken the opposite approach. Truly a clever move. Yi Minga murmured inwardly, "I admit I'm attracted to you, woman. You've successfully caught my attention." Sherlock Holmes style, Yi quickly pieced together the entire story in his mind. He looked at the bathroom, a wider smile spreading across his face. "Next, you woman, you should be crawling into my bed, right?" After waiting for a short while, Li Jiayu came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a women's bathrobe. She walked to another corner of the presidential suite. Looking at the shattered phone on the floor, she felt immense pain. She gently picked up the fragments. Meanwhile, Yi Minga was feeling very pleased with himself. He gazed appreciatively at Li Jiayu's graceful figure, beginning to anticipate her soft tenderness. However, Yi Minga reeked of alcohol. The concentration was so high he was practically marinated in it. He had no other thoughts for the moment. Instead, he entered the bathroom to wash up. After Li Jiayu had gathered the phone pieces outside, she saw that Yi Mingo was still in the bathroom, so she immediately walked to the door ready to seize the chance to escape. After all, now that she was a girl, she had to protect herself all the more. Li Jiayu did not want to become a woman the moment she became a girl. That was too advanced. At least Li Jiayu couldn't accept such a situation yet. However, when Li Jiayu reached the door and tried to unlock it to leave, she was dumbfounded. The door turned out to be a combination lock one that was also connected to a fingerprint scanner. She couldn't turn it at all. It had been locked from the inside. Even from the inside, there was no way to open the door. At this moment, Li Jiayu was gnashing her teeth in hatred for Yi Mingo. Suddenly, another problem occurred to her clothes. She didn't even have any clothes. She was only wearing a bathrobe, and underneath it she was completely bare. Now her phone was broken too. She couldn't even buy clothes. This despicable Yi Mingo. Li Jiayu had no choice but to sit on the sofa in the corner and hide. She would wait for Yi Mingo to come out, and then make him let her leave. She waited for a while. Yi Mingo also came out wearing a bathrobe. After coming out, he flopped down onto the bed. Then he said to Li Jiayu, "Why are you sitting so far away? Come here." Hearing Yi Ming's words, Li Jiayu shrank back. She naturally wouldn't walk into the trap. If she went over, she would be devoured completely. Li Jiayu shook her head like a rattledrum, showing no intention of moving. This displeased Yi Mingo. He said again, "This game of playing hard to get. You can stop now, woman. I like things straightforward. I don't need all these twists and turns." After saying this, Yi Mingo got up and prepared to grab Li Jiayu. Watching Yi Mingo approach, Li Jiayu could only use a throw pillow to shield herself. If he used force, it would be illegal, right? Li Jiayu even thought about calling the police, but then she reconsidered. Her ID card still listed her gender as male. If she called the police, she might even be treated as a walking 5,000 yuan bounty. Stop. Yi Mingo was getting closer. Li Jiayu was terrified. Was she going to lose her virginity like this? But just then a melodious ringtone sounded from the bed where Yi Mingo had been lying. Li Jiayu hurriedly said, Your phone is ringing. Troublesome. Yi Mingo muttered, hearing the sound behind him. Without stopping his actions, he snatched the throw pillow from Li Jiayu and tossed it aside, then pulled her up. Yi Mingo didn't answer the call. Instead, he threw Li Jiayu onto the bed beside the phone. The music stopped. Seeing that she couldn't resist, Li Jiayu closed her eyes. Yi Ming's face was even pressed against her body. However, the caller on the other end seemed to have something urgent and kept calling. Yi Mingo grew annoyed. He stopped his actions. He picked up the phone and answered it. President Yi, Miss Wang is here. She's been in your office and refuses to leave. What do you think? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Just tell her I'm on a business trip and ask her to go back first. President Yi, I've used that excuse already, but Miss Wang said her friend saw you at the maid-themed yesterday and you brought a girl with you. Useless. Yi Mingo cursed angrily and hung up the phone. At such close proximity, Li Jiayu could also hear the voice on the phone. If she wasn't mistaken, the man was Li Dongming, her direct supervisor directly. And the Miss Wang he mentioned was likely the young lady who often came to see Yi Mingo. She was said to be the heiress of another large company. Li Jiayu had never seen her, only heard of her. She had originally thought the two were a couple. Now it seemed that Miss Wang was the one chasing Yi Mingo. How enviable. A true winner in life. Yi Mingo was rich, handsome, and fit, and now he was the boss of several large companies. Thinking of this, Li Jiayu glared at Yi Mingo resentfully. They had both graduated from the same school. Yi Mingo seemed like a protagonist with all the benefits going to him, while she had a life of misery. And now she had turned into a girl. Sob sob. Why was the gap between people so vast? After hanging up the phone, Yi Mingo did not make another move on Li Jiayu. Instead, he put on his clothes. Not long after, a domineering CEO appeared before Li Jiayu. Yi Mingo looked at Li Jiayu, who stood motionless, and asked with confusion, What? Not dressing yourself? Waiting for me to help you? Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes at him. When he had forcibly dragged her here, she was still wearing her maid uniform. She had no other clothes. There was no way she could go out wearing that maid uniform from work. That would be incredibly embarrassing. Li Jiayu had no choice but to say, My clothes are still in the KTV changing room downstairs. Can I? However, before she could finish, Yi Mingo interrupted her. You're not still wearing that work uniform, are you? How tacky. Don't say another word, I'll handle it. After saying this, he frowned and called the front desk. Send a set of clothes up. Not mine. Women's. Height around 165 centimeters, weight about 100 g. Quite tall. Don't send anything low cut. Watching Yi Mingo make the call, Li Jiayu thought he would mock her again. But unexpectedly, he actually intended to help her get clothes. However, what was that quite tall nonsense? You pervert. Li Jiayu didn't know where she found the courage. And she kicked him directly. Who are you calling tall? But given Li Jiayu's strength, she couldn't even take a single point of health from Yi Mingo, even if she pounded on him for ages. After learning that Li Jiayu was a girl, he didn't bother arguing with her. Instead, he glanced at the area she was covering with her hand, confirmed he hadn't been wrong, and made another call. While waiting, he handled some work matters. The hotel's efficiency was quite high. Not long after, a knock came at the door, and a dress was delivered. Along with it came undergarments. The moment he received the clothes, Yi Mingo tossed them to Li Jiayu. Put them on. Then, turn around. Hearing her reply, Yi Mingo looked at her with interest. But after a few seconds he finally turned around. She began to put on the clothes. She was normally resistant to dresses, especially undergarments. If she didn't wear them, she had no other clothes. There was no way she could stay in that maid uniform. The dress material was very form-fitting. Without wearing undergarments, things would be. This made Li Jiayu extremely embarrassed. Damn it, Yiminga must have chosen this dress on purpose. While she was still figuring out how to put on the clothes, Yiminga said impatiently, "Are you done yet? You've been at it for ages." I don't know how. Wait a moment. Huh, are you even a woman? Am not. You can't turn around. Li Jiayu wanted to retort, but the words stuck in her throat. After warning Yiminga not to look back, she fumbled with the clothes. Fortunately, they weren't too complicated, and after a while she clumsily got dressed. Then she put on the black leather shoes from her work uniform. Finally, she tapped Yiminga on the back and said, "It's done." Yiminga returned to his aloof CEO demeanor. He walked ahead and opened the door. Stepping out of the room, Li Jiayu breathed in the long mist fresh air. She wanted to escape Yiming's control right then and go home. Her phone was broken, so she had no idea what time it was. But judging by her cheap boss habit of being late, it was probably well past work hours. Thinking about this, Li Jiayu's heart ached. 600 yuan in full attendance bonus. Just as she was looking out the window, a wave of dizziness hit her. Why is it so high? Fine, she would reluctantly take the same elevator down with Yiminga. She still needed to find Sister Zhang at the KTV to get her pay. Yiminga walked ahead, and Li Jiayu followed behind. Lost in thought, Li Jiayu soon entered the elevator. "What are you doing with that trash? Doesn't my hotel have cleaners?" Yiming's voice startled her. She shuddered, looked at him, then at the bag in her hand. "It's all your fault. You smashed my phone this morning," Li Jiayu said angrily. Seeing her cute little angry expression, the usually aloof and serious Yiminga couldn't help but smile. Didn't she realize that talking to a man in that tone made her sound like a sulking wife? Yiminga had to admit that Li Jiayu looked incredibly adorable like this. But in Li Jiayu's eyes, Yiming's smile was full of malice. His mocking expression was utterly infuriating. At that moment, Yiminga waved his hand and said, "Just a pile of junk. It's fine if it's broken. He'll buy you a new one." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Li Jiayu casually said, "You said it. If I want you to compensate me with an iPhone 15 Pro Max, will you buy it?" "Fine." Yiming's reply left Li Jiayu dumbfounded. She didn't know how to respond. She wasn't the type to take advantage of others. Her own phone had cost only 1299 yuan. A phone worth several thousand, or even 10,000 was too much. Li Jiayu quickly refused. But a domineering CEO's word was law. He said without room for argument, "If you refuse, he'll have HR fire you on the grounds of seducing the president. You don't want to lose your job, do you? I heard you have a sister still in school. If you lose this job, what will happen to her?" With one sentence, Yiminga had her cornered. Li Jiayu's teeth itched with rage countless times. But there was nothing she could do. Soon the elevator stopped at the hotel lobby. She had been drinking last night and didn't realize this wasn't the first floor. She was about to leave when Yiminga grabbed her. "Where are you going?" "Mr. Big President, I'm going to get my pay. I stayed with you all night, but I haven't collected my part-time money yet." "That's what you call staying with me. With that level of service, you're lucky I didn't complain. Besides, this is the 4th floor. Where are you going?" Li Jiayu was dragged by Yiminga to another elevator, and they finally reached the KTV. The KTV was closed during the day. But to Li Jiayu's surprise, Sister Zhang was still there. When Yiminga brought her to find Sister Zhang, she was still working in her office. Li Jiayu sighed inwardly, what a workaholic. "Xiao, didn't I tell you to knock before entering the office?" Sister Zhang said with displeasure, still not lifting her head. Yiminga did not respond. This puzzled Sister Zhang. Xiao was becoming increasingly lacking in manners. After 2 seconds, Sister Zhang finally looked up. When she saw Yiminga and another girl, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her professional smile. She stood up immediately and said to Yiminga, "President Yi, what brings you to my humble corner? It's too cramped here, shall we go to the meeting room?" Yiminga waved his hand, declining her invitation. "No need. I'm here to help her settle her wages." Hearing this, Sister Zhang sized up the girl beside Yiminga and recognized her as the one he had taken away last night. TSK, she never expected that Li Jiayu, who looked so pure, could have such skills to tame this playboy Yiminga. If not for his presence, she would have wanted to learn from Li Jiayu. Such prowess was undoubtedly at the king level. Sister Zhang put on her professional smile and said, "This girl was brought in by the agency, but since President Yi has spoken, he'll settle it for her right now. Please wait a moment. Wait, also include the commission from the wine I ordered last night all to her." Sister Zhang paused, then nodded. "No problem, President Yi." Hearing their exchange, Li Jiayu was surprised. If she remembered correctly, there was another girl who accompanied the drinking last night. If all the commission was given to her, what about that girl? Well, it had nothing to do with her. She couldn't be blamed for it after all. She hadn't done nothing. Last night she had been with Yi. At that thought, she felt she deserved the money. But when she saw the cash Sister Zhang brought out, she was still utterly shocked. Her lips trembled slightly. "So much? It's 80,000 in total. You should really thank President Yi," Sister Zhang said with a smile. 80,000 in one night. Li Jiayu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Yiminga. Damn rich, second generation, truly loaded. If her commission alone was this much, how much had he spent? Just as Li Jiayu was about to reach for the money, Yiminga took it first. Seeing the cash snatched away, Li Jiayu pinched his waist and immediately demanded, "What are you doing?" Yiminga replied, "As my employee, you violated the company contract by doing private work on the side. This money will serve as your penalty. You're a big boss worth billions, and you're snatching my little employee's money. Is that fun?" Li Jiayu stared at him in disbelief. Wasn't Yiminga supposed to be aloof and domineering? How could he be so shameless now? Bullying a little employee. Annoying, so annoying. Sister Zhang, who was still nearby, seemed unwilling to be a third wheel and immediately said, "President Yi, you too. We'll discuss this back at the company." Li Jiayu followed Yiminga to the parking lot in indignation. She got into his Ferrari SF90. As for the 80,000, Yiminga tossed it into the front trunk. With the roar of the engine, they left the parking lot. After exiting the parking lot, Yiming's car did not head toward the company. Instead, it turned in another direction. Li Jiayu suddenly became very frightened. Wasn't Miss Wang waiting for him at the company? Where was he going now? Though filled with doubt, Li Jiayu dared not disturb Yiminga while driving. This was a sports car with intense acceleration, and any distraction could be dangerous. Still, she asked, "Where are you going?" "You said I broke your phone, so I'm going to buy a new one now." "What do you mean, said I broke?" "It's the truth. Have it your way." Yiminga clearly didn't want to argue. He stepped on the gas, and soon they arrived at the Apple flagship store in Shanghai. Before entering, Yiminga opened the front trunk and took out 20,000 in cash from the 80,000. Li Jiayu was puzzled by this move, but didn't ask. He pulled Li Jiayu into the store. A salesgirl who had spotted the Ferrari from afar and saw them coming her way rushed to the door excitedly to greet them. "Welcome to the Shanghai Apple flagship store. Are you looking for a phone or a laptop?" "A phone. Right this way, sir." She led them to a counter. "These are the latest arrivals fresh from the factory. Which model would you like? Let me introduce them to you." Just as she was about to start, Yiminga interrupted. "Just give me the top-tier model. I'm in a hurry." He handed the 20,000 in cash to the salesgirl. The salesgirl was overjoyed at the quick sale. She thought to herself, truly a rich second generation buying this without blinking. She quickly retrieved a phone from the counter and handed it to Yiminga. But he didn't take it. Instead, he told her to give it directly to Li Jiayu. Looking at the top-tier Apple phone before her, Li Jiayu couldn't help but feel excited. After all, who wouldn't want such expensive digital products? Saying you don't like them is just because you can't afford them. With money, who would settle for a budget phone? The other salesgirls in the distance also witnessed this scene. They looked at Li Jiayu's well-proportioned figure with envy. Jealous whispers arose, "So lucky to have a rich boyfriend. Wish I could find one too." Another said, "Forget it for you. I might still have a chance. Jiayu, all your face is artificial. Even I'm better than you. I'm natural." Li Jiayu was unaware that this little incident nearly caused a fight between the two salesgirls. After she took out her old broken phone, inserted her SIM card, and activated the new one, the phone truly became hers. The salesgirl who had served them was also envious, and asked, "Miss, do you know how to use it? This one is different from Androids." She was about to teach her when Yiminga stopped her. "I'll teach her myself. No need to bother you." Then he turned to Li Jiayu and said, "Oh, and I'll use the remaining money to buy you a phone case, a screen protector, AirPods. Yes, those, and whatever accessories are left." Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu's smile froze. She suddenly realized this was her money. The 80,000 she had earned by selling her soul last night. Such an expensive phone, such an expensive case. Left the counter. Li Jiayu's smile faded. She was a bit of a miser, otherwise why would she work so hard to earn money? Now she had spent 20,000 yuan in one go, equivalent to 3 months of her salary. Her heart ached as if bleeding. She cursed Yiminga inwardly again before calming down. As for the remaining 60,000, she absolutely couldn't let Yiminga spend it on her anymore. With that much money saved, she could put her younger sister through high school. Boo-hoo. After Yiminga stuffed her into the car, he started the engine and drove off directly. He glanced at Li Jiayu beside him from the corner of his eye. Her face was sullen at the moment. Yiminga, however, had a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This 80,000, he truly didn't take it seriously, but if it were given to Li Jiayu based on his understanding of her, she would absolutely begrudge spending even a single coin. This wouldn't change her situation at all. But in Yiming's eyes, from the moment he caught her, Li Jiayu had already become his little maid. As Yiming's exclusive little maid, he certainly wouldn't allow his little maid to continue living with such a low quality of life. He had to fundamentally change her mindset. This dress she was wearing cost 18,000 yuan. He could just deduct it from her money. However, he wouldn't tell her now because Yiminga was also afraid that Li Jiayu would fight him tooth and nail. Shortly after, Yiming's Ferrari reached the underground parking lot of his corporate building. This was Yiming's exclusive parking spot. Next to the elevator was his private elevator, which could go straight to Yiming's office. Yiminga turned off the engine and got out of the car. Li Jiayu, however, was still sitting inside contemplating life. Yiminga looked at the bewildered Li Jiayu and said, "Aren't you getting out?" Li Jiayu snapped back to reality. She lowered her head, picked up a bag of things, and got out of the car. She followed behind Yiminga into his private elevator. This elevator had only one floor option, and its speed was very fast. Unlike when Li Jiayu used to squeeze into the staff elevator if she arrived late, she would have to wait 10 minutes. After suffering a few times, Li Jiayu always came to work a bit early, and because of her petite stature, she was often squeezed into the corner of the elevator. It was really strange to have such a large elevator used by only 2 people now. Ding! As the elevator came to a stop, Li Jiayu's thoughts also converged. Just as they entered Yi Ming's office, the two of them saw a girl sitting on the sofa. Yimingo, why did you go to that place to have fun yesterday? Didn't Uncle say that our 2 families should cooperate sincerely, and we would be engaged this year? How could you go to such a place? Suddenly the girl named Wang Yali saw Yimingo bringing an unfamiliar girl behind him, and immediately raised her voice shouting at Li Jiayu. Who is she? Is she the woman who seduced you last night? After saying this, Wang Yali reached out to grab Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu felt so wronged. This had nothing to do with her at all. She had just gone to do a part-time job. Who knew that the part-time job would end up in a room? Watching Wang Yali, who was 175 centimeters tall, about to come over, Li Jiayu fearfully stepped back a few steps. This girl clearly worked out regularly and had a great figure. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu was wearing a dress and couldn't even walk fast. If a fight actually broke out, Li Jiayu didn't know whether Wang Yali would be okay, but if she dared to fight back, she would definitely be sued into bankruptcy by the lawyers of these rich people. Unable to provoke her, Li Jiayu could only choose to avoid. In life, one has to back down when necessary. Just then Yiminga spoke up. Enough, Wang Yali. The elders can't decide my marriage. We are just brother and sister. I have no interest in you at all. Yiminga, you. After hearing Yiming's words, Wang Yali was full of grievance. She attributed all the blame to Li Jiayu. After glaring fiercely at Li Jiayu, she left Yiming's office angrily. She had originally just wanted to tell Yiminga the good news decided by their parents, never expecting such an outcome. Li Jiayu watched Wang Yali leave and finally felt relieved. That was close, as she almost got beaten. From now on she would try to keep a low profile and not provoke these rich people. Alright, my money is still with Yiminga, I need to get it back. So Li Jiayu said to Yiminga, boss, I need to go back to my post to work. Yiminga, sitting at his desk looking at documents, said, alright, go back and pack up. Your position is changing. No. Why do I need to change my position? Li Jiayu looked at Yiminga with confusion. Her workspace was an isolated cubicle for one person. No one else was nearby. She could wear a hat and mask, which conveniently concealed the fact that she had become a girl. But at this moment, asking her to switch positions was like pushing her into the crowd. Thinking of this, Li Jiayu shook her head like a rattle drum. She repeatedly refused. No, I think my current position is fine. I don't need to change. Agree or not, you have to agree, Li Jiayu. The remaining money will be paid to you in installments once you are in the new position, so that you won't have too much income tax deducted, Yiminga said. Then he looked at Li Jiayu and said again, by the way, the dress you are wearing costs 1,000, which will be deducted from your 60,000. Also the maid outfit. The KTV just messaged me saying you didn't return it, so you have to pay 2,000 in compensation. That's also deducted. Now you only have 4,000 left. Don't claim later that the amount is wrong. What? This dress costs 1,800. So expensive. Boo-hoo, I don't want it anymore. Give me my money back. Li Jiayu immediately said. Seeing Li Jiayu's pained expression, Yiminga felt that bullying her was really fun. He had never realized before that this woman Li Jiayu was so interesting. So Yiminga said, fine, take it off now and he'll give you a refund. If I take it off, what will I wear? That's not my problem to think about. You? Li Jiayu was grinding her teeth again. She said again, fine, I'll take it off. Wait for me an hour while I go out and buy another set of clothes. No, it has to be now. Once you leave this door, I won't give you a refund. Then I'll order a delivery. My office is not a place where random people can come in. President Yi, aren't you just bullying an honest person? Such an expensive dress. I would have to work 3 months to afford it. You rich people, how could you know the life of us country kids? Why don't you eat meat porridge? Li Jiayu said indignantly. Yiminga listened to her words and smiled as if he had already planned something. He stood up, walked over to Li Jiayu, and spread his arms as if to embrace her. You? What are you trying to do? Li Jiayu immediately stepped back warily. Seeing that he didn't succeed, Yiminga calmly said, the position I'm transferring you to pays 3 times your current salary. You? Li Jiayu fell silent and said nothing more. After all, 1,800 a month. Yiminga was offering too much. Li Jiayu didn't even know when she left Yiming's office. She sneaked back to her cubicle, and only when she saw that her colleagues were all working diligently, without glancing at her, did she finally relax. Although Li Jiayu was rather introverted, she still had 2 or 3 colleagues she got along with well. They usually had meals together and such. Sitting in her cubicle, Li Jiayu took out her new phone and handled the expensive item with extreme care. She was especially furious that the rhinestone-covered phone case had cost her 2,000 yuan. That thing is worth at most 50 on Pinduoduo. Li Jiayu felt she had been severely overcharged and was very displeased. While gritting her teeth and cursing Yiminga a few times, she turned on the phone and downloaded all the apps. Only when she logged into WeChat did she see that a few of her closer colleagues had messaged asking if she had overslept. There were even 7 or 8 missed calls. Li Jiayu dismissed them one by one without calling back. Calling back was impossible. If she called, her current voice would give her away. She casually made up a few excuses and replied to them, then began to pack her things. After all, one has to look forward to money. She had dreamed of earning big money and living a happy life with her younger sister. But reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Now that Yiminga could offer her a high-paying position, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Although the new position might mean continued bullying from Yiminga, money was hard to come by, and swallowing pride was even harder. Earning a bit of humiliating pay was worth the cost. Besides, for a big shot like him, how could he be focused on just one girl? In half a month, he'd probably forget about Jiayu. Trading half a month of freedom for a job that paid 18,000 was still very worthwhile. Thinking this, Jiayu felt relieved. He'll just endure half a month more. As for the part-time jobs, no more, never again. Jiayu didn't have much, just 2 cardboard boxes, one big and one small. Next, she had to report to Yiminga since he hadn't told her what position she would have or where her desk was. Her boxes weren't large, but they were still somewhat heavy. As she carried them, the boxes blocked her view, and combined with her unfamiliarity with the dress, she accidentally bumped into a desk along the aisle. Jiayu fell. Ouch! It hurts. The sound of her fall caught the attention of other colleagues. Hearing the commotion, colleagues immediately stood up and looked over. When they saw it was a girl who had fallen, being in an engineering field, a bunch of men rushed out to help. "Miss, are you okay?" said one of the quicker male colleagues, who hurried over to help her sit up. The other male colleagues who came out later helped gather all the scattered items. Jiayu looked up at these male colleagues and immediately lowered her head. They were all familiar faces she greeted daily, which made her blush. Oh no. She had wanted to avoid drawing attention, but now this fall had made everyone look at her. She hoped they wouldn't recognize her. "Boo-hoo. Miss, your foot is injured. How about we take you to the infirmary to bandage it?" said a male colleague. Jiayu was slightly startled by his voice. The speaker was none other than Zhang Yi, one of the colleagues she got along well with. If she went to the infirmary with Zhang Yi under close observation, he would surely recognize her. No, she couldn't go. Jiayu endured the pain and said, No, I can manage myself. Thank you. Fortunately, she was now wearing women's clothes, kept her head down, and her face was flushed. Though they found her familiar, they didn't recognize her. After much refusal, the male colleagues didn't insist. After all, they were at work and had their own tasks. When Jiayu picked up her belongings and limped upstairs, the male colleagues returned to their seats. However, due to the little incident, Jiayu became a topic of conversation. They all started talking about the girl just now. "Did any of you see that girl? When did she come? Is she new?" "She must be new. I know everyone in the company, and I've never seen her before." "Yeah, but she was too shy, always keeping her head down. She must be pretty though. Her voice was really soft and sweet. You just hearing it makes you want to fall in love." Several colleagues in their late 20s exchanged remarks. As they chatted, another male colleague nearby was spacing out. That guy immediately grinned and nudged his shoulder, saying, "Hey Zhang Yi, your chance has come. In our bachelor den, a girl has finally appeared. You'd better seize the opportunity. 2 mini monks and 2 little porridge. If you don't act, it'll be too late." Thanks for the tip, bro. If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal." At that moment, Zhang Yi was still lost in the image of Jiayu from earlier. The corners of his mouth curled up, harder to suppress than an AK. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to Jiayu sharing the girl he had met today. "Zhang Yi, bro, damn, you didn't come today. You have no idea. A gorgeous girl joined our department. I feel like I'm falling in love. Zhang Yi, when I helped her up, I touched her hand. It was so white, so delicate, so soft. Zhang Yi, bro, that girl really smells nice. Zhang Yi, bro, brotherly told me to go after her. Do you have any ideas? Should I buy some bruise ointment and bring it to her now and maybe ask for her WeChat?" Zhang Yi typed a dozen messages in a row, sharing his joy. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, Jiayu, finally moved her things to the elevator. Maybe she was really injured, or perhaps she had become weaker after turning into a girl. Jiayu felt it was heavy, so she placed her belongings beside the elevator, took out her phone, and wanted to ask Yiminga where her new position was. However, since she had a new phone, Yiming's number hadn't been cloned over, so she couldn't find it. She tried to contact him via WeChat, but she only had him in the group chat and hadn't added him as a friend, so she couldn't reach him either. Unable to connect, she simply turned off her phone and took the elevator back up. The moment Jiayu arrived at Yiming's office door, she saw her former boss, Director Li, being scolded like a grandson in front of Yiminga. Watching the boss who had once looked down on her now being berated, Jiayu felt an inexplicable satisfaction. She decided not to go in and just watch Director Li take the scolding from the doorway. "You've got your comeuppance now, Baldy Li. Hopefully he'll be fined 3 or 5,000 to teach him a lesson." Yet Yiminga also noticed Jiayu's arrival. He immediately seized his reprimand of Director Li and dismissed him, leaving Jiayu filled with regret. She wished she hadn't come up so quickly. "Come in," Yiminga said to Jiayu at the door. Bald Li, who had just exited, looked at Jiayu with a puzzled expression. It was unclear whether he recognized her or was simply perplexed by the sudden appearance of a young woman. However, he dared not stare too long, for she might be an important female acquaintance of the boss. If he displeased her and she whispered sweet nothings into the boss' ear, his career would be over. See no evil, hear no evil. After Manager Li departed, Jiayu finally stepped into Yiming's office. Without wasting any time, she said directly, "I've packed my things. What's the new position and where is it located?" "Over there." Yiminga pointed to the extra desk that had appeared in his office. Li Jiayu followed his gaze. "No way you want me to share an office with you, the big boss." This. A man and a woman alone together. What if something happened? Would she even be able to cry out for help? Thinking this, she blurted out, "President Yi, are you still hung up on what happened last night?" Before she could finish, Yiminga interrupted her. "What, you don't like it? This is the best office in the entire group. Or do you not want to share an office with me?" "No, it's not that. Li Jiayu hesitated. She truly couldn't bear to part with the 18,000 salary. "Then don't say another word. Just work hard for me. Your new position is my assistant. Personal assistant." After hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu stood frozen. To put it nicely, it was a personal assistant. To put it bluntly, it was a little maid. This Yiminga seemed obsessed with the idea of a maid. He was still dwelling on last night's events. How could a big boss be so desperate? If he couldn't get what he wanted one way, did he have to get it another? Was he thinking of doing it in the office? Li Jiayu shook her head, forcibly dismissing those inappropriate thoughts. What will be will be. If he really forced her, she couldn't resist anyway. She still owed him tens of thousands, and the salary for this job was 18,000. Li Jiayu obediently placed all her belongings on that desk. Just as she finished organizing, Yiminga, without looking up from the computer screen where he was reviewing data, ordered, "Make me a cup of coffee." Hearing his command, Li Jiayu dared not be negligent. She kept brainwashing herself, 18,000, 18,000, 18,000. Soon she fumbled with the coffee machine nearby. Fortunately, she had once worked part-time at Starbucks and knew how to use such machines. Otherwise, she would have been scolded. "President Yi, the coffee is ready. Please enjoy." Li Jiayu placed the coffee beside him and was about to leave. "Wait." Yiminga immediately called her back. "Is this how a personal assistant behaves, eh?" Li Jiayu looked at his angry expression, utterly confused. What now? Why was he so hard to please? She had made the coffee as requested. If there were other steps, he hadn't mentioned them. Of course, she dared not voice these thoughts. She quickly replied, "President Yi, please tell me what I did wrong. There are rules for serving coffee. Look at what you've done. Didn't I just place it beside you? That's correct, isn't it?" Li Jiayu asked in confusion. "Forget it, you're from the countryside. This is your first time, so I'll teach you. Next time, go watch some Douyin videos and learn. If that doesn't work, he'll send you to a training institution. The coffee should be placed on the side the master can easily reach, but not too close in case I accidentally knock it over. The handle should also face the master." "Got it." Hearing his words, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes. City folks had so many rules. "Understood, President Yi. When there's no one around, call me master." "You? What, not happy? 100 yuan deducted for each time you don't." Yiminga waved his hand. "Yes, master." Li Jiayu emphasized the word master, as if afraid he wouldn't hear it. Yet Yiminga seemed to enjoy it, his expression practically begging for a punch. In the following hours, he assigned her trivial tasks, wiping tables, pouring tea, and organizing documents. 2 hours passed quickly. Li Jiayu glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Finally, she could get off work. Even though there was only an hour's break, sharing an office with Yiminga was suffocating. It was like being a palace concubine in ancient times, constantly attuned to the emperor's mood. Being with a ruler is like being with a tiger. That was exactly how Li Jiayu felt now. Just then Yiminga stood up. He said to her, "Grab your phone. We're going out." "Where to ye?" "Master, just follow me." "But it's almost 12. Time for lunch break. Can't we discuss this in the afternoon?" Li Jiayu said weakly. "You're earning 18,000 a month and still want a break. Hurry up or he'll deduct your salary." Yiminga already knew Li Jiayu was a money grubber. Mentioning money was the way to control her. Hearing his words, Li Jiayu gritted her teeth, reluctantly grabbed her phone, and followed him. They took the private elevator down to the underground parking lot. This time, Yiminga didn't choose to drive his Ferrari SF90. Instead, he tossed a key to Li Jiayu and said, "I'm a bit tired. Take a rest. You drive. Head to Baishan City." "Understood, master." Li Jiayu looked at the key with the RR logo in her hand. She silently complained that these 2 cars alone were worth tens of millions. Yet he had the nerve to withhold her 4,000. How infuriating. Fortunately, she had done some part-time driving as a chauffeur, so she knew how to drive. After unlocking the car, she walked to the door and opened it for Yiminga to get in. Soon Li Jiayu drove the latest Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the underground garage. At the entrance, the 2 security guards who were usually stern with them actually stepped out of their booth and saluted. "Such bootlickers." Li Jiayu sneered, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Turning right from the building led to the main avenue of the city. This bustling road was always the primary thoroughfare of the area. Moreover, it was exactly noon, so traffic was heavy. But today Li Jiayu distinctly felt the road was much smoother. There were no cars around her front or back. It was a completely new experience. Driving this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Previously, when Li Jiayu went to Baishancheng, taking the bus from the company took an hour. Although the bus would stop and go since it was on the main road, it wouldn't differ much from driving herself. At most about 10 minutes. However, now that she was driving Yiming's car, something absurd happened. Not only did no cars drive alongside hers, but even those ahead would actively change lanes to give way. When the car reached the entrance of Baixiang, Li Jiayu glanced at the car's clock. It took only 15 minutes to arrive. Unbelievable, incredible. At that moment, Li Jiayu finally understood why those ultra-luxury cars, despite their exorbitant prices, still had buyers. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. It's good to be rich. With money one can truly do whatever one wants. Not only that, there was another aspect of driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that astonished Li Jiayu. When she drove into the underground parking lot of Baixiangcheng and wanted to find a parking spot, a staff member had already guided her directly to a VIP parking space. Behind this parking space was a private elevator leading into Baixiangcheng. In just one day it had been an eye-opening experience, as if a small knife had cut through the buttocks. No wonder the rich people she had seen on TV had a different perception of the world. It turned out it wasn't their fault. When one truly reached their level, they had completely detached from the masses. Even under the same sky there were entirely different changes. Just as Li Jiayu was lost in thought, Yiminga also got out of the car. After resting for about 10 minutes, he fully recovered his state. He pulled Li Jiayu over to him and said, "You've gotten out of the car, but haven't moved. What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, President Yi, where are we going now?" Yiminga glared at Li Jiayu. Seeing his accusatory expression, Li Jiayu quickly explained, "You said I only call you master in the office. All right, you pass. We'll go straight to the 3rd floor." "Okay," Li Jiayu said obediently. Baixiangcheng, she had only been there twice, both times for part-time jobs. Strictly speaking, this was her first time visiting. Naturally, she didn't know what the 3rd floor was for. She had thought Yiminga came to discuss business. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Jiayu discovered that it was all clothing stores. They were all English brand names that she had never even seen. President Yi, what are we doing here? It doesn't seem like a place for business, does it?" Li Jiayu said in a low voice. After she asked, Yiminga did not even acknowledge her. Instead, he took her directly into a boutique. As soon as they entered, a salesgirl quickly came up to them. "Sir, madam, welcome to S. What can I help you with? I can give you an introduction." After hearing the salesgirl, Yiminga immediately pushed Li Jiayu forward. Then he said to the salesgirl, "Help her pick out some office lady outfits." "Okay, madam, please follow me. The office lady outfits are over here," the salesgirl said, then swayed her hourglass waist as she led the way. Li Jiayu did not follow. She stood still. She stared wide-eyed at Yiminga. "Why are we buying clothes again? This time you're not going to deduct it from my salary, are you?" Seeing Li Jiayu's puzzled face, Yiminga flicked her forehead. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad, you've learned to answer ahead this time. You can draw inferences. You can't expect me to pay for your clothes since we have no special relationship." With that, Yiminga leaned close to Li Jiayu's ear and said, "Or are you saying you want to have a special relationship with me?" "Ouch. That hurts." Li Jiayu covered her forehead where he had flicked. Does this man not know how strong his hands are? Damn it. But now is not the time to dwell on this. As for Yi Ming's flirtatious remarks, she simply ignored them. Li Jiayu quickly refused. "President Yi Humph, you're quite something, so concerned about your subordinate. But I'll buy my own clothes. No need for the big president to worry about this little lady. What you say seems reasonable, but what?" Li Jiayu, hearing that she might not have to buy them, showed a look of relief, like a survivor. In her heart, she thought, as long as the big boss doesn't spend my money, everything else is fine. "You should understand that you are my personal assistant. The clothes you buy are for me to see. If I don't like them..." Yiminga didn't finish, but his tone definitely implied nothing good. Li Jiayu was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Yiminga didn't give her a chance to back out. He personally pulled her to the office lady outfits counter. After scanning the pile of women's clothes, he said to the salesgirl, "This one, and this one, this one." Li Jiayu looked at the few office lady outfits Yiminga had pointed to. None of the prices were below 5 figures. She almost fainted from shock. The total of these few pieces would nearly drain all the salary Li Jiayu had earned from Yiminga. He really didn't leave her anything. But the next second, Yiming's words made her knees weak. "Except for these few, let her try on all the rest." The salesgirl, upon hearing this, said, "Okay," 3 times in a row. Her face showed an excited expression. Holy crap. He really is a tall, rich, and handsome man. She looked at Li Jiayu with envy. To have such a wealthy and handsome boyfriend, she would be laughing in her dreams. The salesgirl didn't waste any time. She immediately brought a small cart and put all the clothes inside. Pushing the cart, she led Li Jiayu to try on clothes. Looking at the cart full of clothes, Li Jiayu was totally overwhelmed. If all these clothes were bought, it would be enough to buy a house in her hometown. Is this how money is spent? Li Jiayu was reluctant in her heart. But still, with a mix of reluctance and compliance, she entered the fitting room. She changed into new clothes. The office lady outfits were relatively easy to put on, except the pencil skirt was a bit tricky. After a short while, Li Jiayu had changed and came out of the fitting room. The white blouse paired with the light gray pencil skirt highlighted her figure to the fullest. Even Yiminga, who had seen many high-quality women, had to admit that Li Jiayu in office lady attire could rank among the top 3. What was lacking was probably her temperament, because at this moment Li Jiayu was completely timid. After watching, Yiminga said calmly, "Pack the next one." Yiminga tried on 7 or 8 pieces in a row. In his eyes, they were all very nice. After all, Li Jiayu's model figure made any outfit she wore look like a seller's showcase. In plain words, she was a clothes hanger. "Not bad, keep going, pack this one." Yiminga spoke from the side. Li Jiayu at this moment was already numb. She calculated that these 7 or 8 pieces of clothing added up to over 70,000 yuan. In other words, when it came time to pay for these clothes, not only would Li Jiayu not get her salary back, but she would also owe Yiminga tens of thousands of yuan. How could anyone do such a thing? Damn it. Li Jiayu felt like she was now a walking corpse completely at Yiming's mercy. She entered the fitting room again, picked up a new set, and put it on. She wondered if Yiminga did it intentionally or unintentionally. These OL outfits were all pencil skirts, not a single pair of pants. They made Li Jiayu go from blushing to feeling nothing at all. Perhaps this was what people meant by women's clothing only has 0 times and infinite times. Continue trying them on. At the 3rd floor elevator of by Xiangcheng. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. 2 girls walked out. When you tell me, why did brother Yi treat me like that? We grew up together over 20 years of feelings. Can't they compare to a girl from a brothel? She sobbed. He even took that girl directly to his office, the office that I've only been to a few times. Wang Yali said to the girl beside her. How about I find someone to help you vent your anger? The girl beside Wang Yali said. Her name was Zhang Wanyu, and contrary to her name, her temperament, and entire outfit were completely incompatible with Wang Yali's. A studded crop top revealed her toned midriff with visible obliques. On her waist, she had a small cat tattoo. Below, she wore ultra-short hot pants and fishnet stockings. Anyone who saw her would call her a little hooligan. Wang Yali, hearing Zhang Wanyu's words, looked pleased, but said this isn't good, let's forget it. She quickly refused Zhang Wanyu's suggestion. However, the more she refused, the angrier Zhang Wanyu became. In Zhang Wanyu's eyes, her sister was just too gentle, which led to this situation. She looked tall and imposing, but her heart was just like that of a petite 150 centimeters girl. When faced with injustice, she would at most scold others a few times, and then stop. As Wang Yali's best friend, Zhang Wanyu felt she had to take action. Zhang Wanyu patted her ample chest, and said to Wang Yali, don't worry about it. In the free America, a woman who plays the mistress is worthy of having a whole magazine emptied on her. I must get this bad blood out for you. But what if that girl didn't know my Yi? No ifs. How could brother Yiminga be the one chasing after this woman of the night? She must have seduced him, she's the mistress. The two chatted as they walked. Unknowingly, they had already walked quite far. They stopped at the entrance of S. Wanyu, you should buy some business attire first. After all, if you're going to work, your current outfit isn't really suitable, Wang Yali said. Zhang Wanyu nodded. She had returned from America to inherit the family business. The family had arranged a manager position for her, and it would be inappropriate not to dress professionally. With that thought, the two held hands and entered the boutique. As soon as they entered, a sales assistant came over to greet them. Two beautiful ladies, welcome to S. What can I help you with? I can give you an introduction. The sales assistant showed a professional smile. They didn't waste time and directly said, take us to the OL suit section. My sister wants to pick some business attire. Certainly, ladies, please follow me. The two sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time and had endless topics to talk about. They continued chattering away behind the sales assistant. Just then, Li Jiayu came out of the fitting room wearing another OL skirt suit. This set was quite sexy. The top was a white deep V blouse that magnified Li Jiayu's beautiful scenery infinitely. The bottom was a short pencil skirt with a small slit on the side reaching only 2/3 of the thigh. Li Jiayu was still lowering her head to fasten the skirt's buttons, unaware that 2 new customers had just walked over outside the fitting room. Accidentally, Li Jiayu bumped into Wang Yali. Ouch! Wang Yali was 10 centimeters taller than Li Jiayu, so naturally Li Jiayu was at a disadvantage in the collision, her nose hitting Wang Yali's arm. The pain almost brought tears to Li Jiayu's eyes. However, Li Jiayu was a very gentle girl, so naturally, she was the first to apologize. I'm sorry, I just came out of the fitting room and didn't see you. Li Jiayu apologized in a soft, sweet voice. That kind of voice, clearly that of a cute girl, neither forced nor pretentious, could charm both men and women. Wang Yali, who hadn't felt much, naturally turned around and said, No, I didn't. It's you. Wang Yali suddenly raised her voice. This made Li Jiayu freeze on the spot. That voice. Li Jiayu looked up and saw that it was indeed Miss Wang. What a small world. No, Li Jiayu wasn't her enemy. None of this had anything to do with Li Jiayu. Looking at Wang Yali, Li Jiayu smiled and greeted, Hello, Miss Wang. At this time, Zhang Wanyu also leaned over to look. When she saw Li Jiayu, her eyes lit up. Having lived in the free America for a long time, she directly said, Hey, this chick is pretty good looking. Is she your friend? Wang Yali looked at Zhang Wanyu and said, Wanyu, this is the girl I told you about. Which one? The one who seduced your man. Zhang Wanyu immediately said. Then Zhang Wanyu looked at Li Jiayu again, this time with a tinted lens. Instantly, her fiery temper flared up. You little bitch, playing the mistress and stealing my sister's man. After saying that, Zhang Wanyu was about to hit Li Jiayu. However, just as her hand reached out, it was grabbed by Yiminga. Yiminga had already noticed the two of them and hadn't expected them to actually cause trouble for Li Jiayu. So he acted decisively. What are you doing? Yiminga said. Brother Yi. Yiminga. Looking at the suddenly appearing hand, the two women looked over and exclaimed in surprise. Humph. Yiminga looked at them and flung Zhang Wanyu's hand back. Yi Minga was a bona fide strongman. With that one move, he directly hurt Zhang Wanya's hand. Wang Yali looked at Yi Minga and immediately came over to say, "Yi Minga, are you really taking this girl's side?" Looking at the two girls, Li Jiayu was instantly speechless. What was all this about? Day after day she had done nothing wrong, just working a part-time job. Not only was she trapped by Yi Minga, but she was also caught as a mistress. Where could she go to seek justice? She was the victim here. However, Li Jiayu remained silent. She had previously scrolled through Douyin and watched compilations of catching mistresses. At times like this, the more you explain, the less others believe you, and the worse you get beaten. This had nothing to do with her in the first place, so she wasn't going to explain anything. Time would naturally tell everything. Now that these two women were causing a scene, Li Jiayu suddenly thought maybe she could use their drama to avoid buying these clothes. With that thought, Li Jiayu spoke up, "Yi, about these clothes." "Buying clothes? No buying," Wang Yali immediately said upon hearing Li Jiayu's words. Especially seeing her seductive office lady outfit, she inwardly scorned Li Jiayu for dressing so provocatively. The other girl also chimed in to stop it. They assumed that coming here to buy clothes was a sign of Yi Minga keeping Li Jiayu as a mistress. Little did they know Li Jiayu was laughing inside upon hearing their words. Yes, that's it, Miss Wang, quickly stop Yi Minga. That way my money could be saved." However, Yi Minga seemed to ignore them. Instead he said, "Buying clothes, what's it got to do with you? Pack the set too." Li Jiayu keep trying on. Hearing Yi Ming's words, the salesgirls who were eating melon on the side were stunned. They had looked at the two fierce-looking girls and initially thought they were witnessing a scene of two best friends catching a mistress. But seeing the male lead's reaction, it seemed not what they had imagined. Was this girl number one tentatively considered the female lead unrelated to the male lead? The relationship between this cute girl and the male lead didn't seem improper either. Or perhaps it was the difference between ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend. The salesgirls were wildly filling in the gaps. A 50-episode TV drama had already emerged in their minds. At that moment, hearing Yi Ming's request, they immediately forced an ending and nodded, "Yes, sir." Li Jiayu was thus forced to continue back into the fitting room. The situation left the two girls dumbfounded. Even after all this, Yi Minga still wanted to buy clothes for this girl. Whoa, what had she Wang Yali done wrong? Was she so detestable to Yi Minga? Looking at her aggrieved best friend, Zhang Wanyu spoke up. "Yi Minga, the 20+ years of feelings between you and Yali, can't they compare to a girl you just met?" "Stop right there, Zhang Wanyu. I know you're Wang Yali's best friend and speak for her, but you need to get one thing straight. My relationship with Wang Yali is only good buddies, good friends. There has never been love. So where does 20+ years of feelings come from? As for Li Jiayu, for now I really like her. Understand?" Yi Minga said. "Jerk. Yali, let's go. I never thought your brother Yi would be such a person." Zhang Wanyu pulled Wang Yali to leave. As she passed the fitting room, she didn't forget to say a famous quote from Yi Minga to Li Jiayu inside. "For now I like her." Meaning after playing around, he won't like her anymore. You better watch out. Li Jiayu, who was still changing clothes inside, naturally heard Zhang Wanyu's words. She waved her hand. She wished Yi Minga would turn his attention to other girls right now. She just wanted to live a stable life. To put her sister through college, get a good job, and marry a good brother-in-law. As for herself, although she had become a girl, she still couldn't accept the idea of getting married. At least not yet. She was just a very ordinary girl. In this life, she didn't expect to marry into a wealthy family or achieve social mobility. As long as Yi Minga didn't fire her and let her continue this job paying 18,000 yuan, that would be fine. She would also do some other part-time jobs and save up 2 million. Go back to her hometown, spend 2 or 300,000 yuan to buy a small apartment, then find a relaxed clerical job, go home after work, lie flat, and play games. Wouldn't that be happy? Zhang Wanyu didn't know that the words she thought could mock Li Jiayu had no effect on her at all. They even added a buff to Li Jiayu. The two girls who left the counter no longer had the mood to continue shopping. They returned to a Maserati. Wang Yali directly lay on the steering wheel, feeling so wronged, she wanted to shed little pearls. As the good best friend, Zhang Wanyu saw her sister being treated like this, so she immediately took out her phone and made a call. "Hey, I'm looking for Longzai. Find me a few people. Yes, I want to make her know what regret means." Before Zhang Wanyu could finish her words, Wang Yali immediately stopped her. "Wanyu, what are you doing? You're not really going to find people to beat up that girl, are you? What else? She made you suffer such a big grievance. A beating is the least of it. If we were in the free United States, it wouldn't be just a simple beating." Zhang Wanyu replied directly. Having said that, she ignored Wang Yali's objections and directly told these people Li Jiayu's name and physical description, even sending a photo. This was a photo she had secretly taken at the a counter. This group, as one of the local snakes in the Magic City, naturally had ways to get Li Jiayu's home address and other information. No need for Zhang Wanyu to provide. Wang Yali watched Zhang Wanyu's smooth and seamless operation and suddenly felt very unfamiliar with her. She didn't expect that her good sister, after studying abroad in the free United States for 4 years, had turned into this. Her original intention was not to make such a big deal out of Li Jiayu's matter, or even to have someone beat her up. But for some reason, whenever she thought of Yi Minga protecting Li Jiayu, she felt very unhappy. Although she knew it was illegal, she didn't continue to stop Zhang Wanyu. Let's go grab something to eat first. Sister, rest assured your business is my business. I will definitely make that little bitch leave Yiming's side and bring him back to you. Zhang Wenyu said cheerfully. Wang Yali nodded and started the car. They left Baixiang City and headed for Jintai City. Meanwhile at the counter, Li Jiayu had already finished trying on all the clothes. The surrounding salesgirls looked on enviously as Yiminga helped Li Jiayu check out, totaling 210 yuan. That meant after buying these clothes, Li Jiayu not only wouldn't get yesterday's salary, but also owed Yiminga 170 yuan. 170,000 yuan. Li Jiayu would have to work 10 months without eating or drinking to pay it off. She was utterly devastated. Walking out of the counter, Yiminga looked like his scheme had succeeded. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu was feeling terrible. Yiminga walked in front, while Li Jiayu followed behind laden with bags. Watching Yiminga continue to browse so carefree with empty hands while her own hands were nearly red from the strain, she couldn't help but complain, "President, are you still planning to shop?" Yiminga watched her struggling expression, a smirk playing on his lips. He didn't know why, but he always felt a sense of satisfaction when teasing Li Jiayu. However, this time, he wasn't intentionally bullying her, it was just that they had been out for so long without eating. Of course there's no rush to go back. Yiminga said, "Aren't you hungry?" "Alright." Li Jiayu followed Yiminga to the 4th floor where they found a Zhujiang cuisine restaurant and had lunch before leaving Baixiang Mall. Their car was parked in the VIP spot. Li Jiayu had originally thought the parking fee would be exorbitant. Unexpectedly, it was completely free. But then she thought those who drove such cars were either rich or noble. Each visit involved tens of thousands in spending, and the mall had already profited heavily. It was reasonable for them to waive a trivial parking fee. Guided by the enthusiastic security guard, Li Jiayu's car drove out of the underground parking lot of Baixiang Mall. Just like when they arrived, the road back was smooth, and within 10-odd minutes they were back at the building. Back at the company again. It was already 2 in the afternoon. At this time, even the unreliable Yiminga immediately entered work mode. "By the way, Li Jiayu, add me on WeChat," Yiminga suddenly said to Li Jiayu. Startled Li Jiayu, who was still wiping the table, said, "Master, it's useless for you to add me on WeChat, let's just forget it." She quickly refused. Who knew what he wanted to use WeChat for? If it was for some improper purpose, then she would be better to refuse. Hearing Li Jiayu's words, Yiminga stood frozen in place. What was she thinking all day long? His face instantly showed displeasure, and he said, "This is work, understand?" Scolded, Li Jiayu embarrassedly took out her phone, found Yiming's avatar in the company group, and sent a friend request. After Yiminga approved, Li Jiayu was immediately pulled into a group with only 10 members. Yiminga, dear director, starting today, Li Jiayu officially assumes the position of president's assistant. From now on, she will coordinate all schedules. Market Lindingwen received. Li Jiayu, hello directorly. Operations Dai Hushing received. Li Jiayu, hello directorly. Finance Su Qiaojin received. Li Jiayu, hello directorly. A series of messages flooded the group, leaving Li Jiayu bewildered. What was going on? How did she suddenly become directorly? Especially when she saw a familiar name in the group, Li Dongming from the development department. Li Jiayu's former direct superior, the one who was scolded this morning. Back then he had really screwed her over. He transferred her to the previous position where she was in charge of a module alone, doing the work of several people, and had to work 2 extra hours every day to finish. The worst part was that he didn't even apply for overtime pay for her. Clearly overtime for regular work like this could be compensated. Unexpectedly, now Li Jiayu was actually above him. Truly fate plays tricks. To be honest, this sudden leap in status felt pretty good. Li Jiayu being mentioned by everyone couldn't stay silent. After all, she would be working in the boss office and would inevitably run into them again. She casually replied in the group, which counted as a response. After the group quieted down, Yiminga then issued a notice for a meeting in half an hour. Then he said to Li Jiayu, "Li Jiayu, go check the conference room and make sure it's tidy. The cleaning lady has already cleaned it once. If it's not up to standard, have them redo it. Meeting in half an hour. Remember, not a single mistake is allowed." Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu immediately nodded. She was capable of this kind of work. Back in university, she had been in the student union and helped arrange many meetings and parties. There was no need for Yiminga to explain anything else. Seeing that Yiminga had no other instructions, Li Jiayu left the office and went downstairs to the executive conference room. This kind of high-level conference room was very easy to manage. There were only a dozen chairs, and the rest were decorations, medals, trophies, and pennants. Li Jiayu checked everything and found no issues. Then she turned on the air conditioner, projector, and other necessary equipment. She also placed a bottle of purified water in front of each seat. After ensuring there were no other oversights. Next, it was time to wait for the executives to arrive. Time ticked by. With 10 minutes left, the executives began to trickle into the conference room. Seeing Li Jiayu already waiting inside, they were first surprised. After all, she had been working here for 2 years. They had all seen her more or less, but back then she was dressed in men's clothing, so they couldn't immediately recall. They just thought she was too young. Staring at a girl was not a good habit. So after one glance, they respectfully said, "Director Li, please come in, directors. The president will be here shortly." Hearing Li Jiayu's words, the directors nodded and took their seats according to their usual positions. One director wanted to exchange a few words with his neighbor as they usually did. After all, they could communicate a bit before the president arrived to avoid being unclear when the president asked questions. Just as he started to speak, another director beside him signaled him. Perplexed, he looked at him, then quickly understood. He immediately shut his mouth. This new assistant to the president, Li Jiayu, who knew what her status really was. Better not let her know. With 5 minutes to go before the meeting, everyone had arrived. When Li Dongming entered, he took a longer look at Li Jiayu. He still couldn't remember where he had seen this girl before. Just as he sat down, the marketing director beside him whispered, "Old Li, do you know that girl?" "No, I don't, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere. She seems like she used to be a staff member of our group." Li Dongming said. "Really? But I don't seem to have a Li Jiayu in my department." "Why don't you check yours?" replied the marketing director. "Let me see. My department is all monks, no girls." However, when he opened the WeChat group, he was stunned. His department indeed had an employee named Li Jiayu. Li Dongming saw this situation. He immediately compared it with the profile picture and WeChat ID of the president's assistant in the director group. They were exactly the same. Only then did Li Dongming recall that he had once transferred Li Jiayu's position. The reason for the transfer was a recommendation from one of his subordinates, a supervisor, who said she was a hard worker, always willing to take on the toughest tasks. Damn, he had been set up. She must remember his earlier arrangement. The position was meant for 3 people, but he had assigned only her. Worst of all, she was a young woman. The supervisor hadn't mentioned that. Realizing this, Li Dongming was certain she held a grudge against him. He muttered to himself, "No, I need to find a time to give this girl some gifts." While Li Dongming was still imagining what might happen next, the protagonist Li Jiayu, though resentful, had no idea how to retaliate. Soon the 30th minute arrived. Yiminga entered the meeting room precisely on time. He walked straight to the central seat and sat down without hesitation. At his gesture, Li Jiayu took a seat at the side and pulled out her notebook to take meeting minutes. It was only then that she realized Yiming's true prowess. He had an impeccable grasp of the company's affairs and acted with decisive efficiency. Moreover, under his stewardship over the past 2 years, the company had risen from the top 100 in Shanghai to the top 10. Even the veteran directors who had decades of experience dared not act presumptuously before him. Yiminga was more formidable than his father. Li Jiayu hadn't noticed this before, only that he was very domineering. The meeting soon concluded. Though Yiminga had spoken little, he had gained a complete understanding of the company's recent developments. He had already issued the latest work directives. Watching the directors leave with dejected expressions, Li Jiayu, though not involved, could sense their immense pressure. It seemed that regardless of one's position, everyone had their own burdens. As the directors departed, Li Dongming glanced back at Li Jiayu. He shook his phone, signaling her to check it. However, Li Jiayu felt that Li Dongming's intentions were far from benign. Could it be that he knew she had once been a man? Was he trying to blackmail her? With that thought, Li Jiayu decisively opened WeChat, tapped on Li Dongming's profile picture, and deleted him. After doing so, she clapped her hands. "Trying to threaten me? No way." Back in Yiming's office, she had just sat down. When Yiminga said to her, "Let me see the meeting minutes you just recorded." Hearing his serious tone, Li Jiayu quickly opened her notebook and placed it before him for review. Yiminga leaned and closed, looking at the minutes she had handed over. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed. "You should write it like this next time, and also here." Since this was her own responsibility, Li Jiayu didn't slack off. She leaned to the right to examine the issues he pointed out. However, for some reason, as Yiminga spoke, he moved directly behind her and took her hand to make corrections on the minutes. Watching his actions, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes. This Yiminga had only been serious for a moment. Why did he become so frivolous when it came to her? He really couldn't take praise. Just then, Li Dongming, who had left the meeting room earlier, came up to report on the project progress. Seeing the two in the office, his slit-like eyes widened in shock. So they really were involved. No wonder she had leaped from a low-level project employee to the president's assistant. Wasn't this the classic story of a palace maid becoming empress? And he had offended her. Now, Li Dongming was completely numb. He cursed the supervisor's mother once more. If not for him, he wouldn't have chosen Li Jiayu for the transfer. Now that she had moved up, her original position was vacant. Since that was the case, he would directly assign the position to that supervisor as an additional duty and forbid him from hiring any low-level employees to cover it. With that thought, assuming Li Jiayu and Yiminga wouldn't finish so soon, he edited a message on WeChat and sent it. He did this partly to vent his anger and partly to show Li Jiayu that he was making amends. Since she was still in the group, she could see all his arrangements there. Perhaps this would lessen her resentment toward him. Li Dongming waited outside the door for a while. Only then did Yiminga finish revising the meeting minutes for Li Jiayu. Her hand had even become sweaty from his grip. Even Yiminga himself didn't understand why he had acted this way. He just felt like teasing and getting close to Li Jiayu. Seeing the two separate, Li Dongming, being an experienced man, didn't rush in immediately. Instead, he stepped back a few paces, then walked back and knocked. He waited a minute or two before entering. He wanted to create the illusion of having just arrived. After all, he had been through a similar situation himself. Once someone had burst in and scared him so badly that he ended up in the hospital's urology department. Money was one thing, but disturbing the boss' pleasure would be unforgivable. At that moment he knocked on the glass door. Hearing the knock, Jiayu was startled. The pen in her hand fell to the floor. However, she composed herself quickly. She was now far away from Yiminga, and they hadn't done anything wrong, so why fear others? With that thought, Jiayu checked her appearance, and then busied herself with other tasks. Li Dongming entered at that moment, first nodding to Jiayu, then began his report to Yiminga. After pouring a cup of tea for Li Dongming, Jiayu glanced at the time. She hadn't expected it to already be 4 p.m. There was only 1 hour left before work ended. She hoped that Bald Li would take a long time with his report, preferably a full hour. Whether it was because he heard Li Jiayu's silent wish, or because the report truly required that much time, Li Dongming did indeed talk for an hour. When he finally left, it was already 5 p.m. Seeing the time, Li Jiayu immediately grabbed her coat, ready to leave. Yiminga watched her carrying a large bag and several smaller ones. "Are you taking all that back? Can you carry it all?" he asked. Li Jiayu rolled her eyes. It was all his fault for buying so much. Let me drive you home," Yiminga said, not waiting for her refusal. He took the bags and pulled her out of the office. Modu, Qingyun Road New Village. Originally a resettlement village for immigrants. Unfortunately, the village had few native residents and a prime location, making it a paradise for migrant workers. The locals, however, lived a life of collecting rent from 2 or 3 buildings each. Several streets together housed 50,000 migrant workers, truly a modern slum. At this moment, in one of the buildings, a dozen tattooed youths sat on several worn-out sofas. Some stood by the windows, smoking and gazing at the passers-by through the haze. Especially young women. They dared not miss even 1 or 2. Boss, the higher-ups, said to teach this girl a lesson. "Can we? Never mind that just looking at the photo, the brothers are already hard. Alright, I heard this time we're dealing with a mistress." Hitting a mistress, we're the righteous army. What's there to fear? The wife's got our backs. Have your fun, just remember to toss a few $100 at her when you leave. Got it? The boss knows how to play. Brilliant. Just then, at the entrance of Qingyun Road, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan appeared. The car slowly came to a stop at the intersection. The road was too narrow, blocked entirely by shared bikes and modified electric scooters. Small cars couldn't move in or out at all. The flashy vehicle naturally drew everyone's attention, as the most lowly migrant workers in Modu when they saw Li Jiayu step out of the car. The passers-by were all green with envy, especially since Li Jiayu was quite pretty. It made everyone sour. One woman, barely a 3 out of 10, said acidly, another girl choosing the shortcut of decades. "I bet there's an old man in the car, 70 or 80 years old. If not for her voice and long hair, one would have taken her for a man. Shameless woman. I'd rather work 16 hours a day on an assembly line than sell myself like that," said another chubby girl. The chubby girl finished. Beside her, a pale, dark-eyed loser chimed in, "Oh, her. I've had to go. 600 a night, any position you want." The moment those words left his mouth, another drooling loser immediately pressed, "Bro, you serious? Got a contact? I want to try." Hearing this, the braggart was momentarily speechless. But he quickly made up an excuse. "You play a woman and move on. Who keeps her number? Ask her yourself if you want." "Bro, you're bullshitting, right? 600 for that quality." Everyone was gossiping, especially the ugly women and losers. They boasted endlessly. Of course, Li Jiayu, far away, couldn't hear a word. If she did, she'd definitely call the police. At that moment, Yiminga sat in the car surveying the surroundings. Filthy, chaotic, a den of thieves. That was his first impression. Seeing Li Jiayu living in such a place, especially noticing the tattooed men crouching by the roadside smoking cheap cigarettes and occasionally leering at her. Yiminga felt this was no good place. Fortunately, he had a collapsible baton in the armrest, which gave him some confidence. Besides, he owned a security company. A single call could summon backup. The others standing around didn't look like decent folk. Could a pretty girl be safe in this environment? Thinking this, Yiminga pressed the emergency signal in the car. Better safe than sorry. He truly feared Li Jiayu might get hurt. Yiminga looked at her and said, "You live in a place like this?" "Yeah, it's great. Close to work, cheap. Only 400 a month with a kitchen and bathroom." "You wouldn't believe it," Li Jiayu replied. She seemed proud of finding such a bargain, as if she'd gotten a steal. Yiminga frowned at her words. 400 yuan. Less than his gas for 2 days. What kind of decent place could that rent? The neighborhood was a mix of all sorts. She might not even know if something happened. He couldn't rest easy with her living here. He decided at once to make her move. "A girl like you living here, am not at ease. I have an empty apartment. It's sitting idle anyway, so you can take it." "This? No need. I'm fine here. It's not dangerous. Most are migrant workers busy making money. As long as I'm careful, it's no problem." Yiminga and Li Jiayu were still talking. Upstairs, the tattooed men also spotted the Rolls-Royce. "Monkey, a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce actually came into our shithole," a fat man said. The skinny one called Monkey kept playing with his phone without looking up. "Impossible. It's probably just passing through." The fat man kept staring at the luxury car, his eyes full of envy. When he heard the skinny man's disbelief, he patted him and continued, "Not passing. It stopped. And a girl got out. TSK. Annoyed by the pushing, Monkey looked up toward the direction. "A woman who rides in a Rolls-Royce living here? You kidding? Maybe she's a mistress. Mistress? Isn't that exactly who we're looking for? Quick check. Hearing Monkey's words, the group of tattooed men rushed to the window. One look, and sure enough the woman by the Rolls Royce was their target. Holy shit, it really is her. Should we go down now? What a stupid question. We're righteous men catching a mistress. It's only natural. Hey Monkey, bring the camera. We'll record while we catch her. They grabbed their gear and headed downstairs. They'd been waiting all afternoon. If she slipped away, the wait would be for nothing. They ran fast. Just as they came out of the stairwell, an old woman happened to be pouring out water. The water splashed directly onto their faces. It was water used to wash a baby's bottom, yellowish and pungent. The men noticed the strange smell, saw a pile of diapers nearby, and immediately vomited. Fuck. Dumping a shit basin on me. Damn it, it stinks. The old woman was about to curse back, but seeing so many men, she chickened out. She darted back inside and slammed the door shut with a bang. Their boss, seeing this, said, "We'll deal with her later. First the real business." Fuck. Let's go. At this moment Jiayu looked at Yiminga and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've lived here for 2 years and very familiar with it. They're all ordinary working people, no bad guys." Jiayu subconsciously still thought of herself as a boy. Besides, she had no money, so she wasn't afraid at all. After speaking, Jiayu motioned for Yiminga to open the trunk, preparing to take their things upstairs. But just then a group of street thugs ran over from a distance, shouting, "Stop, right there." The sudden sound startled Jiayu. Watching their approach, the naive girl stood frozen in place, thinking to herself, could they be coming for me? What's going on? Before Jiayu could react, Yiminga pulled her into the car. With a bang, the door slammed shut. The moment the door closed, the thugs had already reached the front of the vehicle. Facing so many street thugs, Yiming's worst fears had come true. He couldn't understand how such a situation could occur in a society governed by law. What were the local law enforcement doing? But now was not the time to dwell on that. The arriving thugs surrounded Jiayu and the Rolls-Royce, reaching for the door handles to drag her out. "Who are you people?" Jiayu asked, fearfully looking outside. Seeing her delicate appearance, they grew even more excited, fantasizing about how they would torment her after dragging her away. One of them shouted arrogantly, "Who am I? You mistress, get out of the car. You dare to be someone's mistress, but you don't dare to get out." "That's right, we're here to catch the mistress. Everyone come and see, this shameless woman is a mistress. We're catching the mistress. Open the door, don't think you can hide by not opening it." Bang bang bang. Get out now. Bang 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 bang. They pounded on the windows and doors, shouting loudly, trying to attract a crowd. The onlookers, seeing so many menacing figures, all backed away. When they heard the word mistress, they excitedly gathered around. A scandal. Time to join the fun. Catching a mistress. This kind of gossip was the best. As for why the main female protagonist wasn't there, the onlookers didn't care. As long as the gossip was juicy. Gazing at Jiayu and Yiminga inside the car, some of the earlier jealous onlookers spoke up. "I told you she wasn't a good person, see? She really is a mistress. Shameless mistress, let's go over and curse her together. Let's go, ha." Facing the massive crowd and their loud shouts, Jiayu was stunned. She had no idea what to do, trembling all over. As someone who had always been honest and well-behaved, Jiayu had never encountered such a scene. Even Duyin's algorithm would never push this kind of plot to her. She tightly gripped Yiming's hand, finding comfort only in that. "Don't be afraid." Yiminga pulled Jiayu into his arms. He was furious. While comforting her, he began to survey the surroundings. Even though the thugs couldn't harm them, they were determined to harass them here. They continued shouting and yelling outside. Seeing this, Yiminga was very glad he had called his security company earlier. Otherwise, even with his training, he would have been at a disadvantage against so many street thugs. Most importantly, if a fight broke out, he might not be able to protect Jiayu. Let them continue their arrogance for a while. Yiminga held Jiayu inside the car, not going out. Seeing their cowardice, the people outside grew even bolder. Some onlookers even held up their phones, filming and saying, "Sharing some gossip today. This Rolls-Royce has a husband with his mistress. Shameless mistress, everyone come and see." Fortunately, the car had privacy glass. They could see inside, but their phones couldn't capture the interior. At such close range, Jiayu was now exposed to the entire city of Modu. In just a minute, the crowd around the Rolls-Royce grew larger. Even delivery drivers stopped their deliveries parked nearby and pulled out their phones to record. A combination of a luxury car and a beautiful woman easily attracted a crowd. Even some online streamers, hearing about the scandal, came to ride the trend. For a moment, Qingyun Road New Village was exceptionally lively. Gossipers and streamers all crowded together. However, despite the rising hype, the thugs still couldn't do anything to Jiayu and Yiminga. One lackey, whose hands were numb from pounding helplessly, asked his boss, "Boss, the woman won't get out. What do we do?" Seeing the situation, the boss gritted his teeth and said, "If she won't get out, then we smash the car." Smash the car. "Boss, this is a Rolls-Royce. Do we have enough money?" Another lackey said in fright. "Thighs, a luxury car makes it invincible," the boss said in astonishment. "How about we smash the car and run?" another lackey suggested. As soon as he finished, another lackey smacked him on the head. "We're here to catch a mistress, not to cause trouble. Right, boss?" The boss stood frozen. He suddenly realized they really couldn't do anything to the two of them. But just then a few Mercedes-Benz cars approached from a distance honking their horns. With heavy screeching brakes they sped over, forcing the crowd to step back in fright. When the cars stopped, dozens of men in black suits and sunglasses got out. They rushed to Yiming's side and surrounded the instigating street thugs. As Yiming's security company, they had recruited retired soldiers whose strength naturally surpassed that of the street thugs. "What are you doing? I'm catching a mistress. Don't lay a hand on me, or I'll sue you for provocation." The boss, thinking he was on the side of justice, wasn't afraid at all. Seeing their boss so arrogant, the lackeys also grew bold, shouting along with him. The surrounding onlookers joined in as well. Now, as the protagonists of this farce, Yiminga led Jiayu out of the car. As they stepped out, everyone's gaze shifted to them. The black-suited security guards immediately formed a protective circle around them. Yet discordant voices still came from the crowd. "So this is the mistress. She looks so good but still does this kind of thing. Tisk tisk, she relies on her looks to latch onto a rich man. No wonder she's not bad-looking." As they finished speaking, a few security guards walked over and dragged them out. "What are you doing? She's a mistress and I can't say that. I've already called the police. Let's see if you dare touch me." Jiayu was also furious. She couldn't help but step forward to the two women and shouted, "You're slandering me. When did I ever become a mistress? Shut up." Yet these women naturally were not ones to let things slide. Knowing they were there to catch a mistress, they still spoke arrogantly. "Only you know if that's true or not. I'm telling you, I've already called the police. Move aside or I'll sue you for false imprisonment." "Exactly, you shameless thing. When I was your age, I was a proper well-behaved girl. Never even touched a man's hand. But you. Tsk tisk, you've seen quite a bit, haven't you?" Listening to these women, Jiayu was so angry she couldn't speak. As an introverted young woman, she was no match for the verbal onslaught of these older women. In one exchange, she was trembling all over, her chest heaving with fury. Seeing this, Yiminga pulled her back and said to Jiayu, "You said this place was safe. If I had left just now, they would have torn you apart." Jiayu hadn't expected this to happen. She shrank back in fear, her feminine nature making her vulnerable and sensitive. She nodded and said, "Thank you, President Yi. All right, leave the rest to me." Yiminga pulled Jiayu behind him to protect her. Then he stepped forward and said to the ringleader, "Tell me who sent you." The leader stared at Yiminga. He didn't back down, saying, "What do you mean, who sent me? I'm here to catch a mistress, that's all." The other lackeys chimed in, "We're just here to catch a mistress. You look decent enough, why do such a shameless thing? Bah, we just can't stand seeing this. We're taking a stand for justice." Fine, you won't talk, huh?" Yiminga couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Catching a mistress. Just an excuse. With so many people around, he couldn't do much to them, but if there were no witnesses or cameras. Even so, his legal team would teach them a lesson. So all the security guards held them in place, preventing them from leaving. They continued to curse and shout. Just then the officers responsible for coordinating with Yiming's security company arrived. They took in the scene as soon as they got there. The lead officer approached Yiminga and asked, "President Yi, what's going on here? Why all the commotion?" Yiminga replied, "Nothing serious. These people are restricting my movement and attempted to harm my woman suspected of trafficking women." The leader immediately explained, "Officer, don't listen to him. We're law-abiding citizens. We're just here to catch a mistress." "Yes, we're here to catch a mistress." "Catch a mistress?" The officer was taken aback by their explanation, then smiled. "You're here to catch a mistress?" "Yes, officer, with so many witnesses, we're not lying. The internet is transparent now, so surely you're not going to side with them, officer." The young thugs, believing they held the moral high ground, continued to be stubborn. Meanwhile, internet streamers nearby were broadcasting the scene live. They were all riding the wave of popularity. Some viewers even recognized Yiminga and shared the video, pushing the trend to new heights. After all, in Shanghai, Yiminga in his 20s was the president of a major corporation. He frequently attended business events. With his handsome looks, tall stature, and wealth, he was the epitome of a rich, handsome, and eligible bachelor in Shanghai. Though not as famous as entertainment stars, he had a fair share of admirers. These admirers shared one common trait: they all wanted to marry Yiminga. Now, seeing the live stream claiming he had a mistress, they swarmed in like sharks drawn to blood, flooding the chat with comments. "Brother Yi is keeping a mistress. My perfect image of him is shattered, boo-hoo. Damn it, which woman stole my brother Yi? Where's the address? I need to go see. Down with the mistress. Give us back our brother Yi." Among the torrent of comments, a few voices of doubt were quickly drowned out. These comments questioned the situation. After all, Yiminga had never mentioned having a girlfriend, so how could there be a mistress? This was definitely suspicious. But these doubts disappeared without a trace in the flood of comments. The gossipers soon escalated from cursing Jiayu to cursing the police, and the topic shot to #1 on Weibo in Shanghai. Even Douyin was flooded with reposts of the farce. Soon, while having dinner with Zhang Wanyuan, Yali received a notification on her phone. Seeing the words, Yiminga, she clicked on it out of curiosity. Shocking. Minga Group CEO Yiminga caught sending his mistress home red-handed. Dozens of concerned citizens intercept. What was going on? When did brother Yi have a mistress? Curious, Wang Yali clicked in. She saw the scene of over a dozen people surrounding the Rolls-Royce and the arrival of the police. Multiple angles captured everything. Wang Yali was stunned. Though she disliked Li Jiayu, this wasn't the way to handle it. She looked at Zhang Wanyu, who was still eating, and pushed her phone over, saying, "Did you do this?" "Huh." Zhang Wanyu looked up from her meal, glanced at the phone, and then smiled. "Girl, I'm just helping you blow off some steam. This is too much. Who did you hire?" "A bunch of thugs." "You." "Relax, they wouldn't dare do anything serious, just a little harassment." Zhang Wanyu said, nonchalantly, believing that as long as no one died it was minor. In their free America, this was just a small scuffle. Seeing Zhang Wanyu's indifference, Wang Yali couldn't sit still and dragged her outside. "Hey, where are you taking me?" "To Brother Yes' place, to apologize." Meanwhile, as the farce escalated, the police decided it couldn't continue. They loaded all the thugs into their vehicles, and at Yi Ming's request the stubborn onlookers were also taken away. Those who had cursed Li Jiayu so harshly would now pay the price. Even as they were taken away, they still insisted they were right, arguing stubbornly. At the police station and inside Manga Group's headquarters, Yi Ming's legal team was called in by their director for overtime. Their goal that day was to see all these people locked up. At the same time, just as Yi Minga and his group left, Wang Yali dragged Zhang Wanyu to the scene. In the end, they were too late. After finishing the statement, the two of them came out at 9 p.m. Yi Minga, seeing Li Jiayu still shaken, said, "Let's not go back today. They'll take you to my vacant house." Li Jiayu agreed this time, neither willing nor daring to refuse. The events of the day were still vivid in her mind. She never imagined that the rental she had lived in for so long would turn into a nightmare, just because her gender had changed. Even now, the thought of returning there filled her with dread. Yet her belongings in that room were nothing more than a few changes of clothes and an 80-year-old laptop. Nothing she couldn't part with. Getting into Yi Ming's car, they soon left the law enforcement bureau and headed toward the affluent district of Mojing. The distance was not far, and they quickly arrived at a villa complex beside a vast artificial lake. Li Jiayu had once seen this place on a flyer when she was doing part-time work handing out leaflets. The average price was about 250 yuan per square meter. As the car stopped at the entrance, a young security guard from the booth immediately came out. For safety, this villa complex had no automated license plate recognition. Instead, all entries required manual confirmation. When the guard recognized Yi Minga, he promptly saluted him with respect, then signaled to his colleague inside to open the gate. Thus they entered the complex. The level of security here was a world apart from the slum Li Jiayu had lived in. The disparity was stark. Staring through the window at the rows of opulent villas, she was utterly stunned. If she guessed correctly, each villa must be worth at least 100 million yuan. And this was what Yi Minga called a vacant house. Li Jiayu was dumbfounded. In a daze, the car slowed down in front of one villa that looked even more breathtaking than the others. Just then Yi Minga said to her, "We're here. From today you'll stay in this place." As the car arrived, the electric gate slowly opened. "President Yi, this is the house you mentioned." "Well, isn't it much better than your previous place?" Yi Minga said with a smile. Yes, Li Jiayu could only utter that single word after a long pause. Much better. Her old place could probably only buy 2 potted plants in this villa, but such a huge house would be no easy task to maintain. She couldn't bear to waste such a fine property due to her inability to care for it. She had originally thought it would be a 100-square-meter apartment with 2 bedrooms. That would have been more than enough. But this villa far exceeded her imagination. She felt like a country bumpkin who couldn't appreciate the refined life of the big city. Living alone in such a luxurious house would make her feel very insecure. To put it bluntly, she was afraid of ghosts. Just as she was about to speak, an auntie came out from inside. Seeing Yi Minga, the auntie immediately said, "Boss, you're back." Yi Minga nodded, and then said to her, "Auntie Mo, from now on Li Jiayu will be staying here. Whatever she needs, you follow her arrangements. When I'm not here, she's the mistress of this house." Hearing this, the auntie replied, "Promptly understood, boss." She looked at the young Li Jiayu with a warm maternal smile. She had been taking care of this villa for over a year now. Yi Minga only came back once every few days, and this was the first time he had brought a girl here. It was clear that this girl held a special place in his heart. Perhaps she would be the future lady of the house. Even if they weren't married, yet it seemed likely soon. Knowing she couldn't afford to neglect this future mistress, the auntie immediately said to Li Jiayu with a smile, "Miss, please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." You." Li Jiayu was speechless. So Yi Minga had even hired a maid. The words died on her lips. In the end, she decided she would only stay here for a few days until she found a suitable place to move. But she hadn't considered before. Now that she was a woman, she couldn't live in a shabby urban village anymore. The thought of renting a proper apartment with rent tripled made her heart ache. She had no money left at all. Yi Minga had forced her to buy hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of clothes, and she didn't even know if she'd have to pay him back. That 40,000 was definitely gone. Boo-hoo. Being a woman was such a hassle. Expenses were much higher than before. Seeing Li Jiayu lost in thought, Auntie Mo hesitated to disturb her. Out of professional duty, she finally asked, "Miss Boss, have you had dinner? Shall I prepare something?" Before Li Jiayu could answer, Yi Minga said, "Just make something simple." "Yes, boss." With that, Auntie Mo headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yi Minga led Li Jiayu to one of the larger rooms in the villa. Yi Minga said, "From today, this room is yours." Li Jiayu, looking at the scene, felt a pang of nostalgia. She was reminded of what had happened at the KTV. Yiminga seemed to read her worry. He pressed her against the wall. Don't worry, you'll be leaving soon. That day I had too much to drink. I won't force you again. But of course if you want I might reluctantly. Li Jiayu was deeply moved by his words at first. Until she heard the last part. She rolled her eyes. Who would want that with you? Yiminga chuckled, stepped back, and waved his hand. Alright, settle in comfortably. Oh, and don't think about leaving after a few days. I need someone to look after this house. I can pay you 20,000 a month. How about that? You can't refuse now. Remember, you still owe me over 100,000 for those clothes. You'll have to work as a housekeeper for at least a year to pay off that debt. Yiminga immediately shut down all the arguments Li Jiayu had been about to make. This was too absurd. What decent person would pay 20,000 just to watch a house? You might as well say you're keeping me as a mistress for 20,000 a month. I was only earning 18,000 as your executive assistant. But since Yiminga was willing to pay, Li Jiayu wasn't one to be overly pretentious. She gladly accepted. After settling everything, Yiminga left the room and went downstairs. Seeing him, Auntie Mo said, "Boss, dinner is ready. Please wait a moment. Auntie Mo, please send the meal to the second floor. I'm going back now. Take care of her. Boss, won't you stay for dinner? No, I have things to do." With that, Yiminga left the villa. Still in a daze, Li Jiayu heard the sound of the car engine starting and driving away. She looked out from the window. Yiminga hadn't lied to her, he had truly left. For some reason, she felt a bit disappointed. Li Jiayu felt a trace of disappointment. The next day, after a night's rest, Li Jiayu was fully revived. When she opened her eyes and looked at the magnificent villa, she still felt a bit dazed. She never expected to be living in such a luxurious house. Recalling that just 2 days ago she had woken up in a rented room smelling of mildew, it all felt somewhat unreal. After getting up, Li Jiayu also noticed that the clothes she had left by the bathroom door for washing had been taken away. In their place was the business attire she had bought yesterday. To be honest, Li Jiayu was quite resistant to clothes that accentuated feminine beauty. She had intended to see if there were any other clothes to wear. But when she opened the wardrobe, she gave up struggling. One wardrobe contained the business suits she had tried on yesterday, and beside them were the undergarments purchased together. The other wardrobe contained only dresses and swimsuits with no everyday clothes at all. Li Jiayu casually glanced at them. All were garments that fit her figure perfectly. She couldn't tell whether it was because her physique was so good or whether Yiminga had specially ordered them for her to wear. What a scheming boy. Anyway, there was nothing suitable for work. Forget it, she might as well wear this business attire. After washing up, Li Jiayu first took off her nightgown. When she saw her astonishing figure in the mirror of the dressing room, she couldn't help but marvel that she might have been specially favored by the goddess Nuwa. Isn't this figure much better than those suggestive streamers she had seen on Douyin before? Seeing beautiful things always brings joy. After calming her mood, Li Jiayu finally put on the business attire. Her fair slender legs were sheathed in a pair of black Balenciaga stockings that reached up to the inside of her pencil skirt. Then she put on a pair of low-heeled, pointed black leather shoes. This time Li Jiayu dressed quickly. As the saying goes, once is strange, twice is familiar. From yesterday to today, she had tried on dozens of outfits, so she was naturally adept. She looked at herself in the mirror again. Li Jiayu's face flushed. This dress was too. Well, anyway, since her offending tools had been confiscated, she might as well stop looking. It would only cause more trouble. After tidying up her appearance, she finally left the bedroom. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Li Jiayu's leather shoes hitting the floor reached downstairs. Before she even reached the staircase, Li Jiayu could already smell the aroma of breakfast. At that moment, Animo also heard the sound of Li Jiayu coming downstairs and immediately said, "Miss, you're awake. Breakfast is ready." Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu quickly replied, Okay, thank you, Animo. Don't mention it, it's my job." Animo, while working, looked at Li Jiayu. When she saw Li Jiayu coming down in her business attire, even Animo, who was nearly 50 years old, was stunned on the spot. Looking at Li Jiayu's face and figure, she thought it was the best she had seen in decades, bar none. No wonder she had captured the boss' heart. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. If my son could marry a daughter-in-law like you, I would go to my grave smiling." After hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu's pretty face flushed, and she immediately said, "Aunt Mo, you flatter me. I'm not as good as you say. I'm nearly 50, why would I lie to you? By the way, my son also works at your company. Do you know him, miss?" Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu asked while eating breakfast, "Who is it?" "My son's name is Zhang. If he does anything wrong at the company, you must tell me," Animo said with a smile. However, when Animo said that name, Li Jiayu choked on her food. "Who?" "Zhang." Hearing this, Li Jiayu froze on the spot. She suddenly felt that the world was too small. Zhang Yi had once been a good friend of hers. But now Li Jiayu had changed, and she couldn't be friends with him anymore. Thinking of this, Li Jiayu suddenly remembered that when she had opened WeChat earlier, she seemed to have seen many messages from Zhang Yi. She had been too busy to read them before. Since there was still some time before work, she decided to see what he had said. When Li Jiayu opened WeChat, she was dumbfounded. "Bro, you're really desperate." The more she read, the more shocked she became. "Oh my god, I just fell down yesterday, and you pulled me up, and now you're dropping a bombshell like this, eh? Li Jiayu felt that her tolerance was quite strong, but after seeing Zhang Yi's barrage of messages, she couldn't hold it together anymore. She originally wanted to reply to Zhang Yi telling him to face reality and stop dreaming. But she was afraid that he would become depressed if she said that. Forget it, she would pretend she hadn't seen it and let him daydream. Li Jiayu raised her head and looked at Aunt Mo, who was still working. She wanted to remind her to tell her son not to have illusions about that girl, but she was afraid of causing some trouble. Never mind. Li Jiayu put down her chopsticks and said to Aunt Mo, Aunt Mo, I'm full. I'm going to work. Please clean up the table. No problem, miss, will take care of it. By the way, the boss asked me to remind you that there's no public transportation from here to the company. He said you can go to the basement and drive one of the cars. The keys are in a box on the right side of the basement. He has already put the key to a more low-key car for you. Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu thanked her. Then she left the dining room and headed toward the garage. Since the villa had only 3 floors above ground and 1 basement, there was no elevator. Fortunately, the stairs to each area were near the living room, so she didn't have to walk far. When Li Jiayu went down to the basement and got the key, she was stunned. Looking at the Porsche key in her hand, she thought, you call this a low-key car? How out of touch. Damn rich people. After muttering to herself, she walked into the basement with the Porsche key. As soon as she entered the basement, the motion sensor lights automatically turned on. Li Jiayu immediately retracted her previous words. Looking at the cars in the basement, Bugattis, Bentleys, Lamborghinis, cars she had only seen at auto shows before, there were several of them parked here. The most low-key one was indeed this Porsche 911. When Li Jiayu drove the red Porsche 911 to the intersection of the company building, she happened to encounter other colleagues also coming into work. She originally wanted to greet them. Unexpectedly, she heard some unpleasant words behind her. Look, isn't that the mistress who was all over the internet yesterday in that red Porsche? Hey, keep your voice down, don't let her hear. She's come to work today? Could there be another side to the story? Who knows? Which department is she in? Does anyone know? No idea. After hearing this, Li Jiayu wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She had thought that yesterday's incident hadn't attracted much attention. She thought it would blow over in one night. Unexpectedly, people in her own company already knew about it. At least they didn't know she was the former Li Jiayu. After all, a man turning into a woman. Those who didn't know would think he had gone to Thailand for surgery. If that were the case, Li Jiayu would really consider wearing a mask to work. She quickly parked the car next to Yi Ming's spot, and to avoid contact with others, she took Yi Ming's private elevator directly upstairs. The colleagues who were still in the elevator were still buzzing about what had just happened. Although some joined in cursing Li Jiayu, most were relatively rational and did not immediately take sides. A few rational colleagues said to those who were cursing, things on the internet are often unclear, it's best not to take sides too quickly. Just watch the drama. What if there's a twist? Hearing their words, a woman gave a cold snort. She was heavily made up, touching up her makeup with an eyebrow pencil as she said, what twist? I can tell at a glance she's a little slut. How does she even have the face to come here? What a bitch. However, after she spoke, no one responded. Everyone's gaze turned to her. Others might be excused, but this woman's own private life was a mess, yet she had the nerve to talk about others. Even a dog was cleaner than her. After she opened her mouth, the entire elevator fell silent. Another girl couldn't stand it and spoke up. What's wrong? Are you jealous? She's making a living with her own skills. If you have the ability, do it too. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're getting old and ugly. You dislike yourself even looking in the mirror, right? Hearing this, the older woman was displeased. She immediately retorted, what did you say, you little bitch? What are you that kind of person too? But I don't think you have the skills. You'd be lucky to find a decent man to marry. At that moment, Zhang Yi, standing in the corner, was trembling all over. He had also seen the news yesterday. The woman being called a mistress was exactly the girl he had helped up yesterday. He couldn't believe that the girl who was like a pure moonbeam in his dreams could be that kind of person. Watching the old hag slander her here, Zhang Yi was furious. He clenched his fists and yelled, she's not that kind of person. Shut the hell up. Zhang Yi's sudden shout startled everyone present. The older woman said, what are you yelling about? You don't even know her. Why meddle? You just want to stand up for a pretty face, but unfortunately she's not here. You're such a simp. You can't even catch a whiff of her, ha ha. As she finished, the elevator came to a stop. The older woman was the first to stride away arrogantly. Zhang Yi wanted to go after her and argue, but what she said was true. He had only seen that girl once. Ever since that day, he had been completely smitten. After thinking it over, Zhang Yi loosened his fists and went back into the elevator, heading upstairs. Back at his seat, Zhang Yi lowered his head absent-mindedly. After thinking for a long while, he took out his phone, clicked on Li Jiayu's avatar, and typed another message to send. Zhang Yi, I don't know what happened yesterday, but that girl was attacked as a mistress. I wish I had been there to protect her from being bullied. Zhang Yi, when are you coming to work? Today when I was at work, that slut from the 17th floor was bad-mouthing her in the elevator. I shouted at her. I really wanted to hit her for defiling my girl. After sending the 2 messages, Zhang Yi turned off his phone. He then turned on the computer and worked absent-mindedly. Soon it was time to start work. Zhang Yi stood up and looked at Li Jiayu's desk, which was still empty. He immediately opened Li Jiayu's WeChat again, ready to ask her what was going on. Just then Li Dongming, the director of their development department, walked in. Seeing Zhang Yi not working and looking around, he immediately scolded, "What are you looking around for during work hours?" Hearing Li Dongming's words, Zhang Yi would normally have cowered and remained silent. But today, for some unknown reason, he found the courage to answer, "Director, there's a colleague who hasn't been here for a few days. I wanted to call and ask about her." "Huh? Who hasn't been here for a few days? I didn't get any notice. This is absenteeism." Even the director didn't know. Zhang Yi was stunned. He then looked again at Li Jiayu's seat and suddenly realized there was nothing on it. When did this happen? Had she quit? Hearing about someone being absent without leave, Li Dongming immediately walked over to the supervisor's desk. The supervisor, still in a daze, was caught off guard and got a scolding from Li Dongming. He was completely stunned for a long time. After Li Dongming was tired of scolding, he finally asked him, "Who hasn't been coming to work recently? Why wasn't it reported?" Hearing the reprimand, the supervisor felt bitter. "The matter of Li Jiayu being transferred, didn't you damn well know that? You even arranged for me to cover her shift. What's with the change of face now?" However, Li Dongming was his direct superior, so he didn't dare to say much. He said in a low voice, "Boss, no one is absent. It's just that Li Jiayu was transferred. Didn't you know? You even asked me to cover for her." Zhang Yi had been listening to their conversation the whole time. When he learned that Li Jiayu had been transferred, he finally felt relieved. He thought something had happened to her. It turned out she was transferred. Probably the new position was busy, so she hadn't replied to his messages. But at least he had shared his joy with her. He turned off his phone and soon got into work mode. In Yiming's office. Back in the office, Li Jiayu finally calmed down, relieved that she was in the same office as Yiminga. This meant there was no one else around. Even if she was the subject of gossip, she couldn't hear it anyway. Whatever. Not hearing it meant it didn't happen. Li Jiayu's mood instantly returned to peace. She first organized her things. Then she glanced at Yiming's seat. What was going on? No one was there. She immediately thought of taking out her phone to call Yiminga and ask about the situation. But soon she put down her phone. Which employee would ask about the boss' whereabouts? That would be foolish. Since the boss wasn't there, Li Jiayu started doing her own work. Yiminga had given her a work schedule. She just needed to follow the procedures. Any temporary tasks would have to wait until Yiminga returned. Just as Li Jiayu was about to start, her phone rang. "Yiminga." She immediately answered. On the other end, Yiming's voice came through. "Are you in the office now? Come over to my place." Hearing Yiming's urgent tone, Li Jiayu didn't say anything else and immediately replied, "What's the address?" "He'll send it to your phone. Come right away. It's very urgent." Although Li Jiayu didn't know what it was about, since Yiminga said it was urgent, she naturally didn't waste any time. Grabbing her phone and keys, Li Jiayu quickly went downstairs. Driving all the way, she arrived at the location provided by Yiminga. This was another villa district. Li Jiayu, driving a Porsche, and with her stunning appearance, merely mentioned Yiming's name to the security guard, who then allowed her to enter the area. What Li Jiayu didn't expect was that it took several more minutes to drive from the main gate of the villa district to the address Yiminga had pinpointed. This villa district was truly enormous. When she arrived at the location Yiminga had mentioned, Li Jiayu was stunned. She looked at the mansion occupying an immense area before her. No, this could no longer be called a villa, it was an estate. The building gave off the vibe of a European manor. Just this estate alone was enough to infer how wealthy its owner was. At least a net worth of tens of billions like Yiminga was required to own such a massive estate in the land of Shanghai, where every inch of land was precious. No wonder Yiminga was so urgent. It seemed to be a big deal. As his assistant, it was only right that he called her over. She would have to carefully observe and learn. Li Jiayu hadn't even gotten out of the car, yet when she saw Yiminga riding a motorcycle out of the estate, she voiced her confusion. Looking at Yiminga, she said, "President Yi, is there some big business to discuss? Why were you so urgent to call me over? I didn't bring anything with me." Yiminga didn't answer Li Jiayu's question. He grabbed her hand firmly and said, "Don't ask too many questions. I won't harm you. Let's go inside quickly. Everyone is waiting for you." All right. Before Li Jiayu could react, she was dragged away from the Porsche by Yiminga and onto his motorcycle. "Hold on tight. Vroom vroom." As the motorcycle started, the roar of the engine exploded in the quiet estate. Due to the inertia of the motorcycle, Li Jiayu nearly got thrown off. Fortunately, she quickly wrapped her arms around Yiming's waist, stabilizing herself. Watching the surroundings rapidly change, Li Jiayu couldn't help but marvel. How huge was this estate that it required driving? Li Jiayu had already seen dozens of servants. Just as she was marveling at how the world of the wealthy was beyond her understanding, the motorcycle finally stopped in front of a villa. Bang! Damn! Due to the sudden brake, Li Jiayu, who hadn't reacted in time, slammed her head directly into Yiming's back. Normally a person's back is soft. A bump wouldn't be a big deal. But for some reason Yiming's back was as hard as stone. The impact felt like hitting a telephone pole. Li Jiayu winced in pain. Before she could scold Yiminga, he said, "We're here. Get off." Hiss. "Okay." Li Jiayu rubbed her reddened forehead and followed behind Yiminga. At that moment, the originally closed villa door slowly opened. As if returning home, Yiminga pulled Li Jiayu inside before the door was fully open. Soon the two entered the villa. As soon as they entered, a bewildered Li Jiayu hadn't even figured out what was happening before she became the center of attention. Everyone in the villa stared directly at her, smiles on their faces. Awkward yet polite, Li Jiayu said, "Hello everyone." Everyone nodded at Li Jiayu. The handsome uncle standing in the middle, who looked like the head of the family, said, "This young lady must be Li Jiayu. Come over to uncle quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the elegant lady in luxurious attire beside him immediately said, "You always so improper. What do you mean by come to uncle? It sounds like a sleazy uncle trying to pick up a fangirl." Hearing this, the handsome uncle was displeased and retorted, "What's wrong with what I said? You tell me if there's anything wrong." The elegant lady ignored him. Instead, she immediately walked up to Li Jiayu, took her hand, and said, "Young lady, don't be nervous, don't be afraid. Come, let Annie have a look. You're truly beautiful." Facing the enthusiastic calls of these two who could be considered uncle and aunt, Li Jiayu stood frozen. Wait, what the hell was going on? Why did it feel like a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws? Wasn't this supposed to be about business? Could it be? No way. Li Jiayu was completely numb. She felt like her feet weren't her own, as if they were about to give way. Before Li Jiayu could move, Yiminga beside her said, "Dad, Mom, why are you both so impatient? Look, you've scared her so much she can't even walk." Hearing Yiming's words, the elegant lady shot him a glare and said, "You child, the young lady is so nervous. You definitely didn't tell her beforehand that you were bringing her home to meet us. Weren't you the ones who just called me back?" Yiminga waved his hand dismissively. The elegant lady looked at him, rolled her eyes again, and said, "You child, now you're complaining about us. If you hadn't caused such a big incident yesterday, would we have been so anxious?" Yiminga didn't answer the elegant lady. Instead, he pulled Li Jiayu to his side and led her to the sofa where they sat down. At that moment, the handsome uncle and the elegant lady, seeing them sit, immediately sat down beside them. They were scrutinizing Li Jiayu from head to toe. After a long look, they grew more and more satisfied. Feeling herself being stared at, Li Jiayu's face instantly flushed with heat. When the two elders stopped their inspection, she turned her head and looked at Yiminga, incredulously muttering a few words under her breath. It was as if she was asking Yiminga what was going on. Why did it suddenly feel like meeting the parents? However, Yiminga completely ignored her. At that moment, Li Jiayu's hand was somehow taken again. The elegant lady spoke again. "You were wrong yesterday. But since it was Xiao Ge who caused it, Annie has already told Xiao Ge that we must handle it properly and clear your name. We've already figured out how to deal with it. We called you over so urgently to tell you the plan." After hearing the elegant lady's words, Li Jiayu finally felt relieved. So it was about handling yesterday's incident. She had thought it was about marrying her into the family. She had been getting excited for nothing. No, nervous for nothing. So Li Jiayu couldn't remain silent and impolite. She immediately said, "It's fine, Andy. Let them talk. I know I'm innocent. I don't care about others' opinions. No, a girl's reputation is the most important. This matter must be handled properly for you." Having said that, the elegant lady paused and continued, "Anyway, you two are in love with each other. Why not take this opportunity to hold an engagement banquet to legitimize your relationship?" "Ah, no, Annie, what did you just say? Engagement?" Li Jiayu's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. At that moment, her little mind was still buzzing. The elegant woman smiled at her reaction and said, "Don't be so shy. From now on, we'll be family. No, I am a man." Before Li Jiayu could finish, the elegant woman extended a finger and gently pressed it against her tempting cherry lips. "We're from the south too, Jiayu, don't worry. Though it's not as far as your hometown, the climate is quite similar. Are you worried about your little sister? Don't fret. You two sisters can both come to live with us." Hearing the elegant woman's words, Li Jiayu wanted to say she used to be a man. But when she suddenly mentioned her sister, Li Jiayu paused. Not that. Had they already checked her background? Didn't they know she was once a male? Li Jiayu was perplexed. No normal person would accept a gender-transformed person so quickly, except for Yiminga, who seemed to take it in stride and even tried to. That day. But after all, this was a top-tier wealthy family in the magical city. Li Jiayu recalled that she herself had changed suddenly. Could it be that even her identity background had been wiped clean? Thinking this, she shyly lowered her head, pulled out her phone, and opened the electronic ID. Sure enough, the gender column had changed to female, and she had never updated her information. Of course, she couldn't have updated it anyway, since she had no documentation from any institution proving she was Li Jiayu. Now it seemed that the moment she transformed, all her identity information had been altered. However, those who had known her before would naturally remember she was once a boy, but those who met her later. Thinking this, Li Jiayu let out a faint sigh. Now that her identity was female, it was better than the ambiguous state before. She looked up at the elegant woman again and said, "Auntie, I just graduated, and I'm only 20. I don't want to." The elegant woman interrupted her once more. She said, "Jiayu, look at me. Guess how old I am." "Huh, not that." They were just talking about her, and now the topic had shifted to the auntie. Still out of politeness, Li Jiayu took a good look at the elegant woman. The elegant woman before her appeared to be only in her 30s. Her figure was gracefully curvaceous, her features as delicate as a painting, exuding the aura of a caring older sister. Li Jiayu made a guess and concluded she was 35. When the elegant woman heard Li Jiayu say she was 35, the elegant woman burst into laughter, her whole body swaying. She said again, Jiayu, you say I'm 35, but Xiao Gu is already 21. Do you mean I gave birth to him when I was 14? Oh. Li Jiayu, hearing this, gave an awkward smile. She knew it couldn't be that age. 14 was still a minor. Too young. Auntie, you look so young, I thought. But it's not too far off. I gave birth to Xiao Gu when I was 18 and now I'm 39. The elegant woman said with a smile. Then she added, I'm telling you this as someone who's been through it. We women should have children early so our bodies can recover more easily. If you wait too long it becomes much harder. You don't want to end up a haggard housewife, do you? And you're already 20, not that young. When I was your age, Xiao Gu was almost ready for kindergarten. Listening to the elegant woman's eloquent speech, Li Jiayu's face turned as red as a monkey's rear. Still, she couldn't agree. After all, as those who often undergo transformation know, the process of feminization takes time. Li Jiayu hadn't reached the end yet. Though she didn't mind, at least it shouldn't be so soon. She refused again. Just as Li Jiayu thought the elegant woman had run out of reasons. She spoke again, Jiayu, look how shy you are. It's normal for young people to want to play a few more years. Besides, once you're engaged you can be open about it. It's for your reputation, no more sneaking around. With that, she opened a video and showed it to Li Jiayu. It played the footage of Yiminga leading Li Jiayu out of the hotel's top floor. Damn, Li Jiayu cursed inwardly. From the angle, it must have been a corridor surveillance camera. She hadn't expected her first time to be discovered, though nothing had happened. Originally, Li Jiayu had been puzzled why uncle and auntie were so eager to discuss the engagement. Now it seemed in their eyes she already had a special relationship with Yiminga. The whole affair about the mistress had caused a huge uproar, leading to this situation step by step. It seemed Yiming's mother was determined to have her as a daughter-in-law. Seeing Li Jiayu still hesitating, the elegant woman persuaded her again. Jiayu, an engagement isn't marriage. We understand you young people don't want to be tied down too soon. We're not in a rush. Once you two are engaged, the actual wedding can wait a few years. This engagement is for your reputation. As if sensing Li Jiayu's hesitation, the elegant woman took out 2 bank cards from her LV bag behind her and placed them in Li Jiayu's hands. Each of these cards has 10 million. One is a gift from your Uncle Yi, and the other is a small token from me as a blessing for your engagement. Annie, this is too much. I can't accept it. Li Jiayu said this while declining, yet she slid the cards toward herself. She couldn't help it. They were offering too much. If she didn't accept, she'd be a fool. So much money. Why not take it? A scene of receiving red envelopes during the new year played out in the living room. Her mouth said no, but her body was honest. After a bit of tug-of-war, the 2 bank cards ended up in Li Jiayu's hands. Wasn't it just an engagement? Looking at the cards in her hand, she thought such a good deal. Earning 20 million without even trying. Bring it on. As for whether she would really become a daughter-in-law of the Yi family, Li Jiayu figured with that much money, it wasn't impossible. But not now. She needed time to adapt. Seeing Li Jiayu accept the cards, the elegant woman's smile reached her ears. She looked at her son, then at Li Jiayu. 2 people with such excellent genes. They would surely produce a beautiful baby. Thinking this, she immediately stood up and pulled Yiminga aside. Li Jiayu didn't even need to guess. It must be his mother urging Yiminga to get this matter settled. The matter was resolved. Both the Yi family and Li Jiayu were highly satisfied with the outcome. The aunt, no Li Jiayu's future mother-in-law, didn't keep them for a meal at home as they still needed to discuss the date. Instead, she directly had Yiminga take Li Jiayu away. Under the pretext of sending them off to work, their true intention was to give Yiminga more time alone with her. When they arrived at the estate gate, once more Li Jiayu fell to daze as she looked at the 2 bank cards now in her hand. Just 2 days ago, she had been struggling to earn a 500 yuan part-time job. Now how did things turn out like this? Being a girl didn't seem so bad after all. Let's go. Take me back to the company. I didn't drive here today, said Yiminga, pulling open the passenger door and sitting down. Whether it was due to Yiming's attire that day or the 20 million yuan Li Jiayu had just received, she found herself thinking that Yiminga had become more handsome. For the first time, instead of silently mocking him, she spoke softly. All right, let's head back to the company first. Since the morning rush hour had passed, the road back was smooth and traffic-free. Soon they arrived at the company building's entrance once more, and under the watchful eyes of the security guards drove slowly into the underground parking lot. Just as the 2 returned to the office, and before they could sit down, Yiming's phone rang. A melodious tune played. He took out his phone, and upon seeing it was the legal team calling, he answered immediately. I'm in the office now. Come up and report. Yiminga said, resuming his demeanor as a domineering CEO. He gave the order directly over the phone. On the other end, voices responded with affirmatives. After hanging up, Yiminga dialed another number. Li Jiayu, who was brewing tea, glanced over and saw that he was also summoning the director of the Public Opinion Interaction Department. Legal action plus public opinion. Li Jiayu immediately understood what this was about. She felt a surge of satisfaction knowing that those online trolls who had insulted her and the young thugs who had gotten physical would face legal consequences. She was no saint. These people had made mistakes, and they deserved punishment. When you strike, you must stand up straight. How long they would spend eating government meals depended on the strength of Yi Ming's legal team. Thinking about this, Li Jiayu eagerly anticipated their arrival. To reward them, she secretly brewed some of Yi Ming's finest, more expensive tea leaves. As Li Jiayu waited, the two directors soon arrived at Yi Ming's office. Seeing them enter, she quickly prepared chairs for them. "Thank you, President Li," they said in unison. Once they were seated, Yi Ming spoke. "President Wang, go ahead." Upon hearing this, the legal director, President Wang, organized his thoughts, opened his laptop, and placed it in front of Yi Ming. Yi Ming glanced through the documents and final verdicts, then looked back at President Wang, signaling him to continue. "President Yi, regarding the dozen or so young thugs, we have prosecuted them under the most severe legal provisions. The first trial has concluded, the worst received a 3-year sentence, and the ringleader was sentenced to 7 years. As for those who insulted President Li at the scene during the mediation before the first trial, we lacked sufficient evidence, and almost saw them acquitted. Fortunately, one of our lawyers, while scrolling through Douyin during a break, stumbled upon a video that served as evidence. We submitted it, and now we are preparing for the first trial. We are confident they will spend at least 6 months behind bars." Hearing President Wang's report, Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction. Maintaining such a legal team was money well spent. They proved invaluable in times of need. Next, it was the turn of the Public Opinion Interaction Department Director, President Zhang. "President Yi, based on our recent monitoring, a total of 474 individuals have insulted you and President Li online. 293 within the city and 181 from other provinces. We have identified all their IP addresses and confirmed their identities. Today we have coordinated with the legal team to file lawsuits against all of them. Some have already received court summons and are seeking settlements. However, President Wang and I agree that there is no need to settle. Would you like to proceed with the lawsuits or settle? Continue with the lawsuits. Expedite this matter. The internet is not a lawless zone. If we go after them, we must go all the way, or they will never repent and will continue to defame Jiayu and the group." "Understood, boss. I will coordinate with President Wang to proceed with the lawsuits as soon as I return." Yi Ming nodded. After their reports, the two directors did not linger in the office. They took their leave and departed. Once they were gone, Yi Ming turned to Li Jiayu and said, "We should have results by tomorrow." Li Jiayu, who was still processing documents, nodded at his words and smiled. "I hope they all get locked up. Some people have such vicious tongues." Her response surprised Yi Ming. He hadn't expected a girl to be so rational. Other girls might have been overly sympathetic. Looking at Li Jiayu, Yi Ming felt she was a treasure. He had been worried about bringing her home today, but now he was certain it was the right decision. A girl who didn't fuss or interfere. She was splendid. For the rest of the time, the two quickly immersed themselves in work, clearing the backlog of tasks. After all, they had arrived over an hour late. Time flew by in silence. Soon it was lunchtime. Li Jiayu was still working on documents, oblivious to the hour. Just then Yi Ming stretched and stood up. "Stop working. Let's eat first," he said. "Is it noon already, eh?" Li Jiayu replied, glancing at the computer time. She realized it was already 2.5 minutes past the hour. Every extra minute of work was a disrespect to the working class. She immediately put down her work, ready to go out for lunch. As she opened the door, she heard Yi Ming's voice from behind. "Wait, I'll come with you." Li Jiayu's heart rejected the idea. Getting engaged to this man in just a few days. How awkward. She quickly refused. "That's not appropriate, President Yi. As a big boss, you're probably not used to the food we workers eat. 200 yuan deducted from your salary," Yi Ming said, walking up to her without room for argument. "Huh, what do you mean? I told you. When we're alone, you call me master. Every time you miss it, I deduct 200. But this time, I'll waive the deduction. You can treat me to lunch instead." Li Jiayu stood frozen in place. Seriously, a big boss like him was always eyeing her meager salary. Watching his smug expression, she bit her lower lip. Endure. For the sake of those 2 bank cards, she would play along for now. Li Jiayu found herself completely outmaneuvered by Yi Ming again. She had no choice but to lead him out of the company and stop at the entrance of a slightly upscale restaurant nearby. Although she had threatened to take him to the working-class Grand Hotel, she reconsidered and decided against it. A place of that caliber, the Grand Hotel for the working class, was fine for those who traded their lives for money. They'd eat whatever was cheapest, having already consumed every element on the periodic table without fear. But Yi Ming was a big CEO, the kind who made millions every minute. If he couldn't stomach the food, or worse, got sick from it, it would be a disaster. She couldn't afford to compensate him. Really, she couldn't. If anything went wrong, she'd have to sell herself. With that thought, Li Jiayu decisively pulled him inside. Once inside the restaurant, Li Jiayu quickly found a corner seat and sat down. "Didn't you say you were taking me to the Shaxian Grand Hotel?" "This doesn't look like it," Yi Ming said with a half smile. Watching her expression, the corners of his mouth curled up harder to suppress than an AK-47. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes at him. She decided to ignore his mockery and instead called the waiter, took the menu, flipped through it for 2 minutes, kept the total under 200 yuan, and ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Just 1 kung pao chicken, 1 ants climbing a tree, and 1 crucian carp tofu soup. That already cost 182 yuan. It was really expensive here. Even when she didn't go to the Shaxian Grand Hotel, ordering these 3 dishes at a small stir-fry joint would cost at most 50 yuan. Li Jiayu was used to being poor, and spending nearly 200 yuan on a single meal still stung. 200 yuan could feed her for a whole week. She mentally calculated that she'd have to eat more vegetables and less rice, later wasting not a single grain. Yiminga sat across from Li Jiayu, quietly watching the dishes she ordered. Though he was a big CEO, he didn't mind this homestyle meal. Since there was still time before the food arrived, he leaned back on the sofa and pulled out his phone to check the latest documents. Just then, from the seat behind him, 2 female office workers were chatting. One of them, eating while scrolling on her phone, said, "Girl, have you seen the latest news?" "What's the news scandal?" The other stopped eating and looked up curiously. "Wasn't there that mistress scandal yesterday? Didn't you see it?" "I saw it. What, there's a twist?" "Exactly. It's all been reversed today. Mr. Yi isn't even married and he has no girlfriend. How could there be a mistress?" "I told you yesterday. Who would take a mistress out in a Rolls Royce? It's way too conspicuous. But they say the girl is an employee of his company. She's moved up now. So jealous. Then why were so many people cursing that girl online? Sour grapes, that's all. The girl is pretty, has a great figure, and landed a wealthy, handsome man. Their jealousy is so intense it's turning purple, so they lash out. These people are just haters. That girl looks 18 or 19. Even famous actresses get cursed, let alone a young thing like her. Speaking of those haters, they're really despicable. Can't they be punished? I was so angry watching it. If I'd been there, I'd have blown up on the spot. Don't you know? The twist today includes that. The police report came out. All those who caused trouble or cursed on the sidelines have been arrested. It's so satisfying. It should be like this. Wow, this Mr. Yi really has power. Awesome. And more than that, even those who took sides posted videos for clout and joined in cursing the mistress. They're all going in too. Brilliant." Listening to their conversation, Yiminga tapped the table in front of Li Jiayu, catching her attention. "So what do you think?" He said, his expression like a primary school kid showing off some amazing feat to his friend. Li Jiayu, though she also enjoyed the satisfying outcome, still found his gesture childish. She retorted, "Childish. Let's eat." After they finished eating and drinking, they walked back to the company. This time, they didn't take their private elevator. It was too far, requiring a walk through the underground parking lot. So they simply squeezed into the employee elevator with the others. As expected, in the elevator, they overheard colleagues discussing the reversal of the mistress scandal. But this time, most were talking about how Li Jiayu had been wrongly accused. Li Jiayu's reputation suddenly improved dramatically, which was only to be expected. After all, the whole affair was groundless. Some colleagues still doubted her, but seeing that even the gossip mongers had been arrested, they were taken aback. It seemed this matter really had nothing to do with Li Jiayu. Yet many remained skeptical, believing it was a manipulation by capital, just like the Beishan Pizza Hut. The world isn't black and white. There are always gray areas. With a powerful legal team, you can even put people behind bars. Those who said such things were mostly those with unhappy families and failed marriages. Those who weren't pretty themselves would look at beautiful girls through tinted glasses. In their eyes, any pretty girl was a fox spirit reincarnated. If she went out, she must be stealing someone else's husband. They were always sour about everything. Li Jiayu chuckled softly. Even when she had been living miserably, she never gossiped about others' lives. Sometimes contentment brings true happiness. These people probably didn't realize that the person involved was right there in the elevator. After all, the videos circulating online were very blurry. They only knew their boss was involved. Yiminga frowned hearing their words and tugged at Li Jiayu's hand. Looking at Yiming's eyes, Li Jiayu knew what he wanted to say. She quickly shook her head in refusal. Everyone had the right to express their own opinions. You couldn't shut people up, could you? But Yiminga wouldn't listen to her. Li Jiayu could endure, but Yiminga didn't know the meaning of the word forbearance. He spoke to the group. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, don't make baseless comments. Haven't you read the employee handbook? The women who had been chatting happily immediately bristled. Who are you? Mind your own business. When they turned around and saw it was Yiminga, they immediately covered their mouths. Sorry, Mr. Yi. They then nudged the others. Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. Then they looked at the girl beside him. Could this be the female lead from yesterday? Li Jiayu smiled at them. Hi there. Have you all had lunch? The women were instantly embarrassed. Just moments ago, they had been calling her a fox spirit, and now she was right in front of them. Seeing Li Jiayu's innocent appearance, they all felt they had wronged her. Especially the male colleagues. Though they didn't know what had happened, they felt that Miss Li was right. Before long, the workday had drawn to a close. Since taking on this assistant position, Li Jiayu finally understood what a normal worker's life should be like: punctual hours, high salary, and a workload that only required 7.5 hours to complete. 5 hours to finish the job, leaving half an hour to rest. Perfect. Li Jiayu packed up her things and was about to leave, intending to ask Yiminga if he wanted to go together, but seeing him still analyzing data and the boss still present, she felt awkward leaving immediately. Li Jiayu put down what she was holding and brewed a cup of coffee for him. Sensing the warmth beside him, Yiminga turned to look at her. Why aren't you leaving yet? He asked with a smile. I recall you once said that slacking off at work is earning money, but staying past quitting time is losing money. Yiminga chuckled. For some reason, hearing his words made Li Jiayu shrink her head in embarrassment. She had indeed said that before, but she had no idea when he had learned of it. Well, you must have misremembered. I never said that. But since you, master, are asking if I'm leaving if I don't go, that would be disrespectful, haha. I'm off now. Li Jiayu laughed. Go ahead, Yimingo waved his hand. He didn't know when he would finish analyzing this data. With Yiming's permission, Li Jiayu cheerfully picked up her belongings and left the office. Looking at the pile of things in her hands, she realized her professional attire had no pockets. Only now did Li Jiayu understand why girls carried bags. When there were too many things, there was nowhere to put them. Looking out the window, she saw that the weather was quite pleasant with a clear, cloudless sky. Since it was still early, and she had no rush to return, she decided to spend some time at the mall to pick up some supplies. After all, she was a girl now, so going shopping was perfectly normal. Soon she took the dedicated elevator to the underground parking lot, got into the Porsche she had driven today, and left the company. Her destination was naturally the mall. However, Li Jiayu couldn't bear to go to a large shopping center like Baishan City. She opted for the more modest Shijing South Road Commercial Street. Though it was on the lower end, it still didn't seem cheap to her. Clothes, for instance, cost 300 to 500 yuan for a set. Even a decent-looking bag would set her back 300 to 500. As for why Li Jiayu knew this so well, it was because she had once worked as a delivery courier for a food delivery platform, and she had picked up items from here for customers. The receipts proved it. Driving happily on the road, she was in a Porsche. Not as expensive as a Rolls-Royce, but still a luxury car worth 1 or 2 million. In the eyes of ordinary workers, it was an unattainable possession. On the road, it was a force to be reckoned with, naturally enjoying the privilege of occupying an entire lane. Soon she arrived at Shijing South Road Commercial Street. The parking fee here was expensive, charged by the hour, and Li Jiayu was reluctant to pay so much, so she had a clear destination in mind. She parked in a spot that cost 15 yuan per hour and immediately set off for the shop she knew. Fortunately, she was quite familiar with the area from her courier days. In no time, Li Jiayu arrived at the store selling bags. Thinking she would definitely need them in the future, she decided to buy a couple more for matching. Li Jiayu picked out 2 beige bags and 1 black one, spending 820 yuan. She quickly left the store. Time waits for no one, and it was 15 yuan per hour. She had to be purposeful. Then Li Jiayu visited a few clothing stores. Her wardrobe currently only contained office wear and the swimsuit Yiminga had left there, which weren't suitable for daily wear. She needed to buy some everyday clothes like t-shirts and pleated skirts. After all, there was no turning back regarding her gender. She was fine with it now. She didn't need to dress up flashily, but at least she should look like a girl. This age was the most vibrant and youthful for a young woman. She couldn't waste such a beautiful youth. After buying several more outfits, Li Jiayu finally stopped. It was time to go home. She checked the time, still under an hour, so the parking fee hadn't exceeded its limit. Delighted, she was satisfied with her precise timing, not letting the capitalists earn an extra cent. Just as she was about to leave, her phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, Li Jiayu froze. Oh my god, it's my little sister calling, but I can't answer with my voice now. She couldn't tell her. Your brother is now your sister. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Li Jiayu paced in panic. Not answering would be bad, but her sister had no phone, so texting was impossible. Never mind, she would just bluff for now. She could deal with it when she picked her up for winter break. Sigh. After all, she was her own sister, so she couldn't avoid her. Calming herself, Li Jiayu answered the phone. Brother, are you busy? Did I disturb you? Li Jiayu asked. No, not at all. I've already finished work. By the way, how are your studies going? Li Jiayu replied immediately. The voice of this body was simply too pleasant, as she couldn't make it rougher even if she tried. She felt she couldn't hide it anymore. Sure enough, Li Jiayu asked doubtfully, brother. Your voice. Something happened. They'll tell you later. Li Jiayu quickly brushed it off. Li Jiayu didn't seem to mind, and they chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. Her sister still had living expenses. Of the 100,000 yuan, Li Jiayu had opened a new card and put in 2,000. Her sister hadn't used it all yet, which showed how frugal she was. On the phone, Li Jiayu told her sister that she had made a lot of money. She told her not to be reluctant and to buy more food. Her sister agreed quickly, but Li Jiayu knew she wouldn't believe it and would still be thrifty. She wanted to buy a few outfits for Li Jiayu and send them home, but her sister was too sensible, saying she had to wear a school uniform and didn't need them. Oh well. Since her sister refused, Li Jiayu couldn't force it. She would wait until winter break and then take her on a massive shopping spree. Li Jiayu was thrifty with herself, but she would give her sister the best. After hanging up, Li Jiayu transferred another 5,000 to that bank card. Then she checked the time and felt a jolt in her heart. To her surprise, she had exceeded 1 hour. Sigh. She would have to pay another 15 yuan in parking fees. It stung. But since the time was already exceeded, she might as well grab something to eat before heading back. Li Jiayu carried her bags and soon found a place to eat. No sooner had she sat down than she spotted a group of familiar faces. Li Jiayu caught sight of them. Naturally, they also saw her. These were precisely the women who had been gossiping about her in the elevator. However, Li Jiayu paid them no heed. Instead, she directly ordered a bowl of shizhou lamian noodles, intending to settle her dinner first. When the shizhou lamian noodles were served, Li Jiayu stared at the paper-thin slices of beef, her face darkening with annoyance. She had assumed that a Shizhou Lamian restaurant located in a place like Shijing South Road would be relatively decent. At least it shouldn't be so. Little did she expect that this non-franchised Shizhou Lamian had truly achieved nationwide uniformity. Such exquisite knife skills. Damn it, she had fallen into another trap. 25 yuan for a bowl, without even a shred of meat. How infuriating. Next time she would rather go to Shaxian Grand Hotel than come to Shizhou Lamian. Just as Li Jiayu was about to reluctantly finish the noodles, the next moment the group of women from afar directly surrounded her, hemming her in the middle. Seeing so many people, Li Jiayu was so startled that her chopsticks fell to the floor. What did this mean? Could it be that after being scolded by Yiminga today, they were coming for offline revenge? Were they planning to take out their anger on her? No way, a gang operation. The law cannot punish them, Minnie. Li Jiayu suspected they had planned this. They must have seen her buying the bag earlier and notified the others to come together. You? What do you want it? Facing so many people, Li Jiayu mustered her courage to speak. This was a bustling downtown area. They shouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? The next moment, one of the women stepped forward and said to Li Jiayu, "Miss Li, we said the wrong things in the elevator. We are truly sorry. We know we were wrong. Please don't transfer us to other positions. We really need this job. We're sorry. We judged without knowing the truth and spoke ill of you without distinction. We apologize. Miss Li, could you please put in a good word for us? Don't have our positions reassigned." Li Jiayu watched them weeping and pleading, and her heart skipped a beat. Could this be Yi Ming's arrangement? Those women were certainly wrong to gossip, but it wasn't right to make them lose their jobs. Thinking this, Li Jiayu spoke up. "What's that? You've been transferred from your original positions. Is it possible that the company's development has necessitated a change of roles for you?" Li Jiayu remained skeptical. Hearing this, the women became even more heartbroken. They were not elite employees. How could they possibly be the ones chosen for a position change? And it was happening to all of them at once. Then the women said a few more things. Only then did Li Jiayu understand. This must be Yiming's doing. At this thought, Li Jiayu felt quite pleased. After all, Yiminga standing up for her was a sign of care, and she couldn't possibly blame him. However, these women didn't deserve to be punished to such an extent. As long as they acknowledged their mistake, that was enough. Li Jiayu waved her hand and said to them, "All right, I understand. He'll talk to President Yi about it later, but I can't guarantee my words will carry any weight." The women were delighted at her reply. "Miss, you're the boss, dearest. If you can't speak for us, no one can." "Thank you. No matter the outcome, we will be grateful to you for speaking up. Miss Li, it was all our fault for judging you through tinted glasses. Thank you for defending us." Thank you. After finishing her Shizhou Lamian, Li Jiayu quickly fled the noodle shop. But she didn't immediately leave Shijing South Road. She absolutely couldn't waste the 15 yuan parking fee she had already paid. Thinking that since she wasn't going back just yet, she might as well change her plans and buy some clothes for her little sister. So Li Jiayu found a corner spot, placed her belongings beside her, and opened her phone to call her sister's homeroom teacher and ask for her sister's height and weight. Even though her sister didn't want new clothes, Li Jiayu couldn't actually refuse to buy them for her. When the homeroom teacher heard Li Jiayu's voice as melodious as a lark, she was startled. She had spoken with Li Jiayu on the phone several times before and knew that Li Jiayu and her younger sister Li Jiaxue depended on each other. Naturally, she paid close attention and had saved the number. But this voice. "You're saying you're Li Jiaxue's brother's girlfriend?" "That's right, Teacher Zhang. The phone number hasn't changed. He's busy at work right now and asked me to inquire about Jiaxue's information." Although the teacher was puzzled, she remained skeptical. After all, there were so many scammers these days, her caution was understandable. Finally, after Li Jiayu's explanation, the teacher believed her. As Li Jiaxue's homeroom teacher, she knew very well that her refusal to let her brother buy clothes was perfectly in character. Without further hesitation, the teacher directly sent Li Jiayu the latest physical examination report for Li Jiaxue. The report contained all the necessary information, including measurements like the 3 sizes. Li Jiayu looked at Li Jiaxue's health report, a smile spreading across her face. This little girl, she hadn't seen her in half a year, and she had developed quite well. Such a figure, curves in all the right places. No wonder her own appearance as a woman was so stunning. It must be family genes. Girls develop earlier. Usually by junior high their figures are set. Now her sister was in 9th grade, only minor local areas would develop further, and her height probably wouldn't change much. With that thought, Li Jiayu decided to buy her several more outfits. After all, they could still be worn in a few years. It wouldn't be a waste. As the eldest sibling, Li Jiayu genuinely treated Li Jiaxue like a daughter, so naturally, she bought whatever looked pretty. She swept through Shijing South Road again, picking up over a dozen sets of clothes and skirts before finally leaving satisfied. With so many things, she rented a small cart for 30 yuan. Ouch, that hurt. After placing all the bags and packages in the passenger seat, Li Jiayu quickly drove out of the parking spot and rushed toward the gate barrier. The display showed the parking time 1 hour and 58 minutes. Li Jiayu's anxious heart finally settled. Close call, no overtime. Another 30 yuan saved. How easily money slipped away. She reluctantly paid and left. Without further delay, Li Jiayu hurried home, afraid that she might give in to more spending. When she returned to the villa area, it was already nearly 8 in the evening. The sky had completely darkened. To avoid disturbing the neighbors' rest, Jiayu drove very slowly, barely pressing the accelerator, relying on inertia to coast along. Just as she reached the entrance, she noticed a dark figure standing at her doorstep. What was going on? Wasn't the villa area supposed to be safe? After the previous incident of being surrounded, Jiayu had become somewhat paranoid about such situations. Could there be a villain waiting for her? Damn, had someone doxed her and come looking for trouble through the internet? A girl really shouldn't come home too late. It could lead to big trouble. With that thought, Jiayu steeled herself and switched on the car's high beams, pointing them in that direction. Whoosh. In an instant it felt as if the sky had lit up. But then Jiayu saw a familiar silhouette. Aunt Mo. Mo was also momentarily blinded by the sudden light. Fortunately, Jiayu reacted quickly, and realizing it was Mo, immediately turned off the high beams, preventing any harm to her. She then drove the car to Mo's side, got out, and checked on her. And Mo, are you alright? I thought you were a stranger, so I used the high beams. I didn't expect it to be you. Hearing Jiayu's voice, Mo finally understood that Jiayu had returned. She immediately said, Miss, I'm fine. I just need a moment to recover. I didn't expect you to be back so late. Then Mo, let's go inside. It's quite chilly at night, Jiayu said, a little embarrassed. She hadn't meant to do it. After all, seeing a dark figure standing at her doorstep in the dead of night would frighten anyone. Fortunately, Mo was unharmed. After waiting a few seconds, Mo opened her eyes and glanced at Jiayu and the car. She said, alright, I'm fine, miss. You have so many things in the car. Let me help you carry them. Soon Jiayu drove the car into the villa's garage. Jiayu had indeed bought a lot of things, big and small packages, some in cardboard boxes. Neither of them could carry everything in one trip, so they had to make a second route. After all the items were brought inside, Jiayu collapsed onto the sofa exhausted. Mo, not idle, prepared a glass of cold water and brought it to Jiayu. Jiayu took the water, drank it in one gulp, and then said, thank you, Aunt Mo. Are you hungry? Dinner has gone cold. How about I make you something to eat? Hearing Mo's words, Jiayu's heart skipped a beat. Dinner. She had forgotten that there was a housekeeper at home who had cooked dinner waiting for her return. And she had been eating shijo ramen noodles outside, which felt like a terrible waste of Mo's efforts. Worst of all, the noodles had no meat. Jiayu hadn't even eaten her fill. Disappointing. Thinking this, she walked to the dining room and saw several dishes on the table, all high-end expensive dishes. It would be a shame to waste them. So she said to Mo, no need to make anything else, Aunt Mo. There are so many dishes. Let's not waste them. Just heat them up. Aunt Mo, come and eat with me. I won't eat much. With that, Jiayu picked up a dish from the table to heat in the microwave. Mo saw her action and immediately stopped her. Miss, how can I let you do this? Let me handle it. You sit and rest. They'll take care of these chores. It's fine. I can do it myself. I feel bad for making you take care of me so late, Jiayu said, placing the dish in the microwave. Unable to stop her, Mo quickly grabbed the other dishes and waited. Jiayu, seeing this, said nothing more, as it was Mo's job. If it were her, she wouldn't want others to do her own work either. Alright. Jiayu returned to the dining table and played on her phone while waiting. Opening Douyin, she saw her own name still trending on the hot search list. The comments below were much more harmonious. It seemed the company's public relations team was very effective. Those keyboard warriors had received their due punishment. Nice. Alright. Jiayu remembered that the colleague she encountered at Shijing South Road had asked her to ask Yiminga something. He probably wasn't asleep yet. Jiayu opened the phone interface. Her finger hovered over Yiming's name, then pulled back. Never mind. It was too late for a call. She'd just send a WeChat message instead. So she tapped on Yiming's avatar and sent a message. Jiayu, I'm President Yi, are you asleep? Yiminga, what did you call me? Fine, 200. You'll have to cover my lunch tomorrow. Jiayu, seriously? That's a deduction. Yiminga, I told you when we're alone, call me master. Seeing Yiming's reply, Jiayu pouted silently at her phone. She didn't make a sound, but it looked like she was cursing. Mo noticed Jiayu's little gesture and covered her mouth with a smile, watching the vibrant young woman marveling at the beauty of youth. Staying up so late just to bicker with her boss. If only her son could have a wife like this to bicker with every day. For the sake of her wallet, Jiayu sent Yiminga, Master, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. She had wanted to say more. But after waiting several minutes, Yiminga still hadn't replied. Could he have fallen asleep? Seriously, what kind of decent person falls asleep while chatting with a girl? Annoying. She would definitely give him a piece of her mind tomorrow. Frustrated, Jiayu turned off her phone. By then, all the food had been reheated. And Mo, come eat with me. Alright, miss. After eating for about 10 minutes, it was quite late, so Jiayu didn't stay in the living room. She left the remaining items for Mo to handle, then went straight to the bathroom to wash up and sleep. As for her sister's clothes, she let Mo leave them. She would mail them tomorrow. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, the sun rose high. As a melodious yet piercing alarm rang, Jiayu opened her eyes and immediately got up to freshen up. She didn't linger in bed. She had no time for that, as she only set one alarm. As a modern tough woman, she didn't give herself any leeway to lie in. After washing up, she put on a new OL suit and went downstairs. She had many such suits, and now she wore a different one every day. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing. 2 sets of clothes would suffice for an entire summer. But after becoming a woman, Jiayu felt she had grown more conscious of her outfits. To match these clothes, she had bought several extra bags yesterday. Walking downstairs, Jiayu smelled the aroma of breakfast. Moe had prepared it. After last night's experience, Jiayu was determined not to waste Moe's efforts. She ate until her cheeks were full before getting up. As for whether eating like this would affect her figure, Jiayu thought, sorry, but have you heard of a naturally lean physique? After eating heartily for a few days, she weighed herself. Surprisingly, she had lost 2 pounds. She needed to eat more. Leaving the villa, Jiayu drove the Porsche 911 again. She had no choice. She couldn't very well drive a Bugatti. Soon she arrived at the company building. Before the car had even stopped, she heard a voice from behind. Jiayu, is that really you? Hearing the voice behind her, Jiayu froze in place. That voice, could it be Zhang Yi? Back when they joined the company together, they had considered sharing an apartment to save money, but it fell through because they couldn't find a suitable place. In this company, the only people Jiayu could really talk to were Zhang Yi and another colleague who had just left. Jiayu dared not turn around or respond. They knew each other too well. She was afraid he would recognize her. Her former brother had now become a girl. Just thinking about it was shameful. After all, when they had supper together, Zhang Yi, tipsy, had once said, bro, you smell nice. If you were a girl, I'd have some fun with you. All sorts of flirtatious jokes like that. Back then, Jiayu never imagined such things, taking them as drunken banter and agreeing wholeheartedly. She even said disgusting things like, I can't let my brother suffer. If you can't find a wife, I'll be your wife. Now it felt like a dark history. And now Jiayu had truly become a girl. How could she face him? Yet Zhang Yi seemed determined to confirm it. He quickly ran over to the Porsche, staring at the beautiful girl in a sexy office lady outfit sitting in the luxury car. Zhang Yi stood there dumbfounded, unable to recover until the car behind honked. Jiayu, is it really you? He repeated. Jiayu didn't answer directly, but said, you're blocking the way. Let's talk inside. Hearing her voice as melodious as a lark, Zhang Yi stood frozen. So the girl who had fallen that day was also her. No wonder when he helped another girl pack her things, some items on the ground had seemed familiar. He felt he had seen them somewhere before. He never expected that girl was Jiayu. Zhang Yi felt like a complete fool for not recognizing her. With that thought, he looked toward the direction the Porsche had gone. He immediately chased after it. When he reached the underground parking lot, he saw the incredibly beautiful girl getting out of the Porsche. She looked both familiar and unfamiliar. But he gathered his courage and walked over. Jiayu. Looking at Zhang Yi in front of her, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore. So she admitted frankly, it's me, Zhang Yi. Long time no see. How did you? Jiayu didn't know how to explain why she had become a girl. Could she say she had been doing cross-dressing part-time and then changed? No one would believe that. As for Zhang Yi, this naive guy, he was destined to be just a passerby. Sorry I spoke too loudly before. Although I've really become a girl, I can't help you find a girlfriend. Sorry, you're a good guy. With that thought, Jiayu prepared to make up a white lie. Whether Zhang Yi believed it or not, she couldn't care less. Then Jiayu said, it might be different from what you think. I was always a girl. Because you know my family. Only my sister and I depend on each other. If we were both girls, we'd be easily bullied. The family needed a boy. As for why now? I think the time is right. Hearing her words, Zhang Yi stood frozen. He stared at her in disbelief, not really listening to her explanation. The news that his former brother had turned into a girl was already mind-blowing enough. But that wasn't the hardest part. What hurt him more was that this girl was now with someone else. Zhang Yi felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had lost something incredibly precious. Like his most cherished possession had become someone else's. He stood there, head bowed. Jiayu looked at him, but didn't disturb him. Sometimes as adults you have to find your own way out. She had other things to do. She couldn't be blamed for being heartless. Leaving the underground parking lot, Jiayu quickly returned to the office. Yiminga was already there. Usually he arrived later than her, so why was he so early today? Could something be up? Before Jiayu could speak, Yiminga said, get ready. Grab your things and come with me. So early? She replied in confusion. Yiminga had already picked up his things and walked to her side, saying, we're going to the enforcement bureau. There's something that needs to be handled and you're involved, so you need to be there. Hearing this, Jiayu immediately replied, oh okay. I don't have anything to prepare. We can go now? Yiminga nodded and said nothing more. He led Jiayu to the private elevator and went downstairs. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator into the underground garage, they saw Zhang Yi still standing there, not having left. Jiayu was dumbfounded. This guy? Not again. Is he really stuck? Could he be depressed like I thought? Just as Jiayu was wondering how to explain why Zhang Yi was standing by her car, Zhang Yi looked up at Yiminga and her. He angrily rushed up to Yiminga, startling Jiayu, who thought he might start a fight. But the next moment, Zhang Yi's action left her dumbfounded. Yi Ming, go. You promise me you'll treat Jiayu well for the rest of her life. Zhang Yi clenched his fists, saying each word with emphasis. Jiayu looked at him speechless. That was so cringy. But honestly, Zhang Yi was kind of cute. Fresh out of college, he was like that. So they just weren't meant to be. Yiminga glanced at him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Zhang, he replied, "My woman doesn't need your meddling. But you're quite interesting." With that, Yiminga took Li Jiayu and got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. They slowly drove past Zhang, leaving Minga building and heading toward the enforcement bureau. The road was smooth all the way. Soon they arrived at the Modu Enforcement Bureau. The staff there seemed to have been notified and were already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Yiming's car, they immediately came up and said, "Yiminga, please come in. They've been waiting for a while." Yiminga nodded at them and led Li Jiayu inside directly. They entered the Law Enforcement Bureau. Soon they arrived at the door of an interrogation room. Li Jiayu hadn't gone in yet. She saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure by the door. This person was pacing back and forth, looking extremely anxious with somewhat unsteady steps. Seeing her, Li Jiayu was stunned, but then immediately recalled. Wasn't she the Miss Wang who appeared in Yiming's office? The sound of their footsteps also caught Wang Yali's attention. She looked up ahead. After joyfully discovering that it was Yiminga and Li Jiayu, she immediately walked up. She quickly arrived in front of the two. Wang Yali grabbed Yiming's hands with both of hers and said excitedly, "Brother Yi, I know you don't like me, and I won't come to bother you anymore, but Zhang Wanyu didn't mean it. She already knows she was wrong. You must forgive her this once." As soon as Wang Yali's words fell, Yiming's expression remained completely unchanged. He replied coldly, After doing something like this, do you think I would forgive her? I came here today precisely to send her in as well." Send her in." Hearing Yiming's reply, Wang Yali's eyes clearly reddened. As if unable to accept this outcome, she stepped back half a pace, her whole body swaying as if about to fall. Seeing this, Li Jiayu, still in a dazed state, considering her personal safety, immediately stepped forward to support the faltering Wang Yali. She said comfortingly, "Miss Wang, don't worry first. Let's talk about it inside." All right." Wang Yali looked at Li Jiayu, who was supporting her. She nodded. Since Yiminga disagreed, perhaps Li Jiayu was a breakthrough. Then Wang Yali said to Li Jiayu, "Sister Yu, she knows she was wrong. You must forgive her." Li Jiayu had no idea what was going on. Who was Wang Yali talking about forgiving? What exactly had happened? Hadn't that incident already sent everyone involved in? Was there still someone who escaped? And this escapee was related to Wang Yali. However, everything would be known once inside. Seeing Li Jiayu silent, Wang Yali bit her lip. "Forget it, let's talk inside." She followed Yiminga and Li Jiayu inside. The two entered. Li Jiayu observed the interrogation room, a long desk in the middle, a row of seats near the door, and only one seat opposite. At that moment, another unfamiliar yet familiar face sat on the opposite seat, head bowed, silver handcuffs on her wrists, lost in thought. Hearing the commotion from outside, she finally looked up at the people entering. As the girl raised her head, Li Jiayu recognized her. It was the little hooligan girl who had come to cause trouble with Wang Yali. She looked at everyone with a composed expression, as if she knew this day would come, or perhaps she felt emboldened. Then everyone sat down. Meanwhile, another man in a suit walked over to Li Jiayu and Yiminga. He placed two documents in front of them. He then smiled and said, "You two, I am Miss Zhang's attorney. I hope you can take a look at this letter of understanding. I believe there is always room for negotiation." Yiminga looked at the letter placed before him, picked it up, but did not read it. Instead, he directly handed the letter to another man in a suit behind him. Li Jiayu also glanced at the man behind her, the one who had followed them and presumably Yiming's lawyer. But she only glanced and then looked away. She was curious what the letter said. The moment she saw it, Li Jiayu realized that the mastermind behind the attack on her was actually this little hooligan girl before her. The reason was also laughable. She wanted to vent for Wang Yali. After all, she should be at least 20 years old. This was too childish, holy crap. Damn, I almost kicked the bucket. No wonder Yiminga was so angry. Fortunately, in the end, Li Jiayu was not harmed. Instead, they were all sent in. Forgiving her was not impossible, but she needed to pay a price. However, one thing surprised Li Jiayu. She didn't expect that this little hooligan girl was actually an American. She clearly had a Chinese face, so she must be another immigrant. Sometimes Li Jiayu couldn't understand, since China was already so good, why would anyone immigrate to other countries? Was it because she hadn't reached that social class and couldn't understand? Back to the mediation scene. At this stage, there were no police officers present. The procedure was to let both sides mediate first. If mediation failed, then it would go to public prosecution. So the next period of time was just the two lawyers battling it out. Li Jiayu couldn't get a word in, but it was quite entertaining to watch. She watched the two lawyers argue until their faces were red. Meanwhile, Yiminga beside her, who had said he wouldn't forgive Zhang Wanyu, was now letting his lawyer haggle with the opposing lawyer. Clearly, he was preparing to let her off. It seemed Yiminga and Li Jiayu were of the same mind. They could forgive, but Zhang Wanyu, that little hooligan girl, had to pay a price. Soon after negotiations between both sides, the result came out. Zhang Wanyu would pay 66 million in compensation to Li Jiayu and Yiminga. In return, Yiminga and Li Jiayu would no longer pursue her liability. After both sides confirmed, a new version of the letter of understanding was printed. Wang Yali, seeing that Yiminga agreed, broke into tears of joy and rushed over to hug Zhang Wanyu. Wang Yali said, it's okay. Although 66 million was not a small amount for them, it was just a few months' allowance. Though it stung, it wasn't unaffordable. Just as both sides were about to sign, Li Jiayu spoke up. Wait, can I make a request? Li Jiayu's voice was not loud, but it still drew everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Li Jiayu and nodded, indicating she could speak. What problem could a little girl raise? It would just be asking for more money or a public apology. No big deal, a small matter. Everyone smiled and looked at Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu didn't hesitate and immediately said, I don't want your money, but if you want my forgiveness, you cannot come to China, or at least not to Shanghai, within 2 years. If you can do that, I'll sign. After hearing Li Jiayu's words, everyone was stunned. What did this mean? No one had ever made such a request on a letter of understanding. You little sister, Wang Yali said in surprise. She hadn't expected Li Jiayu to propose such a condition. Just as she was about to speak and asked Li Jiayu to drop the request, Zhang Wanyu tugged at her clothes, signaling her to come back. Wang Yali was puzzled. She didn't know what Zhang Wanyu meant, but since the person involved had something to say, she stopped what she was doing. Standing between the two, she looked at Zhang Wanyu. At that moment, Zhang Wanyu slowly stood up as well. Hearing Li Jiayu's request, she showed no displeasure on her face. Instead, she spoke with a relaxed expression. I can agree to your request. I want return to China for 2 years. As soon as Zhang Wanyu finished speaking, Wang Yali exclaimed excitedly, What? Zhang Wanyu, are you crazy? Why would you agree to this? Do you know what you're saying? This is Shanghai, your hometown. Zhang Wanyu looked at the agitated Wang Yali, immediately walked over and placed her hands on her shoulders. This calmed Wang Yali down. She spoke, Yali, I really am not suitable to stay in the country anymore. My family has all immigrated to America, and during my years studying in America, I've gotten used to handling things the American way. In Shanghai, besides the old family house, I have no other memories. I feel like a stranger out of place. If it weren't for you, I would never have come back. I never expected that just 2 days after returning ID cause you such a big trouble. I'm really sorry about that. As for the job arranged by my family after working 1 day, I feel it's not for me. Too many rules, I don't like it. I prefer the freedom of America. Wang Yali's nose tingled as she listened to Zhang Wanyu's words. Of course she knew that Zhang Wanyu was trying to comfort her. Really? You have to go? Wang Yali asked, looking at her. Zhang Wanyu smiled and replied, there's a flight the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Wang Yali hugged her tightly. Don't cry, or you'll turn into a little tear-streaked kitten. It's okay, even if I can't come here, you can always come to America, right? By the way, Yali, you've never been to America before. When you come, I'll take you around. Let me tell you, America is much more fun than China. If you didn't ask me to come, I wouldn't even bother. After saying this, Zhang Wanyu reverted to her rebellious girl persona, looking arrogant and condescending like a haughty Ritterni. Got it, I will. Wang Yali smiled through her tears. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu, who had come from a distance, heard Zhang Wanyu's agreement. She also sighed. For such an unstable element, she had to use this method to remove herself from danger. After all, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. This rebellious girl hung out in shady places every day. She was really afraid that Zhang Wanyu might go crazy one day and call people to gang up on her again, which would be disastrous. Then Li Jiayu had the lawyer draft another letter of understanding. Only then did she sign her name. As for the compensation in the letter of understanding, Li Jiayu didn't take it. She chose to waive it directly. However, Li Jiayu didn't know that Zhang Wanyu still transferred the 666 compensation. But Li Jiayu didn't accept it, Yiminga did. After dealing with Zhang Wanyu's matter and bidding farewell to Wang Yali, the two returned to the company. It was already noon. Let's eat, Li Jiayu said, about to head out. Suddenly, Yi Ming's magnetic voice came from behind. Stop. This Yi. No, master, what else do you need, old sir? Did you forget what I said yesterday? Eating alone. After hearing Yi Ming's words, Li Jiayu was stunned. Damn. She hadn't expected that Yiminga, the big CEO, would still remember that she hadn't called him master yesterday, and he was already demanding she fulfill it. You're a big CEO of a large group busy with 1,000 things every day. How can you still remember such a trivial matter? Li Jiayu looked at his smug face. Handsome as he was, why did she feel like punching him? Fortunately, Li Jiayu had been prepared. She had packed the leftover food last night. Trying to swindle $200 out of me. No way. All right, master. I'm ready. You must eat, Li Jiayu said through gritted teeth. Then she took out an insulated bag from behind her. Watching her actions, Yi Ming's lips curled up, and he smiled at her. Don't worry, let's go. Okay. With that, Li Jiayu walked ahead to lead the way. She quickly brought him to the staff cafeteria. They found a seat by the wall and sat down. Only then did Li Jiayu take out the food she had brought and said to Yiminga, wait a moment, I'll go heat up the dishes. Yiminga waved his hand, looking like he was following her arrangements. Seeing that Yiminga had no objection to bringing food, Li Jiayu took the lunch boxes and queued to heat them in the microwave. 2 minutes later, Li Jiayu brought the dishes back. 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. The dishes made by Aunt Mo were full of color, aroma, and taste, arranged on the small table, exquisite and appetizing. It was Yi Ming's first time eating in the company cafeteria. It was quite a novelty. However, something seemed to be missing. Then Yiminga spoke. You brought dishes but no rice. Li Jiayu heard this and said irritably, is this your first time eating at the company? They'll go buy 2 portions of rice from the cafeteria? Oh, Yiminga only replied with one word, and then said nothing. Li Jiayu looked at him and muttered, acting cold and aloof. Then she left her seat, went to the cafeteria, and bought 2 portions of rice. 3 yuan per small bowl, quite expensive. Fortunately, the rice was made from ivory rice, soft and quite tasty. If Li Jiayu were cooking for herself, she would begrudge buying such high-grade rice. In her view, it had no cost-effectiveness. 3 yuan per caddy oil sticky rice was also edible. She placed the rice in front of Yiminga and then started eating lunch. After a few bites, Li Jiayu suddenly remembered there was something she hadn't told Yiminga. Seizing the opportunity, she said, "President Yi, there's something I need to tell you." Yiminga glanced at Li Jiayu, picked up a piece of snow peas, and put it into his bowl, then said, "What is it?" Looking at Yiminga, Li Jiayu organized her thoughts, and said, "Well, before when we were in the elevator we ran into some colleagues gossiping. It seems you transferred them away from their original positions. What are you going to plead for them?" "Well, it's not exactly that. I just feel they're quite pitiful." Li Jiayu stammered, unable to find the right words under Yi Ming's questioning. "Pitiful? Don't sympathize with people like that, or you'll end up paying a heavy price." Yiminga put down his bowl, pulled a tissue from Li Jiayu's bag to wipe his mouth, and said with a smile. Observing Yi Ming's reaction, Li Jiayu felt a bit puzzled. There was a murderous intent in his eyes, something unsettling. Li Jiayu immediately dared not look at him anymore. At that moment, Yiminga spoke. "There's a saying, disaster comes from the mouth. Since they open their mouths, they must be prepared to face the consequences. They are adults after all." "But..." Li Jiayu hesitated. She felt that a few careless words shouldn't warrant such a harsh outcome. Yiminga, however, pressed his right hand against her delicate face and continued, "Have you ever considered that if their gossip affects you and you end up depressed because of it, what then? Sometimes words can wound. How many people have died from online bullying? Since they love to talk so much, I just transferred them to the after-sales customer service department. Isn't that perfect? It's a perfect match for their skills. They can talk from work time till they're tired of it." Hearing Yi Ming's words, Li Jiayu fell silent. Li Jiayu knew all too well the power of online bullying. How many had lost their lives to it? That was why she had fully supported the company's legal team, sending those keyboard warriors to prison before. But this was just a few casual words spoken face-to-face. Li Jiayu felt the punishment was too severe. Never mind, she had only brought it up for their sake. Since Yiminga thought it was the right call, so be it. None of my business. All right. Li Jiayu said no more, and picked up her rice bowl again to continue lunch. Yiminga also fell silent, simply gazing at her. This made Li Jiayu feel a bit embarrassed. She touched her cheek with her hand. "No rice grains. Is there something on my face?" Li Jiayu asked. "No, but I have something to tell you too." Yiminga smiled. "What is it?" Li Jiayu looked at him with confusion. What could he possibly have to say? Probably another way to tease me. Seeing her puzzled expression, Yiminga moved his stool next to hers, pulled her close, and whispered in her ear, "Are you sure you want to talk about it here? It's crowded and nosy. This is a little secret between the two of us." "Huh, could it be?" Li Jiayu immediately thought of what Yi Ming's mother had said. No way. So soon. She hadn't even touched the 2 bank cards, afraid it was just a passing whim, and if she used them, she wouldn't be able to pay them back. After all, in TV dramas, broken engagements were common, let alone betrothals. And now, Li Jiayu was completely stunned. "Then let's talk in the office." That's better." Yiminga smiled and released her. At this point, Li Jiayu had no appetite left. She tidied up the dishes, washed them in the sink, and put them into the insulated bag. She followed Yiminga back upstairs. As soon as they entered the office, he cornered her against the wall. Li Jiayu quickly raised her hands to block him, saying, "Mr. Yi, wait. Whatever you need to say, please say it, but not like this." Seeing her frightened look, Yiminga felt a surge of delight. For some reason, he loved seeing that expression on her pretty face. It brought him great joy. In this life, Li Jiayu would never escape his grasp. Then Yiminga stepped back. Although he released her, he still held her hand and pulled her to the front of his desk. Li Jiayu grew even more terrified at the sight. Could he be thinking of that? This huge desk could easily hide 2 people underneath. "No. I'm just your assistant, not your secretary." "Hey." While Li Jiayu was lost in wild speculation, Yiminga let go of her hand, took a red invitation-like object from the drawer, and handed it to her. "Open it, and take a look." Oh. Li Jiayu took the invitation and opened it. It was unmistakably the invitation for her and Yi Ming's engagement ceremony. It marked the date 1 week later, on the 1st of next month. The ceremony would invite big shots from all walks of life in Shanghai, along with reporters. The venue was unexpectedly the same hotel where Yiminga had taken her away that day. Damn, no way I actually guessed right. You're all way too hasty. Li Jiayu stared at Yiminga in shock. He waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me, this wasn't my arrangement. I am not ready yet. How can this be so fast?" Li Jiayu said helplessly. "Blame yourself for being so perfect. My mom took a liking to you at first sight and didn't even give me a chance to speak. She said if I don't treat you well, she'll break my leg." "And which leg? I have to protect my legs, so." Yiminga shrugged. "You?" Li Jiayu was dumbfounded. She and Yiminga had only known each other for a few days at most. Even counting up to the engagement ceremony, it would only be 10 days. Yi Ming's mother was far too impatient. She had only been joking earlier. Now that the real thing was upon her, she was terrified. Frustratedly, Jiayu left Yiming's desk and returned to her own seat. She took out the invitation and examined it again and again. She desperately wished it was a fake, giving her more time to digest and accept it since she was still a bit away from complete feminization. But no matter how she looked, the words on it remained unchanged. The engagement ceremony was inevitable. Oh my god. Just last week, she was still a boy through and through. Now she had barely adapted to being a girl. And in just a few days she would have to adapt to being a wife. At that moment Yiminga spoke. You'd better go back to your hometown and bring your little sister over. Why? Li Jiayu looked at him like a startled deer. It wouldn't be right for our engagement to have no one from your family present. But my sister is still in middle school. Li Jiayu said quickly. It's not an adults-only event. Even a middle schooler should be fine. But it's so far, and she has school. Can't she spare a single day? Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu felt like crying. How was she supposed to call her sister? Going out to work and then a brother turns into a sister. Who would believe that? She was afraid her sister wouldn't accept it, and if something went wrong it might affect her high school entrance exams. Woo, who can teach me what to do now? Li Jiayu didn't even know how she got back to the villa. As soon as she returned, she tossed the keys in the living room and went straight upstairs. Aunt Emo looked at her and said with a smile, Miss, you're back so early today. Aren't you going to have dinner? But Li Jiayu didn't answer Aunt Mo's question at all. She didn't even turn her head and went straight into her room. Aunt Emo stood there frozen for a moment. Normally Li Jiayu wasn't like this. She was always very polite. Could something have happened? Seeing Li Jiayu suddenly become like this, Aunt Emo was very worried. What happened to Miss? She murmured, watching Li Jiayu disappear at the top of the stairs. Then out of concern she directly called Yiminga. Boss, I saw Miss looking distracted today. What happened? Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Yiminga laughed and said, It's nothing, don't worry about her. We're getting engaged next month. She's so excited she can't sleep. She didn't take a nap at noon, so she's probably still sleepy now and went upstairs to catch up on sleep. Aunt Emo laughed too. I see. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, hee hee hee. If you need my help, just let me know. Seeing you young people step into the halls of marriage makes me very happy. Thanks, Aunt Emo. Later you can make her something to eat. She'll bounce back soon. Yiminga was on the phone grinning from ear to ear. The smile on his face simply couldn't be suppressed. To be honest, Yiminga was really looking forward to the day Li Jiayu would wear a wedding dress. Not the engagement banquet, but the final step into the halls of marriage. Hearing Yiming's words, Aunt Emo said, Okay, boss, and hung up the phone. Likewise, the smile on Aunt Mo's face was even harder to suppress than an AK. Then Aunt Emo immediately went back to the kitchen to prepare food. As she chopped vegetables, she murmured, Miss is almost getting married. When will my son? Probably soon, I guess. After all, my son is quite handsome. As she thought, she began to imagine what her daughter-in-law would look like. Probably similar to Li Jiayu. A smile appeared on Aunt Mo's face. She even daydreamed about taking care of her grandchildren. Meanwhile, in the room, Li Jiayu buried herself in the bed. After a while, she sat up. What should I do? What should I do? Li Jiayu ran her hands through her shoulder-length hair, messing it up. She had no idea how to bring it up to her sister. Should she go back and say, Sister, actually I've always been your older sister. You never had a brother, it was all in your imagination. No, that doesn't make sense. My little sister is too smart to shed pry the truth out of me in no time. Or maybe just come clean. Ugh, so annoying. Li Jiayu simply couldn't figure out how to face her sister. She tossed and turned on the bed, rolling around until 7 o'clock when her stomach started growling. Li Jiayu touched her flat, smooth belly and looked outside at the fully dark sky. Then she murmured, Since it's come to this, let's eat first. Then Li Jiayu climbed out of bed. She took a shower first, changed into light home clothes, and then went downstairs. This time she was wearing flat slippers, so she didn't make much noise. She had already reached the kitchen before Aunt Emo knew she was down. Aunt Emo spoke up in surprise. Miss, you're finally down. I thought you were still asleep. No, Aunt Emo. Something happened. I'm sorry for today. There are some things I don't know how to handle, so. It's okay. After all, it's the first time. Being nervous is inevitable. Take it easy. I was even more nervous than you back then. Aunt Emo said with a smile. The more she looked at Li Jiayu, the more perfect she seemed. Pretty face, good figure, and a gentle personality. The baby she would have would surely be adorable. Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu's body stiffened. Huh. Aunt Emo, you know too. Li Jiayu said weakly. Miss, if you need my help you must tell me. Don't be afraid to trouble me. I'm very happy to do it. Seeing you reach this stage feels like watching my own daughter. I'm so happy. Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu was completely dumbfounded. She was going crazy. She hadn't expected that even Aunt Emo knew about this. How could there be moles everywhere? Could she call off the deal? She had only found out about it herself this afternoon. Thinking about her upcoming engagement, Li Jiayu felt completely deflated. How to face it was a big problem. She would try to pull herself together in the next few days. Sigh. Why was her life so difficult? Just as Li Jiayu was sighing, Aunt Emo brought out the prepared dishes. Looking at the sumptuous food before her, Li Jiayu decided to turn grief into appetite and fill her little tummy first. Aunt Emo wiped her hands nearby, watching Li Jiayu, whose cheeks bulged as she ate. She suddenly thought Li Jiayu looked like a cute little hamster. Aunt Emo was very happy. It seemed Miss had recovered. Then Animo said, "Oh, by the way, Miss, the clothes you asked me to send today have been shipped." Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu wanted to speak, but her mouth was full of food. She accidentally choked on it, and her eyes welled up with tears. Water. This scared Aunt Mo. She quickly poured a glass of warm water for Li Jiayu to help her recover. Looking at Li Jiayu's state, Aunt Mo felt heartbroken and said guiltily, "Miss, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have spoken." "No, it's fine, Aunt Mo. The things have been shipped right." "How much?" "They'll pay you now," Li Jiayu said. "Miss, no need. Shipping wasn't much, and the boss has a generous monthly expense budget. It can be deducted from that." Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Li Jiayu nodded. "Good, it's been sent. Even better, she didn't have to pay. Her little sister would be so happy to receive the clothes." Then Li Jiayu quickly finished the food in front of her. Her spirits lifted a little, and she said to Aunt Mo in full, "They'll go upstairs now. You should rest early too, Aunt Mo." "Okay, miss. I'll rest after I clean up. By the way, do you want to bring lunch tomorrow? I saw you pack leftovers yesterday. I could prepare it in advance for you." "That works. They'll bring lunch tomorrow. But you can make it in the morning, Aunt Mo. That way you won't have to work so hard at night, and the food will be fresher." "Okay, miss, I understand. You go rest, and then sleep. Leave this to me." "All right, good night, Aunt Mo." "Good night, miss." The moon set, and the stars sank. Soon the night passed. Li Jiayu was a carefree soul, naturally sleeping soundly. After all, born into a family like hers, only those with a strong mind could avoid depression. Resetting like a factory default every day was one of Li Jiayu's few virtues. Though she had already been through that, it didn't matter. She got up, washed, changed clothes, and after days of being a girl, she was quite accustomed to it. She cheerfully went downstairs. Seeing Aunt Mo busy in the kitchen, Li Jiayu smiled and said, "Good morning, Aunt Mo. What's for breakfast today?" Aunt Mo, hearing her words, turned around. She immediately turned and smiled. "I went grocery shopping this morning and saw the chives were quite fresh, so I made chive and pork steamed dumplings. I don't know if Miss likes them. If not, I also made some bread and youtiao. Wow, steamed dumplings. I love them, thank you, Aunt Mo." Having said that, Li Jiayu sat at the table and began to eat. In no time, half a plate of dumplings swelled her belly. Aunt Mo's dumplings were truly generous in portion. Li Jiayu was very satisfied, just as she was about to pack some for her colleagues. Suddenly, she remembered that the only colleague in her office was Yi Minga, so she abandoned the idea. Bring him any. Let him starve." Still, she packed some lunch to take out, since tomorrow was the weekend. Today, Yi Minga had assigned a light workload to Li Jiayu. She cleared her tasks in the morning. When she saw Yi Minga scrolling on his phone and having nothing to do, she sat back and started browsing Douyin. If the boss could do it, why couldn't she? It was perfectly reasonable to follow suit. First engagement, how should the heroine handle her appearance? How to win the approval of all the groom's relatives at the engagement ceremony? What to prepare for a first engagement? How to outshine everyone at the engagement banquet? She became engrossed, amazed at how much knowledge was involved in a simple engagement ceremony. She didn't even notice when Yiminga came up behind her. "Stop looking. I've prepared everything except the engagement ring. After work this afternoon, come with me to Baishang Mall again." Yiming's voice suddenly sounded behind her, startling Li Jiayu so much that her phone fell to the floor. "Ah, you scare me to death. Why did you sneak up behind me?" she complained, pouting. A smirk curled at the corner of Yiming's mouth. "Playing on your phone during work hours and caught by the boss, and you still think you're in the right. Oh, by the way, you seem to have forgotten something again. So lunch is on you today. Damn, you're a big CEO, not eating all day, just waiting for this meal of mine, aren't you?" Hearing Yiming's reply, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes. Traps everywhere. She was really fed up with that sly fox. Fortunately, she had already prepared the meal, so she wasn't afraid of his tricks. But to accommodate Yiming's strange taste, Li Jiayu still pouted and said fine. Then she bent down, crawled on the floor, and searched under the desk for her fallen phone. The office chair was in the way. One stood, the other searched on the ground. At that very moment, Mother Yi, who had come to visit her son, arrived at the office door. Seeing the two inside, she was shocked. She never expected her usually not so serious big son to actually be so improper. In broad daylight, Mother Yi was at a loss. She wore high heels that clicked when she walked. If she moved now, it would make a sound. But if she didn't leave as a mother, would it be too much? After all, such scenes only appeared in Japan. Just then, Yiminga stepped away from his spot. As he moved, he accidentally kicked a sandalwood burner beside him. The sandalwood ash drifted in the air, soon spreading everywhere. Li Jiayu, still searching for her phone, was caught off guard by the sandalwood dust. Cough, cough, cough. "What are you doing?" Mother Yi heard fragmented sounds from the doorway. Her eyes widened. She had to go back and tell her old man all about this. His good son was bullying his future daughter-in-law in the office. How wicked. After waiting for a while, Mother Yi figured they must have finished cleaning up. Then she knocked on the office's glass door. Li Jiayu saw Mother Yi and immediately went to open it. "Annie, what brings you here?" Mother Yi stepped in and noticed Li Jiayu's red knees. She felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to comfort her, but felt the occasion wasn't right. She decided that next time she took Li Jiayu home, she would teach her how to handle the men of the Yi family. She shouldn't be so submissive. There had to be other ways. As Li Jiayu's future mother-in-law, Mother Yi was ready to pass on 2 decades of experience to her. Otherwise, such a lovely, beautiful girl would be bullied terribly by her son. After all, she had raised Yiminga from childhood. She knew his character inside out. With that thought, Mother Yi immediately replied to Li Jiayu. I made some snacks for you too. It's already noon. Why aren't you taking a break? Money can never be earned fully. Health comes first. Li Jiayu looked at Mother Yi. She had just been playing on her phone, not busy at all. Embarrassed, she said, Got it, Annie. We were just about to go for lunch, and then you happened to come. Hearing that, Mother Yi chuckled. Happened. I won't call you out on it. Then she added, then you two should eat more and replenish your energy. Li Jiayu didn't catch the hidden meaning. Instead, she smiled and answered, I know, Auntie. I brought my own meal. It's guaranteed to be nutritious. At that moment, Yiminga walked over. He said to Mother Yi, Mom, what goodies did you bring? Let me see. As he reached for the bag, Mother Yi slapped his hand away. You child, don't you know ladies first? Let Jiayu take first. Hearing this, Yiminga was stunned. No wonder Mom was so eager for them to get engaged. She was already doting on her daughter-in-law. She truly liked her. He was happy for Li Jiayu because mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships were notoriously difficult. Now that his mother liked her, it would make things easier for him. It saved him trouble. Nice. But he didn't know that Mother Yi had seen Li Jiayu working so hard just moments before, which was the real reason she let her eat first. Sometimes seeing is not believing. Mother Yi did not linger long, as she soon departed from Yiming's office. The office then reverted to their private sanctuary. At that moment, Yiminga watched Li Jiayu, who was still nibbling on pastries, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. He remarked with displeasure, You're eating like a little pig. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Li Jiayu was taken aback by his words. Then she recalled how Mother Yi had just slapped his hand. The reason dawned on her. Yiminga was jealous. Thus Li Jiayu replied with a smile, I eat by my own skill, am not afraid of getting fat. Could it be that someone is jealous because I'm more favored than you? No way right. No way right. Humph. It was the first time Li Jiayu had seen Yiminga at a loss, and she was delighted. Having won Mother Yi's favor, she was on cloud nine, continuing to make sarcastic remarks. This darkened Yiming's expression. As a domineering CEO, he had his pride. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Li Jiayu and fell silent. He returned to his seat, adopting an aloof demeanor with no outlet for his frustration. Seeing him like this, Li Jiayu covered her mouth and chuckled. Yet she remembered that Yiminga hadn't had lunch. She couldn't let him starve. So she walked over to him and said, all right, my dear CEO, time for lunch. Yiminga didn't speak, but Li Jiayu could see a shift in his expression. He always put on a cold, unapproachable front, even though he was quite handsome. Soon they were back at the cafeteria, sitting at the same table as before. This time, however, there was no chatting or business talk. They ate quickly. The entire afternoon was spent working. Having worked for a few days, Li Jiayu was already familiar with the assistant's routine. With her diligence, she finished all her tasks an hour early. She ignored Yiminga, who was still busy, and guiltlessly played on her phone. After all, she had already been caught once today. What did she have to fear from another? As the saying goes, one more debt won't weigh you down. Time flew while playing on the phone, and soon it was time to leave. Li Jiayu was immersed in the online world, unable to tear herself away. Like a ghost, Yiminga silently appeared behind her once again. He intended to startle her again. But Li Jiayu seemed to sense his presence. Before he could act, she was staring at him with her bright, luminous eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Yiminga preempted her. Caught you playing on your phone again, huh? Li Jiayu, enough, don't talk. Grab your things, and come with me to Baishang City. What for? Li Jiayu recalled the last time he took her there, where she spent over 200,000 yuan, and felt a chill of fear. She looked at him warily. Your memory's like a fish. 7 seconds. Didn't I tell you? We're going to buy engagement rings after work. Getting into Yiming's car, Li Jiayu didn't offer to drive this time, and he didn't ask. Driving was too tiring. She preferred the passenger seat, playing on her phone. Especially in traffic jams. Automatic transmission was fine, but manual would drive you crazy. Whether it was Li Jiayu's words that jinxed them, or just bad luck, they hit a traffic jam less than 2 kilometers from the company. But soon she understood the situation and relaxed. It had nothing to do with her mouth. It was Friday after all. White-collar workers would have the next day off, and most of them chose to go out and spend. It was understandable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of the title white-collar. If it were Li Jiayu, she definitely wouldn't go out. In her view, Pinduoduo already satisfied all her needs except food. Because of this, the roads were packed with cars. Even Yiming's multi-million-dollar luxury car was stuck in the traffic. They arrived at Baishang City at 7:30. By then, Miss Li Jiayu was sound asleep. She had no idea they had reached their destination. She curled up in the passenger seat like a kitten, her lips slightly parted, making soft breathing sounds. She looked utterly pitiful and adorable. Yiminga finally managed to navigate through the chaos and reach the underground parking lot of Baishang City. As soon as the car stopped, Li Jiayu shifted position and murmured, Are we home? Hearing her drowsy words, Yiminga smiled. She was truly a feast for the eyes. He gently stroked her cheek, smooth as an egg, and found no reaction. He considered teasing her. So he unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to her, whispering in her ear, Hey, it's Dawn. Feeling the warmth near her ear, Li Jiayu mumbled back, Huh, Dawn. Wait, how could there be a voice in her ear? Could it be Still half asleep, Li Jiayu jolted awake, her eyes wide as a doll's. Seeing Yi Ming's mischievous grin, she thought he had done something unforgivable. Without thinking, she slapped him. Smack! The blow stunned Yiminga. Li Jiayu's hand even went numb. Damn it! Even the usually aloof Yiminga couldn't hold back. He snapped Li Jiayu. What do you mean by that? Up. Li Jiayu rubbed her eyes at the sound, waited a moment, then opened them. She saw Yiminga and the car. Huh? How were they in the car? Wasn't it a room? Li Jiayu was dumbfounded. Damn. Not possible. Had she been dreaming? She had thought he. So now did that mean she had slapped him wrong? Seeing the pained expression on Yiming's face, she grabbed his hand and said, I'm sorry, master, I wasn't fully awake. I thought I was dreaming. She was very humble. This diffused Yiming's anger. Besides, the slap had sounded loud, but barely fazed him. It hadn't hurt him at all. Only Li Jiayu's hand was sore from the impact. To Yiminga it felt no different from a lover's caress. And Li Jiayu's soft, warm little hand was quite pleasant. He had a bit of a masochistic streak apparently. He didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he said sternly to Li Jiayu, get up and get out of the car. It's late. We have important business to attend to. Oh. The two quickly got out of the car. Due to time constraints, Yiminga didn't linger anywhere else and headed directly towards the gold store. This gold store was the largest in the entire Baixiang city. In terms of quantity, quality, and design, it ranked among the top 3 in the entire Modu. Of course, the prices were equally high. Those who could afford to buy jewelry here were either wealthy or noble. Thus, when Yiminga brought Li Jiayu and a young saleswoman approached with great enthusiasm, greeting them with a beaming smile and ushering them inside. Welcome, sir and madam. Yiminga nodded and uttered only a few words, engagement rings. The saleswoman then gently guided them aside. Salespeople working here, unlike those in small shops, would not constantly pester customers with recommendations. Such behavior would greatly affect the customer's shopping experience. Moreover, those who could enter here were all high potential customers. If the service was not thoughtful, a deal might be lost. They were all trained to read people's expressions and moods. For customers who enjoyed enthusiastic service, they could be as eloquent as if they were in a debate competition. But if they encountered someone who preferred quiet shopping, they would switch to a different service style. Naturally, they aimed to make customers feel comfortable. As for Yiminga and Li Jiayu, they were clearly the latter type. Soon, under the guidance of the saleswoman, the two quickly arrived at the engagement ring section. Gazing at the vast array of exquisitely designed rings, each adorned with diamonds larger than the last, Li Jiayu's adorable big eyes were dazzled. So sparkly. They must be very expensive. Li Jiayu glanced at the price tags. Good heavens, all 6 figures. How could a diamond ring be so expensive? Wasn't it said that diamond rings were a tax on intelligence, and that lab-grown diamonds could completely match or even surpass natural ones in beauty? The price was simply beyond Li Jiayu's imagination. Were the rich so easily fooled? But she had to admit that the rings here were truly beautiful in design. Perhaps they were the work of some famous designer, so the high premium was understandable. At this moment, Yiminga was also carefully examining the rings. Soon he selected a few with relatively good designs, but not too large diamonds. This was quite similar to Li Jiayu's aesthetic. She also disliked rings with excessively large diamonds. Such rings felt very tacky, like nouveau riche, and didn't suit a delicate beauty like Li Jiayu. Come over, try them on, Yiminga said to Li Jiayu beside him. Okay, sure. After replying, Li Jiayu immediately leaned in to look at the rings Yiminga had selected. She quickly chose the ring with the most fashionable design and the smallest diamond. It wasn't that Li Jiayu was trying to save Yiminga money, it was just that the other rings didn't match her modest style. Like this one? Yiminga asked. Li Jiayu nodded, took the ring in her hand, and examined it under the light. It was indeed beautiful, but terribly expensive. For such a tiny thing, over 300,000. One might think they were spending Zimbabwean dollars. Alright, wrap it up, Yiminga said to the saleswoman. Hearing that the deal was about to close, the saleswoman was overjoyed. Just as she bent down to fetch a beautiful gift box, she realized that the boxes here had all been used up. So she turned to another saleswoman and said, Huanwan, do you have a gift box over there? Give me one. The colleague glanced at her own counter and immediately replied yes. However, she was also serving a customer at the moment. She had to come over to get it herself. The saleswoman immediately apologized. Sorry, sir, and madam, I'll just go grab a box and wrap it for you shortly. The two didn't mind at all. They nodded and gestured for her to go ahead. Just as the saleswoman was bending down to close the cabinet, a white box-shaped object flew over from a distance. It was heading straight for the saleswoman's position. However, because she was bending down to close the cabinet, she narrowly escaped the hit. Yet the box struck Li Jiayu's head with perfect accuracy. The box was made of cardboard wrapped in leather. Although it wouldn't cause serious injury, it still hurt a lot when hit, especially for someone with delicate skin like Li Jiayu. The spot immediately turned red. Li Jiayu, are you okay? Seeing Li Jiayu hurt, Yiminga was furious. He immediately came over to check her wound. After confirming nothing serious, he looked toward the direction from which the object had come. At that moment, a commotion came from over there. If you don't have money, then scram. If it weren't for you saying you'd inherit your old man's estate, I wouldn't bother with you. A mature woman's voice rang out. A man and a woman were seen arguing in front of a counter. The counter was also one for displaying engagement rings. The saleswoman there was frightened by the fierce woman, especially when she saw her throw something from the counter in front of her, and even worse, it hit another customer. She was scared to tears. She quickly pulled out a walkie-talkie and called her manager. The saleswomen were all panicking. At this moment, the protective Yiminga also brought Li Jiayu over to the two people. They were still arguing, and it seemed they were about to come to blows. Yiminga didn't care about that. He reached out and firmly grabbed the hand of the woman who had thrown the object. "You threw that thing, didn't you?" Yiming's cold voice cut through the air. This made the arguing couple stop. "Damn, you're hurting me. Who are you? Let go." The mature woman quickly pulled her hand back, now turning her gaze to Yiminga. Yiminga had grabbed her quite hard, leaving her hand red. At the same time, the man who had been arguing with her immediately reached out to push Yiminga. They could argue among themselves, but he couldn't let another man bully his woman. "It's you." The moment the man moved to strike, he recognized Yiminga. It was truly a small world. They actually knew each other. The man grinned at Yiminga and said, "Oh, if it isn't Mr. Yi. I recall your family said you wouldn't take part in Grandpa's inheritance division. What, going back on your word? In such a hurry to bring a little girl and get engaged?" Hearing the man's words, what did he mean? Not only Li Jiayu was confused, but Yiminga was also puzzled. Yiminga replied coldly, "Yiminkai, what do you mean by that?" Yiminkai sneered, "What do I mean? Don't play dumb with me. You just want to get a piece of Grandpa's inheritance, don't you? Well, compete fairly. Don't think just because you're doing better than me you'll get more. Nothing is certain yet." After saying that, he checked Qinyun's hand. Seeing it was only a bit red, he said, "Alright, don't disturb me while I'm choosing rings. I'm busy. My matter isn't settled yet." Yiminga said, and was about to act. He could refrain from hitting a woman, but his fist could be aimed at Yiminkai, his worthless cousin. "Don't fight." At that moment, Li Jiayu reached out to stop Yiminga. "Well, Sister Qin, what a coincidence." Li Jiayu spoke. The elegant woman before her was an older sister she had met while working part-time, who had been quite kind to her back then. To run into her now felt like a stroke of fate. Li Jiayu had known Sister Chun before her transformation. Back then, when she worked part-time, she was still a boy dressed in androgynous clothes. Though she looked cute, even then she was somewhat unkempt, appearing like a girl wearing boys' clothes. Sister Chin did not immediately recognize the person speaking to her. She had never known Li Jiayu's true identity and always thought she was a girl. Now seeing Li Jiayu so beautifully dressed and professional, she was momentarily stunned. When had this little girl wised up? She looked truly stunning. Sister Chun said with a mix of surprise and apology, "Xiaoyu, I didn't expect it was you. I'm sorry I lost my temper just now. Did I hurt you? It's fine, Sister Chun. What's going on here?" Li Jiayu asked, puzzled. Hearing Li Jiayu's words, Sister Chun shot Yiminkai a glare. She simply said, "It's nothing. We just disagreed on something." Family scandal should not be aired in public, and Sister Chun was naturally reluctant to share her family matters. Li Jiayu was not one to pry, so she did not press further. Since the incident was caused by an acquaintance, she let it go. To avoid further conflict, she pulled Yiminga away from their original spot. Yet this little incident had revealed something useful. Had the man across from her just mentioned an engagement to inherit his grandfather's estate? Could it be that Li Jiayu had stumbled into a cliché wealthy family drama of inheritance battle? Li Jiayu recalled that on their first meeting, Mother Yi had urged her to get engaged. If her guess was correct, was there such a hidden motive? But even knowing the engagement had other reasons, Li Jiayu didn't mind. After all, Mother Yi's money had already been given to her. The engagement was a done deal, so she dared to spend it. Perhaps she should try to help her sister enroll in a high school in Shanghai. After all, big cities offered far better education than their small hometown county school. She wondered if the 20 million yuan was enough to buy a house in a school district. She had never looked into such things. She had heard that in the capital, a toilet-sized apartment in a school district cost tens of millions. Though Shanghai was not the capital, it was certainly not cheap. She didn't ask for much. 70 or 80 square meters would suffice. If not 50 or 60 would do. Anything smaller would be unlivable. She needed to find an opportunity to check it out. Meanwhile, Yiminga was also mulling over what Yiminkai had just said. He had known nothing about this matter. He never concerned himself with family affairs. As for dividing grandfather's inheritance, truth be told, Yiminga had little interest. Within the Yi family of Shanghai, he was the most successful, running a business worth tens of billions. No matter how much money grandfather had, how much could he really get? For Yiminga, money was just a number now. The balance in his card was longer than most people's phone numbers. Why would he need to fight for inheritance? Still, he felt he should go back and ask his mother what was going on, since even he had been kept in the dark. With that thought, he decided to return as soon as possible. The two sides parted without further argument. The manager in the office finally arrived belatedly. When he learned that Li Jiayu had been injured, he offered an apology. He directly gave Li Jiayu a complimentary pair of earrings. Li Jiayu looked at the sparkling, beautiful earrings and touched her bare earlobes. She did seem to be missing a pair of earrings as an adornment. So without refusing, she accepted the compensation and let the sales assistant put them on for her. After putting on the earrings, Li Jiayu admired herself in the mirror for a moment, then turned to look at Yiminga, who was still lost in thought. She swept her shoulder-length hair behind her ear and said softly, "Do I look good?" Hearing Li Jiayu's question, Yiminga snapped back to reality. When he saw Li Jiayu's profile with the earrings, he was frozen in place. He murmured, "Yes. Beautiful." Hearing his answer, Li Jiayu felt a surge of joy. After a split second, she decided to invite Yiminga to her place for dinner tonight. Yiminga, meanwhile, had been captivated by her alluring posture. In a daze, he paid for the ring and left the jewelry store with Li Jiayu. It was already late, and there was still a considerable distance to Li Jiayu's place. If they stayed any longer, it would be past midnight. Meanwhile, back in the store, the two were still there. Sister Chun was still choosing rings while Yiminga watched the departing pair with a mocking smile. His gaze lingered on Li Jiayu's back, and his expression shifted briefly before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. He urged Sister Chin to hurry up, which only earned him a sharp retort. "You want buy what I want, so you pick it yourself." On the way back, Yiminga drove again, quickly heading toward the villa district. The return trip was less congested, much faster than before, but they still arrived at Li Jiayu's villa close to 9 in the evening. To her surprise, Animo was still waiting at the gate. When Yiming's car stopped, Animo came up to them. "Boss, miss, you're back." Li Jiayu looked at her with concern. "It's so cold at night, Animo. Don't wait outside. You can wait inside or go to bed early. I can take care of myself." Having grown up without parental love, Li Jiayu regarded Animo as family. Besides, she was no longer a child. There was no need for Antimo to wait outside. Waiting in the living room would be just fine. Hearing Li Jiayu's words, Antimo smiled. "Miss, I only clean the villa and take care of your meals. It's nothing compared to your work. I'm fine, but it's cold outside." "I know, miss. I'll take care of myself. Don't worry," Antimo said with a smile, then ushered them inside. The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Li Jiayu had been off work since 5 o'clock, and 4 hours had passed without a single grain of rice. Her stomach was growling with hunger. Seeing the table full of dishes, she exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so hungry. Animo, you've made so many delicious things again." "Hee, as long as you like it, miss." Animo had observed that Li Jiayu often came home late in recent days, so she had bought a food warmer online. It had come in handy tonight. Seeing Li Jiayu return to a warm meal, Antimo felt the purchase was well worth it. Li Jiayu lifted the dust covers from the dishes, took the rice Antimo had already prepared, and began to eat. She hadn't eaten all afternoon and was starving. Yiminga watched her eat obediently and decided not to linger. He needed to go back and ask his mother about grandfather's inheritance. He turned to leave. Just then a small soft hand grabbed his clothes. Looking at Li Jiayu with her cheeks full, Yiminga asked, "What's wrong? Can't you stay and have dinner together?" Gazing at Li Jiayu's expectant eyes, Yiminga nodded and sat down directly beside her. He decided to have his meal here today. Seeing Yiminga take a seat, a hint of joy surfaced on Li Jiayu's face, though her cheeks were slightly puffed, making it hardly noticeable. At that moment, Aunt Emo also came over with a smile, carrying a bowl of rice. She remarked cheerfully, "It's been a while since you've eaten at home, boss. It seems Miss is quite the charm." Is that so?" Li Jiayu's eyes flickered as she looked at Yiminga. There was usually a cook at home, so where else would he go for meals if not back here? And so the two of them ate together like a young couple. Watching Yiminga maintain his aloof demeanor, his face utterly expressionless, Li Jiayu thought, "I went out of my way to invite you to eat, yet you won't even crack a smile. How inconsiderate." So Li Jiayu smiled and said to Yiminga, "Let me tell you something." "What is it?" "The lunch I brought you was all made by Antimo." "I know. It was leftovers from the night before. You're not mad, are you?" "I know that too." "Hey, how do you know everything? Aren't you angry?" In Li Jiayu's view, wealthy people never ate leftovers, even if the ingredients cost thousands. Just then Yiminga replied, "Why would I be angry? You took the trouble to bring it for me, and Aunt Mo's cooking suits my taste. You don't think I'm that fussy, do you?" His words hung in the air. Li Jiayu was momentarily stunned beside him. She hadn't expected Yiminga to be so easy to please, unlike the tycoons in novels who would demand a redo if a single grain of salt was off. "All right, I'll bring you fresh food next time. Let's eat first. I'm starving." Li Jiayu continued silently munching her rice. After a while, Yiminga set down his chopsticks and said, "I'm full." "How did you eat so fast?" she asked, looking at her own half-full bowl with a hint of confusion since she had started eating first. "How did he finish before me?" Yiminga smiled and patted Li Jiayu's head. "Eat well and rest early. I'm off now." As he turned to leave, Li Jiayu inexplicably blurted out, "Wait, it's late. Aren't you staying here? What do you want me to sleep with you? Get lost." Sometimes Li Jiayu couldn't figure Yiminga out. One moment so aloof, the next so unreliable and glib. Should ignore him. After Yiminga left, Li Jiayu quickly finished her meal. She told Animo and then went upstairs to rest. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she planned to sleep in. She turned off the alarm on her phone, then took a shower and went to bed. The moon set and the stars faded. Early the next morning, Li Jiayu groggily heard her phone ring. She wanted to ignore it. Who wants to get up on a weekend? She shifted position and tried to continue sleeping, but the caller seemed determined to reach her. Persistent. Reluctantly, Li Jiayu grabbed her phone with extreme unwillingness. "Who is it?" she mumbled. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw Jiang Duo. "Why her?" Li Jiayu had done several part-time jobs with her, and they were fairly familiar. Jiang Duo was a cute girl about the same height as Li Jiayu. Seeing so many missed calls, it must be something urgent. So Li Jiayu answered. Duo, what's up so early? A girlish, almost lowly-like voice came through the phone. Jiang Duo said, Xiaoyu, get up and make some extra cash. I found a great part-time job. If we're late, I'll be gone. They don't accept online registration, only on-site interviews. Part-time. Yeah, you haven't given up and become a layabout, have you? Didn't we agree to earn $1 million together and then retire back home? You're already slacking off. This. Hearing Jiang Duo's words, Li Jiayu felt embarrassed to say she had found a sugar daddy and no longer needed part-time work. But she was afraid of hurting the girl's feelings. She figured, since I have nothing to do on the weekend anyway, I'll go with her and treat it as fun. I have money in my pocket now, so my mindset is much better. The part-time job isn't important. It's about having fun. They'll wait for you at Motorsports Center. Hurry up. You need to be there by 7 at the latest, Jiang Duo said again. Okay, wait for me. They'll be there soon. I'll wait. Li Jiayu hung up and checked the time. It was 06:07:15 a.m. There was still enough time, but she needed to hurry. It didn't matter if she couldn't get the job herself, but she couldn't delay Jiang Duo's chance to earn money. And so Li Jiayu got up, washed up, and took out a casual outfit from her wardrobe. At this time of year, the days in Modu were still quite hot, but the nights were cool, with a temperature difference of over 10 degrees. After some hesitation, she chose a floral dress that reached her knees, paired with white lace socks and white sneakers. She looked youthful and energetic, styled her hair in a neat manner, and added the sparkling earrings she had gotten yesterday. Perfect. Finally, she grabbed a jacket and went downstairs. As soon as she reached the ground floor, Aunt Emo heard the noise. Aunt Emo said, Miss, you're up so early. It's the weekend. Why not sleep in a bit longer? Good morning, Aunt Emo. A friend invited me out to play, so I want sleep in today, Li Jiayu replied with a smile. That's perfect. I've made breakfast. Why don't you take some for your friend? It's early, so they probably haven't eaten either. I didn't ask, but sure, I'll bring it along. If we can't finish it, we'll have it for lunch. Taking the breakfast prepared by Aunt Emo, Li Jiayu drove out of the villa area. Motorsports Center wasn't far, only 20 kilometers away. She arrived in 20 minutes. Once there, Li Jiayu realized what Jiang Duo meant by the job. There was a comic convention happening today. Such events required a lot of security personnel, and part-time jobs were common, but the two girls couldn't work as security. That left only one possibility: logistics. Another boring job, but at least she could enjoy seeing cosplayers at the convention. Soon Li Jiayu left the underground parking lot and walked through the passage to the entrance of Motorsports Center, which took a few more minutes. At the entrance, she quickly spotted Jiang Duo, also wearing a floral dress. From a distance, Li Jiayu called out, Duo. Over here. Jiang Duo turned at the sound, staring at Li Jiayu in astonishment. She never expected Li Jiayu to wear a dress and white stockings today, a rare sight. Jiang Duo hurried over, pulling Li Jiayu to look her up and down. Tisk, if I'd known you were this pretty, we wouldn't have suffered so much last time. Duo, what are you saying? Li Jiayu said with mock annoyance. Was that last part-time job even fit for humans? The recruiter had divided the part-timers into two groups, the pretty ones and the average ones, paying the same for different work. The average-looking ones naturally got the hard labor. Jiang Duo, wanting to stay with Li Jiayu, gave up the chance to join the pretty group and ended up doing hard labor with her. Now, seeing Li Jiayu so well-dressed, she couldn't help but tease. If you're this beautiful, you should have said so earlier. Duo, have you had breakfast? Not yet. I didn't think about it until you mentioned it. Now I'm a bit hungry. Here, I brought breakfast. Let's eat together. How thoughtful. Whoever marries you must have saved the galaxy in their past life. Duo laughed. Food can't shut you up, can it? Let's go inside after we eat. Aunt Mo's breakfast was far more delicious than anything sold outside. Li Jiayu had brought quite a lot, but she couldn't stop the little glutton Jiang Duo from finishing it all. Li Jiayu hadn't expected this young girl to be such a big eater. If she had known, she would have brought more. At this moment, Jiang Duo, wiping her mouth with a tissue, asked, Xiaoyu, where did you buy this breakfast? It tastes really good. Send me the location, and I'll buy some myself tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Duo's words, Li Jiayu was taken aback. This breakfast wasn't bought at all. Li Jiayu smiled and said to Jiang Duo, this isn't from a store. It was made by an elder in our family. If you like it, we can meet again tomorrow, and I'll bring you some. Hearing Li Jiayu's words, Jiang Duo showed an envious expression. She said wistfully, wow, your family elder is so amazing. My mom only knows how to cook noodles for me, and even then just with salt and oil. If I had to eat with her, I'd be so bored that my mouth would blow bubbles. After saying that, she even mimicked blowing bubbles in front of Li Jiayu. Seeing Jiang Duo's pitiful look, Li Jiayu patted her head and said, ha, poor Duo. Why don't you switch to our company? They'll bring you breakfast every day. For a moment, Jiang Duo did consider it, but after thinking it over, she replied, well, the leadership at my current company has been pretty good to me. Li Jiayu nodded, not pressing the issue further. At that moment, a small door of the sports center opened. Since it wasn't yet the visiting hours for tourists, the staff of the anime convention entered first. As part-time workers, Jiang Duo and Li Jiayu had to wait until they went in before they could enter. However, the wait wasn't long. Soon Jiang Duo pulled Li Jiayu into the sports center. At that moment, a large number of staff were busy setting up the unfinished stages from yesterday. The entire sports center was in a state of chaos. Jiang Duodua, looking at her phone and following the part-time job information, led Li Jiayu through a series of turns and soon arrived in front of a temporary stage. By then, a group of beautiful girls had already gathered around the stage. On the opposite side of the beautiful girls, 3 staff members, 2 women and 1 man, were conducting interviews. Seems like quite a crowd, Jiang Duodua remarked, looking ahead. If we don't make it, we can just treat it as a fun outing. This is an anime convention after all. It's my first time too, and I've heard there are many beautiful ladies. Li Jiayu said with a smile. That's the only option for now. If it doesn't work out, we can look for other part-time jobs outside. Jiang Duodua was quite persistent about part-time work. Li Jiayu had been the same in the past. The 3 staff members conducting the interviews seemed dissatisfied with some of the previous girls. Soon it was Jiang Duoduo and her companion's turn. Are you still hiring for this part-time job? Jiang Duoduo immediately asked. Yes, we are, but the requirements are quite high. Let's see if you can meet them. They'll first explain our requirements. One of the female staff members said. After she finished, another female staff member quickly added some requirements. The 3 of them were from a 2-dimensional game company, and they had come today to promote their game. So they needed to hire several cosplayers to portray their game characters. They required not only fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs, but also a chest size above C-cup. Moreover, they needed to be able to shout out some prepared lines without embarrassment, interact with visitors, and promote their company's game. After hearing their words, Li Jiayu understood. This was basically hiring a salesperson who could cosplay. However, the compensation they offered was quite generous, a base appearance fee of 2,000 for the cosplayer, plus a commission of 1 yuan per person promoted. Jiang Duoduo immediately decided to take the job after hearing that. If she could promote to 8,000 people, wouldn't she get 10,000? The pay was really good, and she had worked as a sales assistant in a clothing store before, so her sales skills were unquestionable. So she began to communicate with the staff. Although her height of 165 centimeters didn't make her a long-legged girl, the characters they needed to cosplay were all female roles wearing high heels. It was barely acceptable. The key point was that Jiang Duoduo was well endowed, fully meeting their requirements. Jiang Duoduo was naturally accepted. Most of the previous beautiful girls had been rejected because they were too young, around 14 or 15, and hadn't fully developed, thus failing to meet the requirements. That's how such a good opportunity fell to Jiang Duoduo. Jiang Duoduo quickly signed a simple contract in duplicate. Seeing Jiang Duoduo happily holding the contract, Li Jiayu felt happy for her. At that moment, the male staff member asked Li Jiayu, "Miss, aren't you going to do the part-time job? We still need one more." Oh. After hearing this, Li Jiayu waved her hand and quickly declined. "My sales skills are not good, so I'm afraid I can't handle it." Jiang Duoduo was quite disappointed to see that Li Jiayu wasn't joining. She immediately asked Li Jiayu, "Xiaoyu, why aren't you joining? Didn't we agree to do it together? Will be so lonely alone." Seeing this, the male staff member added fuel to the fire. "If both of you cosplay for us, we can raise the offer to 2,500 each." That was an extra 500 yuan. Jiang Duoduo almost shook Li Jiayu's arm off. Alright, I'll go with you then. Soon the staff brought out 2 new contracts, first replacing Jiang Duoduo's, then having Li Jiayu sign one. Seeing that the contracts were signed, the female staff member, who had spoken first, immediately stood up. She led the 2 to the public backstage changing room and makeup area. She said, "Wait here for a moment, sisters. Our stylist hasn't arrived yet. By the way, you can call me Sister Yu. My phone number is 137x. He'll come back when the stylist arrives. If you have any questions, call me." "Okay, thank you, Sister Yu." Sister Yu seemed to be in a hurry and went to deal with other matters. Meanwhile, the 2 girls in the makeup room were looking with curiosity at other girls who were getting their makeup done. The socially confident Jiang Duoduo naturally went over to chat. "Wow, little sister, you're so beautiful. What character are you cosplaying? Did you make this prop yourself? So impressive. Can you teach me? You'll be cosplaying later too. What's the name?" "Oh, I'm not sure. I'm here for part-time work portraying a character from the client's game. See you later then." Li Jiayu sat quietly like a well-behaved baby while Jiang Duoduo was like a little bee flitting among flowers, charming everyone around. But this atmosphere was quite nice. Li Jiayu liked it. Meanwhile, Sister Yu arrived with the stylist. "Both of you come over here for styling. After we finish, we'll need some time to learn the character's final poses and lines. It might be a bit tiring," Sister Yu said with a smile. Seeing that Sister Yu had already returned, they replied, "We're coming." Jiang Duoduo immediately pulled Li Jiayu to the stylist. The stylist, a cute young woman in her early 20s, looked at them and said with a smile, "Wow, 2 beautiful young ladies. This is going to be the easiest job I've ever had." "Oh, not really," Jiang Duoduo said shyly. She was quite satisfied with her outfit and hairstyle today. Since they still had to memorize lines and do styling later, they quickly started with Jiang Duoduo's makeup while Li Jiayu went to change clothes. Following Sister Yu to get the clothes, Li Jiayu's face showed an unpleasant expression. "Why a maid outfit again? What's wrong? Is there a problem with the clothes?" Sister Yu asked. "No, nothing. He'll go change now." Taking the clothes from Sister Yu, Li Jiayu quickly entered the changing room. Looking at the outfit before her, she murmured, "It's always either 0 or countless times." I really don't want to wear this. Besides, the maid outfit was designed to be slightly provocative. The skirt was not long, and the top had a cutout. A cat ear headpiece adorned her hair, and a long white cat tail trailed behind. The black and white stockings made Li Jiayu's ears turn slightly red. This was far more revealing than the one she wore at the KTV. Fortunately, she had brought a lace-trimmed bloomer, which gave her some sense of security. Li Jiayu put on the outfit and stepped out of the changing room with great reluctance. As soon as she appeared, Sister Yes' eyes lit up. Wow, absolutely perfect. You look like you just stepped out of a game. So beautiful. Hearing Sister Yes' words, the makeup artist also looked over. I told you this is the easiest job I've ever had. Then from the array of cosmetics, she picked a spray bottle and misted Jiang Duoduo's face. Then she said to Jiang Duoduo, "Little beauty, your makeup is done. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Duoduo opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror, giving the stylist a thumbs up. "You're amazing. You're the best makeup artist I've ever met." The young woman blushed a little but quickly regained composure. "Let's not flatter each other. Go change your clothes now. I still need to do makeup for this other little beauty. I can't wait to see what kind of stunning beauty I can create. I'm so excited." With that, she shooed Jiang Duoduo away and immediately seated Li Jiayu. "Out with the old, in with the new. Final, go change. Make sure you make Xiaoyu beautiful. Don't worry, makeup is my specialty." Jiang Duoduo went to change while Li Jiayu, under the supervision of the two young women, finished her makeup and styling. When Li Jiayu stood up, the other cosplayers nearby were stunned. How can there be such a beautiful girl in this world? Mom, I'm in love. I've decided to pursue this young lady. Excuse me, can I get a photo with you? Li Jiayu had only just finished her styling when it caused a stir throughout the entire dressing room. Since it was a public dressing room, there were many people. Except for a few girls changing in the changing rooms, all the other cosplayers were there. Upon seeing Li Jiayu, they were utterly captivated. Many came up to ask for her WeChat ID, and some even asked for hugs. This frightened Li Jiayu. Fortunately, Sister Yu was a seasoned woman who easily defused the situation, sending the flirtatious girls back to their seats. The crisis was averted. However, Sister Yu hadn't expected Li Jiayu to look so stunning. She immediately called the other two staff members in. When they saw Li Jiayu, they were also speechless for a long time. "Sister Yu, could you step outside for a moment?" another female staff member said. "And Brother Sen, please join us. We need to discuss something." Soon the three of them walked out. Only Li Jiayu and the makeup artist remained in the room. The young woman said, "Little beauty, the convention won't start for a while. Take a seat and rest. We'll get you a glass of water." "Okay, thank you." Li Jiayu covered her chest with her hands and sat on the chair, feeling restless. The main issue was that others were still staring at her, which made her uncomfortable. "I hope Duoduo comes out soon so I won't be alone and awkward," Li Jiayu murmured. Outside, the three staff members stood by the door. One of them said, "Let's participate in the organizer's cosplay competition. We originally didn't have our own cosplayer, so we chose not to enter. But now with Li Jiayu, I feel we have a chance to win. Winning means our ad will be featured on Manga Animation's official page for a month. This is a golden opportunity. With Manga Animation's influence, we'd save at least $1 million in promotion fees. Don't get too excited. I know the benefits of winning. But we never mentioned this to her when she took the part-time job. What if she's unwilling? Just ask. Young girls are easy to persuade. If necessary, we can offer more money, or we could approach the other girl. Alright, let's do that. First, offer more money. If that doesn't work, talk to the other girl and ask her to help persuade her." Sister Yu was also excited hearing this. Winning the championship had been beyond their wildest dreams before, but meeting Li Jiayu today made her feel it was very possible. Not to mention anything else, just Li Jiayu standing on stage, even without speaking a smile, would win half the battle. What about the performance? The competition requires a performance. That little beauty has such a lovely voice, she can definitely sing. We'll just have her sing a song casually. Got it. Let's do that. Soon the three re-entered the dressing room. By then, Jiang Duoduo had changed her clothes and was sitting next to Li Jiayu playing on her phone while waiting for the convention to start. "Have you two had breakfast? There's still over an hour until the opening. If you're hungry, you'll have Brother Sen go out and get you something," Sister Yu said kindly. Hearing this, Jiang Duoduo quickly declined, saying they had already eaten breakfast. Li Jiayu noticed the three of them looking hesitant and asked curiously, "Sister Yu, do you have something you want to say? Just go ahead." Xiaoyu, there is something we really need your help with," Sister Yu said immediately. Li Jiayu didn't hesitate to reply, "What is it? If I can help, I will, since I'm working part-time for you today, and I have my professional ethics." Seeing Li Jiayu's straightforwardness, the three women stopped beating around the bush. Another female staff member quickly said, "Xiaoyu, hey, race the thing this morning. The comic convention has an event that's very important to us. Originally, we weren't going to participate, but now. I understand you want the two of us to join this event, right?" "Yes, but don't worry. Since we're asking you to do extra work, we won't let you lose out. Well, add another 1,000 yuan to each of your pay plus additional rewards if you win 1,000 for first place, 5,000 for second, and 2,000 for third. What do you think?" The one called Third Brother said something irresistible. Jiang Duoduo immediately exclaimed, "How much did you say?" "An extra 1,000 per person plus rewards for winning 1,000 for first, 5,000 for second, 2,000 for third." Third brother repeated with a smile, which instantly thrilled Jiang Duo. Without a second thought, she grabbed Li Jiayu's hand and said, yes, yes. As long as it's not illegal, we can do it. Right, Xiaoyu? Seeing Jiang Duo so excited, Li Jiayu couldn't say anything else. 3,500 as a base salary was indeed generous. For the takeout delivery platform, it would take hundreds of orders. With such a high payment, Li Jiayu was a bit worried about what kind of event they were being asked to join. But that worry only flickered for a moment as third brother had already started explaining. There's a Kozer talent show this morning. He'll sign you up in a bit. All you need to do is go up and perform a talent. We don't demand any particular ranking. But I still remind you to take it seriously, since the top 3 can win prizes. Not just ours, but the organizers too. Sister, you added promptly. Don't worry. If it were expert judging, we might be a bit concerned, but this is audience voting, right? Yes, audience voting, third brother replied. Then we have nothing to fear. Once Xiaoyu steps on stage, she'll charm the audience, and first place will be a piece of cake. As Jiang Duo spoke, she reached for Li Jiayu's skirt. Li Jiayu quickly slapped her mischievous hand away and glared at her. Jiang Duo felt as if she had been electrified. The championship is definitely our, Xiaoyu. When we get the prize money, it'll make you treat me to hot pot. Time to improve the diet. With all these part-time jobs, she felt a bit malnourished. Jiang Duo muttered to herself, then adjusted her outfit. The 3 didn't stay inside. They needed to fill out the registration forms for Li Jiayu and Jiang Duo, and also attend to their own booth. The dressing room had its own air conditioner, so Li Jiayu and Jiang Duo stayed inside. They discussed their acts. Li Jiayu chose singing, while Jiang Duo picked dancing. Both were routines they had practiced before, so no extra rehearsal was needed. They just sat on their stools playing on their phones until the morning event time arrived. Outside the Magic City Sports Center, a bus slowly pulled up to the curb. 3 young men, who looked like recent graduates, squeezed out from the crowd. One muttered, finally here. This bus is usually never this crowded. It was suffocating. Another wearing glasses said, alright, enough. I told you guys to split a taxi, but you were too cheap. What can we do? By the way, where's Zhang Yi? Back there. Damn it, why didn't you keep an eye on him? That lovesick fool is still shaken up. We brought him to the comic convention to see some pretty girls and help him move on. The glasses-wearing guy squeezed back and pulled Zhang Yi out. Zhang Yi, don't embarrass us, your dads. It's just a breakup, not a life-or-death situation. We brought you here, our good son, to broaden your horizons. Look around. China is full of beautiful women. Lose one, find another. Exactly, son. We're taking you to see some anime-style girls today, hee. Black stockings, white stockings, long legs. They'll make you linger. Dude, wipe your drool. Don't make people think our 404 dorm is low class. Hey, you're not much better. On the 2-hour bus ride, you counted 189 long-legged beauties dancing and swaying. How do you know? Did you count? Zhang Yi looked at his 3 dorm buddies and said, sons, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. If you're fine, then let's scan our tickets and go in, the glasses-wearing guy said. Whoa, ladies, here we come. With that, the 4 of them linked arms and headed straight for the main gate of the sports center, where electronic tickets were being processed in an orderly manner. Soon it was Zhang Yi and his group's turn. Once inside, the anime vibe hit them all at once. Cute girls were everywhere, and there were plenty of those with black or white stockings and long legs, just as they had mentioned. One of the guys said, hey sons, I think since we're all in and can't get lost, how about we split up? That's exactly what I was thinking, the glasses-wearing guy said. He glanced at Zhang Yi with concern and asked, Zhang Yi, can you handle being alone? I'm fine. You guys go ahead. I'll just wander around on my own. No problem. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, the glasses-wearing guy pushed his glasses up, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and walked away. After all, everyone had their own waifu. Operating as a group was indeed inappropriate. Zhang Yi stood still, not moving anywhere. As time passed, more and more people streamed in from outside. In the organizer's office responsible for maintaining order at the convention, a dozen staff members were preparing for the opening. Just then a staff member rushed in, flustered. Manager, it's blown up. It's blown up. The manager jumped up from his chair, excited. What's blown up? Don't tell me something went wrong. No, manager. It's that we've received too many visitors. It's about to explode. This morning we still had 600 electronic tickets unsold, but suddenly for some reason, they all sold out. All 300 tickets are gone. Holy crap. Is that true? The manager immediately opened his computer to check the backend data. Indeed, all tickets were sold out. He looked up and asked the staff member, what about the visitors who've entered? Our tickets are refundable within 24 hours. This better not be a sabotage by competitors. We have tons of people, manager. This convention project is a success. Hearing that, the manager promptly turned to a female staff member and said, call the director immediately and tell him to report the good news. The CEO said that if we sell out all the tickets, he will make a personal appearance. Understood, manager. Standing by the window looking at the still crowded scene outside, the manager muttered to himself, haha, this is brilliant. The CEO will definitely be impressed. I'm about to hit the big time. As visitors entered aside from the free activity area on the periphery, a host had already stepped onto the inner stage to speak. Then various leaders took turns to give speeches. After the entire procedure, another hour had passed. Of course, similarly aside from a few reporters, there were hardly any spectators in the audience. Those who frequently attend events know that no matter the program, it only truly begins after the leaders finish speaking. That is after the leaders step off the stage. Only then did the area around the stage gradually heat up. It seems there's a coser performance contest on the central stage at today's convention. I wonder if there will be any characters I like. There must be. Let me tell you, a guy in my dorm works part-time as a stagehand here. He revealed that there are 50 cosers participating. It's going to be a great show. Huh. It seems all the participating cosers are backstage. I haven't seen any yet. I wanted to see who's here. I'm more looking forward to the end of the event when the cosers come out to dance otaku medleys. That's so much fun. Looking forward to it. Me too. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, a striking purple figure emerged from behind the stage. In an instant it drew everyone's gaze. Everyone look. The host has changed. This host. Wow, what a thunderous appearance. She's cosplaying my Raiden Shogun wife. Awesome. Damn, if even the host is this stunning, then the contestants. I'm starting to get excited. Wow. Damn, I have to call my dorm buddies to come watch. The quality of this convention is really high. As the host cosplaying as the Raiden Shogun stepped onto the stage, she immediately attracted all the idle onlookers nearby. Even those further away unaware of the situation saw the crowd and joined the audience. Seeing such a large audience, the host curled her lips slightly. With just a few simple opening remarks, she raised everyone's expectations. Her tone, rhythm, and language were perfectly controlled, truly worthy of her professional training. Even the manager overseeing the logistics backstage nodded with satisfaction. He immediately said to the staff beside him, "This is the feeling. Yes. Notify the host to bring today's special guests on stage immediately. Let's make the atmosphere even more explosive." "Okay, manager. We've already notified them." Good. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the first coser to perform appeared. This coser was a professional already extremely popular with millions of followers on Douyin, Weibo, and Bilibili. She could be considered a major internet celebrity. As soon as she appeared, many in the audience recognized her. One by one they shouted excitedly, "It's Tianqing. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing Tianqing. We have to support her. This organizer is amazing. They even brought Tianqing baby. Tianqing baby, I love you. Tianqing my wife. Damn, first time seeing her this close, wow." Seeing the crowd cheering for her, Tianqing did not disappoint. Today she was cosplaying as Jiao Chan from Honor of Kings, wearing classical attire and performing an elegant classical dance. Her graceful dance and solid technique immediately captivated all the spectators. Another round of cheers erupted. No one expected the organizer to have invited Tianqing. They had some real power. This organizer is legit. They actually invited a big shot. The audience was extremely excited. Seeing this, the host seized the moment and quickly explained the rules of the competition to the crowd. Then the first contestant came on stage. After Tianqing had ignited the entire venue. Although the first contestant was a bit nervous, she performed beyond expectations, hitting soaring high notes. Her rendition of ALIZ received widespread acclaim. The audience's support votes grew rapidly, earning her an impressive score of over 7,000 votes. There were only about 10,000 spectators present, so 7,000 represented 70% of the audience. Backstage, the other cosers watched with grim expressions. If the first one performed so well, how could they compete? Jiang Duo nervously gripped Li Jiayu's hand and said, "Xiaoyu, the first one was so good. I'm really nervous." Li Jiayu felt her palms sweating slightly under the grip. She immediately comforted her, don't worry. We're just here for part-time work. If we get a ranking, great. If not, it's fine. Anyway, he already promised us the extra 1,000 yuan. Listening to Li Jiayu, Jiang Duo nodded. By the way, Xiaoyu, what number did you draw?" "I'm 35. Middle is pretty good. I'm 18. I'm really scared. I was confident before, but now my Dao heart is shattered. Boo-hoo. I need comfort, boo-hoo." Jiang Duo clung to Li Jiayu, whimpering. Li Jiayu patted her head, signaling her to calm down, and calm down again. Soon the second coser came on stage. She performed an otaku dance called Kami no Zahaku God's Drift. This dance hadn't been performed in years. The second contestant had taken a different approach, pulling off a bit of a renaissance. The audience was moved to tears. One by one they said things like, "I don't know what year it is anymore." She also received a good score of over 7,000 votes. From then on up to the 15th Seoser, none of the performances repeated. The audience immediately exclaimed that it was incredibly satisfying, feeling the ticket price was well worth it. However, this also made it difficult for the audience to score. The girls who came out later were at a great disadvantage. The conservative scoring by the audience doomed them to miss out on awards. One by one they came off stage dejected, making Jiang Duodua, who was about to perform, even more frightened. "Xiaoyu, it's over. Their performances were so good, but they got few votes. Then I'm doomed." Just as Jiang Duo finished saying this to Li Jiayu, she heard the front stage announcing that number 18 was about to go on. Li Jiayu immediately held her shoulders and said, "Don't be afraid. I believe in you. Just keep a calm mind. Now it's your turn. Come on." Jiang Duo looked at Li Jiayu and nodded. She took a deep breath, then left the backstage and stepped onto the front stage. Seeing the dense crowd of spectators, even Jiang Duodua, who was usually a social butterfly, felt a bit unsteady. She immediately encouraged herself inwardly, so many people. Duodua, you have to do your best. The audience saw Jiang Duoduo come out, and their eyes lit up. Wow, this girl is so cute. But I don't recognize the character she's cosplaying. Anyone know? I think I saw it outside earlier. It's a character from a new game developed by a game company. Didn't expect someone to cosplay it so soon. Oh, it's from a new game. I'm a bit excited. The audience looked at Jiang Duoduo's shy expression and smiled knowingly. To be honest, after seeing so many COSers all playing old characters, they were a bit tired of it. Now a new face appeared, immediately lifting everyone's weary hearts. They looked at Jiang Duoduo expectantly. At that moment, Jiang Duoduo struck a pose ready to present her performance. As a burst of lively music began, Jiang Duoduo gradually emerged from her fear, entering a state of ecstatic dancing. Dong dong da. Dong da. As the super hit, Gokura Kajodo, played, the audience was captivated by her dance. Holy crap, it's Gokura Kajodo. And the girl is wearing high heels. Awesome. Damn. Her dance moves are incredible, it's like the original. Am I possessed by Mia? Wow, just that butterfly step alone would take me a lifetime to master. Sis, I love you. The heated atmosphere drew more spectators over. Zhang Yi, who had been wandering in the distance, felt a jolt upon hearing the catchy tune. He remembered that Li Jiayu's ringtone was exactly this song. It was called Gokura Kajodo, or something. At the time, he had thought the song was a bit. So he followed the crowd to the stage area, watching Jiang Duoduo dance on stage. Beautiful, graceful, with long, fair legs that were a sight to behold. But he shook his head in disappointment. No matter how beautiful she is, she's not the one I love. I really should see a doctor. Am I truly depressed, triggered by the scene? Still, since he was here, he decided to stay. Zhang Yi did not leave. Instead, he continued watching the performance from the audience. Soon Jiang Duoduo struck a classic pose, bending over, lowering her head. The crowd erupted. Wow, mom, she's seducing me. Is this something I can watch for free? Sis, you're the best. 3 minutes. I need all the info on this girl. At that moment, even the otaku who only loved 2D characters were captivated by Jiang Duoduo's dance, shouting wildly from the audience. Zhang Yi was pushed left and right by the crowd. Just then a chubby guy nudged Zhang Yi and said, "Bro, aren't you excited?" "Why should I be excited?" Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged. The chubby guy, seeing his friend's impassive face, muttered, "Weirdo," and ignored him. He then pulled out his phone to vote for Jiang Duoduo. Zhang Yi looked at the chubby guy beside him, then glanced up at the sky. Weirdo. Maybe I am. Perhaps I should never have met her. As the music ended, Jiang Duoduo's votes reached over 8,000, the highest among the first 18 contestants. She danced with joy on stage, shouting, "Xiayu, Xiayu, I did it." Wow, Duoduo amazing. Since she hadn't yet left the stage, her voice was not loud, but it still reached Zhang Yi's ears in the audience. "Xiayu, I must be crazy." Even hearing those 3 syllables triggers a reaction. But what stunned him was the answering voice. "No, impossible, is she really here? Move, let me get to the front." Zhang Yi frantically pushed forward, trying to see the source of the voice. But the crowd in front was like a great wall, firmly separating the two sides. "It must be her, it must be her. I just need to watch her from afar, hee hee. I never thought would have such a fate. Since her voice came from backstage, she must be a contestant. I just have to wait, and I'll see her. How wonderful. As long as I can see her happy and content, that's enough. I'm just a passerby, unimportant. I've already resigned. After today, I'm heading to the capital for work. I never expected to catch a glimpse of her before I leave. How wonderful. How wonderful." As Zhang Yi spoke, his eyes unknowingly grew moist. One after another, beautiful girls came on stage to perform, but Zhang Yi found them all uninteresting. He kept his gaze fixed on the backstage, hoping to see that silhouette. The girl who haunted his dreams. Next up, contestant number 35 will perform a song for us. Let's welcome her with applause. As the host announced, the quality of this year's convention was so high that the audience was still buzzing, comparing the performers they had just seen. The crowd was still quite noisy. But the next moment, a figure emerged from backstage. The audience fell silent. So beautiful. Even though she's wearing a suggestive maid costume, there's nothing lewd about it. It feels like the lewdness isn't hers, but our own impure hearts. Don't say that. Is this girl even human? No, she's a celestial being. The only impurity is this world. She's wearing the same outfit as the girl who danced Gokura Kajodo earlier. What company is this that can have 2 such stunning cosplayers? Amazing. Holy crap. This year's event isn't just about the organizers. The game companies have some real talent too. As soon as Li Jiayu appeared, the entire venue fell silent. Her impact was no less than Tianking's opening performance. Watching from a distance, Sister Yu and her team saw this. Pop. They opened a bottle of champagne. Sister Yu said, "No need to watch anymore. We've won. Li Jiayu, that little beauty, can win without even speaking. Once she sings a song, those boys will obediently hand over their votes. We really got a steal here. Just a few thousand yuan for a girl like Li Jiayu. You know, the organizers paid 200,000 to invite Tianqing as a guest for the opening dance. Maybe we should add a little more for her later." "Absolutely. Down in the audience, Zhang Yi froze as he saw the girl on stage. It really is Li Jiayu. He reached out his right hand as if to touch her, but the mere dozen meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. Go for it. Zhang Yi managed to utter those two words. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu stood center stage, extremely nervous. She held the microphone motionless. After the crowd had quieted for a while, she finally spoke. Hello everyone. I'm going to sing a song. It might not quite fit the vibe here, but it's the only one I know. I hope you like it. As Li Jiayu finished speaking, the audience burst into applause. Backstage, other cosplayers commented, even if she just recited a nursery rhyme those otaku down, they would still vote for her. It's so unfair. She's too beautiful to compete. How are we supposed to survive? I'm giving up. But seriously, don't you all love her? She's so cute and pretty. I'm a fan now. Me too. She's turned me. I used to like guys, but as of today I declare I like girls. Same here. Me too. Alright, enough chatter. Let's watch this girl's performance. Quiet, everyone quiet. As the applause gradually faded, Li Jiayu finally emerged from her nervousness. Then picking up the microphone again, she smiled and said, thank you all for your encouragement. I'd like to dedicate a song Secret Base to everyone. After that, she set down the microphone and bit her lower lip. Then she turned to glance at the music teacher, signaling that the accompaniment could begin. Yet she had no idea that her little gesture left the audience below breathless. I'm dead. Kill me, let me cheer the young lady on. Oh, what should I do? I feel like ants are crawling all over me. How can she be this adorable? Everyone was utterly captivated by Li Jiayu's unconscious little movements. It wasn't until Li Jiayu's voice, as if kissed by a god, rang out that they finally snapped back to reality. Meeting you at the end of summer, the dreams we carried, the hopes we never forgot. Believe that 10 years from now in August we can reunite that most beautiful memory. This song, I haven't heard it in ages. The first time was with my desk mate in high school. Now she's a mother of 3 and I first heard this song in middle school. I had a crush on a girl and we promised to go to Magic City University together. Now I'm a freshman already in Magic City. Where are you? We still don't know the back we saw that day. You turned and gave me a glance. That one glance, 1,000 years. Li Jiayu's voice was not loud, but it pierced through everyone's ears like magic. It filled everyone with vivid imagery. They had thought themselves strong men who had moved on from that relationship. But now, seeing the grown men in the audience hugging each other and wiping away tears showed just how devastating Li Jiayu's song was. At this moment, in the middle of the audience, Zhang Yi had a chubby boy hanging on him. Though Xiaopeng had never been in love, he had watched the healing anime Anohana. Clinging to Zhang Yi, he kept shouting Minma's name. Xiaopeng thought he was crying the loudest in the most anguished way. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yi's tears were also streaming like rain. He kept his hand over his eyes, afraid to look at Li Jiayu on stage, yet his heart forced him to gaze. His voice had already grown hoarse. His hand had been raised no less than 100 times, but he gave up each time. He remained as he had thought before. Just watching from afar and not disturbing was enough. At this moment, the audience was completely different from before. There was no thunderous applause, no funny noises from the boys. Only soft sobbing, uncontrollable loud weeping, and farewell voices reminiscing about the past. In the organizer's office, a man in a suit led another strikingly handsome young man inside. Instantly, all the staff rose to their feet. Director Zhang pointed at the man at the corner desk and said, President Yi, this is Manager Wang in charge of this convention. He did an excellent job, perfectly hitting the target of 3000. Manager Wang stepped forward nervously and said, it was all thanks to the team's efforts that we successfully achieved this goal. Old Wang, you know President Yi. No need to be modest. Yes, Director Zhang is right. Yimingo looked at the employees with interest. He said, Yimingo once promised your Director Zhang that if you all did a great job on this project, everyone's bonus this month would be doubled. Hearing this, the staff exchanged glances, their faces lit up with surprise. At Manga Group, even for a small project like manga animation, the bonus was already 5 times that of peers. Doubling it this month would make it 3 times the industry average. Everyone was overjoyed. Director Zhang, eager to take credit, said to Manager Wang, Old Wang, why don't you brief the president on the project arrangement? Yes. President Yi, this convention is divided into 3 main parts. When Yiminga heard about the cosplay competition, he became interested and asked, oh, how was the atmosphere at the venue? Hearing Yiming's question, Manager Wang felt his pride swell. In other areas he might have concerns, but the competition venue was lively, definitely the best in recent years. So he said confidently, President Yi, I'm not exaggerating. The scene was spectacular, buzzing with excitement, no less than a big stars concert. Yiminga immediately said, take me to see it. Sure, President Yi, follow me. Manager Wang strutted ahead like a proud rooster, convinced that once the president saw the venue's atmosphere, his name would surely appear on the planning documents for any future company events. A promotion and raise were already a sure thing. The office was not far from the competition venue. The closer they got, the more uneasy Manager Wang felt. Earlier, the cheers from the audience were audible in the office. But now, halfway there, why was there no sound? Could it be intermission? As they drew nearer, they heard the voice kissed by a god. Since they missed the beginning, they didn't feel like crying. Manager Wang sensed something was wrong. When they turned the corner, the scene resembled a massive funeral. Everyone was crying uncontrollably. Standing behind the host, Manager Wang's face turned extremely grim. He never imagined that the venue once so lively would look like this when the president arrived. Manager Wang turned back with difficulty, unsure how to explain the situation. Just then, Li Jiayu's singing stopped, but the atmosphere remained as healing as before. President Yi, it wasn't like this earlier. Manager Wang was at a loss, unable to explain. Yiminga now saw Li Jiayu on stage. This little girl had sneaked in to participate. Interesting. He smiled and said to Manager Wang, "It's fine, probably the song's effect. Let's hear what the host has to say." Hearing this, Manager Wang signaled the host to go on stage, hoping to revive the atmosphere. But unexpectedly, the host's first words were to the audience, "Have you finished crying? Now you can score contestant No. 35's performance. Each vote determines her final ranking. Please vote carefully." Manager Wang felt like crying himself. Wasn't it enough that the audience had gone mad? Why was the host mad too? Was he about to lose with a handful of aces? Just when Manager Wang thought everything was about to collapse, the audience, who had been crying their eyes out moments ago, surprisingly pulled out their phones to vote in unison. Not a single spectator failed to do so. They unanimously tapped the voting button. On the large screen behind the host, the voting interface soared like a rocket. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 12,537. Li Jiayu's vote count reached an astonishing 12,000 plus. Seeing this astonishing vote count, the staff members who had just arrived were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, what happened? They had only looked away from the data for a moment. What on earth had occurred? Wait, wasn't the strongest contestant only at 8,000 votes when we left? 50% more votes than the second place. You must be joking. Could it be that this girl with this one song made everyone cry? Holy crap. Thinking this, everyone was stunned. What kind of strength must one possess to reach such a realm? No matter what emotion it is, as long as it resonates with the audience, it represents the highest level of a work. A song that can make everyone laugh heartily is a divine tune. Similarly, one that can make everyone weep bitterly is the god among gods. A person can laugh for no reason, but no one has ever heard of someone crying for no reason. This is a manifestation of even greater strength. These staff members all wanted to see which girl was so incredibly talented, but her figure had already disappeared from the stage. By now, Li Jiayu had already withdrawn backstage, hiding her achievements and fame. Xiaoyu, your singing was so beautiful, so amazing. It seems first place is definitely yours, said Jiang Duodua, her eyes still red, to Li Jiayu. Hearing Jiang Duodua's words, Li Jiayu's delicate face flushed slightly as she nodded and said, "There are still other contestants to compete later, it's not certain yet." After hearing this, Jiang Duoduo immediately said, "It's definitely first place. 12,000 votes is the maximum number of audience members, not the limit of your ability." Li Jiayu had no idea such a result would occur. She had just sung a simple song, hadn't she? It wasn't even as good as Duoduo's dance. In Li Jiayu's view, the value of dance was higher than that of singing. After all, singing came naturally to her. She could belt out a tune anytime. As for dancing, she needed to learn, practice, and finally perform on stage. The difficulty levels were not even on the same plane. "Excuse me, two big sisters, let me through. It's my turn," a cute girl spoke from behind Li Jiayu and Jiang Duoduo. "Oh, sorry, I'm blocking your way, little sister." Li Jiayu apologized and quickly made way. After all, backstage was indeed very crowded. Moreover, all the contestants were waiting for prize distribution and hadn't left. "Thank you." Soon the little cute girl went on stage. Li Jiayu glanced at her a few times. She was very young, appearing to be only 14 or 15. Whether it was bad luck or misfortune anyway, because the previous act was Li Jiayu's song that had made everyone cry, when this girl performed, some audience members, after voting for Li Jiayu, had fallen back into that emo mood. Not many people paid attention to the little cute girl's performance. Even she herself had red-rimmed eyes, which resulted in her receiving the lowest number of votes since the start, less than 3,000 votes. When she came off stage, tears were almost spilling out. Watching this scene, Li Jiayu's mouth twitched. She could only say, what a sin. She had intended to comfort the little cute girl, but when she saw her burrow into the arms of a big sister, Li Jiayu gave up the idea. That should be her sister, right? But the next moment, "Mommy, boo-hoo, my votes are so few," the little cute girl cried out. Li Jiayu froze in embarrassment. Well, mother and daughter together, that's fine too. The following few performances also failed to revive the audience's spirits, and as they came off stage one by one, they all cast resentful glances at Li Jiayu. But since they were outmatched, they couldn't say anything. It wasn't until contestant number 45 came on stage and performed the classic song, "Only My Railgun," from the Railgun series, that the atmosphere of the venue was restored. The audience once again became lively and bustling. As the song that broke the atmosphere, contestant number 45 received a good score of 9,000 votes, ranking second. After she returned, she shot a provocative glance at Li Jiayu. Without saying a word, her expression seemed to say to Li Jiayu, "What's so great about you? Didn't I win back those crying audience members?" This look made Jiang Duoduo very displeased. "Tch, what's there to be proud of? You still didn't reach our Xiao yes vote count. You're more than 3,000 votes behind. Hearing Jiang Duoduo's words, that girl glared at Jiang Duoduo and angrily went to the back. Duoduo, don't mind her, Li Jiayu said, pulling Jiang Duoduo and shaking her head. In the past, she had always ignored such provocative behavior. It was commonly known as being used to being timid. After all, back then her family consisted of only her and her younger sister, so when out and about she had to consider the consequences, didn't she? Take a step back and the sky is vast. Let her be proud, it's not like you'll get pregnant. Why bother with her? Li Jiayu continued to enjoy the performances of the other girls. Meanwhile, down in the audience, Zhang Yi's roommates had also wandered over, each carrying small bags in their hands. They seemed to have had a fruitful haul, chatting and laughing. I wonder where that guy Zhang Yi is. It would be a waste not to stroll around the convention and look at the girls. Hey, there are a lot of people over there, it looks lively. Let's go check it out. With lots of people, there must be plenty of girls. They saw a large crowd gathered ahead, so naturally, they went over to join. Watching the girls performing on stage, and everyone voting, they immediately felt they had missed a great show. There's actually a performance competition here. Looks like we've perfectly missed it. Just then they suddenly saw two men hugging each other nearby. They were about to take a photo to share this eye-stinging scene when they suddenly realized it was Zhang Yi. Holy crap. Hey, look over there, isn't that Zhang Yi? Holy crap, that's an eyesore. As one of them spoke, they all looked in that direction. Zhang Yi was hugging a little fat guy, shocking them greatly. Holy crap. Zhang Yi, you son of a gun, did you change your taste after a breakup? No way, my son, we brought you here to look at girls, not to pick up guys. This son is probably ruined. Quick, go pull them apart, or we're doomed. If it were a little girl, we wouldn't say anything, but it's a little fatty. This taste is enough. With that, they immediately rushed over and forcibly separated Zhang Yi and the little fatty. After being rescued, the little fatty immediately thanked the three. Damn, thanks guys, I was almost out of breath. That was terrifying. What's going on with you two? In broad daylight, don't you think it's an eyesore? Little fatty, let me tell you, he's our son. I won't allow any improper relationship between you. Upon hearing this, little fatty immediately cried out in protest. Zhang Yi had been hugging him and repeatedly shouting the name of that girl, Li Jiayu. Listening to little fatty's explanation, they finally understood what was going on. The three of them stared fixedly at Zhang. Pull yourself together. Is that girl also here? Zhang Yi was taken aback by the arrival of the three. Then he spoke. No, I'm not, I really don't. Stop quibbling, you might as well have that girl's name written on your face. Tell us, where is she? Since you can't let go, we'll help you pursue her. Exactly, we brothers are quite skilled at wingmaning. Don't worry. Did she perform on stage? There'll be an award ceremony later. When they announce the winner, just buy a bouquet and send it up. It's a surefire way. Girls love flowers. The three of them offered suggestions in a flurry. Zhang Yi shook his head vehemently, refusing again and again. Don't bother, I have no chance. I just need to watch from afar. How can you win a girl if you've already given up? Damn, I didn't expect you to be so spineless. The son isn't anxious, but the father is. The bespectacled boy glanced around, then said to Zhang Yi, wait here. They'll go buy you some oranges. Flowers. They'll cover the cost for now, you can pay me back later. Zhang Yi quickly grabbed the bespectacled boy. Really, there's no need. She's already with the CEO. I have no chance. As Zhang Yi's words fell, the three fell silent. So that's the case. Pursuing happiness is normal. There's no right or wrong. They were silent for a moment. Then another boy spoke up. Ha ha, Zhang Yi, you're so foolish. So what if he's a CEO? Isn't he just rich? An old, ugly, pot-bellied man. The girl might be with him for the money, but that doesn't mean you're out of the game. The other two exchanged knowing glances. Zhang Yi, I suggest you go for it. Maybe you won't even have to spend money. You could just be a kept man. Zhang Yi looked at their expressions. Perhaps they wouldn't say that if they had seen Yiminga. Never mind, he wouldn't bother to explain. He would leave as soon as he saw Li Jiayu receive her award. As time passed, all the cosplayers had finished their performances. The host showcased her skills before announcing the award ceremony. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the participating girls on stage to receive their awards. They are. Oh ha ha ho ho. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. I think the girl cosplaying Xiao Xiao is pretty. Why didn't she get any votes? The one cosplaying Firefly is way better. Stop arguing, my Ellen is the best. You don't know good taste. Amid the cheers, the girls who won participation awards stepped onto the stage one by one. They each received a souvenir set from the organizers. After collecting their prizes, they didn't linger. Each struck a pose they thought was best, took photos, and left. With 50 performers, even if each took just over 3 minutes, it had been over 3 hours. It was already 2 p.m. Everyone was starving. There were still afternoon activities, and they all had work to do. More precisely, they had come for the afternoon work. The morning competition was mostly a side event for them. They hadn't prepared too seriously, and many even improvised on the spot. After the girls left, it was time for the awards for 10th to 4th place. Among them were some talented individuals, some with hundreds of thousands of followers online. Unfortunately, their luck was poor. They had run into Li Jiayu, who was unstoppable, like a god slayer and Buddha killer. They had to settle for the top 10. However, their popularity remained strong. They were talented, and the cheers from the audience never ceased. The cries of "wife" never stopped, even though it was well past noon. The audience's enthusiasm remained undiminished. The scene was extremely lively. Good. Manager Wong, who was backstage, sighed as he watched. This was how it should be. If only Mr. Yi had arrived a little later. He then stole a glance at Yi Minga, whose expression remained unchanged. Manager Wong breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were no mistakes. He quietly turned his head back. Just as he did, Yi Minga spoke. I will present the first place prize. Manager Wong was stunned. He had never expected such a request. He quickly said obsequiously, yes, of course, Mr. Yi. He immediately had his assistant check the prize for any issues. Nothing could go wrong. At the same time, the awards for 10th to 4th place had been distributed. The host's voice echoed backstage, inviting the top 3 winners to come on stage. Mr. Yi, you can prepare for the award ceremony now. Manager Wong said promptly. Yi Minga nodded and followed the ceremonial attendant to the side of the stage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, the top 3 girls stepped up one by one. Jiang Duo happily pulled Li Jiayu's hand and went on stage. As for the second place winner, she was the girl who had sung the railgun song. Given how she had treated Li Jiayu earlier, Jiang Duo and Li Jiayu naturally showed her no friendliness. The 3 went on stage separately, giving the impression that she was the third place completely excluded. The host then introduced each of them so that after the competition the audience could find them at their booths. This would further expand their influence. It was a hidden benefit. For professional cosplayers, it was a crucial way to gain fans, as everyone at the convention was a true enthusiast. The second place girl struck poses with great effort, trying to win over more viewers. Unfortunately, she stood next to the angelic Li Jiayu. Beside her, the girl seemed almost clownish. No one's eyes lingered on her. Everyone's phones and cameras were fixed on the beautiful Li Jiayu and her sister. Li Jiayu's beauty was so natural. She was stunning from every angle. Some audience members posted photos of Li Jiayu on Douyin. Within minutes, they received hundreds of thousands of likes, and the number was still climbing. Alright, let's have the 3 girls receive their awards. The hostess approached them and said, next, let's welcome Manager Wong to present the 3rd place award to Jiang Duo, everyone. With that, Manager Wong walked onto the stage with the attendant. The audience's gaze followed. They didn't care what Manager Wong looked like, they just wanted to see the 3rd place prize. Soon the attendant brought out the prize and displayed it, an Apple Watch Series 9 and a certificate. The 3rd place prize was worth nearly 3,000 yuan. The audience exclaimed at the generosity of the organizers. Manager Wong took the prize and handed it directly to Jiang Duo. Thank you, Jiang Duo, who had been wanting a watch, accepted it happily. With the award, her part-time earnings would also increase. It was a win-win situation. Manager Wong, don't rush off just yet. We still need you to present the 2nd place award. The cosplayer portraying Raiden Shogun promptly spoke up. In truth, Manager Wong had never intended to leave. This was merely part of the day's program. The organizers still wanted to use this opportunity to promote their company. Otherwise, it would be awkward if no one knew which company had hosted the event. He smiled and said, "Oh, I'm too happy, my mistake. But before handing out the 2nd place award, let me say a few words." Then Manager Wong rambled on for 5 minutes, introducing the company, its projects, and showering the contestants with praise. Noticing the audience growing impatient, another hostess in a cheongsam walked up just in time. The organizers were dangerously close to being scolded. They brought out a certificate and a prize, an iPad Air worth 5,000 yuan. Just as the audience marveled at the generosity, the 1st place winner Li Jiayu stiffened. She felt as though she was no longer herself. What had she just heard? Manga animation. Could it be Yi Ming's Manga? This world couldn't be that small, could it? No. Li Jiayu shook her head, trying to banish the thought. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her hand. She turned to see Jiang Duo pulling her close and whispering, Xiaoyu, I see a handsome guy over there. Quick look. What handsome guy? Li Jiayu hadn't yet reacted and followed Jiang Duo's gaze. There stood an extremely handsome man sneering coldly at her. Oh no, not again. It really was Yi Minga. Xiaoyu, that guy is smiling at us. Li Jiayu giggled nervously. Duo, you have a strange idea of a smile. Jiang Duo thought Li Jiayu was shy, so she squeezed her fingers. Leaning close to Li Jiayu's ear, she continued, Isn't he handsome? Want me to get his WeChat for you? Hearing this, Li Jiayu was too embarrassed to speak. She squeezed Jiang Duo's fingers back, signaling her to stop. But Jiang Duo interpreted this as shyness. Knowing Li Jiayu was a bashful girl, she nodded and signaled with her eyes, Leave the WeChat to me, bestie. No worries. Just then the 2nd place award was presented and photos were taken. The host watched Manager Wong leave, then raised her voice. Now for the moment we've all been waiting for, the 1st place winner. Can everyone shout her name? As the host's voice faded, the audience erupted. They chanted Li Jiayu's name, Li Jiayu, Li Jiayu, Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu was stunned, covering her mouth with one hand, unable to speak. This scene reminded her of the time she worked part-time as a stagehand, maintaining order for a male celebrity. She still remembered how crazy the fans were and the chants at that concert. Because you're so beautiful. The frenzy here was explosive. Even passers-by who didn't know what was happening were infected by the atmosphere. They stopped thinking a real celebrity had arrived. They scanned the stage for a familiar face, only to find a girl of extraordinary beauty. Each one found themselves rooted to the spot. Wow, look at that girl. She's stunning. You go ahead, I have to see this. Good point, I'm staying too. Wherever there is beauty, there is justice. Li Jiayu's looks easily rivaled those of minor celebrities. One by one passers-by became fans and joined the chorus. Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu. As the name echoed around the stage, the late-arriving hostess came up with the prize. The first place award was also a certificate and a prize. This time it wasn't the pot-bellied manager Wang, but Yiminga. Li Jiayu was dumbfounded. Why is he giving the award? Where's the bald guy? No way. As Yiminga approached, she stepped back half a step. But Jiang Duodua, thinking Li Jiayu was shy, also stepped back and blocked her back, straightening her posture. Hee Xiaoyu, it's that handsome guy. Seize the opportunity, don't be shy. Jiang Duodua whispered behind Li Jiayu. Her actions were nothing but a trap. Damn it. She had been caught by Yiminga again while working part-time, and now she was even standing up straight to face him. Wasn't that a provocation? Given Yiming's personality, Li Jiayu would surely be bullied again. Woo, this world is too small. Before she could recover from her fear, Yiminga had already reached the stage and stood beside her. His face remained cold and expressionless, which only made Li Jiayu more afraid. If he had scolded her outright, it would have been fine, but this blank expression. He was angry, wasn't he? It was the same expression he had when he met Sister Chen that day. Thinking of this, Li Jiayu lost all joy in her victory. She didn't even notice when Yiminga placed the prize in her hands. The first prize was an Apple laptop worth 12,000 yuan. But there was no joy on Li Jiayu's face, only trembling. Yiminga leaned and closed his face, almost touching hers, and whispered in her ear, "You really like wearing maid outfits, don't you?" Those few words froze her in place. She wanted to retort, but on stage there was no chance to explain. Instead, Yiming's action made the audience even more excited. Whoa, that move is so domineering. But why does it feel so sweet? So handsome, so beautiful. Kill me to celebrate for them. Wow, a CEO and his little wife. Ha ha. The crowd was shipping them crazily, leaving no room for Li Jiayu to speak. Even Jiang Duo fanned the flames. It was too much. The host, knowing that the handsome man was the big boss of the organizer, piled on the flattery out of professional habit. Now presenting the award is the CEO of Manga Group, Yiminga, also one of the top 10 outstanding youth of Modu. Zhang Yi, is that the CEO you were talking about? At that moment, the group of four below the stage exchanged glances with one another. They all knew that the girl Zhang Yi liked was named Li Jiayu. Just moments ago, they had been enviously admiring how beautiful Li Jiayu was, thinking that meeting her was a blessing earned over 1,000 years. The thought that such a beauty could actually fall for an old and ugly CEO filled them with deep regret. They envied Zhang Yi even more for having this connection with her, allowing him to transform directly from a suitor into a young puppy-like lover. But now, Zhang Yi, let's go back. Why didn't you tell us earlier that it was this CEO? Damn it, you wasted our emotions. From now on, you're no longer our son. The three of them dropped harsh words and directly pulled Zhang Yi to leave. Zhang Yi could only give a bitter smile without refusing, and this time, he turned around and followed them away. The morning activities came to an end. Yiminga did not reveal the relationship between the two, nor did he take Li Jiayu away. Instead, he went to handle his own affairs. Jiang Duodua, the big mouth, thought that Li Jiayu had successfully latched onto the big CEO, Yiminga, this time. Taking Li Jiayu's hand, she said, "Xiaoyu, what does that handsome guy smell like? Is it sweet?" Li Jiayu. Jiang Duodua, don't be shy. A perfect match, very fitting. Once things work out, you have to treat me to a meal, okay? After all, I brought you to this comic convention, otherwise you wouldn't have met this handsome guy. I'm half a matchmaker. Jiang Duodua, where to eat? I need to think carefully. Jiang Duodua, how about Hedi Lao? I've never been there. Xiaoyu, what do you think? At this moment, Li Jiayu was still thinking about how to face Yiminga. Especially the question he had asked, "You really like wearing maid outfits, don't you?" It sent a chill down Li Jiayu's spine. He must be thinking about how to deal with me now. Last time I wore a maid outfit, he did that to me. And this time, Li Jiayu dared not imagine what would happen. Jiang Duoduo saw Li Jiayu standing there in a daze. She immediately walked in front of her and asked, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Hearing Jiang Duoduo's words, Li Jiayu snapped back to reality and replied, "No, Duodua, I was just thinking about something. If you want to eat, I'll take you. After all, we made a fortune today, didn't we? Xiaoyu is the best to me." Li Jiayu smiled and said, "Let's go. Sister Yu is still waiting for us to help promote her game." Soon the two returned to the booth where Sister Yu was. As for the matter with Yiminga, Li Jiayu didn't plan to tell Jiang Duoduo now. She would tell her when the opportunity arose. Seeing the two return, Sister Yu said excitedly, "Welcome our champion home. Are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat." "Thank you." Li Jiayu and her friend naturally didn't refuse. Since morning they had only eaten Aunt Mo's steamed buns, and now it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Their stomachs were growling with hunger. After eating their fill, the two placed their prizes inside the booth before heading out to start work. Before they even reached the outside, they heard someone shouting Li Jiayu's name. When Li Jiayu stepped outside, she found that a large crowd of visitors had already gathered around the booth. Seeing her emerge, they shouted excitedly, "Li Jiayu. It's really Li Jiayu. Sister Jiayu, can I take a photo with you?" Sister Jiayu, your singing was so beautiful. Can I have your autograph? This kind of scene was a first for Li Jiayu. Following her old habits as a socially anxious person, she would have hidden away. But remembering that her job was to promote the game, she thought of a permanent solution. So Li Jiayu looked at the surrounding visitors. With a radiant smile, she said, sure, but duo, and I still have work to do, so it might be a bit later. However, if you can help us out, maybe we can spare some time for photos. What kind of help? We can do anything. Sister Jiayu, just tell us. We'll take over your work. Seeing how enthusiastic they all were, Li Jiayu felt it would be a waste not to take advantage of them. So with a smile, she explained the game to the audience and distributed her promotion code to everyone. Li Jiayu had originally thought that these visitors would be annoyed or even leave when they heard about downloading the game and registering. But to her surprise, they were all incredibly cooperative. They actually started downloading the game. Seeing this, Jiang Duoduo's eyes lit up. She leaned close to Li Jiayu and whispered, Xiaoyu, you thought of that. That's amazing. Go promote your code now. Great. Thanks, Xiaoyu. After saying that, Jiang Duoduo planted a kiss on Li Jiayu's cheek, then left her side and walked into the crowd to explain the download method. With the cooperation of the visitors, in less than 10 minutes the number of game registrations reached 700 to 800. The hourly rate soared to a terrifying 2,000. Even Li Jiayu was startled by this result. She turned around to look at Sister Yu. She found Sister Yu grinning from ear to ear. Xiaoyu, I've really found a treasure. Sister Yu, am slacking off like this and letting the visitors register themselves. You won't deduct my wages, will you? Haha, Xiaoyu, you're so cute. I only care about the final result. I don't mind how you got there. The conditions we agreed on remain the same, 1 yuan per promotion. Then Sister Yu thoughtfully prepared a table and chairs for Li Jiayu and her friend, letting them sit in the middle of the booth. She said, just sit here and promote well. Maybe you'll earn more from an afternoon's work than your salary. Who knows? Want a photo? Sure, help register the game and fill in the promotion code. Is Li Jiayu pretty? Do you want her to call you master? Sure, help register the game and fill in the promotion code. After all, it was one of Li Jiayu's lines, and since it was in another language, she didn't feel embarrassed. She said it very fluently. The effect of Li Jiayu winning first place quickly took effect. More and more people came to see her. Some visitors even helped explain the download process to others just to get a photo with her sooner. In one afternoon, according to Sister Yes backend statistics, Li Jiayu and Jiang Duoduo promoted to over 780 people in total. Although it didn't reach 10,000, it was still an enormous number. Even Sister Yu found it a bit unbelievable. In their plan, they had considered it good to promote 4,000 to 5,000 today. After all, their company was just a small one. The game hadn't even been officially launched yet. This was just an offline promotion, so they didn't need to set the bar too high. As time passed, the day's comic convention came to an end. All right, my two little beauties, it's time to settle your wages. Sister Yu said to the two girls. Coming. Jiang Duoduo immediately pulled Li Jiayu over to Sister Yu. Yu Jie smiled warmly at the two young beauties, taking out a blank A4 paper to write down their earnings. Including her first place prize and the day's promotional earnings, Li Jiayu had earned a total of 18500 yuan. Jiang Duoduo, on the other hand, received 8300 yuan. The two were ecstatic. Although Li Jiayu now had 20 million yuan in savings, making her a little heiress, no one could ever have too much money. A monthly salary of 1800 yuan required 22 days of work. Now a single day of part-time work had brought in 1800 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary. Seeing their crescent-shaped smiles, Yu Jie readily added them both on WeChat. First to facilitate the transfers, and second to invite them again for future events. They naturally accepted. The more generous bosses, the better. Before leaving, Jiang Duoduo whispered something to Yu Jie, keeping it from Li Jiayu. But Li Jiayu could tell from their mischievous grins that it was surely nothing good. After receiving their payment, the two left the booth and returned to the changing room to change clothes. Back in her floral dress, Li Jiayu finally felt a sense of security. Earlier, wearing the maid outfit had kept her constantly on edge, terrified of an accidental exposure. Dresses were so much more comfortable. Maid uniforms were for the dogs. Just as they stepped out of the Shanghai Sports Center, Jiang Duoduo patted her protesting stomach. I'm so hungry, she muttered. Then she tugged at Li Jiayu's clothes. Xiaoyu, you said you'd treat me to a meal after we got paid. Duoduo, you're such a glutton. But you promised. How about tomorrow? I'm too tired today, though I need to go home and rest. Li Jiayu yawned as she spoke. Alright, I'll just grab something quick then. They parted ways at the bus stop. Li Jiayu offered to see Jiang Duoduo home, but she refused. They weren't going in the same direction, and she was no longer a child. Watching Jiang Duoduo board the bus, Li Jiayu descended to the underground parking lot. Approaching her car, she twisted her stiff neck and murmured, so tired today, but earning over 10,000 was worth it. Alright, my prize. Damn. Li Jiayu suddenly remembered she hadn't taken her things. Jiang Duoduo had already put on her fruit watch. Such a scatterbrain. At least she realized before she got home. She hurried back to the sports center and returned to Yu Jie's booth. Xiaoyu, why are you back? Yu Jie was packing up and looked surprised. I forgot my stuff, Yu Jie, Li Jiayu said sheepishly. Haha, I see. You didn't go far, did you? No, I only made it to the underground garage. That's good. If you'd gone farther, just call me, and he'll bring it to you. Yujie said with a smile. That would be too kind, but thank you, Yujie. He'll head back now. Go on, get some rest. You too. Soon leaving the sports center again, Jiayu reached her car, opened the front trunk with the key tossed in the fruit computer, and got in to drive home. The basement lighting was dim. As soon as she got in, she noticed a figure in the passenger seat. Startled, Jiayu swung her bag at it. Who are you? Why are you in my car? But the figure had anticipated her move. A large hand blocked her attack and seized her wrist. Jiayu was, what if she had stumbled upon a car thief? Oh no, encountering such a dangerous person. How could a weak woman like her resist? Jiayu felt incredibly unlucky. Why did everything bad happen to her? She tried to pull her hand free, but the villain's grip was like a vice, making resistance impossible. Since they were staff members who had left late, the basement was nearly empty. Screaming for help was useless and might even provoke the attacker. Just as Jiayu was about to plead for mercy, a car started in the distance, its headlights flooding in. She then saw that the passenger was Yiminga. You, why did you scare me like that? Jiayu said indignantly. Yiminga released his grip. She wanted to say something, but words failed her. She had been caught doing her part-time job earlier that day. An awkward silence filled the air. Well, Yiminga suddenly spoke. When no one's around, call me master. He grabbed her chin, his gaze cold. You seem to enjoy calling others master and wearing maid outfits, don't you? MMPH. Jiayu tried to speak, but her chin was firmly held. Yiming's bright eyes darkened, possessiveness surging within him. Tell me, how many people have you called master? Have I been too lenient with you, making my words meaningless? Jiayu was stunned. Besides, today, she had only called those visitors master as part of her role. All added up, that would be tens of thousands. Damn, why was she thinking about that? Yiminga finally released her. Seeing his sullen face, she quickly explained, I did it for the part-time job. It wasn't my choice to wear that. It's not as dirty as you think. Believe me. Get in the car. Yiminga ignored her, spitting out the two words coldly. Okay, fasten your seatbelt. She didn't want to dwell on this issue. Since Yiminga said to go home, she would comply to avoid further escalation. It was already evening by the time they arrived. The aroma of food greeted them at the door. Jiayu's stomach was growling with hunger. Just as she was about to head for dinner, she spotted two large boxes in the living room. What's this animo? She asked. The boss sent them over. I don't know either. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. All right. Master. Would you like to join us for dinner? Yiminga had no intention of leaving, so naturally, he stayed for dinner. The two of them sat side by side, eating together in silence. Of course, both harbored countless schemes in their minds. They ate quickly, finishing their meal in no time. Jiayu stood up and curiously walked toward the two large boxes. Yiminga remained seated, directly addressing Animo. Animo, take those two boxes of clothes to be washed. Yes, boss. Only then did Aunt Imo realize that the boxes contained clothes. Clothes, eh? Jiayu heard Yiming's words. Her heart skipped a beat, a foreboding feeling creeping in. The next moment, Aunt Imo fetched scissors and opened the two large boxes. From within, she pulled out smaller boxes, each exquisitely wrapped, clearly expensive garments. Jiayu curiously leaned in and used another pair of scissors to casually open one of them. After opening, the small box revealed a transparent plastic casing, making it easy to see what was inside. Holy crap! It was a maid outfit. Jiayu's mind raced like a stampede of wild horses, calculating the shadow area like an advanced-level math problem. She turned back in fear to look at Yiminga. She hadn't expected him to keep his temper at the comic convention, only to unleash such a bombshell. What was he planning? Yet seeing Jiayu's terrified little face, Yiminga maintained his cold expression. Though he said nothing, his silence spoke volumes. Yi. Go upstairs. Yi. I said go upstairs. Okay. Seeing Yiming's expression, Jiayu felt intimidated and dared not defy him. She obediently followed him upstairs. Aunt Imo, still present, glanced at the clothes with a strange look, then a smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. I've seen this type of clothing before. The boss certainly knows how to have fun. Upstairs, Jiayu was once again pinned against the wall by Yiminga. Wait, what are you doing? She immediately raised her hands to shield her upper body. Yiminga, however, was extremely displeased with her reaction. In front of others, you act like a delicate little woman ripe for the picking. But when it comes to me, you suddenly turn into a traditional woman, emphasizing the difference between men and women. What does that mean? Yiming's reaction was terrifying, causing Jiayu to dare not open her eyes. She could only protect herself and weakly stammer. I didn't am not like that. It was just for work. For work, huh? Yiminga reacted violently. He roughly grabbed Jiayu's left hand and pinned it against the wall. Pinning his entire body against hers, he whispered into her ear. You are mine. I've told you that. Now I'm going to inspect your body. Hearing this, Jiayu was utterly terrified. No, don't, I'm not ready yet. Don't. You say don't to me. But you don't act like that with others. The more you say that, the angrier I get. You're playing with fire. With that, Yiminga moved to act. Pressed against the wall, Jiayu realized resistance seemed futile. She resigned herself, closing her eyes and turning her face away, trying not to look at him. Just as she surrendered, bracing for the storm, Yiming's phone rang. The first time, he hung up immediately. His face again pressed against Li Jiayu's body, but before he could act a second ring came. He hung up again, but the phone rang insistently, as if the caller was urgent. Yiming's face showed displeasure. Every time he reached this point a phone call would ruin his plans. This was the second time. Though he grumbled about not answering, he eventually picked up. On the other end was the butler from his parents' estate. Young master, the master and madam have returned from the imperial capital and request your presence. Hearing this, Yiminga replied with a grim expression, not now. Young master, the master and madam said it concerns the inheritance division of the old master's estate, which you wish to know about. They hope you can come immediately. It's very important. Can it wait? The master and madam seem to have other matters to attend to. Fine, I understand. Yiminga hung up. He cast his cold gaze once more over Li Jiayu. Remember, this is the last time. Next time I won't let you off so easily. Yiminga released Li Jiayu and left the room. Li Jiayu remained leaning against the wall, watching his retreating figure. Phew. That was close. I almost lost my virtue. Though it's bound to happen sooner or later, but... She let out a deep sigh. She truly wanted to thank the caller for saving her this time. After spending about 10 minutes in the room, Li Jiayu straightened her clothes and walked downstairs as if nothing had happened. Aunt Emo, has Yiminga left? Hearing her voice, Aunt Emo emerged from the kitchen. Miss, the boss has gone out. He left in a hurry, I don't know where. After Aunt Mo's reply, Li Jiayu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed outside. It was still early evening, the sky not yet fully dark. Yet from the window, all she could see was the beautiful but empty surroundings. There was no sign of life, quite desolate really. But as a homebody used to living alone, she didn't find it particularly bothersome. Still, she felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. Oh well. Li Jiayu drew the curtains and prepared to go upstairs again. Passing by the kitchen, she said to Aunt Emo, I'm going to wash up and rest. You should rest early too, Aunt Emo. Understood, miss. But I need to take a day off tomorrow. Aunt Emo spoke. Did something happen? Nothing serious. My son Zhang is leaving for the imperial capital tomorrow, and I want to help him tidy up his room. He's always so forgetful. I'm worried. Aunt Emo said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Jiayu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected this day to come so soon. Has Zhang left? She asked. Yes, miss. I heard the salary is higher over there. A young man should focus on his career. Aunt Emo replied again. Well, I wish him great success in his career. On behalf of Zhang, thank you for your blessing, miss. Oh, by the way, miss, I won't be staying here tonight. May I go home? It's fine, I can manage alone. Thank you, miss. With that, Li Jiayu turned and went upstairs. Aunt Emo continued handling the dirty laundry, dreaming of the day her son would make it big. The next day, at just 5 o'clock, Li Jiayu was jolted awake by a nightmare. In her dream, her actions that day had angered Yiminga, leading to her being cast out and turned back into a boy. Everything had reverted to its original state. She was back in the slums, her easy and pleasant job was gone, and she was once again toiling away at the grassroots, living a life of frugality. Her plan to have her younger sister attend high school in Shanghai had also fallen through. Li Jiayu was drenched in cold sweat, terrified of losing everything she now had. Without realizing it, she had become completely dependent on her female identity, utterly reliant on Yiminga. The sky at 5 o'clock was still dark, the last bit of darkness before dawn. Usually this was the time when people were sleepiest. But Li Jiayu felt no drowsiness at all, though instead she was unusually alert. Her right eyelid kept twitching, and she had no idea what it meant. Was it the nightmare, or did I sleep too early yesterday? She murmured to herself. Since she was already awake, she didn't stay in bed. She wasn't used to wasting time on sleep. Whenever she had free time, she used to pick up part-time jobs. Although she no longer worked part-time jobs as often, she still lived by Teacher Tsang's motto, if you can't make money lying in bed, don't be a lazybones. She got up, went to the bathroom to wash up, and was brushing her teeth. Suddenly, she heard an unusual sound from outside. At first she paid it no mind. After all, this was a residential area, not a private zone, so some noise was normal. Besides, it was nighttime. Who would be whispering outside at this hour? Yet the sound grew closer, approaching her house. Li Jiayu had to take it seriously. She stopped brushing and listened intently to everything happening outside. Soon she heard voices. From their fragmented conversation, she caught words like "the old woman isn't here." Her toothbrush fell to the floor in fright. Damn, what does that mean? Are they coming for me? At that thought, every hair on her body stood on end. Aunt Emo was definitely not in the house. That meant she was alone inside. There were at least 2 people talking. Their voices were rough, so Li Jiayu judged they were 2 burly men. If they sneaked into her house and caught her face-to-face, she would surely be in grave danger. Li Jiayu was scared. Wasn't this a villa district? How did these people get in? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. At least she had woken up early today, so nothing had happened yet. Otherwise, she would have fallen into their trap in her sleep. Though she knew they were there, her mind went blank. She was terrified. Since becoming a girl, she felt her intelligence had deteriorated, leaving her incapable of independent thought. She held her phone, but didn't call the police. Instead, she instinctively tapped on Yiminga's name and dialed. A ringtone played from beginning to end. Yiminga didn't answer. The voices outside grew closer, and she could clearly hear one of them saying they wanted to capture her and send her to Myanmar. At that, Li Jiayu broke down. Her eyes turned red, tears welling up as she began to weep. Trembling, she kept calling Yiminga. Finally, on the third attempt, he picked up. Save me. Sob. Minga, save me. Her tearful voice reached Yiminga through the phone. Yiminga had been drinking that day. The reason was jealousy over Li Jiayu's daytime activities. After leaving his parents' estate, he went to a bar and got dead drunk just like the first time he met her. But hearing her crying sobered him up instantly. What's going on? Tell me what happened there. There are people at the door, sob. They're about to come in. Jiayu, don't be scared. Listen to me, do exactly as I say. Go downstairs and hide in the kitchen. Grab a knife to protect yourself. I'll be back soon. Don't make a sound, got it? Mum. Her voice was still tearful, but hearing his words calmed her down significantly. Yiminga didn't dare hang up. On the other end, he could still hear her soft sobbing. His heart ached. He was terrified that if anything happened to her, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Ignoring his drinking buddies, he rushed out of the bar. At the entrance, he spent a staggering sum to hire a designated driver who dared to run red lights and floor the accelerator. They got in the car and sped off. He ran countless red lights without a second thought. A journey that normally took 30 minutes was now estimated to be completed in 15. Behind Yiminga's car, a police car was in hot pursuit. Beep, beep, beep. Vehicle ahead, pull over immediately for inspection or you will face criminal charges. Beep, beep, beep. Calling headquarters on Shanghai XX Avenue. A silver Bentley Flying Spur is speeding at nearly 180 km/h. Request assistance to intercept. Request assistance to intercept, the officer said excitedly. After hanging up the radio, the officer kept his eyes fixed on the car ahead, muttering, 5-star good citizen, huh? I'm a GTA 3000 hour player. Just watch me catch you. Back at the Villa District. After more than 10 minutes, the two men downstairs heard a click from the lock. They had finally pried open the door to Li Jiayu's villa. Puff, damn it, boss, this shitty lock was a pain to pick, one of them said. Hurry up. We took so long picking it. Did we make noise and alert the person inside? Don't worry, my family has been in this trade for 3 generations. If you hadn't insisted on silence, I'd have had this lock open in 5 minutes. Good, let's avoid any delays. It'll be harder once it gets light. All right. With that, they crept into the villa. Though it was dark, the streetlights revealed the opulent interior. It was so luxurious they almost couldn't move. Intense class resentment twisted their minds. The boss spoke up, damn rich bastards. When we catch that woman, I'm gonna take a few days to unwind properly. Boss, let's do it together. TCH, this house is huge. Wasting my time searching. Boss, should we lock the front door so she can't sneak out? Good idea. On no tool. Just rig it somehow. After entering, they surveyed the layout and determined the master bedroom was on the 2nd floor, so they headed straight up. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu had already followed Yiminga's instructions and hidden in the kitchen. She held a boning knife to protect herself. Seeing that they didn't search the living room or kitchen, she calmed down and realized she should have called the police earlier. But now it was too late. The two intruders were already inside, and calling would only expose her. By the light of the street lamp, Li Jiayu saw their figures. Both were burly men over 1.8 meters tall. She had no chance. To avoid putting herself in danger, she tightened her grip on the boning knife. Watching them move through the villa, she could only pray that Yiminga would return quickly. On the XX Avenue in the magic capital, a silver Bentley Flying Spur streaked through the traffic like a silver bolt of lightning. It swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Villa District. At this moment, barely trailing behind it was a police car. The officer drove at high speed, keeping the Bentley firmly in his sights. He executed a stylish drift through the corner, also reaching the entrance of the Villa District. It must be said that the officer's driving skills were exceptional, chasing a 4.0 LV8 Bentley Flying Spur in a 1.5L naturally aspirated 4-cylinder new generation 86 was a remarkable feat in itself. He watched the Bentley enter the Villa District and stop directly in front of a villa. Immediately, he notified his fellow officers who had accompanied him to converge on the Villa District. After hanging up the walkie-talkie, the officer chuckled to himself, little rat trying to escape. Little does he know I've worn out 8 steering wheels in GTA. No matter how tricky the road, I can take a drainage ditch corner. A mere Bentley is no match for me. Then staring at the spot where the Bentley had disappeared, he added, since I've caught you illegal street racing, you couldn't escape even if you were driving a train. He stopped the car, and there was another officer with him. At that moment, the other officer quickly rolled down the window and stuck his head out, letting out a loud retch. He vomited the entire day's meals. Brother Zhang, I suspect you joined the law enforcement team just to race legally. That was terrifying. Nonsense. I call it using my strengths and skills to fight crime. Anyway, we need to go in and catch the criminal. Take it slow, Brother Zhang. I really can't handle this. Don't worry. He can't escape in the Villa District. I could track him just by the exhaust fumes. No rush. He then turned on the siren, signaling the guard to open the gate. They smoothly entered the Villa District. In such an environment, the siren of a law enforcement vehicle was piercingly loud, startling everyone in the villas awake. In the nearby villas, lights flicked on as residents looked out their windows to see what was happening. Soon following the path of the police car, all eyes converged on the silver Bentley Flying Spur parked in front of the middle villa. Isn't that Mr. Yes House from Manga Group? Why are the police surrounding it? Mind your own business. Go back to sleep. Could another big corporation be about to fall? In this upscale villa district, the arrival of police was the worst omen. The last time was 3 years ago when a swarm of police showed up. A month later, that villa changed hands. No need to guess what happened. After all, the police don't come to deliver thank you letters. Suddenly, Yiminga became the topic of gossip, and some even started forwarding the news within their own circles. Inside Yiming's villa, 2 intruders were searching room by room for Jiayu. They went straight to the second floor first. In a typical villa, the owner resides on the second floor, so they began their search there. After checking all the rooms, they moved to the first floor. They had been searching for several minutes, but still hadn't found Jiayu. If not for the signs of habitation in the master bedroom on the second floor, they would have doubted anyone lived in the villa. The place was as clean as a hotel. Frustrated, they grew anxious. If they failed to capture Jiayu today, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Their movements became less cautious and more careless. Bang! One of them accidentally kicked a vase. The vase toppled toward the kitchen. Startled, the man quickly rushed over and caught it. He muttered curses under his breath. These rich people, what's the point of keeping such useless junk around? Damn it! Little did he know that he was now only a cabinet away from Jiayu. Hearing the commotion nearby, she dared not move, terrified of being discovered. When the 2 men had entered earlier, she had caught a glimpse of their silhouettes in the dim light. The only thought in her mind was unmatchable. Just as the 2 finished searching the room and were about to check the hall, a sudden screech of brakes came from outside, followed by the sound of a police siren. The 2 men froze in place. Holy shit, why is there a police car outside? What's going on, boss? Did someone call the cops? Damn right they did. Didn't you hear the brakes? We've been set up. That villa is empty. That bastard Yimingkai. Boss, what do we do now? What do we do? You planning to spend the new year here? Run. Just as they finished speaking, all the lights in the villa came on. The sudden brightness hurt their eyes, deepening their fear. Could it be that these damn cops had already stormed in? Still in panic, a magnetic male voice rang in their ears. You said Yimingkai, right? Who is it? Who's speaking? The sudden appearance of a man's voice in the villa made them startle like frightened birds. They turned around and saw a man in the hall. His face was cold and stern, as if he intended to devour them alive. If looks could kill, they would have been cut into 1,000 pieces. Seeing that someone had returned, their original plan to flee became even more urgent. They exchanged glances and decided to split up. Villas always have back doors. Since the front entrance was blocked, they would run through the back. But Yiminga, who had just returned, would not let them leave so easily. He was faster. Being closer, he directly blocked their path. As they looked at Yiminga, a desperate madness flashed across their faces. One of them pulled a folding knife from his pocket. It was originally meant to threaten Jiayu, but now it came in handy. The other thug had no weapon, but he scanned the room and spotted the kitchen, which could provide one. He immediately dashed toward the kitchen. Seeing the man heading in that direction, Yiming's eyes blazed with fury. That was where his beloved was hiding. Get lost. Yiminga launched an attack, throwing a straight punch at the man. The man instinctively leaned back. Yiminga was still drunk. This time he missed, leaving himself exposed and vulnerable. The knife-wielding thug, being ruthless, decided to counterattack. So he shouted to the other, grab him. The man complied, a grim expression on his face. But just then a ceramic frying pan came crashing down on his head. Bang! With this strike, Jiayu poured all her strength into it. The frying pan, made of high-strength ceramic, was exceptionally hard. It was no different from smashing a rock into the man's face. Directly, it left the man bleeding and dazed. The man, suddenly ambushed, was stunned. What the hell? He touched the spot where he was hit with his right hand, feeling a wet sensation accompanied by sharp pain and dizziness. Then he pulled his hand back to examine it. What he saw was fresh crimson blood. He erupted in fury. Who the hell hit me? He immediately turned around to see who had attacked him. But just as his head turned, the next moment, a black circular object appeared directly in front of his face. Bang! Jiayu put all her baby-like strength into this blow. The frying pan swung at a speed, nearly leaving a blur. The moment the pan's base contacted the thug's face, it couldn't withstand the immense force, cracking like a spiderweb. Incredible, a girl could unleash such power. She knocked the thug flat to the ground. The scene was exactly like that gif of a wooden stick hitting a pig's head on a tricycle. A single precise blow killing the pig. Seeing the thug down, Jiayu softly called out to Yiminga. All this happened in a flash. Not even the thug leader, let alone Yiminga, had time to react. They only heard 2 sounds from the frying pan. The thug's underling lay peacefully on the ground, barely breathing. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, the thug leader turned his gaze. Then he exclaimed excitedly, "You're that woman. I never thought you'd be hiding here." Seeing Jiayu suddenly appear, the thug leader was both angry and regretful. The place where she had hidden was one they had passed countless times, but never thought to check. Meanwhile, with Jiayu's help, Yiminga finally regained his composure. This shift in the situation panicked the leader, who had been planning to counterattack Yiminga. Although he still had his weapon, without his underling's distraction, he couldn't guarantee he could harm Yiminga even with a knife. After all, Yiminga looked like someone who had trained, muscular arms, and a body brimming with strength. The thug leader, though appearing strong, was nothing but a showpiece. All bark and no bite. If it came to a real fight, he'd probably be knocked out with one punch by Yiminga. He stared fiercely at Yiminga, his hands holding the knife beginning to tremble. You? Step aside. You're not getting away. Yiminga said coldly again. Don't push me, don't push me. I'm just trying to make a living. I'm a nobody with nothing to lose. Push me too far, and well, all die together. You're not worthy, Yiminga said coldly. Let me go. Pretend nothing happened. I was just paid to do a job. The leader waved the folding knife at them, shouting hysterically. His eyes were filled with madness. This time Yiminga didn't strike. He had sobered up considerably. This thug was clearly at the end of his rope. As long as he didn't leave the villa, all they had to do was wait for the officers to arrive. Besides, hadn't he summoned the designated driver to rush back, attracting a police car in the process? Perfect timing to deliver a gift. Speak of the officer, and he arrives. At that moment, the officer who had been driving heard the commotion inside the villa and walked in. Seeing one man lying on the ground and another holding a knife, he was ecstatic. After 3 months as a traffic officer, he had finally encountered a criminal case. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to switch positions? And now he understood why the Bentley had rushed back so fast. 2 thugs, a beautiful young woman. With his own pretty wife at home, and 2 thugs entering the house, any delay could have led to disaster. As for why she hadn't called the police, the officer reasoned that she might have been too scared. A girl, understandable. Besides, wasn't he a police officer himself? A traffic officer is still an officer. Don't underestimate a traffic officer. Back to the scene. Clearly this was a serious case of armed illegal entry, involving robbery, theft, and even attempted rape. The severity of the case was off the charts. He couldn't fail to seize this gift from heaven. Without a word, he pulled out his bat and rushed over and swung it directly at the thug leader. Bang! The officer's speed was incredible. The thug had seen the officer enter, so he chose to stay put. But he never expected the officer to strike immediately. Normally they would shout a warning first. They only acted if the suspect didn't surrender. The thug leader was bewildered. Why wasn't this officer following the usual procedure? Before he could react, the officer slid forward and tackled him to the ground. Don't move. The thug leader, huh? Officer, I wasn't moving, was I? But he dared not say that. He quickly replied, I want move, I want move. Of course, pinned to the ground by the officer. His face pressed against the tiles, unable to move. With his life in the officer's hands, he dared not argue. After all, without witnesses, it would be easy for the camera to suddenly malfunction, or for a few parts to go missing. Seeing the thug calm down, the officer pulled out a new pair of rose gold handcuffs from his waist and snapped them on. Now the thug leader had lost all his earlier madness. He said nothing, head down, crouching on the ground. Seeing no further issues, the officer said to Yiminga and Jiayu, you two keep an eye on the one on the ground. They'll call for backup. Jiayu nodded eagerly. As the officer went aside to make a call, Jiayu immediately ran to Yiminga and checked him from head to toe. Confirming he was unharmed, she threw her arms around him. Pressing her little face against his chest, she said, Minga boo-hoo, are you hurt? Looking at the sweet Jiayu, Yiminga patted her head and said, I'm fine. As long as you're okay. Boo-hoo. Jiayu led Yiminga to the sofa nearby and sat down quietly, waiting for the officer to handle things. Meanwhile, the officer walked to the door. Then he pulled out his radio and called the traffic officer captain. For a traffic officer handling a criminal case, he had to report to the captain to maximize the benefits. With the officer's call, more and more police vehicles entered the villa area. They parked one by one in front of Yiming's villa. The red and blue lights were especially glaring in the night. In the nearby villas, many onlookers peeked through their windows. At that moment, a criminal investigation officer stepped out of an armored vehicle. He entered the villa directly and took the 2 thugs away. Then he said to Yiminga and Jiayu, you two need to come to the station with us for a statement. Yiminga nodded, not refusing. He took Jiayu's hand and followed behind. Outside, beside the Bentley, a designated driver in a Shanghai X-branded vest was pinned against the car hood. Seeing Yiminga, he immediately said, Boss, this is getting serious. You've got to get me out of this. Yiminga glanced at him and smiled. Don't worry. Leaving the villa, Jiayu drove her Porsche following the police convoy with Yiminga. As for the Bentley Flying Spur, the officers would drive it to the traffic police station. Due to multiple serious traffic violations, the vehicle was to be impounded temporarily. It could only be retrieved after the procedures were completed. Each matter was to be handled separately. This was all within Yiming's expectations. He had his own professional legal team. Given the extenuating circumstances, they could apply for special handling to mitigate the penalties. With the criminal police officers leading the way, sirens blared all along the route, drawing numerous residents to pull back their curtains and peer outside. When they realized it was from the villa district, one after another, they were stunned. Damn, isn't that the villa area? There's an armored police vehicle from the criminal division. They must have committed a crime, otherwise why would the criminal police be involved? These rich people all have some problems. Good riddance. After all, it was still the poor who were in the majority. Human nature is such that people resent inequality rather than scarcity. Why should others be so wealthy? It's unfair. They must have broken the law. One by one, they filmed videos and posted them on Douyin, Weibo, Kuaishou, and Bilibili, spreading the incident far and wide. By the time Yiminga and Li Jiayu finished their statements and stepped out of the law enforcement bureau, it was already 8 in the morning. Just as Yiminga pulled out his phone to check the time, Yiminga suddenly noticed dozens of missed calls on his phone, all from the other board members. Knowing the nature of these directors, they were the kind who never stirred without a personal gain. If it didn't affect their interests, they could go a whole year without caring about the company. As long as the company's market value increased and the annual dividends were substantial, nothing else mattered. Yi Ming's expression darkened as he stared at the sudden influx of calls. What on earth had happened that made these directors so anxious to call him? And they had called dozens of times in a row. He needed to know the reason. So Yi Minga returned one of the calls. This director was one who had supported him even before his rise. Although his shareholding was modest, he still had a voice in the company and naturally knew what was going on. When the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice came through. President Yi, you finally returned my call. We've all been very concerned about you. Yi Minga listened coldly and said sharply, cut the nonsense. What happened that could disturb your routine? Well, President Yi, you must still be at the Law Enforcement Bureau, right? My. President Yi, please check the trending topics on Douyin and Weibo, and you'll know what I'm talking about. The board hopes you can call a meeting today. What do you say? 10 o'clock. Understood, President Yi. We'll be waiting for you in the conference room. Yi Minga hung up. Li Jiayu noticed the grim expression on Yi Ming's face. Though she didn't know what was happening at his company, she understood that he needed her care at this moment. So she gently took his large hand in hers. She asked with concern, Minga, what happened at the company? Feeling her cool little hand, Yi Minga placed his other hand over it. It's nothing. The weather is a bit chilly, your hands are so cold. Drop me off at the company first, then go home and take a hot bath. Yi Minga said with a smile. Li Jiayu looked at him, understanding from his reply that he didn't want her to worry. The best thing she could do now was to mind her own affairs and not distract him further. So Li Jiayu nodded. If you need anything, remember to call me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Alright. Yi Minga didn't elaborate and Li Jiayu didn't press further. Soon she started the car and drove him to the company building. Since most departments didn't work on weekends, the building was sparsely populated. Li Jiayu didn't need to park in the underground garage. But she noticed something unusual. There were many more luxury cars than usual at the company's entrance. These luxury cars were ones Li Jiayu had never seen before. She guessed that they most likely belonged to the board members she had never met. After all, what business partner would choose a day when no one was working to discuss deals? After parking, Yi Minga quickly got out of the car. He waved his hand, signaling Li Jiayu to leave. Then he went upstairs. What happened? Li Jiayu murmured in the car, watching as Yi Minga disappeared into the elevator. Li Jiayu then took out her phone to check what was going on. After all, to find out what had happened, the internet was the fastest way. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw the trending topics on Douyin. Shanghai police raid, overnight Minga Group chairman and president arrested. Midnight silver lightning in Shanghai belongs to Minga Group president. Minga Group president taken away by criminal police from villa, transferred to execution ground. Li Jiayu's face turned extremely ugly as she read these trending topics. Such trending topics were nothing but slander aimed at destroying Yi Minga. Although they might not affect him personally, they would definitely impact the company's stock price. No wonder those board members who hadn't shown up in ages had all come to the company. She now understood why Yi Minga was so furious. Damn it, who had spread these rumors? How could she help Yi Minga? Thinking about this, Li Jiayu became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She left the company absent-mindedly, and fortunately, it was the weekend with light traffic, so no danger occurred. When she returned to the villa and opened the door, she saw Aunt Imo tidying up the house. Li Jiayu immediately asked, Aunt Imo, why are you back so early? Weren't you supposed to see Zhang Yi off? Aunt Imo, who was cleaning, replied with a smile. I finished sending him off. When I saw what happened on Douyin, I came back. Sure enough, the house was a mess. You're a young lady, how could you tidy up? Let me handle it. Aunt Imo, you haven't slept all night. Let me do it. Li Jiayu said, unwilling to let Aunt Mo work so hard. I'm fine. But miss, is everything settled? Aunt Imo asked curiously. Li Jiayu looked at her. Of course she knew it wasn't settled yet. But she couldn't help much now, nor did she know what to do. Since Aunt Imo had brought it up, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she pondered how to assist Yi Minga. With that thought, Li Jiayu fell silent. She sat on the nearby sofa, lost in thought, trying to come up with a way to help him. But it seemed she had no clue. Just then, a video about going to Ershian Bridge via Changhua Avenue appeared on her Douyin feed. Officer Tan traffic. Li Jiayu's eyes lit up. Perhaps the traffic police officer from last night could help. However, Li Jiayu currently did not have that officer's contact information. She could only wait for them to notify her about picking up the car or go to the traffic police department to inquire. With this thought, Li Jiayu stood up and went upstairs to wash up and change clothes. Half an hour later, Li Jiayu came downstairs in a casual dress. By then, Aunt Imo had already tidied up the living room and kitchen. Just as she was about to go into the room to organize, she saw Li Jiayu and immediately smiled, saying, Miss, you're down. Aunt Mo's face showed signs of exhaustion with dark circles under her eyes. Clearly, she hadn't rested well. Seeing Aunt Mo still working despite being so tired, Li Jiayu couldn't bear it and immediately said, Aunt Imo, take a rest first. You can finish after you wake up, no rush. Aunt Mo waved her hand, insisting she was robust and fine. She continued, "It's okay, I'm almost done, but I haven't made breakfast yet. How about I go out now and buy some ingredients for you, miss? They'll keep it simple so you can have breakfast first." Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Jiayu repeatedly refused. She walked toward the door and said to Aunt Mo, "No need, no need. I have things to do outside. Aunt Mo, finish up and rest quickly." "All right then, I'll rest after I tidy up the room." Aunt Mo, I'm off. After saying goodbye to Aunt Mo, Jiayu left the villa. At the villa entrance, she noticed that the broken door lock had been replaced with a new one, which looked more robust than the previous one. So efficient. Jiayu glanced back at Aunt Mo, who was still working, and immediately understood. It was Aunt Mo who had arranged for the replacement. She murmured to herself, "Aunt Mo has worked so hard." With this thought, Jiayu felt even more that she should leave the villa. If she stayed, Aunt Mo would surely not rest, but continue to take care of her. So Jiayu drove away from the villa. She decided to find that officer. Only he could expedite the police report and put an end to this farce. After all, it was Sunday, and the stock market was closed. By tomorrow, when the market opened, the impact of this incident on Manga Group's stock price could be immeasurable. So Jiayu sped along the main roads of Modu, heading straight for the traffic police department. The road was wide and easy to drive. Jiayu kept to the speed limit, eager to reach the traffic police department as quickly as possible. The journey was smooth at first, but just as she passed a small intersection, a black sedan suddenly sped out from the side road. It was moving fast with no sign of slowing down, charging straight out. Bang! It grazed Jiayu's rear taillight, causing her to slam on the brakes in panic. The car skidded 180 degrees before coming to a halt in the middle of the road. Jiayu's head was spinning from the jolt. After a long moment, she finally got out of the car. Meanwhile, the black sedan that had caused the accident continued forward after hitting her car, only stopping after crashing into the median barrier. The sudden accident caught her off guard. Jiayu shook her head, groaning in discomfort, before unbuckling her seatbelt to get out. However, before stepping out, she immediately called the traffic police and emergency services. She hadn't expected that while on her way to the traffic police department, she would end up needing to call them directly. It was truly unfortunate. Dealing with this would take a long time, and even though she knew she wasn't at fault, the wasted time infuriated her. Jiayu was fuming. After she got out of the car, curious onlookers gathered around. Seeing that the person emerging from the Porsche was a young woman, they came over to ask, "Miss, are you all right?" "I am fine. I'm not sure what happened to that person. I've already called the traffic police." "Glad you're okay. We know that car. It's always been reckless. We knew it would come to this one day, but we didn't expect it to happen this way. You're really unlucky, miss." "Right, miss, you should call the police. That guy is a thug. We're afraid you won't be able to handle him. Miss, do you have any family? Call them over too. The more people you have when dealing with this kind of issue, the better. Don't lose the momentum." Everyone chimed in with advice. Jiayu nodded repeatedly. Soon the driver of the offending vehicle staggered out of his car. Because he hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, the violent impact had thrown his head into the windshield. The front windshield had cracked into a spiderweb pattern from his iron-like head. He was bleeding profusely, his face covered in blood that continued to flow. Despite his pitiful state, no one around him offered to call an ambulance. This showed how poorly regarded he was. Fortunately, Jiayu had made both calls before getting out of the car. All she had to do was wait. A sports car and a beautiful woman always make a striking sight, and more onlookers gathered. The kind-hearted bystanders helped Jiayu set up the warning triangle and other items. They pointed fingers at the driver, but he seemed accustomed to such treatment and ignored them, instead preparing to go on the offensive against Jiayu. He strode toward her menacingly. Before he could make a move, a traffic officer arrived at the scene. After parking his car and observing the situation, he asked the two of them, "Are you the parties involved? Describe what happened." Before Jiayu could speak, the man bleeding from his head immediately blurted out, "Officer, look how miserable I am. She was driving a sports car. She must have been speeding. It's all her fault. Ouch! Ouch!" The man screamed hysterically as if all the blame lay with Jiayu. His aggressive attitude made even Jiayu doubt herself. She was momentarily at a loss for words, trembling, unable to respond. The officer, who had handled many traffic accidents, could tell that this man was a veteran troublemaker trying to intimidate the young woman to achieve his goal. And she was a young, pretty girl who had probably never encountered such a scene. The officer wasn't about to let him get away with it. He said to the man, "Judging by your strong voice, you don't seem injured. Tell me what really happened. Fraud is a serious offense and your insurance won't cover it. There are 3 cameras around here. Think carefully before you speak." "Officer, All right, stop your nonsense. I've seen plenty of your kind. You're fully at fault." The traffic officer issued the accident report. This verdict seemed perfectly reasonable to the onlookers. "Officer, I'm seriously injured. This judgment isn't humanitarian. And my car is totaled. She's wealthy enough. Even if you died here, you'd still be fully at fault." "I said it," the traffic officer declared with integrity. The bystanders were thrilled. "Well done. That's how an officer should be. Being poor doesn't make you right, nor does being weak." Thumbs up for the officer. Meeting an officer like this is a stroke of luck. "I'm in love." The officer's righteous judgment delighted everyone. Only the man slumped to the ground in distress. I have no money. Judge as you will. I'm telling you now. If you side with this woman, I'll die here and ruin your reputation. With that, the scoundrel collapsed on the ground, claiming he had no money. Even when the ambulance arrived, he refused to move. Blood streamed from his head as he stared defiantly, demanding the officer change the verdict and make Li Jiayu pay him compensation, or he would stay there until death. He looked determined to die. If he died, he could extort more money from Li Jiayu. His family was just as despicable. More trouble would follow. Li Jiayu had no time to waste with him. Since he refused to pay or call insurance, she would call it herself. She had done everything possible, and the accident wasn't her fault. No one could blame her. Soon the insurance company arrived to handle the matter. Li Jiayu used her right to subrogation to have the tow truck take her car for repairs. To prevent the man from causing more trouble, the traffic officer waited until Li Jiayu's car was towed away before preparing to leave. Just then Li Jiayu said to him, "Officer, could I ride with you to the traffic police station?" The officer looked at her with surprise. He had already issued the accident report. Why did she want to go to the station? Still, he was heading back anyway, so he didn't refuse. "Get in. He'll take you there." "Thank you, officer." Li Jiayu climbed into the officer's car. An hour had already slipped by at the accident scene. She wondered if the earlier traffic officer was still there. She would check first. The officer's car moved slowly through the streets, stopping to educate a few electric scooter riders without helmets before finally returning to the station. After thanking the officer, Li Jiayu went inside to find the morning traffic officer. This time her luck was good. She ran into him at the entrance before even entering. The officer recognized her at the same time. Before he could speak, Li Jiayu said, "Officer, wait. Do you have a moment? I'd like to ask something." "What is it?" "Is it about this morning's incident?" Zhang Qi asked. "Yes, exactly." Li Jiayu nodded. Zhang Qi gestured to an office inside, signaling her to follow. Watching his movement, Li Jiayu followed him immediately. As soon as they sat down, she asked eagerly, I don't know your name, so we'll call you officer." "I want to ask." Before she could finish, Zhang Qi interrupted. "My name is Zhang Qi. I'm an outstanding graduate of Huaxia Criminal Investigation University, a national-level second-tier athlete, 22 years old, and single. If you want to send a pennant, address it to our station." Hearing this, Li Jiayu was stunned. Did he think she came here to get to know him and send a pennant? She shook off the thought, reorganized her words, and said, "No, that's not what I meant. Zhang. Officer Zhang, I want to ask about this morning's incident. Will there be an official police bulletin?" You're asking about that." Zhang Qi was a bit disappointed. As a 22-year-old single man, seeing a cute soft girl like Li Jiayu naturally sparked a sweet fantasy complete with a whole life story in his mind. Unfortunately, she was already taken. She was here for business. Since it was official, Zhang Qi gave a professional answer. "Yes, there will be a bulletin, but our clerical staff needs to handle it. You'll see it in a few days." Hearing this, Li Jiayu slapped the table and said, "No." "Huh? Do you want to protect privacy and not release it?" "Don't worry. We always protect victims' privacy. We'll use a pseudonym," Zhang Qi replied. Li Jiayu quickly explained, looking anxious. "That's not what I mean. I want to know if the bulletin can be released today." "No, that's not right either. I hope it can be released right now." Zhang Qi saw her urgency. Though he didn't understand why, he patiently explained, "Well, I can't say for sure. The clerical staff are very busy with many cases every day. Please help me. This is really important." Then, fearing he might not understand, Li Jiayu opened her phone and played the rumors circulating online. "Officer Zhang, rumors are spreading like wildfire. We're defenseless. Only an official police bulletin can silence those rumor mongers." After hearing her story, Zhang Qi fell into thought. He actually knew the clerical staff well. If he asked, she would certainly help. But she was hard to deal with. He might end up in a sticky situation. She was a young woman, but her muscle mass exceeded his. The crucial thing was that she liked him. Zhang Qi had been avoiding her for months. But he looked at Li Jiayu again. In her eyes, he saw hope. He decided, since her case had helped him transfer to criminal investigation, and he would be out in the field anyway. This was his thanks to her. So Zhang Qi said to Li Jiayu, "All right, I'll handle it for you." Thank you. Li Jiayu was overjoyed. Once the police issued the bulletin, the rumors would be dispelled, and the company's shareholders would have to shut their mouths. Li Jiayu left the traffic police station with a smile. She never expected that Officer Zhang Qi, who seemed so unreliable, would turn out to be so dependable. Within a few minutes, Li Jiayu saw the official account release a police bulletin. To express her gratitude, Li Jiayu added Zhang Qi on WeChat, saying she would treat him to a meal if there was an opportunity. It was now 10 in the morning, the time of Yi Ming's meeting. Li Jiayu looked at the police bulletin on her phone, feeling extremely excited. "Yi Ming, let me rescue you." Then Li Jiayu directly hailed a chauffeur-driven car and asked the driver to take her straight to the group's building. It must be said that this Didi chauffeur was far better than a rideshare. The driver was very polite, and there was no odor inside the car. The riding experience instantly soared. On ordinary days, Li Jiayu would never have taken such an expensive Didi, but now she had money in her pocket. Besides, she was going to save Yiminga, so she wouldn't be so thrifty. As the car started off swiftly, the surroundings kept changing rapidly. The car quickly delivered Li Jiayu to the company building. "Thank you, driver." After expressing her gratitude, Li Jiayu opened the door and rushed into the company. The time was 10:15. 15 minutes had passed since Yi Ming's meeting began. She didn't know what would happen. With a nervous heart, Li Jiayu entered the elevator and pressed the button for the floor where the conference room was located. In the conference room, a total of 20 directors were seated inside. In the center of the conference room sat Yi Minga. In Minga Group, Yi Minga held 33% of the shares, while the remaining shares were held by the directors and shareholders. That is to say, although Yi Minga was the largest shareholder, he was the largest director, but he could not make unilateral decisions. As long as the combined shares of the other major shareholders exceeded 51%, they could overthrow his position as president. When Yi Minga first took over the group, in order to rapidly elevate the company, he had no choice but to sell these shares, and he had already known that such a hidden danger would exist. Recently, the company had been hit by the mistress scandal and the arrest scandal, causing significant fluctuations in the stock price. In particular, the arrest scandal that occurred today made the directors very worried about the stock price decline, leading to today's confrontation. Yi Minga, sitting in the center, remained silent, and the other shareholders also said nothing. The entire conference room was eerily quiet. One shareholder, who held 2% of Minga Group's shares, could no longer contain himself. They had been sitting there for over 10 minutes. They weren't here to enjoy the air conditioning, they needed to resolve the matter. So he spoke up. "Dear Directors Chairman, let me say a few words. The company is thriving and performance is growing every month. We are all very happy. It's good to make money together. But recently the chairman has been encountering one incident after another. Shouldn't we find a way to deal with it? You big players have vast resources and aren't afraid, but I'm just a small shareholder. Any slight disturbance could cause me great harm. After all, I've invested all my assets." Alas, Director Chun is absolutely right. We small shareholders can't afford such shocks. President Yi, please state your position and let us know how we should handle this. As the small shareholders spoke, several major shareholders chimed in with echoes. This was a blatant coup. Yi Minga looked at the faces of these people, his heart growing cold to the extreme. This bunch had bought Minga Group's shares at an extremely low price, and under Yi Ming's efforts the company's market value had basically doubled. They had already made enough profit. Now just a tiny problem had led to this situation. Just as Yi Minga was about to speak, outside the conference room Li Jiayu appeared. My. Yi Minga was a bit surprised to see Li Jiayu. Hadn't he told her not to worry, that he would handle it? What was she doing here now? Yi Minga had that damned pride. In his world, he was a lone wolf who didn't need anyone's help. The first glance he gave Li Jiayu was not one of joy, but rather a hint of anger. He was angry that this little maid dared to defy his words and come to the company without permission. However, this thought passed in an instant. Deep in his heart, Yi Minga still hoped that this soft girl Li Jiayu could warm his heart. Yi Minga said nothing and simply stood up. "President Yi, what are you doing? President Yi, you haven't yet said how you are going to handle this issue." The crowd watched Yi Minga stand up, thinking he was cornered and about to flee. But then they followed Yi Ming's gaze toward the outside. Somehow a girl was standing there. Looking at this girl, they suddenly remembered. This must be the protagonist of the mistress scandal. Originally they thought it was just the effect of beauty filters, but now seeing her in person they realized she was truly beautiful. No wonder she could make Yi Minga so infatuated. Well, since the little wife had come looking for him, they would let them meet first, but today they absolutely had to make Yi Minga state his position. At least they had to get some benefits. They were all full of cunning. Without anyone stopping him, Yi Minga walked out of the conference room. When he reached Li Jiayu, his face was cold as he said, "Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why are you here?" Li Jiayu was not angry. After all this time together, she already knew what kind of person Yi Minga was. On the surface he was cold and icy, and only after drinking would he become secretly passionate. Li Jiayu smiled and said, "Take a look at this first." Saying that, she handed her phone to Yi Minga. Yi Minga looked at Li Jiayu suspiciously, took the phone and pressed play. It turned out to be a police bulletin released just over 10 minutes ago. With this, the rumors of his arrest would be dispelled, and the incident that could affect the company's stock price would become groundless. However, Yi Minga hadn't expected the police bulletin to be released so quickly. He looked at Li Jiayu. At this moment, Li Jiayu's face was full of smugness. She was practically screaming, "Give me the credit. Did you do this?" How about it? Surprised. Unexpected. "Oh, from now on you're not allowed to run around without my permission." Hearing Yi Ming's reply, Li Jiayu smiled and didn't answer. But from the change in Yi Ming's expression, it seemed that this matter had indeed helped him. "Then I'll go first. Let me report in advance around noon. I'm going to have hot pot with a girl at Hedi Lao. Please approve." Li Jiayu smiled. "A girl? Approve." Yi Ming's voice was still cold. But the degree of coldness was different, and Li Jiayu naturally noticed it. She stepped forward, motioning for Yi Minga to lower his head, and then whispered in his ear, "Then thank you, master, for your grace." After saying that, her face flushed red, and she left the spot. She disappeared into the corridor. Yi Minga touched his ear, which still held a trace of warmth, and smiled. As Li Jiayu left, Yi Minga re-entered the conference room. The directors present watched him return, smiles spreading across their faces. After all, he was still young. Though Yi Minga was adept at handling corporate affairs, he lacked experience. They had him firmly in their grasp. Today's coup against Yiminga was intended to strip him of his power, reducing him to a figurehead president, a mere puppet. Upon entering, Yiminga observed their faces. A smirk curled to his ears. This time with the news Li Jiayu had brought him, he immediately thought of how to deal with these directors. Since they were so eager to go against him, Yiminga, they'd better be prepared to have their teeth shattered. Thus a 2-hour-long meeting commenced in the conference room. Yiminga readily complied with their demands. If the company's stock price fell after tomorrow's market open, he would compensate the directors according to the drop. Conversely, if the stock price rose, they would sell their shares to Yiminga at the opening price. It was a high-stakes gamble. If Yiminga won, he would buy back all the shares he had sold. After the meeting, everyone walked out smiling. From their perspective at Minga Group, who would be calling the shots come tomorrow was far from certain. I've been waiting for you at the door for ages. Where are you? Li Jiayu said, annoyed. I'm coming. Who knew the bus would be so slow today? Hold on for 10 more minutes, Xiaoyu. Jiang Duo replied, embarrassed. You really? You earned so much money yesterday, yet you're stingy about taking a taxi. I can't figure out what's going on in that little head of yours, Li Jiayu said, exasperated. You used to be the same way. Jiang Duo retorted immediately. Hearing Jiang Duo's words, Li Jiayu was taken aback. That's right. She used to be like that too, always choosing the cheapest mode of transportation. She didn't know when it started, but she had forgotten her dream of saving money and lying flat. At that thought, Li Jiayu fell silent. She told Jiang Duo that it was still early and there was no rush. Then she hung up. Through the glass wall of Bada Plaza, she looked outside. The sky was still the same sky, and the people were still the same people. But Li Jiayu was no longer the person she used to be. In just a few short days, her life had undergone earth-shattering changes. She reminisced about the past for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it. After all, as long as she was better off now than before, that was enough. She casually walked into the neighboring Bawang TG and ordered 2 cups of milk tea that she would never have dared to order before. Then she sat down, sipping her tea and scrolling through her phone while waiting for Jiang Duo. Just at that moment, suddenly a person appeared beside Li Jiayu's seat. She looked up and saw a boy of about 17 or 18. She didn't pay it much mind. After all, it was a public seat. If she could sit there, so could others. Li Jiayu ignored him and continued browsing Douyin, watching one movie recap after another. She felt that by doing this, she had essentially watched the movie. It was a time saver. Suddenly, she sensed that the extra cup of milk tea she had ordered was being picked up by someone. Li Jiayu thought it was Jiang Duo who had arrived. Just as she was about to speak, she realized that the cup of milk tea she had ordered had ended up in that boy's hand. The sound of a straw being forcefully poked in, Li Jiayu was stunned. Who was this boy? She didn't know him. How could he just take someone else's milk tea? With confusion, Li Jiayu asked, "What are you doing?" The boy's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, "Sister, you're so beautiful. Prettier than all the girls I've ever seen combined. I saw that this cup of milk tea was left untouched, so let little brother have a taste for you." After hearing the boy's words, Li Jiayu was completely dumbfounded. Was she being hit on? Seriously, how could this guy be so shameless? The boy saw that Li Jiayu hadn't reacted and thought she was captivated by his charm. He immediately struck a pose he thought was handsome. "Sister, can we add each other on WeChat? I've realized I like you." "Wow, sister, you're using the latest iPhone model. How nice." "I've been using my phone for 4 years, it's so laggy, but I haven't replaced it. I want to save up some money first and buy a new one for my mom." "Sister, are you a local from Modu? Do you have a boyfriend? A beautiful woman like you must have had quite a few boyfriends." "I've never had a girlfriend before. Ew, I don't even know what love feels like." The boy rambled on and on, lost in self-admiration. By now, Li Jiayu knew exactly what was going on. She had encountered a gold digger. Did she look that easy to fool? When faced with such people, Li Jiayu always kept her distance. It was his skill if he could scam others, but she was definitely not his prey. Li Jiayu stood up to leave. That cup of milk tea might as well have been fed to a dog. However, the boy seemed to have set his sights on her. When she stood up, he also stood up and followed her. Li Jiayu was completely at a loss. "What exactly do you want?" "I don't know you," Li Jiayu said sharply. Perhaps her tone convinced him that she was an easygoing girl. He became even more audacious. "Sister, what are you saying? What did I do wrong to make you dislike me?" The boy put on a look of grievance. "Sister, I was wrong. Please don't go, okay? I'm really sorry." His smooth series of moves drew the attention of passers-by. Anyone who didn't know would think Li Jiayu had dumped him. This left Li Jiayu so angry that she couldn't speak. After thinking for a long moment, she said with a honeyed mouth sarcastically, "You're wrong about your mom." At that moment, Jiang Duo finally arrived. She spotted Li Jiayu in the crowd and immediately walked over. "Xiaoyu, what's going on here?" Li Jiayu looked at Jiang Duo and said, "I just ordered 2 cups of milk tea here waiting for you, but I ended up waiting for a gold digger. Now it seems he's latched onto me." The boy saw that Li Jiayu had a companion and knew he couldn't continue the scam. He quickly said, "Sister, I just wanted to add you on WeChat. I didn't mean anything else. If you don't like it, I can leave." Hearing this, Jiang Duo immediately pulled Li Jiayu behind her. She shoved the boy in front of her. "Get lost. My sister is not one of your targets. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude." Jiang Duo said fiercely. "Sister, scram. I hate guys like you the most. No skills, just relying on your looks to pull shady tricks. He'll call the cops. After saying that, Jiang Duo ignored what others might think and dragged Li Jiayu away from the spot. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, when you meet a man like that you need to be tough. Make him crawl. These gigolos are always thinking about living off women. Got it, thanks Duo. Come on, let's go eat. I'm going to eat you broke today. Don't worry, big sister has money. The two quickly entered Hedi Lao. The recent encounter had left Li Jiayu with little appetite. She never expected to run into a boy like that. She had been approached before, but never by such an immature kid. Unbelievable. Jiang Duo pointed at the ingredients, watching Li Jiayu sit motionless across from her. She immediately waved her small hand in front of Li Jiayu's face. Xiaoyu still thinking about that. Forget him, he's just a child. Jiang Duo's voice finally reached Li Jiayu's ears. Snapping back to reality, she smiled at Jiang Duo. It's fine. Order whatever you want. Then I won't hold back. Don't you dare feel sorry for me. Jiang Duo laughed. Li Jiayu initially thought she was joking. But when the waitstaff brought the food, 3 carts full, she realized the situation was far from simple. You really didn't hold back. Li Jiayu said half-jokingly. You said it yourself, can't blame me. If we can't finish it, it's a waste. Let me call someone else to join. Rolling her eyes, Li Jiayu pulled out her phone and tapped on Yiming's name. After a few seconds, Yiming answered. Li Jiayu said, Yi, is the matter handled? Moi. Come out for a meal. We're at Hedi Lao in Baida Plaza. Come pick me up. I didn't drive. Where's the car? It was in an accident this morning. It's in the repair shop now. Li Jiayu said sheepishly. After all, she was the one who crashed it, and repairs would lower the car's value. Insurance wouldn't cover that loss. Li Jiayu expected Yiminga to be angry. Instead, he just said, typical female driver, and hung up. That infuriated her. Cursing under her breath, she viciously bit into a few fish balls to vent her anger. Who's that? Something's going on, isn't it? A guy, Jiang Duo said with a sly grin. Since the engagement was imminent and would soon be public, Li Jiayu didn't mind Jiang Duo knowing. She answered frankly, yes. Wow. When did this happen? Have I met him? You have, of course. Who is it? Spill it. Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. I'll resist, and you'll be dealt with severely. Jiang Duo was instantly intrigued. She was dying to know who had plucked this flower. She had once considered introducing her brother. After all, good fortune shouldn't go to outsiders. But Li Jiayu had firmly refused. She thought Li Jiayu simply wasn't ready for a relationship, only to discover she already had someone. Her brother was a PhD from Tsinghua University, and she wondered which high-quality male could surpass him and win Li Jiayu's favor. Li Jiayu didn't answer. Instead, she told Jiang Duo to eat slowly and that she'd see soon enough. Watching her mysterious demeanor, Jiang Duo scrolled through her memory of boys she had met. There weren't many high-quality ones. She couldn't figure it out. As time passed, a tall figure stood beside Li Jiayu, blocking the light behind her. Jiang Duo looked up and saw Yiminga. She exclaimed excitedly, "He, aren't you the big boss from that comic convention?" Yiminga nodded at her, then sat down directly next to Li Jiayu. Jiang Duo was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. Only one meeting, and Li Jiayu had actually bagged this big CEO. She stared at Li Jiayu in shock, at a loss for words. All that ran through her mind was, holy shit, that's awesome. Duo, calm down first. He's the president of the company I work for. You can call him Yi, President Yi. And you two are. Let's not talk about that now. Let's eat. Li Jiayu quickly cut off Jiang Duo's question. Without another word, she started eating. Despite her curiosity, Jiang Duo fell silent, intimidated by Yi Ming's aloof demeanor. Plate after plate was devoured, and Li Jiayu was soon rubbing her full stomach. 3 people were indeed more formidable than 2. Within an hour, all the food was gone. Leaving Hedi Lao, Yiminga had other matters to attend to. He said a few words to Li Jiayu and then left directly. He was still pondering how to reclaim all the shareholders' stocks in one move. To achieve that, he needed to release a sensational piece of news. His identity as one of the top 10 youth of Modu carried significant weight, and he was also the favorite CEO of many adoring fans. If he publicly announced the engagement date with Li Jiayu at this moment, would it detonate the entire business circle of Modu? After all, it would attract massive attention and deliver a huge shock to the stock market. The engagement was his winning card, and he had to use it wisely. After Yiminga left, it was just Jiang Duo and Li Jiayu again. Spill it. How long have you been with this CEO? Knowing you shouldn't have any connection with him. Jiang Duo cornered Li Jiayu and demanded. Can I say it was an accident? No. Bestie, you've got the skill. Teach me. Let me run into a CEO too. Well, and Xiaoyu, how far have you two gone? Have you got him completely wrapped around your finger? Jiang Duo pressed on. Wrapped around my finger? Li Jiayu felt it was the other way around. Nevertheless, she told Jiang Duo about the upcoming engagement next week. That shocked Jiang Duo. You've only known him for how long, and you're already engaged? Yes, that's the plan. Damn, Xiaoyu, I always thought you were a bronze player, but you're actually a king. Getting engaged without a word. I thought you'd just get some perks from him. Well, you're too strong. Don't make me beg to be your apprentice. All right, Duo. It really was an accident. But next week you have to be in my bridal party. Don't worry, we're sisters. He'll be there. So do you want to hang out here a bit longer? Lee Jiayu asked. No, I have a part-time job. Can't compare to you. You've bagged a sugar daddy. Jiang Duo replied with a hint of envy, leaving Lee Jiayu feeling awkward. Still, she accompanied Jiang Duo to the bus stop. As soon as she got home, Lee Jiayu saw many cars parked outside. She was puzzled. Had Yiminga invited guests? Walking inside, she found a crowd in the living room. There were cameras and various equipment. When they saw Lee Jiayu, they exclaimed excitedly, Miss Lee is finally back. Let's begin. Looking at Yiminga in the middle of the crowd, Lee Jiayu was dumbfounded. Who are you? Begin what? Lee Jiayu returned in a daze and was pulled into the crowd in the same bewildered state. At that moment, Yiminga had already made all the necessary preparations. Looking at Lee Jiayu beside him, he smiled and said, Don't be nervous, we're just making public an information that will soon become a fact. With that, he wrapped his arm around Lee Jiayu's slender waist, and the two of them moved to the sofa in front of the cameras. We can begin, Yiminga said with a smile to the reporters. Before Lee Jiayu could even react, the reporters had already taken their positions. The cameras were aimed directly at their faces. Action! As soon as the cameraman called out, Yiminga announced directly to the cameras that the two of them would be engaged next week, specifically on the first day of the following month. There was no preamble, just the final result. Such swiftness, truly worthy of a domineering CEO. He didn't want to utter a single extra word. President Yi, are you finished? Is there nothing else you'd like to say? No. Or perhaps you could share the story of how you two met your courtship, another sweet-looking reporter asked. Yiminga replied, We only officially met last week. Damn. Yiming's answer left the reporters stunned. From the start of the filming to its end, the video lasted less than 10 seconds. Even after being released, it wouldn't even reach 30 seconds, shorter than an advertisement. A commercial interrupted by the main feature. They had intended to ask Yiminga a few more questions, but in total only 3 sentences were exchanged, and thus a simple announcement was made public. It happened so quickly that netizens weren't even sure if it was true. Some thought it was AI face swapping. After all, there had never been any news of Yiminga being involved with other women, and suddenly an engagement announcement appeared. It was indeed baffling. They would rather believe in the earlier scandal about a mistress than accept this engagement. However, as the situation escalated, many people confirmed that Yiminga and Lee Jiayu had been seen together multiple times. Of course, it wasn't about hotel stays. It was about dining records. The information gradually spread. Originally, the Yi family hadn't planned to disseminate this news so soon. After all, as a somewhat prominent family in Shanghai, they often kept a low profile and didn't like to publicize things in advance. The business world was like a battlefield if there were some ill-intentioned individuals who could set up traps in advance. That would be troublesome. Now, to regain control of the entire Minga group, Yiminga had no choice but to resort to this strategy. In an instant, the news that the top 10 outstanding youth of Shanghai and the president of Minga Group was getting engaged shot straight to the top of Douyin and Weibo's trending lists. At the same time, the previous police report was also pushed up. All the negative news about Minga Group was reversed. Whether it was the mistress scandal or the arrest incident, everything was nothing more than online rumors. Moreover, because of the engagement news, the stock price was expected to surge. After all, a man's maturity is marked by starting a family. It would make him more focused on his work rather than playing the field. If Yiminga could manage the company so well before then, after marriage, he would undoubtedly be even better, at least a 20% boost. Many people became even more optimistic about Minga Group. Meanwhile, the other directors, who were always busy with their daily affairs, had no time to check the latest news on Douyin or Weibo. Confident of their victory, they were either playing golf with their female assistants or studying new clothing designs with their latest models. They were still fantasizing that by tomorrow their net worth would double. They even dreamed of finding a bigger star to study the origins of humanity. Naturally, they had no idea that things had already taken a different turn. The reporters left feeling unsatisfied. They had fought desperately to get to this story, only to end up with such a result. The young reporters cast a resentful glance back at Yiminga before leaving. Soon the entire villa was left with only 3 people. The air was eerily silent. To break the stillness, Aunt Mo spoke. Boss Miss, it's this time of day. Are you hungry? They'll make you something to eat. Hearing Aunt Mo's words, Lee Jiayu said, No, we're fine. We just ate. Aunt Mo, go ahead and attend to your own matters. Don't worry about us. After Aunt Mo left, the two remained silent. Yiminga still had his arm around Lee Jiayu. But this time Lee Jiayu didn't resist, as she sat quietly beside him. And so they spent the rest of the day each on their phones. The following days unfolded exactly as Yiminga had planned. On Monday, when work began, the directors, all puffed up with arrogance, invited Yiminga to the conference room to look at the stock market charts. The directors sneered, but Yiminga was laughing even harder inside. Thanks to the engagement news, stocks opened strong on Monday and kept rising. Within 10 minutes, the market value had increased by 10%. How is this possible? Are these retail investors idiots? The group president was arrested by the police, so why aren't they selling? Why are people still buying? I must be seeing things, this can't be real. The directors, all over 50, looked as if they had swallowed something bitter. The rising stock price meant they would have to sell their shares. Now that Manga Group was thriving, the daily dividends they received were more than what they used to earn in a month. This was unbearable for them. One by one they stood up. Everyone, this is just the beginning. You're all making money, aren't you? The stock price is still rising. Wait a little longer. The best is yet to come, Yiming said with a smile. Hearing Yiming's words, their faces turned redder than if they were constipated. They were completely speechless. Among them, those small shareholders who had spoken up before once again jumped out like clowns. President Yi, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave for today. My son has a parent-teacher meeting today, so we'll go back for that. I almost forgot. Ladies and gentlemen, I forgot that I need to have my high blood pressure rechecked. I just glanced at the stock market and saw it hitting 200, so I'd better go to the hospital now. They were about to leave, but Yiming didn't stop them. Instead, he had the security guards lock the door from the outside. No one was leaving until the equity transfer was completed today. They tried to open the door, but found it locked, their faces turning ugly. President Yi, what does this mean? It means nothing. I just want everyone to take a closer look at the company's performance. It's a rare opportunity for us all to gather here, don't you think? Right? CEO Yi, this is illegal detention, said the minor directors, their faces pale. We are all directors of the same company. Holding an internal meeting involving commercial secrets. Locking the door is perfectly reasonable. Yiming sneered. Seeing the situation, the second largest shareholder knew they were trapped today. He stood up and said directly to Yiming, CEO Yi, I accept defeat. Draft the contract. Oh, Yiming had expected this person to be the toughest nut to crack, but to his surprise they were so straightforward. This gave Yiming a newfound respect. However, the shares that needed to be reclaimed still had to be reclaimed. Even if he admired the second shareholder's character, it wouldn't change his plans. With the second largest shareholder taking the lead, the other minor directors lost any chance of turning the tables. They sold their shares to Yiming and left with their money. They weren't at a loss either. Yiming naturally repurchased at the opening price, not at the price they had originally paid. This was clearly stipulated in the previous gambling agreement. As each director signed the contract and walked out of the office door, they would have no further ties to Manga Group. After today, Yiming would have absolute control over Manga Group. Yiming's net worth would skyrocket once more and his name would climb a few more steps among the outstanding youth of the Magic City. Time flowed like water, and soon a week's work passed. In an instant, it was Friday afternoon. Since the equity change a few days ago, Yiming had so much to hand over that the accumulated documents had filled her email inbox. This had exhausted Jiayu. Every day, there were endless documents to process, leaving her unable to leave even at quitting time. She ended up staying at the company for several days. Many times Moe would cook and bring the meals directly to the office. Even when the food went cold, she had no time to eat. She felt like she was back in the development department, a willing workhorse that could toil without eating. As the massive pile of unread items turned into read ones, Jiayu twisted her stiff neck and murmured, "Oh my God, finally done." She stretched her back and her shaped curves would have left anyone breathless. But only she and Yiming were in the office with no one else to admire the view. After loosening up, Jiayu turned to look at Yiming, who was still working. She walked over directly. Yiming was so focused on work that he didn't even notice Jiayu approaching. Seeing the dozens of files open on his computer, she knew he wouldn't be finishing anytime soon. She immediately began massaging his shoulders and said, "Though, Yi, if you can't finish, take a break first. It's already 7 in the evening and you haven't even eaten lunch." Feeling the soft pressure on his shoulders, Yiming stopped working and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. The long overtime had also exhausted this tall, sturdy man of 185 centimeters. After resting for nearly 10 minutes, Yiming opened his eyes and said, "This is the last bit. When Moe arrives, you can go back with her first. Oh, and the repair shop called me. You can go pick up the car later." "Pick up the car? All right, but I'm going back to my hometown tonight." Jiayu had planned to return to her hometown long ago. After all, her engagement was on the 1st of the month, and she still needed to pick up her younger sister. She just hadn't decided how to get there. It was too far. "Then perfect, you can drive the car back home." Yiming's voice reached her ears again. "Drive back." Jiayu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Her hometown was 1200 kilometers from the Magic City. If she drove, it would take at least a day since she needed rest. But the small town had no airport or high-speed rail, requiring 3 transfers: high-speed green train and minibus. It was indeed inconvenient, and she couldn't bring much luggage either, which was a hassle. When she first came to the Magic City for work, she had shipped her things over, and then just carried a small backpack. But now time was tight. Thinking it over, Jiayu nodded. Driving back was fine. After all, China's infrastructure was strong and concrete roads reached even the villages, so it wouldn't be difficult. Besides, the Porsche 911 was quite comfortable on the highway. Unlike pure supercars with their cramped seats, the back seat could hold some stuff enough for one person's belongings. She planned to bring some snacks unique to the Magic City for her little sister to taste. After massaging Yiming for a few more minutes, Moe arrived with the food. As soon as she entered, she smiled and said, "Boss, miss time to eat." "Moe, you're here." "I'm really hungry," Jiayu said. "Eat when you're hungry. Don't ruin your health for work." Then Moe placed the basket on the makeshift dining table. Seeing the lunch food untouched, she stopped in her tracks. They hadn't eaten lunch again. Moe felt deeply sorry for the two of them. If this continued, they would ruin their health. This was already the fourth time this week. Who worked overtime like this? The boss. Well, Yumingo was the boss. The reason she came at 7:30 today was that she had calculated they would eat lunch late, so she delivered dinner later hoping to catch them when they were hungriest. But they still hadn't eaten. Seeing Li Jiayu already at the table, Moe called out to Yumingo, "Boss, come eat too." "I'm not in a hurry. You two eat first. Boss, you haven't had lunch. If you don't eat, you'll feel unwell," Moe said worriedly. "It's fine. You eat first, they'll get to it later." Yumingo waved his hand and plunged back into work. Li Jiayu didn't try to persuade him. She knew it was useless. No one could control Yiming's thoughts except himself. Well, yes, mother counted as half. And she was starving herself, so she gobbled down the food. Moe, today's steamed fish is delicious. Miss, eat slowly. The fish has no small bones, but there are big ones. Don't choke. It's fine. These ribs are so fragrant. Then eat more. A few minutes later, Li Jiayu rubbed her stomach and collapsed onto the sofa. It feels so good to be full. Burp. Seeing she was full, Moe quickly cleared the table. Just then Yiming said, "Moe, don't bother cleaning up for now. You two go home first. He'll deal with it later, and he'll eat in a bit." "All right, boss. He'll head back then. You get some rest too." Yimingo waved his hand. Li Jiayu stood up and grabbed her small bag. "Well, CEO, see you next month." "Still calling me CEO Yi? Have you forgotten that in 2 days?" Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu's face flushed as she thought of something. Then she walked behind Yimingo, wrapped her arms around him, and whispered in his ear, "Then I'm off." Her voice was barely a mosquito's whisper. When the two left the company building, the sky had completely darkened. Li Jiayu originally didn't want to trouble Moe for a ride, but it was so late she tried to hail a few DD rides. At first some drivers accepted the orders, but when they saw she was a woman, they directly refused to take her. She had no idea what was going on. Several attempts ended the same way, and there were even minutes with no one taking the order. This left Li Jiayu so frustrated that she paced anxiously on the spot. She thought about waiting for a taxi by the roadside, but she was afraid the 4S dealership would close before she got there. So she asked Moe to take her to the Porsche 4S after-sales repair shop on her small electric tricycle. The journey was a bumpy ride at a speed of 35 km/h. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the designated location. Looking at the brightly lit repair shop, Li Jiayu patted her chest and said joyfully, "Thank goodness they haven't closed yet." Then she hopped off Aunt Mo's tricycle and said, "Moe, you can go back now. I'll drive back after picking up the car." Moe quickly replied, "All right, miss. Drive safely on the road at night." "You take care too, Moe. By the way, I'm going back to my hometown tonight, so you don't need to prepare meals for me in the next couple of days. I'll miss your going home." "Mum. All right then. Have a smooth journey, miss." After bidding farewell to Aunt Moe, Li Jiayu had just reached the entrance of the repair shop when a receptionist welcomed her inside. After inquiring about her purpose, the receptionist immediately led her to the area where the repaired vehicle was ready for inspection. Li Jiayu knew nothing about inspecting a car. She took a casual look, saw that the repair work was meticulous, and signed the acceptance form. In this 5G era, the insurance had already covered the repair costs, and Yiminga had authorized her to use the app. All Li Jiayu had to do was sign the form and drive the car away. The entire process was very swift. She was quite satisfied with the 4S after-sales service, as it did not involve any of the cliched snobbish scenarios described in other novels. Thumbs up. Not only had they completed the vehicle repairs, but they also provided a free maintenance and full vehicle inspection. It saved Li Jiayu a lot of trouble, especially since she was about to go on a long trip. Before leaving, she gave them a 5-star rating on the app. Then she drove off. It was already 9 p.m. when she got home. Fortunately, she had packed everything a few days ago. Just a small suitcase and a small bag which she could toss directly into the car. After turning left at the exit, Li Jiayu arrived at the gas station to refuel. Looking at the current fuel prices, she felt fortunate that her 3.6T Porsche 911 only required 95 octane gasoline. If it needed 98 octane, that would be too expensive. Everything was ready except for navigation. Li Jiayu immediately selected her hometown address on the car's infotainment system. Soon she heard the voice prompt, "Beidou high-definition navigation has been activated. The total distance is 1252 kilometers, estimated time 14 hours and 20 minutes. Navigation begins." She looked at the route displayed on the map. Li Jiayu took a deep breath. Although she knew how to drive, she had never been on the highway, only within the city. Such a long distance was truly the first time in her life, like a bride stepping into a sedan chair for the first time. But since she could handle city driving, she had no fear of the highway. "Let's go." After making a U-turn, Li Jiayu drove straight out of the gas station. The return trip was short. She rubbed her hands together and murmured to herself, hoping to arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Once on the highway, the navigation informed her that the maximum speed limit had been raised to 140 km/h. Hearing this, she drove at the maximum speed to save time. The sports car was fast and time flew by. At 11 p.m., Li Jiayu was incredibly excited. Despite driving continuously for so long, she wasn't sleepy at all, and she didn't know why. Perhaps it was the thrill of driving on the highway for the first time. However, for safety, she decided to pull into a service area to rest. By then, she had already traveled 330 kilometers from Modu, completing a small portion of the journey. Given the current progress, Jiayu felt she could aim higher, arrive before noon. After resting for 2 hours, she set off again. This time she drove for 4 hours straight, covering 440 kilometers. By just 5 a.m., she had already entered the provincial border of her hometown. She hadn't expected it to be so fast. It seemed the adrenaline from the first highway drive was still at work. To avoid the risk of this energy fading, Jiayu chose to rest for an hour before leaving the service area and hitting the road again. She kept driving, and finally at noon, as she arrived at her hometown, a small backwater county. Jiayu didn't go directly to the town. Instead, she booked a room at the most luxurious 4-star hotel in the county. She was afraid that a cheaper place might have broken appliances, and as a young woman alone, she would feel a bit scared. She had to protect herself when traveling. Standing on the balcony taking in the view of the entire county, Jiayu finally took out her phone to call Yiminga. Why not call her sister's homeroom teacher first? She had to report her safe arrival first. After a few cheerful ringtones, the call was quickly answered. A cold magnetic voice came through. Arrived. Just got to the hotel. Driving for such a long time for the first time was quite thrilling, Jiayu said with a yawn and a smile. Yiminga heard the exhaustion in her voice and raised an eyebrow. This woman, why wasn't she resting properly? He immediately said, go get some rest as soon as you pick up your sister. Okay. They didn't say much more and hung up. On the other end of the line, Yiminga was busy dealing with Yi Mingkai's affairs. His cousin had dared to send people to ambush his woman, which was unforgivable. Over the past few days, Yiminga had been unrelenting. His trusted aides had already gathered a substantial amount of evidence of Yi Mingkai's illegal activities. Looking at the list of records, it was shocking. Yi Mingkai was a disgrace to the Yi family. A complete playboy who constantly skirted the edge of self-destruction, showing no regard for the law. Yiminga had barely even conducted a deep investigation before uncovering these records. If he dug deeper, who knew what else he would find? With the criminal records already collected, he could easily manipulate the situation to have Yi Mingkai sent to prison for a few years of hard labor. But a few years? Yiminga felt that would be too lenient. At the very least, a life sentence would be necessary to quell Yiminga's anger. What's more, 2 of his legal team members were students of teacher Luo. They had rushed back to their alma mater overnight to consult with teacher Luo, determined not to miss any detail that might reduce Yi Mingkai's sentence by even a single year. They were working together to deliver a devastating blow to Yi Mingkai. Meanwhile, Yi Mingkai was still dreaming of inheriting his grandfather's vast fortune, having a grand time outside, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the 2 thugs he sent had failed. He had no idea that Yiminga's counterattack would come so swiftly. After Jiayu had put away the non-essential items like clothes, she went downstairs to drive to the town's middle school to pick up her younger sister, who boarded there. Before leaving, she had already called the head teacher to arrange for her sister to wait at the school gate. And so Jiayu drove her car all the way from the county town. The 10-kilometer journey, once a bumpy concrete road, had been resurfaced with asphalt, so it didn't take long. However, before picking up her sister, she made a stop at the supermarket. It would be discourteous to meet a teacher empty-handed. When the car pulled up to the school gate, the flashy sports car instantly drew the attention of everyone around. Even the children playing near the convenience store stood still gazing at the Porsche 911. Their faces were marked more with envy. After all, in this town, owning a BMW, Benz, or Audi already put one at the top of the social ladder, let alone a Porsche. Yet amidst the crowd, a slender figure paid no attention to the sports car. Standing at 1 meter 6 she was already quite tall for a girl from the south. Her features, 7 or 8 parts similar to Jiayu's, combined with her youthful face, made her stand out in the crowd like a crystal in glass, immediately visible. The young girl wore a dress that Jiayu had bought for her at Shijing South Road in Mojing, and Jiayu recognized it. She was now looking around, watching the only road from the county town to this middle school, scanning the passing public transport for her brother's figure. She murmured to herself, "Brother said he would come pick me up, why isn't he here yet?" Xiaoxua. A voice like a lark came from the direction of the Porsche. Xiaoxua heard the voice. It felt unfamiliar, yet slightly familiar. She looked toward the sound. Beside the Porsche, a beautiful young woman was calling her. The moment she saw Jiayu, she froze on the spot. This beautiful young woman. How could she look so much like her brother? Before Xiaoxua could snap out of it, Jiayu had already walked up to her, took her small hand, and said, "Come on, let's talk in the car." Gazing at the beautiful young woman who was both strange and familiar, Xiaoxua didn't feel any resistance from within. She let her small hand be led by Jiayu. Meanwhile, the head teacher standing beside Xiaoxua was also dumbfounded at the sight of Jiayu. "Hello, you're the one who called me?" Jiayu's. "Yes, it's me. Sister Xiaoxua has been under your care during this time. Please accept this small token of appreciation." Having said that, Jiayu handed a bird's nest gift box to the head teacher. The head teacher quickly declined. "Taking care of students is my duty. There's no need for this." With that, she let Jiayu take Xiaoxua away. Seeing the teacher refuse, Li Jiayu didn't know what to do. She wasn't good at these social niceties, maybe she'd let her sister give it to the teacher next time. As the two left, the nearby onlookers gathered to gossip. Teacher Sue, that young lady was really beautiful. Was she your student before? What brand is her car? Looks small, probably not as valuable as my son's Japanese car. My son isn't married yet. Teacher Sue, do you know that girl? Could you introduce her? Don't worry, I'll give you a matchmaker's red envelope if it works out. Oh, young girls these days all do well outside. I've seen several drive back already. But my son, after working for a few years and saving a few $100,000, still refuses to buy a car. Look, he's not married yet. The aunties were all boasting about their son's excellence, hoping to get Li Jiaxu's teacher to play matchmaker. Meanwhile, the head teacher was still in a daze. She couldn't believe her eyes. The girl who had arrived gave her the same strange but familiar feeling as Li Jiaxue. However, she didn't associate it with Li Jiayu. After all, one was a boy and the one before her was unmistakably a girl. As for the matchmaking request from the other aunties, she naturally couldn't agree. She didn't even know the girl. Meanwhile, in the car, Li Jiaxue tilted her head, studying Li Jiayu intently. Gazing at this incredibly beautiful young woman, she finally spoke after a long pause. So, are you my brother? Li Jiayu replied awkwardly. Ahem, Xiaoxue, I've had a minor issue. Now I'm your sister. Whoa, awesome. Hearing Li Jiayu's answer, the usually quiet Li Jiaxue couldn't help but blurt out that uncivil internet term. Brother? No, sister. My dream has come true. Li Jiayu was taken aback. What dream? What are you talking about, Xiaoxue? Sis, you don't know. Don't be mad, okay? I always thought you were prettier than me, and it was such a waste for you to be a boy. Plus, you're short and must have had a hard life. So every birthday, I wished you'd turn into a sister. I never thought. Upon hearing her sister's explanation, Li Jiayu's vision went dark. Was there such a thing as a brother-wrecking wish? But now she was indeed living better than when she was a boy. She didn't scold her sister, she just told her not to make such absurd wishes anymore. Then Li Jiayu drove to the gas station, filled up the tank, and returned to the hotel to store her sister's belongings. Li Jiayu asked her sister, have you had lunch, Xiaoxue? Not yet. Then let me take you to get something to eat. I just got back from Mojing and haven't slept yet. I'm a bit tired. After we eat, I'll come back to sleep. You can read a book nearby, okay? Okay, sis, let's go eat quickly. With that, the two took the elevator downstairs. The county town was small, and the hotel where Li Jiayu stayed was right in the center, so there was no need to drive. They found a small restaurant next to the hotel, sat by the window, and began to order. Li Jiayu picked up the menu and ordered a few dishes her sister liked based on her previous eating habits, then said to the owner, that's all. Sure, please wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. The owner was stunned by the sight of these two beauties. Having run the restaurant for over a decade, he had never seen such beautiful girls. But he harbored no ulterior motives. As a father of three, his heart was already devoted to his family. Meanwhile, since it was Saturday, the county center, being the busiest area, was bustling with people. When they saw the two Li sisters dining by the window, they were utterly captivated. One by one, they couldn't tear themselves away. And at that moment, the tire of a car parked by the roadside burst. Some kind soul had captured the moment. Li Jiayu and her companion were waiting for their meal and posted it to the county's social circle. A county town had only a few main streets. An electric scooter could traverse the entire county in 30 minutes. In such a small place, the slightest stir became common knowledge. Beautiful women and luxury cars were always the focal point of idle gossip. Soon news of two stunning girls in the county center swept through the younger generation like wildfire. The younger girl, still needing a few more years to mature, had been identified as a middle school student from the town. In her school uniform, she had never seemed so captivating. Now dressed in a summer dress, she looked as if she had stepped out of a manga. The other was presumed to be her sister, given their striking resemblance. But that was not the most important thing. What mattered was that she appeared to be only 18 or 19. She was definitely of age, and there was no other man beside her. What if she was single? What if his spring had finally arrived? And so every idle young man of marriageable age, like sharks scenting blood, hopped onto their beloved scooters and raced straight to the county center. Some with exceptional riding skills popped wheelies as if they were at a grand parade. They came swaggering over with an air of confidence. In their eyes, no girl could resist a scooter. If she did, then surely it was because their skills were lacking, their wheelies not steady enough, or their neon lights not flashy enough. Soon, the small restaurant that had only 2 customers filled all 10 tables. Even the owner, who had just come out of the kitchen, was stunned. When had his restaurant ever had so many customers? He rubbed his eyes, thinking it was an illusion. But when he noticed everyone sneaking glances at the 2 girls who had entered first, he immediately understood the reason. It was just the young men. They couldn't walk away when they saw a pretty girl. Well, that was fine, he could make a bit more money. His daughter's coveted point-and-dread machine was already within reach. The owner couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Then he promptly served the prepared dishes to Li Jiayu and her sister's table. Hey sis, this restaurant must be good. It was empty when we came in, but now it's full in no time. Mum, hurry up and eat. I'm full and need to go to sleep. Sister, can I sleep with you later? Hearing Li Jiaxu's words, Li Jiayu was taken aback. But after a moment's thought, since they were both girls, it didn't seem like a big deal. After a brief hesitation she nodded, and Li Jiayu, upon seeing her sister's agreement, burst into a joyful smile. That smile was breathtaking. The young men who had come to gawk were instantly enchanted by her adorableness. "I'm dying. So cute." Each one of them felt a tingling sensation all over. Just then, the owner handed them menus and asked, "What would you like to order?" "Anything." The owner was speechless. If they didn't order, it would hurt his business. After all, with Li Jiayu and her sister there were still many customers waiting outside. A few young men seemed to notice the owner's displeasure and quickly changed their tune. "Then just bring us the same as those two girls ordered." "You, same for us." Hearing their words, the owner couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Li Jiayu and her sister had ordered dishes worth about 100 yuan. If everyone ordered the same, his average customer spending would be high. He even considered waiving the meal cost for the two girls entirely. But remembering his family's expenses, he decided to give them a discount instead, along with a 50-off coupon to encourage them to return for dinner. Li Jiayu, eating her meal, noticed that the young men around were ordering the same dishes as theirs and couldn't help asking her sister, "Sister, what is it, Xiaoxua? Does this boss only know how to cook these few dishes?" "Huh?" Li Jiayu was puzzled by Li Jiaxu's question. Then Li Jiaxu said, "Then why are everyone's dishes exactly the same as ours? Do they really like these dishes too?" Li Jiayu smiled, knowing full well what was going on. Only a man truly understands a man. These men weren't actually fond of these dishes. But never mind, her sister was still young, and she didn't need to explain such things. Li Jiayu said to Li Jiaxu, "Don't overthink it. I drove all night, and I'm really tired. Eat up quickly." Oh. Li Jiaxu hadn't seen her sister in a long time, so she kept trying to find topics to talk about. But when she noticed the dark circles under Li Jiayu's eyes, she fell silent. Soon they finished eating, paid the bill, and prepared to leave. Only 50 yuan for so many dishes. Li Jiayu was puzzled. Her hometown county was known as Little Shanghai. Usually prices were never this cheap, and the menu didn't list the prices. She had estimated the bill to be at least 100 yuan. Had the cost of living dropped since she had been away? Li Jiayu paid via QR code, still puzzled. In her hand, she now held a handwritten discount coupon for 50 off on her next meal. Looking at the coupon, Li Jiayu found it quite shoddy. It wasn't even printed, but a fool would pass up a bargain. She took it anyway. The restaurant was close to the hotel, so eating there a couple more times wouldn't hurt. As they left the restaurant and stepped outside, they heard the loudspeaker from the nearby milk tea shop. "You love me, I love you, Mishua ice cream tea, sweet and sweet. I love you, you love me, Mishua ice cream tea, sweet and sweet." Thinking that the meal had been a bit greasy, they decided to buy 2 cups of fruit tea to help digestion. So Li Jiayu took Li Jiaxu's hand, went to the Mishua stand, ordered 2 cups of passion fruit tea, and then returned to the hotel. The young men still in the restaurant, seeing the girls leave, began to settle their bills and leave as well. When they heard the owner's quoted price, they were all stunned. "Hey boss, are you ripping us off? We clearly heard those 2 girls pay only 50 yuan, but we're being charged 100. "Exactly. I was watching those 2 sisters the whole time and heard them pay." Looking at their expressions, the owner chuckled. "Those 2 girls normally would have paid 100 too, but the problem is you lot." "What do you mean, boss? Are you playing word games with us? They came here to eat, and that attracted all of you. Even though they didn't mean to, my business has boomed. So I had to give them a little discount. Come again sometime." "Damn, boss, you really know how to do business." "Haha, welcome back anytime." Back in the room, the 2 sisters were naturally unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, Li Jiayu, having passed her excitement, was already very sleepy. Yawning, she took out 2 sets of nightgowns from her suitcase. These 2 nightgowns were the same size. Only the colors differed. One was sky blue, the other pale pink. Perfectly one for each sister. Then Li Jiayu said to her sister sitting nearby, "I'll take a shower first. You can play by yourself for a while." "Oh, okay." Hearing Li Jiayu's words, the younger sister didn't mind and lay on the bed scrolling through Douyin on her sister's phone. Her sister's phone was much smoother than those of her classmates. It didn't lag at all. "Pay attention, this man is called Xiao Shuai." Li Jiaxue was still watching a video commentary when suddenly from the bathroom came Li Jiayu's voice. "Sister, come here for a moment." "Oh, okay. What's wrong?" Li Jiaxue immediately jumped off the bed and went to the bathroom door. She didn't go in, but knocked on the door. Soon the door opened, and Li Jiayu said to her sister still outside, "Come in and help me." Then she turned around. Although Li Jiaxue didn't know what was happening since her sister asked, she didn't think too much and went in. This was the first time her sister had invited her into the bathroom together. Then Li Jiaxue finally saw the situation. The zipper of her sister's dress was caught on the lace of her undergarment, creating an awkward situation where the zipper wouldn't go down. Seeing this, Li Jiaxue helped adjust the zipper while laughing. "Haha, sister, what would you do if I weren't here?" She quickly freed the fabric caught in the zipper. By then, Li Jiayu's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. How embarrassing to be caught in such a predicament by her little sister. Seeing her clothes sorted, she didn't turn around, but immediately said, "Sister, since it's done, you can go out now. I need to take a shower." "All right." However, Li Jiayu didn't know that Li Jiaxue had no intention of leaving at all. She had always dreamed of taking a bath with her sister. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Since they were going to sleep together anyway, it was only natural for the two sisters to bathe together, right? With that thought, Lee Jiayu shed her usual good girl image. Instead of leaving, she locked the bathroom door. Lee Jiayu, who was undressing, didn't react in time. Hearing the door close, she thought her sister had already left. Without any guard, she suddenly felt a pair of tender little hands wrap around her waist. Up. Startled, Lee Jiayu immediately turned around and saw Lee Jiayu, that little rascal, still in the bathroom. Lee Jiayu gestured around her sister's waist with her hands, then compared it to her own waist. Shocked, she exclaimed, "Wow, sister, how did you do it? Your waist is even thinner than mine. Boo-hoo, I'm so jealous." "Jiayu, you. Get out. I need to shower." "Sister, why are you shy? We're both girls. It's perfectly normal to bathe together. I've done it with my dorm mates many times." Saying this, she began to undress, murmuring, "Sister, when I was little you bathed me. Now that I'm grown up, I can bathe you too. It's called reciprocity." Lee Jiayu quickly refused, shaking her head like a rattle drum. How could this be? Bathing her little sister was something from kindergarten. They were almost the same height now. How could it be the same? But the tired older sister was no match for her younger sister. Unable to win her over, she had to compromise. After showering, they changed into matching sister nightgowns. Lee Jiayu quickly slipped under the covers. Lee Jiayu, not to be outdone, rushed over. "Sister is really sleepy." "It's okay, sister. I don't snore, I don't grind my teeth, and am all fragrant. I want to disturb your sleep." "Then suit yourself." "Yage." Seeing that Lee Jiayu wasn't bothered, Lee Jiayu immediately snuggled behind her, enjoying the natural scent of her body. Soon the room fell silent. The sound of 2 even breaths filled the air. 5 hours later. It was already past 6 in the evening. Lee Jiayu was awakened by her growling stomach. She reached behind her sister to retrieve her phone and check the time. Then she lifted the long white leg draped over her and got up to wash up. It was time for dinner. Lee Jiayu changed into a new dress. Then she walked back to the bedside and woke her sister. "Let's go out for dinner, little sister." "What time is it?" "Past 6, almost 7. "Okay." Lee Jiayu reluctantly got up. After a quick wash, changing into a dress, and combing her hair, it was already 7 when the two left the hotel. "Where should we eat, sister?" Lee Jiayu stretched lazily as she stood beside Lee Jiayu. Hearing this, Lee Jiayu looked across the street. The area was bustling with people, a lively scene. That was the county's night market, the most vibrant spot in the evening. So she said to her sister, "It's too late for stir-fry dishes. Let's go to the night market. You've always wanted to go, and I haven't taken you yet." "Yay, love you, sis." In the end, Lee Jiayu was still a middle school student. She had always longed for the night market where classmates said there was food and fun. So before Lee Jiayu could take the lead, she grabbed her sister and crossed the zebra crossing to the entrance of the night market street. Seeing the dazzling array of snacks, Lee Jiayu coaxed her sister. "Sis, I want to try takoyaki grilled squid egg tarts. So many delicious things. Can I have a little of everything?" "Sure, a little of everything." Lee Jiayu smiled. Watching her happy sister, she seemed to see herself 15 years ago, pulling her mother through the night market, wanting to buy everything. The same joy. But sadly, those days were gone. Pulling herself together, the two elf-like girls wove through the bustling night market. Sometimes happiness is really simple. Soon they came across a shop selling young women's clothing. "Sis, this dress would suit you perfectly. You'd look beautiful in it." "I don't need it. I have plenty of clothes. You try it on, little sister." Seeing customers, the shop owner came over to promote her products. When they met, all three froze simultaneously. "It's you, Jiayu. Let's go." "We're not looking." Lee Jiayu never expected to encounter her here. Upon seeing the visitor, her face instantly turned cold. She pulled her younger sister along and made to leave. She had grown so disgusted that she couldn't even bear to cast a displeased glance at this woman. But the woman seemed unwilling to let them go. Reacting swiftly, she stepped directly in front of them. This woman, who bore a faint resemblance, about 30%, to Lee Jiayu, and Lee Jiayu blocked their path. She spoke, "Jiayu, back then I had my reasons. I was alone." Before she could finish, Lee Jiayu interrupted her. "You don't need to say anymore. I'm doing well now, and I have the means to put my sister through college. So please stay out of my life, okay?" Even Lee Jiaxu's face showed displeasure at the sight of this woman. She echoed her sister, "I don't know you." Hearing their responses, the woman's face turned pale. She wanted to say something more. Just then a battered motorcycle roared up from the distance, stopping right beside them. Thick black exhaust from the tailpipe fouled the air around. In the busiest part of the night market, such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Yet no one dared to call him out. Instead, they scurried away. From the junk motorcycle stepped a man about 1.7 meters tall, roughly 25 or 26, a typical thug. Shirtless, his torso was covered in tattoos. A dragon on the left, a tiger on the right, and Guan Yu in the center. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he held a bag of betel nuts. When he saw Lee Jiayu and her sister, he was struck by their beauty. He turned to the woman and said, "Hey little mom, you have guests. Why not invite them in?" "Just in time. I bought some snacks and a big watermelon. Come on in and sit a while." He reached out with a greasy hand to grab Lee Jiayu's arm, but she quickly dodged. Ignoring him, she hurried away with her sister. The man's face darkened at her reaction, but he quickly recovered, striking a pose he thought was suave. He called after her, "Hey sis, leaving so soon? Come visit anytime." Watching her retreating figure, he rubbed his greasy chin, his eyes glinting with ill intent, as if contemplating something unsavory. Once Li Jiayu was out of sight, he turned back to the woman beside him. Seeing she was about to follow, he blocked her. "Where are you going, little mom? Aren't you going to watch the shop?" The woman stared at Li Jiayu's fading silhouette, then at her store and the man before her. Thoughts of something unpleasant crossed her mind. Ultimately, she did not chase after them. Instead, she retreated into her clothing store. The moment she stepped inside, the man dropped his feigned warmth, plopping himself down at the cash register. He grinned, holding up that day's sales receipts. "Not bad, little mom. Sold over a dozen pieces today, made a good profit, huh? Your son here is broke. Wire me 10,000. "I don't have any money. Get lost," she snapped, snatching the receipts back. The man remained unfazed, propping his legs up on a nearby table and blowing out a puff of smoke. He chuckled. "Little mom, hiding won't do you any good. When the old man died, he left everything to you. He ran a company, at least $1 million, right? I'm not asking for much. Just give me $500,000. I'm going to propose next month. If you don't give me $500,000 for the bride price, don't expect this shop to keep running. This is the last time I come to you alone. Next time I won't be by myself." The woman trembled with rage at his words. She glared at him. The way he was, a pathetic thug, where would he even find a girlfriend? What proposal? It was just an excuse to extort money. But when her husband died, there was hardly any fortune left. She shouted, "You shameless. And what million? You squandered it all." The man sneered, "Tisk tisk, little mom. We're cut from the same cloth. You think you can fool me?" He was dissatisfied with her answer. Recalling the two graceful figures, he spoke again. "By the way, you don't want to pay. Fine. Weren't you the one with 2 kids before? I saw they look a lot like you. Those 2 little beauties just now, weren't they? Gorgeous like movie stars. Never seen women so pretty. If you want, give me money, give me a person. Marry your former daughter to me as my wife, and I'll consider the debt settled. Fair deal, isn't it? You keep the money, and I just take your daughter. Both of them, actually." "Impossible." The woman refused immediately. But as a notorious gangster in this small town, he did everything except honest work. Gambling, drinking, whoring, fighting, extortion. He was into it all. At 25, he had spent 15 years eating the government's bread in prison. He was no good. Had even attacked police officers. He strode up to the woman, grabbed her chin, and said, "Tisk tisk, little mom. You just turned 40, right? You've kept yourself well. Look like you're in your 30s. Still quite alluring. At your age, you think the big bosses would like you, huh? If I send you to them, I might get 30 or 50,000, don't you think? Alright, I'm done teasing. Either pay up, or give me a person. If not, I'll take it myself. Next time it won't be just me." With that, he released her, snatched her backpack, and emptied all the cash inside. He then swaggered away. She wanted to call the police, but with his connections, had only be locked up for a few days. No permanent solution. Instead, he always mocked her, saying going inside was like coming home. After getting out, had only make more trouble for her. The woman was left crying in the store. Back when she remarried, the man was still in prison. She had no idea he had a son. All she saw was the company and the money. But she never expected this. Over the years, she had secretly kept an eye on her 2 children, occasionally donating money under the guise of a kind stranger. Now, thinking of this man's actions, she feared he might harm her daughters. She didn't understand why her eldest son had changed so much after going to work. But since they were her children, she couldn't let them suffer. All she wanted now was to find her daughters and make them leave this place. The farther the better. After seeing that person, Li Jiayu lost all desire to wander the night market. Leaving the clothing store, she did not return directly to the hotel, but instead took her younger sister on several loops through the market. Only after entering another shop and confirming that woman had not followed did she stop. Li Jiayu then said to Li Jiaxue, "Little sister, do you want to keep browsing?" "No, I don't want a sister." "Alright, then we'll go to the convenience store to buy some snacks, then head back to the hotel to pack up. They'll take you to Modu to attend my engagement banquet." Hearing the first part, Li Jiaxue thought her sister was going to take her on a trip to Modu. But when she heard the end, she stood frozen in place. "Sister, what did you say? I didn't catch it." "Go to the convenience store to buy things." "The last part. Attend my sister's engagement banquet." "Sister, how did you manage to get yourself married off so quickly?" Li Jiaxue was shocked. The last time she called her sister was half a month ago. Back then her voice was still male, after that the next call she made was a female voice. That must have been when she turned into a girl. And that was only a few days ago. Not even half a month, right? Was it 10 days? And she's already engaged. Earlier, Li Jiaxue had been puzzled that her sister was driving such a luxurious car back. She thought her sister had earned money and rented it. Now it seemed it must be her brother-in-law's car. As a middle school student in the 21st century, growing up relying only on her sister, she actually understood everything. She was mature enough to have learned how to live in this society and how not to worry Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu looked embarrassed. She didn't know how to answer Li Jiaxue. Perhaps it was for the sake of life. Even after decades of being a beast of burden, she wouldn't get as much as from marriage. After all, Mother Yi had given her a lot, so much she couldn't refuse. So Li Jiayu casually made up an excuse to put her sister off. Whether her sister believed it or not, she didn't care. Soon Li Jiayu took her sister to Maid-themed to buy some snacks for the road, then returned to the hotel. Originally, Li Jiayu planned to leave the next day. But what happened made her change her plan. She had rested enough at noon, now it seemed better to leave directly. Better not to have any interaction with that woman. Moreover, leaving early could be treated as a trip with her sister. Li Jiayu packed up their dirty clothes, planning to deal with them when they returned to Modu. As she folded the clothes, she murmured, "I hope Andemo won't be angry." Li Jiayu, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Sister, who is Andemo?" Li Jiayu patted her sister's head and said with a smile, "A very kind aunt. Are you all packed? Let's go, we'll take you to Modu for fun." "I'm ready, sister. I didn't even unpack anything." "Alright, let's go then." Soon Li Jiayu led her sister by the hand downstairs to the front desk and directly checked out. Her action surprised even the hotel staff. Few people would check out at this time since the room rate was charged from 12 noon. Even if they didn't stay until the next day, it would still be charged as a full day. The front desk reminded the two sisters that no refund would be given for checking out at this time. Li Jiayu said it was fine, returned the room card, and went straight to the underground parking lot, drove the car, and left the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Li Jiayu didn't go anywhere else, but directly took the expressway. With plenty of time for the return trip, she didn't need to keep pushing the speed limit. She let this journey become a sweet time alone with her sister. The next day, because they had left earlier than before, Li Jiayu arrived back in Modu at the same noon time of 12 o'clock. Her sister gazed at the rows of tall office buildings on both sides of the road, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking left and right, unable to contain her excitement. Stopping at a traffic light, Li Jiayu looked at the joyful Li Jiayu and asked with a smile, "Do you like it here, little sister?" "I like it. It's not as oppressive as our place." Hearing her sister's words, Li Jiayu's heart skipped a beat. Her smile vanished. Oppression. A middle school girl like her sister actually said such a thing. It seemed there was a lot behind it that she didn't know about. But her sister had never mentioned it. Looking at her sister, Li Jiayu's heart ached. Originally, Li Jiayu planned to bring her sister over after she finished middle school. But now she couldn't wait any longer. She had to bring her sister to Modu to study as soon as possible to escape the place that saddened both of them. But the school district housing. Forget it, she would ask Yiminga. He should have a solution. Li Jiayu was still lost in thought. Soon the green light came on, and the car behind honked, snapping her back to reality. She quickly started the car and continued. The two sisters, who had only eaten some dry rations on the road, were now hungry. So Li Jiayu took her sister directly to Baida Plaza. It was Sunday. There were many cars heading to the area around Baida Plaza, and they had to keep braking all the way, averaging less than 15 km/h. They finally parked the car after a long, slow drive at 130. Both of them were starving. Thinking that her sister had never experienced Hedaleo's service, Li Jiayu led her directly toward the restaurant. Before they even reached the entrance, they saw that the waiting area outside was already full of customers. Even along the corridor, a long line of people were standing and playing on their phones. It seemed there were at least 20 tables still waiting. They would have to wait until the evening. Li Jiayu said, "Sister, is this the legendary Hedaleo?" "So many people." Li Jiayu nodded. "Let's find another place. There are too many people here." Just as they had walked a short distance and were still looking for food, a slick-haired man in a white shirt and suit pants blocked Li Jiayu's way. Li Jiayu. Hearing that voice, Li Jiayu froze and looked up. Wasn't that the agent who had tricked her into going to a KTV? What a small world. "Sis, who is this, uncle?" Li Jiayu asked. "It's nothing, just an acquaintance." At that moment, the agent quickly ran over to the two girls and said, "Li Jiayu, it's really you. I didn't recognize you in clothes. No, an address. I thought I was mistaken. Can I help you? Still looking for part-time work. I happen to need 2 people right now, can start immediately, 500 a day, paid daily." The agent said with a smile. He had been worried about not finding anyone. He didn't expect a sudden turn of fortune. Who would have thought had run into Li Jiayu at this moment? He assumed she wouldn't refuse. She had taken such hard and tiring jobs before, so wearing a maid outfit was nothing. This 400 yuan agency fee was as good as in his pocket. "You're not talking about the maid cafe on the basement floor, are you? Congratulations, you've learned to answer before the question. Not interested. Huh, maid outfits. Even a dog wouldn't wear them." To the astonishment of the real estate agent, Li Jiayu led Li Jiayu straight into another restaurant. This establishment was also packed to capacity, though not as absurdly crowded as the River Bottom Hot Pot place. After waiting a mere 10 minutes, a table was cleared and they were seated. As soon as they took their seats, Li Jiayu spotted through the window the agent still waving frantically at her, gesticulating wildly and flashing a hand sign for the number 6. She smiled and returned a 666 gesture before dismissing him from her attention. The agent was left utterly baffled, frozen on the spot. Li Jiayu said to her sister, "Let's eat first, little sis. The food here is decent." Li Jiayu nodded. "Mom, I'm really hungry." Seeing her sister's bored expression, she handed her phone over for her to play with. She then turned her attention to the menu and ordered some dishes. This was a seafood restaurant, and her sister had never tasted the delicacies of the ocean. So this time Li Jiayu ordered a 3-pound Boston lobster along with some shellfish and snails. Seafood is never cheap, and these dishes set Li Jiayu back over 600 yuan. But as long as her sister was happy, she had no regrets. Besides, wasn't there still the 2 cards? Since she couldn't afford a school district house anyway, a little diversion wouldn't hurt. Whatever went into their stomachs was never a loss. They ate to their heart's content. After finishing their meal and returning to the villa, it was already 3 in the afternoon. When Li Jiayu led her sister in front of Aunt Emma, the housekeeper was still mopping the floor. She paused at the sound of footsteps from outside. In her mind, no one should have been coming back at this hour. She stopped her work and looked up only to be surprised to see Li Jiayu and another girl. She stared at the two and said, "Miss, you're back. And this is..." "Aunt Emma, this is my little sister Xiao Shui. Say hello." "Hello, Aunt Emma." "Hello, little miss. What a pretty girl. Just as beautiful as you, miss." "Thank you." You must be tired from the drive. Put your things away and rest." "It's fine, we already had lunch. We'll take a bath and sleep soon, but I did bring some things from home that might need your help, Aunt Emma." Seeing that Li Jiayu only had her suitcase and no extra bags, Aunt Emma understood immediately and said with a smile, "Dirty laundry, right? My son does the same thing. Don't worry, I know how you young people are." Li Jiayu felt a bit embarrassed by Aunt Mo's words. But she was truly exhausted, so she led her sister upstairs to wash up and sleep. They fell into a deep slumber. When she woke again, it was already 5 in the morning. Her stomach rumbling, she checked on her sister, who was still sound asleep, tucked the blanket around her, and quietly left the room to find something to eat downstairs. She had just opened the refrigerator and hadn't yet chosen what to eat when at that moment, she heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. Remembering the near burglary incident, Li Jiayu grew wary. She muttered to herself, "This villa district looks so safe, but why do people always cause trouble in the dead of night?" Hurriedly, she went to the kitchen and retrieved the boning knife she had used for self-defense before. She walked to the door, intending to check the surveillance camera at the entrance. Just then her phone suddenly rang. "My dearest, fly with me to eternity, through distant seas of clouds, we come to dwell." In the extreme quiet and tension, the romantic melody of romantic love began to play. It startled Li Jiayu so much that she fumbled for her phone to turn it off. She had loved this song before, but at that moment it left her with a shadow of fear. When she pulled out the phone, she saw it was a call from Yiminga. Li Jiayu answered immediately and asked, "Well, what's wrong?" After a 1-second delay, Yiminga's magnetic voice came through the line, "I'm back. I forgot my keys." Hearing his words, Li Jiayu let out an "oh." She checked her phone to confirm it was indeed 5 in the morning, wondering why he had returned so early. But since it was Yiminga, she relaxed, having feared another intruder. Despite her curiosity, she didn't waste time. She returned the boning knife to the kitchen, then went to the coffee table, grabbed the remote key, and unlocked the door. With a series of beeps, the door slowly opened, and Yiminga walked in accompanied by 2 young women. Their faces were impeccably made up, like 2 porcelain dolls. At the same time, Li Jiayu's gaze fell on the small suitcase they were carrying. "What's this about?" she asked, puzzled. Her mind was full of question marks. The 2 girls, however, walked straight up to her, looked her over, and without a word led her to the nearby sofa. "Let's begin," they said to each other, nodding. They opened the suitcase, which contained a full set of high-end cosmetics. Selecting a few necessary items, they prepared to torture Li Jiayu. No, to apply her makeup. Seeing their movements, Li Jiayu quickly resisted. Wait, are we doing makeup now?" Yiminga rolled his eyes at her reaction. "The engagement is today. When else would you do it? You didn't think it was just a simple meeting with the elders over a meal, did you?" Li Jiayu exclaimed, "Huh? Why is it so complicated?" Yiminga looked at her still half-asleep expression and said flatly, "We'll be busy from morning till night. If we put it off, there won't be time for makeup. After you're done, I'll take you to the hotel where you can rest." "Alright, let me go wash up first." Now knowing what lay ahead, Li Jiayu went back upstairs. The noise from downstairs had already woken her sister, who was now rubbing her eyes and standing at the bedroom door. Sleepily, Li Jiashua looked at her returning sister and asked, "Sis, what's going on?" "The makeup artists are here. I'm going to wash up and change before getting my makeup done. If you're still sleepy, go back to sleep. If you're hungry, ask Animo to make you something." Hearing that her sister was going to get makeup, Li Jiashua suddenly felt wide awake. Even without makeup, her sister was stunningly beautiful on a whole other level. If she added makeup, she might turn into a seductress. The thought made her say, "I'm not sleepy anymore, sis. I want to watch you get your makeup done." "Well, please." "Fine." 5 minutes later, Li Jiayu came downstairs again, now wearing the white dress that Yiminga had prepared for her in the room, along with a pair of silver high heels. The heels were 10 centimeters high. With her sister's support, she descended the stairs with a rhythmic click-clack. The 3 people in the living room all turned to look at her as she came down. A remarkably beautiful young maiden appeared on the staircase. She had shoulder-length hair, and beneath her exposed exquisite shoulders was a lace-trimmed gown. Although it revealed her delicate collarbones, shoulders, and arms as smooth as lotus roots. It was not the least bit revealing. Instead, it embodied the modesty of traditional Chinese girls, with a charm akin to a pipa half hidden behind a veil. Below her slender willowy waist, the gown fell straight to the floor. Stunning. Most importantly, beside her stood another young beauty. She bore an 80 to 90% resemblance to the girl in the gown, but her slightly immature face exuded a more mischievous and lively spirit. It seemed that as long as she was by her sister's side, her smile would never fade. The two makeup artists stared at them in a daze. They swallowed. Then they turned to glance at Yiminga. Their minds instantly conjured up a whole drama. Was this the legendary sister duo? Damn, the CEO sure knows how to have fun. Just as Li Jiayu had the other three under her spell. Li Jiayu, wearing such high heels for the first time, and with a floor-length gown, almost tripped up. She nearly fell. Fortunately, her sister was holding her up, so no accident occurred. Seeing this, Yiminga snapped back to reality and quickly went to support Li Jiayu's other hand. He asked with concern, "Are you all right?" After saying this, Yiminga crouched down to check her ankle. Li Jiayu, seeing his movement, shrank back her foot and hurriedly said, It's nothing. First time wearing them, I'm not used to it yet." Yet Li Jiayu's half-step backward did not stop Yiminga. Since he had already crouched down, he naturally wouldn't let go of her delicate foot so easily and insisted on checking it. After finding that her ankle was fine, only a little red from the shoe strap, he said, "If it's really not working, just don't wear them. A twisted ankle would be more trouble than it's worth." She withdrew her foot. Li Jiayu quickly said, "No, I can't. If I don't wear them, it'll be too short, but it won't match." Her voice grew softer and softer. The last two words were only audible to herself. However, this remark pleased Yiminga greatly. He smiled without speaking, instead signaling to the two makeup artists with his eyes. Soon the two girls led Li Jiayu to the side where they had everything ready and were just waiting for her to take her seat. Li Jiayu went to get her makeup done. Li Jiaxue had nothing to do for the moment and curiously watched Yiminga. She had originally thought that rich people were all uncles in their 30s or 40s, or like those lecherous old men in TV dramas. She never expected him to be just a big brother. This immediately relieved her. Thank goodness her sister hadn't fallen. She had almost thought she was being. Li Jiaxue's gaze at Yiminga caught his attention. Yiminga, who was usually aloof and responded with a cold, handsome face, unless to someone very familiar, now actually smiled at Li Jiaxue. Li Jiaxue also curved her lips in a smile in response. Seeing that Yiminga wasn't so hard to get along with, she ran over to him and said, "Brother, you still calling me brother?" Yiming's words made Li Jiaxue pause, but she quickly caught on. "Brother-in-law." Hearing Li Jiaxue's words, Yiming's lips curled up to his ears. This sister-in-law was great. She actually called him that. "Brother-in-law, I want to ask, how did you and my sister meet? I'm really curious." "Me and your sister?" "Yes. It was a dark and windy night. Your sister came to seduce me in a maid outfit." "Wow, so that's what my sister is like." Li Jiayu had been watching their interaction. At first their conversation was fairly proper, and when she heard her sister call Yiminga brother-in-law, her pretty face flushed slightly. But after hearing the rest, she couldn't hold it in anymore. What did he mean by her wearing a maid outfit to seduce Yiminga? That's not how it happened. It was Yiminga who restricted her freedom. He was making it up. Li Jiayu was about to speak, but the makeup artist said, "Don't talk for now. We're about to apply lipstick and lip gloss. If it gets smudged, it won't look good." Hearing this, Li Jiayu, for the sake of her appearance, suppressed her anger. "He'll explain to my sister later." Meanwhile, Yiminga naturally noticed Li Jiayu's expression. With a look of having succeeded in his scheme, he continued to embellish Li Jiayu's embarrassing stories for her sister. Li Jiayu knew that her image as an older sister in front of her younger sister was completely ruined. She was so angry that her teeth ground together. Just then her facial makeup was finally finished. After completing the face, the makeup artist helped Li Jiayu put up her hair and put on earrings and a necklace. A bracelet was also slipped onto her fair, slender forearm. The makeup artist originally planned to add an anklet, but Li Jiayu refused. When the fully transformed Li Jiayu appeared before everyone, even the makeup artist gasped in awe. Beauty is no longer enough to describe the CEO's lady. Now we need the word celestial. "Sister, wow, you really suit this look. My choice was right. Very good." Everyone was stunned. Even Animo, who had just gotten up and come out, looked at Li Jiayu with shock. "Wake up to see a fairy." Li Jiayu, being stared at like this, felt embarrassed and quickly turned around. She murmured, "Does my sister need makeup?" "Yes," Yiminga replied. Upon hearing this, the makeup artists immediately got to work. In fact, the two makeup artists had long wanted to work on Li Jiaxue, but they were just employees. They couldn't decide the boss's choices. Creating a pair of fairy sisters by hand was probably the highlight of their careers. They absolutely couldn't miss it. So Li Jiaxue was also seated in front of the makeup table and got a full makeover. However, Li Jiaxue's look was more youthful, not as elegant and noble as Li Jiayu's. The two sisters' makeup, clothes, and hair were all finished by 6 in the morning. The sky was gradually turning pale. Aunt Mo's breakfast was almost ready. Afraid that the young people would leave without breakfast, she ran out holding a kitchen knife, which startled everyone. Seeing their reactions, Aunt Mo quickly hid the knife behind her back and said, "Boss, young lady, don't leave yet. Breakfast will be ready soon. Eat before you go." Yiminga checked the time. There was indeed some leeway, so he nodded. He said to Animo, "All right, Animo, please be quick. We're in a hurry." "Okay, leave it to me, no problem." After a quick breakfast, they all got into the MPV that Yiminga had called, left the villa, and headed to the hotel. Meanwhile, the hotel was not idle. The manager was making final checks, afraid of any issues. Everything was ready. Now they just waited for the male and female leads and the guests to arrive. As the vehicle came to a smooth stop, Yiminga and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Though the hotel remained the same, this entrance was on the other side. Looking out the window, Jiayu noticed the magnificent grandeur of the hotel's main gate. Unlike the ambiguous scene Jiayu had witnessed last time, the hotel exuded the kind of opulence often showcased by wealthy influencers on Douyin. In her eyes, even the so-called five-star hotels she had seen online couldn't hold a candle to this entrance. It was so extravagant that a single night's stay must cost several thousand yuan at least. Setting aside the fact that this was their own hotel, the venue's caliber was undoubtedly why Mother Yi had chosen it. They hadn't even stepped out of the car, yet when Jiayu spotted Mother Yi and Father Yi approaching from the entrance, the driver quickly pressed the button to open the electric door. Soon Yiminga took Jiayu's hand and helped her out of the car, while his sister jumped out right behind Jiayu. Gazing at the elegant woman and the handsome middle-aged man before her, Jiayu promptly greeted them auntie-uncle. The elegant woman looked at Jiayu and said, "See how you still calling me auntie? You should change how you address me now. Come, let me have a look at you." With that, Mother Yi took Jiayu's hand and turned her around, examining her from all sides. The more she looked, the more she adored her. That figure, those features. Mother Yi felt that this was the best decision she had ever made in her life. She had almost chosen the daughter of the Wang family instead. Such a sin, such a sin. Where else could she find such a beautiful daughter-in-law? With that, she embraced Jiayu directly. Jiayu was taken aback by Mother Yi's sudden hug. Why did she suddenly want to hold me? But it felt nice, so Jiayu didn't resist. After a moment, Mother Yi murmured inwardly the child should not go hungry. After a long while, Jiayu noticed that Mother Yi still showed no sign of letting go. Confused, she wondered if it was because she hadn't addressed her correctly earlier. So she ventured, "Mama." Hearing Jiayu, Mother Yi realized she had gotten carried away. She quickly said, "Haha, Jiayu, why don't you go inside first? It's about half an hour before the family members arrive. I need to greet them at the entrance." At this moment, the younger sister, who had been hiding behind her sister, followed Jiayu as she walked forward. When they passed by Mother Yi and Father Yi, she promptly said, "Hello, uncle and auntie." Mother Yi looked at Jiayu and patted her head, saying, "Hello, little sister. Go on in. We'll head inside then, auntie." After bidding farewell to Mother Yi and Father Yi, the five of them quickly entered the hotel. Watching them go, Mother Yi thought to herself, "Xiaoyu's sister is really beautiful too. If only I had a daughter like her." Then she recalled that Jiayu and her sister were essentially without parents to care for them. It shouldn't be a problem to take Jiayu in as her own daughter. Mother Yi watched the two sisters' figures disappear into the hotel and decided to bring up this matter next time. Yiminga led the two sisters to the lounge to sit down. Then he went to another room to change clothes and had a makeup artist touch up his appearance. Meanwhile, as time passed, one luxurious car after another pulled up to the hotel entrance. Aside from the prominent figures of the Yi family, the heads of the major families in Shanghai had also arrived. The Yi couple greeted them all with warm smiles. After the last of the guests were ushered in, the rest was left to the security personnel. As for the younger generation of these families, they were not qualified to be personally welcomed by the Yi couple. Once these second-generation heirs entered, they were received by Yiminga instead. Soon the entire hotel parking lot was filled with luxury cars and supercars. Even the streets near the hotel were lined with a long row of vehicles outshining any international auto show. But since the hotel was in the city center, parking was limited. Many wealthy youngsters who arrived late grumbled about the Yi family's poor planning, complaining that they should have held the event at their own estate. They had to park hundreds of meters away. Some even sneered behind the Yi family's back, suggesting they had sold off their estate out of poverty and shouldn't bother hosting the event at all. The words were harsh. In truth, the Yi couple had originally planned to hold the engagement banquet at their estate. However, due to the earlier incident involving the so-called mistress, which had tarnished Jiayu's reputation, the engagement banquet was intended to restore her honor. Since they had invited reporters from major media outlets, they decided to hold the event at the hotel instead. Of course, the entire hotel had been cleared of all unrelated guests. Only attendees and staff were inside. Security was well assured, so there was no need to worry. As more and more guests arrived, the hotel staff became increasingly busy. Some of Yiming's former friends also showed up. Naturally, Yiminga went to receive them. Soon the lounge was left with only Jiayu and Jiayu. Jiayu was holding her phone. It was already the fifth unanswered call. I wonder what Jiang Duo is doing. She's not answering her phone. Did she forget to ask for leave and go to work? Jiayu was growing anxious. Her entourage consisted only of her sister and Jiang Duo. Was she going to be stood up? So unreliable. Just then a knock came at the door. Knock, knock. Jiayu glanced at the door and said, "It's unlocked, come in." As her voice faded, the door slowly opened and a few girls entered, led by Wang Yali. Seeing Wang Yali, Jiayu regarded her warily and asked, "Can I help you?" "Jiayu, don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble." "Then what brings you here?" "Let me introduce you. These are my good friends. They just wanted to meet you. No ill intentions." Though Jiayu had no idea what Wang Yali was up to since she had said, so she couldn't very well ignore them. After a few polite exchanges, the girls, finding no common ground, left on their own. Sister Yali, that girl seems really aloof. She barely said a word. I've seen plenty of her type. She thinks that by latching onto a second-generation heir, she can turn a pheasant into a phoenix. But she'll make a fool of herself soon enough. Xiaoqing, don't say that. Brother Yi likes her, and she's not a gold digger. Li Jiayu is a nice person. Wang Yali quickly interjected. The more Wang Yali defended her, the more hostile her friends became toward Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu is just a country girl. I bet she'll be kicked out of the Yi family within half a year. When that happens, we'll help you pursue Yi Minga's sister Yali. In my opinion, Yi Minga is just blinded by her pretty face. When it comes to inner qualities, you are the one, Sister Yali. We support you in winning him back. Hearing her friend's words, Wang Yali's mood brightened considerably. Her plan was working with the help of these girls. Childhood sweethearts. How could she let go so easily? Little did Wang Yali know how highly Li Jiayu was regarded in Mother Ye's heart and in Yi Ming's heart. Li Jiayu was naturally unaware of Wang Yali's plan. Not long after they left, Jiang Doduo's phone finally rang. Jiang Doduo's voice came through tinged with grievance. Xiaoyu, I'm downstairs, but I don't have an invitation, so I can't get in. Hearing Jiang Doduo's words, Li Jiayu coughed awkwardly. She hadn't called anyone else, so she didn't know an invitation was required. She quickly said, Duoduo, wait for me there. He'll come down to get you. Jiang Duoduo nodded obediently and replied, okay then. They hung up, and Li Jiayu led her sister out of the lounge, intending to bring Jiang Duoduo up. Just then Yi Minga was about to enter. They bumped into each other. Yi Minga looked at Li Jiayu with confusion and asked, where are you going? Duoduo is here. I didn't give her an invitation, so she can't get in. I'm going to pick her up. No need. The banquet is starting. Is it appropriate for you, the leading lady, to run around? Come with me. They'll have someone bring her up. After saying this, Yi Minga instructed someone behind him. He then took Li Jiayu's hand and led her toward the venue. As the guests inside were chatting, a sudden exclamation pulled their attention back. Everyone look. Our leading man and lady are here. The crowd turned their gazes toward the door. Two stunning figures slowly entered. The man walked in front with the woman being led behind him. The man was naturally Yi Minga in a custom-tailored suit, his deep-set eyes beneath a perfectly chiseled face, a slight smile of happiness curving at the corners of his lips. At that moment, even an AK-47 couldn't suppress his smile, but the corners of his mouth refused to drop. Behind him, Li Jiayu in a white gown looked like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting, beautiful and untouchable. The men gazed at Yi Minga with envy, amazed that he had won such a stunning girl, while the women envied Li Jiayu for securing a man as perfect as Yi Minga, handsome, rich, and flawless in every way. Some admired, but naturally there were also those who were jealous. In a corner of the venue, several malicious glints flickered. Sister Yali, let's go toast her together later. Get her drunk. That country bumpkin will definitely embarrass herself. Why go through all that trouble? Well, do this. You're full of tricky ideas. Meanwhile, Wang Yali pretended to be virtuous, saying, sisters, don't be like that. She's Brother Yes' wife after all. It's not right. You'll make me angry. Don't worry, Sister Yali. This has nothing to do with you. We just can't stand her. Exactly. Sister Yali, you're kind and patient. You can tolerate it. But we're hot-tempered. We can't. Sister Yali, you've always looked out for us younger sisters. Now it's our turn to help you. Watching her little sisters prepare to teach Li Jiayu a lesson, she felt a secret delight. Today Wang Yali was just a guest, not the protagonist, but she still wore a gown. The deep neckline revealed her subtle intentions. The silk fabric accentuated her alluring figure. Before Li Jiayu arrived, Wang Yali had been the focal point of the men's gaze. But mortals are always mortals. How could they compare to Li Jiayu, who was like a celestial maiden? Now that all eyes were on Li Jiayu, she was extremely displeased. But thinking of the embarrassment Li Jiayu would soon face, she felt reassured. Let her keep showing off for a while. In the end, the leading lady will be me. Wang Yali had gone mad. Her only thought was to win Yi Minga back to her side. But she couldn't let Yi Minga hate her, so she used others as tools. She didn't even spare her innocent little sisters, but for the sake of her own happiness, she believed it was worth it. Amid the crowd's murmurs, Yi Minga led Li Jiayu to the central stage. The stage wasn't very high, but Li Jiayu's long gown trailed on the floor, and with her 10-centimeter heels, climbing the stage was inconvenient. To step up, she would have to lift her dress, which would be unseemly. A very improper behavior among the noble ladies. Seeing this, several girls sneered, dressed like that, how is she going to get on stage? Isn't she just dragging Brother Yi down? On the stage, Yi Minga seemed to notice the situation. He had chosen the dress. Seeing Li Jiayu's troubled expression, he smiled. Stand there. Don't move. He'll handle it. What? Li Jiayu's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Minga. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Minga stepped down again and lifted Li Jiayu into a princess carry. Wow. Oh, President Yi is carrying his wife up. So sweet. I just noticed how great the leading lattice figure is. It wasn't obvious with the loose dress. Yi Ming's gesture excited the guests. Yi Minga was 21 years old. Most of the second-generation attendees were around his age. Not all rich heirs were driven by base desires. On the contrary, most came from strict families and were instilled with a sense of propriety and honor. Though some had tasted forbidden fruit, most were still receiving higher education, pursuing master's or doctoral degrees, and some had never even held hands with the opposite sex. They were still young men and women in the throes of adolescent confusion. Seeing Yi Ming's sweet gesture of carrying Li Jiayu in a princess hold, they began to tease President Yi, since you've already picked up your little wife, why not give her a kiss? Yeah, kiss her, kiss her. Kiss her. Don't be shy. At this moment Wang Yali's face turned livid as she watched Yi Ming's action. What had Li Jiayu done to deserve being carried by Yi Minga in public? That position should have been mine. The reporters on scene snapped pictures frantically. She could already imagine tomorrow's headlines featuring Li Jiayu and Yi Minga. Damn it. Hearing the crowd's chants, Yi Minga looked at Li Jiayu in his arms with a knowing smile. He leaned down and whispered to her, "This is what everyone wants. Shall we play along?" Li Jiayu, embarrassed by the crowd's teasing, buried her face in Yi Ming's chest like a little quail, silently refusing. Seeing this, he set her down. Li Jiayu thought he was upset because she didn't cooperate with his act. She quickly lifted her head. At the same time, Yi Minga also lowered his head. Their lips met. The second-generation onlookers erupted in cheers. Wow. They kissed. Guys, kill me to liven things up for President Yi. The reporters were furiously clicking their 30-year single-hand speed, nearly making the camera shutters smoke. This was tomorrow's headline news, so they had to capture the most beautiful and natural shot. Click, click, click. Their lips pressed together, warm and soft, making Li Jiayu's eyes widen in shock as she tried to pull away. But Yi Minga, savoring the moment, wrapped one arm around her waist and placed the other hand on the back of her head, guiding her to respond. It was quite sweet. In another corner of the venue, Yi Mingkai smoked a cigarette, watching Yi Minga and Li Jiayu on stage with a face full of displeasure. Beside him was Sister Chun, who, despite being a mature woman, was busy foraging for food, looking utterly unsophisticated, which he found deeply embarrassing. He looked at Sister Chun, then at Li Jiayu. They were as different as heaven and earth. This only made him more annoyed. Just then another man in a sharp suit walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and spoke. "Yo, if it isn't Master Kai, why are you here smoking alone? None of your damn business." Yi Mingkai replied, flicking his cigarette, but out the window with a cold snort, seemingly unwilling to engage with the man. Hearing Yi Mingkai's words, the newcomer frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. But remembering he needed this man's help, he spoke again. "Master Kai and the Yi family, with Yi Minga around, you're practically invisible. Don't you want to get back at him?" The newcomer was Song Rintu, a scion of another family in the magic capital. He was also a suitor of Wang Yali. As her pursuer, he was willing to do anything she wanted, even though she never gave him a second glance. He was endlessly devoted. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Wang Yali and Yi Minga went to a hotel, one phone call would have him rushing to buy balloons. He naturally knew Wang Yali's close girlfriends. Just moments ago, he overheard their conversation and learned of their plan. So he immediately decided to help, and had already coordinated with those girls to distract Yi Minga later. Now feeling uncertain alone, he set his sights on Yi Mingkai, also a member of the Yi family. "What do you mean?" Hearing Song Rintu's intent to deal with Yi Minga, he grew interested. Grandfather had only 2 grandsons, him and Yi Minga. He had always performed poorly in grandfather's eyes. Now that grandfather was ailing and preparing to divide the inheritance, he had originally planned to bring a granddaughter-in-law to delight grandfather and secure a larger share, but now Yi Minga was playing the same game, leaving him helpless. He had previously tried to get rid of Li Jiayu, but failed. Fortunately, Yi Minga hadn't discovered it was him. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Lately, his eyelids had been twitching uncontrollably, as if something was about to happen, and he felt someone was following him every day. Thankfully, nothing had occurred, but he was already mentally exhausted. Now, seeing Song Rintu, this foolish simp, he sensed an opportunity. Perhaps he could use this simp to sabotage the engagement. As for whether Wang Yali would take Li Jiayu's place, Yi Mingkai wasn't worried at all. That woman, two-faced and deceitful. In front of Yi Minga, she acted like a pure, innocent girl next door, but Yi Mingkai knew exactly what she was really like. Even he looked down on Wang Yali, let alone Yi Minga. Seeing Yi Mingkai's interest, Song Rintu pulled him aside to reveal the plan. "TCH, child's play. That's it. I'm not interested." Yi Mingkai clearly dismissed Song Rintu's scheme. Women were indeed women, just jealous and petty. With that, Yi Mingkai turned to leave. As Yi Ming's cousin, he wouldn't have been here if not required to attend the engagement banquet. "Wait. What do you want to do?" Song Rintu asked in a low voice. "At the very least, make Li Jiayu incapable of moving for a while." "You mean?" "So I don't know what you girls are up to. As Yi Ming's elder brother, it's perfectly reasonable to invite him for a drink or two." "Alright, I understand. He'll go tell them." Soon Song Rintu left to find Wang Yali's girlfriends again. Meanwhile, on stage, Yi Minga and Li Jiayu had completed the remaining ceremonies. Next came the dining and socializing time. Yi Minga took Li Jiayu's hand, preparing to meet some business partners. Just then, Li Jiayu's face suddenly turned pale. This startled Yi Minga, and he immediately looked at her. Li Jiayu was clutching her lower abdomen, tugging at his arm. Yi Minga quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Li Jiayu's lips had lost all color from pain. She held her stomach and explained, "I suddenly have a stomachache. Maybe I should take you to rest." Beside them, Li Jiashua looked at her sister with great concern. She wondered if yesterday's seafood was not fresh, so even big cities had such issues. Thumbs down. She held her sister's cold hand. Cold hand. Suddenly a thought struck her. Could it be that her sister's period had arrived? So Li Jiayu pulled Li Jiayu aside and said, "Sister, are you on your period?" "What period? You know, Aunt Flo." "Oh crap." Hearing her sister's words, Li Jiayu had never considered this possibility. She trembled slightly, feeling a chill. "What do I do, little sister? I've never bought one." "Don't worry, sis, I have some. They'll teach you how to use it." With that, Li Jiayu pulled her sister along. At the same time, she turned back to give Yiminga a reassuring glance before leading Li Jiayu away. They headed to the restroom. Just then Yi Mingkai approached Yiminga accompanied by Song Rintu. "Brother, on such a fine day, how about I join you for a few bottles?" "President Yi, on this joyous occasion I'd also like to share a drink with you," Song Rintu added. They tried to steer Yiminga aside. Their arrival immediately made Yiminga sense something amiss. He narrowed his eyes looking at Yi Mingkai. A cold laugh echoed in his mind. So this guy still hasn't given up and is targeting my wife again. Yiminga already had enough evidence to put Yi Mingkai behind bars for a long time. He had planned to expose him when they went to see grandfather in the capital to make him taste true despair. But now since he's stirring trouble again, he'll have no choice. As for the other one, Yiminga turned his gaze to Wang Yali. Seeing Wang Yali's nonchalant demeanor, Yiminga grew even more suspicious that they were plotting to harm Li Jiayu. It was too abnormal. The more she acted as if nothing was wrong, the more problematic it was. So Yiminga ignored them completely. He headed straight for the restroom. In his hand, a black remote control glowed red. Inside the restroom of the lounge, Li Jiayu, her face flushed, was changing her clothes. It was her first time doing such a thing, and she was extremely cautious, taking every step with care. This was the downside of wearing a gown. Changing the inner lining was quite inconvenient. It was impossible to manage alone while holding up the skirt. She needed someone to help hold it. Fortunately, Li Jiayu had followed her in. With her sister's assistance, it took a total of 10 minutes for Li Jiayu to finally deal with the soiled clothes. However, blood had seeped through, staining the gown as well. "I need to change the dress too," Li Jiayu said with a worried expression. This was her engagement banquet, and she never expected to spend it in the restroom. It was truly miserable. Just as Li Jiayu was about to take out her phone to contact Aunt Emo to bring a change of clothes, a strange smoke drifted in through the crack of the door. Then came the sound of women's voices. "With this dosage, she's definitely going to fall for it. This time we finally helped Sister Yali get some revenge. Xiaoqing, I feel like this might be going too far, or what if something goes wrong? Don't worry, this is the lounge. After we film the video, we'll lock the door. And this isn't poison. It's just that kind of drug. It'll only embarrass her, nothing serious will happen." Hearing the conversation outside, Li Jiayu was terrified and took 2 steps back. "Sister, what is this? Is it poisonous? Quick, wet a towel and cover your mouth and nose," Li Jiayu urged urgently. But Li Jiayu managed to cover herself. Li Jiayu was a step too late. She inhaled a breath of the pink smoke and fainted. Sister. Seeing Li Jiayu collapse, Li Jiayu's eyes turned red and tears streamed down uncontrollably. She didn't understand why someone would do this to them. At school, her classmates called her an orphan. Nobody wanted, and now outside people were trying to harm them. She shook Li Jiayu with one hand while continuing to cover her own mouth and nose with the other. Li Jiayu felt utterly hopeless. The laughter of those women outside was harsh and ugly, like the witches in fairy tales. She only wanted to live peacefully with her sister. Why did people always come to persecute them? Just then, bang! A loud crash. Suddenly, the outermost door of the lounge was kicked open. The wooden security door under Yiminga's kick flew several meters before slamming down in front of the women. At that moment, the women were still holding a spray gun with faint pink traces remaining on it. Several others were holding small items that would need to be censored even in professional filming. Seeing this, Yiminga clenched his fists, veins bulging. What did they intend to do? "You deserve to die." He charged forward and slapped all 4 women to the ground with a single blow, scattering the items in their hands. The 4 women were terrified by Yiminga's actions. Even after being thrown to the ground, they hadn't recovered. WWEV Bin found out. "What should we do? We only wanted to get her drunk, but Song Rintu bought us these things. It was all Song Rintu's doing. It has nothing to do with us." Yiminga paid them no heed. His wife inside was in critical danger. He rushed to the restroom, door pounding on it, and shouting, Jiayu, open the door. "It's me. It's over. Brother-in-law." Recognizing the voice, Li Jiayu did not open the door. She didn't know if Yiminga was a bad person. Ever since her sister brought her to Modu, everyone she met seemed kind, but now, why? She didn't dare. She picked up her sister's phone and dialed the enforcement bureau. There was no sound from inside, and Yiminga at the door was growing frantic. His wife was inside, her fate unknown, and the door wouldn't open. Without a second thought, he punched the aluminum alloy glass door of the restroom, shattering it. His right hand, his entire right hand, was pierced by the broken glass, cutting through his skin. He didn't care. Through the broken opening, Yiminga saw Li Jiayu lying on the floor, and his eyes blazed with fury. He swore he would make everyone who harmed Li Jiayu pay. Ripping and tearing, ignoring the glass barrier, he reached in and opened the door from inside. Sharp glass cut deep gashes across the back of Yiminga's hand. Blood gushed out like a scene from a car accident. The vivid red blood was starkly striking against the white frosted glass. But at that moment Yi Minga couldn't care less. Ignoring his bleeding hand, he crouched down to check on Li Jiayu. Meanwhile, the Yi family security guards had all rushed up surrounding the entire venue and not allowing anyone to leave. The 4 women in the lounge were also firmly restrained by the security, unable to leave no matter how they pleaded. Boss, the doctor is on his way. Your hand. Don't worry about my hand. First check on her condition. If anything goes wrong, I'll make all of you pay with your lives. Yi Minga's demeanor had turned ice cold. His voice echoed through the lounge like a sinister spell, striking fear into everyone's hearts. The restrained women were terrified, unable to understand why Yi Minga was reacting so violently. One of the more timid ones quickly said to Yi Minga, "Yi Yejid, she'll be fine. We only used the amorous mist." Hearing her words, Yi Minga shuddered. If another man had come in, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was filled with regret. He had been too careless, almost letting his wife get hurt. He could clearly feel Li Jiayu's body growing hot, as if she were in a sauna. Her hands were unconsciously clawing everywhere, and even on his left arm, she had left several bloody scratches. Just then the doctor finally arrived. He quickly approached Li Jiayu, examined her, and then took out a syringe to inject. He then spoke, "This is caused by inhaling an excessive amount of the amorous agent. Normally it's not a big problem, but she is currently on her period. I've given her a sedative, but due to limited conditions here it's best to send her to the hospital immediately for further treatment, or it could affect her health." Hearing the doctor's words, Yi Minga quickly stood up, picked up Li Jiayu, and strode out of the lounge, heading straight for the elevator to the underground parking lot. No one noticed that Li Jiayu's phone was still on a call with the enforcement bureau. Because there had been no conversation for a long time, the dispatcher determined that a serious incident had occurred and had already contacted nearby officers to go to the location indicated by the phone's GPS. That officer was Zhang Qi, and Zhang Qi was already in the elevator. The commotion from the lounge area also startled the elders in their private room on the other side. The elders, who had been chatting and laughing, looked toward the door with confusion. Given their status, they naturally would not go out to check. That would be too vulgar. However, as the host, Father Yi Tinyu naturally could not ignore it. He then said to the attendant behind him, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Shall we go check it out?" "Yes, boss." With that, his attendant went out to check. After a short while, the attendant returned and whispered a few words in Yi Tianyan's ear. Before the attendant finished speaking, bang! Father Yi slammed the table and stood up, his face dark as he looked around. "Oof. To dare bully my Yi family's daughter-in-law. They must think nothing of me, Yi Tianyan." At this moment, Mother Yi Jijun was still chatting cheerfully with another noblewoman beside her. Upon hearing Yi Tianyan's words, she immediately stood up as well. Yi Tianyan's words made Ji Jijun's face change drastically. Wasn't their Yi family's daughter-in-law only Li Jiayu? How could she be bullied in their own territory? Fine, very good. Those who knew Ji Jijun felt their hair stand on end upon hearing her say these words. This was a sign of Ji Jijun's extreme anger. Watching the two's reactions, the elders present gasped sharply. In Modu, in the Yi family, in their own hotel, someone actually dared to lay a hand on the Yi family's daughter-in-law. Wasn't that like an old fool eating arsenic, asking for a premature death? They exchanged glances, their hearts trembling slightly. For families of the same level as the Yi family, it was still manageable. If their own junior made a mistake, they could pay a heavy price and smooth things over. But the heads of first and second-tier families were instantly panicked. Could it be that their own junior was the troublemaker? Who the hell gave them the courage to pull such a stunt on the Yi family's turf? Liang Jingru. Thinking of this, they quickly declared, "Brother Tianyun, if it's a member of our Song family, I will come with a whip on my back and submit to any punishment." Brother Yi, the Wang family, also make a statement, "If it was my daughter from today, she will not be allowed back in Modu. Doesn't she have a good friend in America? He'll send her there to enjoy freedom," said the Wang family head. Brother Yi. Brother Tianyun. President Yi. One by one, the family heads expressed their stance. If it was a problem caused by their second generation, they would let the Yi family handle it. Perhaps the second generation did not know the Yi family's true power, but they had been struggling in Modu for decades. They knew how the Yi family had risen step by step. It was by no means as gentle or simple as it appeared. To put it bluntly, to reach such a position, every family had its hidden cards. But the Yi family's hidden card was an existence too big for them to provoke. The Yi couple snorted coldly. Their hearts were filled with immense anger. This was not the first time, whether it was the mistress incident or the arrest incident before. The blade was always aimed at Li Jiayu. Originally, they had not intervened, believing that Yi Minga could handle things on his own and deal with these matters perfectly. Now it seemed that Minga had been too gentle in his handling. That was why these people thought the Yi family was easy to bully, a soft persimmon to squeeze. Then Yi Tianyun had the attendant lead the way, and everyone followed behind. They went out to see what was happening. However, on the way, they quickly pulled out their phones and asked their second-generation members what was going on. If it was something their own juniors had done, they would be severely punished without mercy. The second-generation members, who were usually arrogant and domineering, were still outside the lounge watching the excitement. Suddenly, feeling their phones vibrate, they widened their eyes. It had blown up. The matter had blown up too big. The elders already knew. They quickly explained in the group chat, afraid that their elders would misunderstand and cut off their allowance. After all, most of them were still in graduate or doctoral programs, with no main source of income, relying on family distribution. At this moment, the faces of several family elders were extremely grim. Because their descendants had not responded, they found that several of them were the same, and crucially, these few usually liked to hang out together. Could it be a group crime? And the Wong family head, who had just made a promise, also looked at them. Instantly, their faces turned ugly. The Wong family head nodded, signaling them to go out and see first. Maybe they had all gone to the bathroom together. It wasn't impossible. The private room was not far from the lounge. As soon as they came out, the second-generation onlookers in the lounge immediately made way. The elders are out, those girls are doomed. I heard that all the stuff was brought by Song Rin too. That big simp has finally stepped on a thorn. Where's that guy? How come I don't see him? He just tried to climb over the balcony and was pulled back. I really don't understand his brain. That guy is asking for death, damn, said a few second-tier family members. They had long thought that Song Rin-tu had a problem with his head. After all, he was a second-generation member of a first-tier family with a family fortune of tens of billions. Apart from the top 10 families, he was already at the top of the food chain in Modu. He could have any girl he wanted. But he kept simping after Wang Yali. And now he was helping her with these illegal things. It was simply courting death. Even more bizarrely, he dared to climb over the railing at such a high floor. It was truly like Dave's neighbor. His brain had been eaten by zombies. As they spoke, the elders also arrived at the lounge door. Looking at the kicked-in door and the shattered bathroom door and the blood on the floor, Yi Tianyan's face turned extremely dark. Who can tell me what exactly happened? The onlooking second-generation members, hearing Yi Tianyan's words, were like quails not daring to speak. The girls who had done wrong lowered their heads and began to cry. The security manager was also full of despair. He hadn't expected that after all the precautions, the problem could still come from within. Weren't these young people from noble families? How could they be so jealous and petty? Wasn't this just destroying themselves? The manager hurriedly walked up to Yi Tianyun and directly told him the whole story as he understood it. He also pointed specifically at the few girls crying beside him and the other person, Song Rin-tu, who was being held down. Ji Jijun asked, "Where is Yi Minga?" Madam President Yi is holding Miss Li and has already rushed to the hospital. At this moment, he should be waiting for the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Moved. Zhang Qi was about to step out. Yi Minga directly pulled him aside. Then, ignoring Zhang Qi's reaction, he pressed the button for floor 1. The doors closed, and the elevator descended. Watching Yi Ming's anxious manner, Zhang Qi was not angry. He patted his jacket and murmured, "Isn't that the girl from last time? So many calamities. What happened again?" Zhang Qi thought for a moment, then took out his pager and said into it. Zhang Qi. A man and a woman just went down to the underground parking lot. Follow them, it might be related to... He left the elevator. Zhang Qi drew his stun gun, following the direction of the voices. As he approached the scene, someone shouted, "Officer, an officer is here." Zhang Qi saw the crowd of onlookers and realized the situation was already under control. He quickened his pace. Gazing at the throng, he announced, "Zhang Qi, an officer from the 1st Detachment of the Moto Law Enforcement Bureau. I received a report of an incident here. The Bureau will now take over the investigation." "Who called it in?" "It was me, Uncle Officer." Li Jiayu hadn't left with Yi Minga. She emerged from the restroom, phone in hand. She felt she had no choice but to trust the officer. So after Li Jiayu was taken away, she had been waiting in the restroom. The others hadn't gone inside, never expecting anyone else was there. "Isn't that girl Li Jiayu's sister? I didn't think she'd call the Bureau. With the law involved now, this is tricky. Might end up sewing in prison." They brought it on themselves. This time they really went too far. As Li Jiayu came out, everyone buzzed with comments. Soon she approached Zhang Qi, pointing at the women who were crying, "Uncle Officer, these women poisoned my sister." The women had thought they'd get at most a scolding, a few days confinement, or a month's allowance docked. After all, they'd been through this before. Always sweeping things under the rug, handled internally, never involving the authorities. But now officers were here. In an instant, fear seized them. Would they be arrested? Before they could wipe the tears from their faces, they blurted out, "Officer, we didn't. We just wanted to prank Li Jiayu, embarrass her. We meant no harm, just to get back at her for Sister Yali. We only wanted to get her drunk." But then, as they spoke, the girls all pointed at Song Rin-tu. "It was him. He gave us these things, said it was just an aphrodisiac and nothing would happen. We really didn't know it would be so serious, woo-woo." They wept and wailed as if they were the ones wronged. Meanwhile, Song Rin-tu lay motionless on the floor, offering no defense or word. Even when everyone pointed at him, his expression remained unchanged. Whether his mind had snapped or he knew the situation was irredeemable and had simply given up. Zhang Qi listened to their words and took in the scattered items on the ground. They were too gruesome to look at. Even Zhang Qi, who had seen much, found them depraved. After his preliminary assessment, he announced, "You are suspected of using prohibited substances and committing intentional harm. On behalf of the 1st Detachment of the Moto Law Enforcement Bureau, I invite you to the Bureau for investigation." Then, ignoring their protest, Zhang Qi used his internal comms to call for more officers to escort these people to the Bureau. His words stunned the women into silence. They looked at the officers in terror, then at their fathers. They sent desperate pleas to their fathers. But these family heads had just sworn before Yi Tianyun that if any of their kin were involved, they would accept whatever punishment came. Mere minutes had passed. They couldn't go back on their word and lose face. Seeing their fathers unmoved, the girls turned to Zhang Qi pleading, No. It was just a joke among us sisters. You can't take us in. Brother Yi and sister Yali grew up together like childhood sweethearts. Li Jiayu stole him away. We were just sticking up for her. What's wrong with that? Say something, sister Yali. We did this for you. Sister Yali, don't be afraid. She's immoral, and we are the righteous ones. We didn't do anything wrong. Wang Yali had been hiding in the crowd unnoticed. Suddenly hearing her name called, her heart skipped a beat. She instantly became a turtle retreating into its shell. But the girl seemed determined to drag her out, shouting her name. Gradually, everyone's gaze turned to Wang Yali, forming a vacuum around her. Zhang Qi, waiting for his colleagues to arrive, let the girls make a scene without intervening. However, the Wang family head standing behind Yi Tianyun saw this, and his face turned as red as a pig's liver, like someone constipated. He had just made a solemn pledge to Yi Tianyun. He never imagined his daughter could be like this, instigating others to do such things. Worse, she left evidence. How could he explain now? The whole world knew it was the Wang family's daughter who did this. What's more, so many reporters were present, cameras flashing nonstop, capturing every disgrace. If not handled well, the Wang family's stock price would suffer. With that thought, the Wang family head decided to sacrifice his own daughter for justice. He grabbed Wang Yali from the crowd like a chicken. Daughter, tell your father what's going on. Give Uncle Yi an explanation, the Wang family head said sternly. Wang Yali had never seen her father with such an expression. She had always been the apple of her father's eye, pampered and cherished. Never had she faced such a scene. Now Wang Yali burst into tears. I didn't instigate anything. I just poured my heart out to my sisters about how another woman stole my man. Is that wrong? If not for Li Jiayu, the one engaged now would be me. I love Brother Yi. They wanted to help me drive Li Jiayu away. What's wrong with that? Why does a country bumpkin like her get Brother Yi's favor? I won't accept this. How am I inferior to her? She doesn't belong here. She should go back to her chicken coop. Wang Yali's voice was hysterical. She had gone mad, losing her mind in front of everyone. She showed none of the grace expected of a wealthy young lady, instead resembling a jealous prostitute. The Wang family head now understood clearly that the fault lay with his daughter. He couldn't comprehend it. There were so many outstanding young men in Modu, why must she fixate solely on Yiminga? Yiminga had already clearly rejected her. Wasn't she just asking for trouble? In the Wang family head's view, marriage was a transaction. Though Yiminga was a good son-in-law candidate, there were others. Why not just switch to another buyer? He didn't want to sour relations with the Yi family. With that in mind, he scolded Wang Yali, apologize to Uncle Yi right now. No. You are infuriating me. I've spoiled you rotten. Get back inside. The head of the Wang family bellowed, his massive belly quivering with rage. He grabbed Wang Yali by the arm and began dragging her toward the rear. However, a mature woman's voice halted him. Old Wang, there's still a flight to the United States this afternoon. How about I cover the ticket for you? Once you're there, I have a vacant property that's just sitting idle. I might as well hand over the keys to Yali as a gift from me, her aunt. Jijun spoke. The Wang family patriarch's face flushed crimson and then pale. He had only made a casual remark earlier, never expecting his usually obedient daughter to actually take it seriously. He had no intention of sending his daughter off to the land of freedom, the United States. But now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jijun's words were clearly a challenge for him to honor his promise. He had no way to refute it. With that thought, he said, since my daughter is being disobedient, sending her to the United States isn't a bad idea. The Wang family does have a residence there, so I won't trouble you, sister. Hearing their exchange, Wang Yali, still held by her father, dropped her fiery demeanor. She stared at him in shock and said incredulously, what? Dad, you're sending me to the United States? I won't go. Where Brother Yi is'll be there. I'm not leaving. This is not up to you. I've spoiled you too much. Dad. As Wang Yali continued to resist, Zhang Qi approached. He interrupted, sorry to intrude, but it seems your daughter won't be going to the United States for now. What do you mean? The Wang family patriarch stopped and looked at Zhang Qi. Wang Yali's face lit up with surprise as she gazed at him. She hadn't expected this officer to have a way to keep her in Modu. But then, click. The next moment, Zhang Qi snapped a pair of rose gold handcuffs onto Wang Yali's wrists. He then said, your daughter is suspected of inciting assault and needs to come to the Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation. Wang Yali was dumbfounded. She stared at the handcuffs, then at Zhang Qi. She couldn't believe it. Just a few days ago, her good friend Zhang Wanyu had worn a pair. Now it was her turn. She wanted to speak, but no words came out. Not only Wang Yali, but the other elders and the second-generation onlookers fell silent. The head of the Wang family was on the verge of eruption. Anyone who spoke now might ignite this powder keg. Even a single glance could set it off. The Yi couple, however, were especially pleased with this outcome. Only by sending them all in could their anger at the bullying of their daughter-in-law be appeased. Jijun, on the other hand, held a certain admiration for Zhang Qi. She wondered what background this officer had that he could remain unruffled in front of so many people. After all, these were highly influential family patriarchs, usually aloof and commanding respect. Most young people would be tongue-tied in their presence. Yet Zhang Qi worked calmly and methodically, handling the scene with order. A promising future. With Wang Yali taken aside, the entire venue fell quiet. Not a single sound was heard. Only the reporters outside were ecstatic, barely containing their excitement. They had come merely to cover Yi Ming's engagement party, but now they had stumbled upon an unexpected scoop. These were the wealthy circles of Modu. If they published this story, it would absolutely go viral. As they clicked away, the flashes blinded Yi Tianyan. He frowned at the reporters, then suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand, signaling a servant to instruct the security to invite these journalists for tea later. Some things were not meant to be spread indiscriminately, though otherwise so much negative news would surely cause massive fluctuations in the stock market. As time passed, Zhang Qi's teammates arrived at the scene. Good evening, everyone. We are officers from the 1st Detachment of the Modu Law Enforcement Bureau. Thank you for your cooperation. We will take the suspects away shortly, and after documenting the scene, the area will be unsealed. After the newly arrived officer finished speaking, they quickly divided their tasks. The crowd, without a word, made way for the officers to work. Click, click. The officer in charge of photography swiftly captured all the necessary images. Meanwhile, the other officers approached the few young women, producing identical rose-gold handcuffs. Without further ado, regardless of the women's protests, they swiftly cuffed all 4 of them along with Song Rintu and led them to the side to squat beside Wang Yali. After confirming no one was left out, they escorted the group away. With the officers gradually departing, the engagement party could no longer continue. With both the groom and bride absent, no one had the heart to dine and drink. One by one, the patriarchs who were uninvolved in the incident bid farewell to the Yi couple and left. Meanwhile, the head of the Wang family had vanished, whether due to his daughter's situation or the embarrassment he had just suffered. In the elevator, the head of the Song family was patted on the shoulder by another patriarch who said, "Old Song, you don't seem anxious at all. Your son was just taken away. It's fine, let them take him. This good-for-nothing son of mine can't even win over Wang Yali. Now that he's inside, it's a good chance for him to reflect. But he's going to be sewing uniforms in prison. Is Wang Yali going in too?" The listener was taken aback. Then he said, "Judging by the situation, probably yes. As long as she's in there too, my son will be sharing hardships with Wang Yali. Isn't that more time together than outside? I hope he seizes this opportunity to win her over." The other patriarch was dumbfounded by Song's reasoning. No wonder his son seemed a bit off. It must be hereditary. What an extraordinary way of thinking. Meanwhile, at the officers' team, Zhang Qi and his colleagues had just descended from the hotel. The other colleagues were loading the 5 women and Song Rintu into the vehicles about to depart. Just then Zhang Qi's phone rang. "Zhang Qi, the people you asked me to follow have entered Modu People's Hospital. The woman might be poisoned and is receiving treatment. The man is also having his arm wound treated. Should we bring them to the bureau later?" "No need. Stay there and keep watch. They'll come over," Zhang Qi replied. "Okay." After hanging up, he said to his colleagues, "You take the suspects back for interrogation. There are 2 more at the hospital receiving treatment. They'll take the complainant from this case and go pick them up. All right. Keep in touch if anything comes up." Zhang Qi nodded, letting them return to the bureau first. He then got into his official vehicle and drove to Modu People's Hospital. At the People's Hospital of Modu City, Yiminga had already been bandaged with over a dozen wounds of varying sizes covering his entire arm. The longest gash was stitched with 10 stitches. The smallest ones were also treated with iodine and wrapped up. Because the new young nurse had never seen such injuries before, she was startled by Yiminga. Thus, she wrapped an extra layer, making it look rather frightful, like a mummy. But Yiminga, upon leaving the treatment room, paid it no mind. He returned to the hospital room door, and through the glass his gaze was entirely fixed on Li Jiayu, who lay in the bed inside. At that moment, a female doctor was still examining Li Jiayu. Several vials of blood had been drawn for tests, and the results would take some time. But the flush on Li Jiayu's face lingered stubbornly. For now, the female doctor had only instructed the nurse to administer some glucose water intravenously. After a few more minutes, the female doctor finally emerged. She frowned slightly, and upon seeing Yiminga, she gestured toward the office beside her, signaling him to come over there to talk. Yiminga quickly followed. As for the officer beside him, Yiminga paid him no attention. The officer glanced at Yiminga, then at Li Jiayu lying on the hospital bed. He ultimately decided to just guard Li Jiayu. After all, watching over someone who couldn't move was simpler. Inside the office, the female doctor looked at Yiminga, whose hand was wrapped like a zongzi, and asked, "Who is she to you?" Yiminga, though unaware of how the question related to Li Jiayu's condition, answered truthfully, "We got engaged today. Oh, I suppose I'm her fiancé." "No wonder." The doctor uttered these 2 words, then paused briefly before speaking again. "Are you that desperate?" "What do you mean, doctor?" This remark made Yi Ming's expression turn icy. At the time he rescued Li Jiayu, his entire focus was on her, and he didn't know what poison it was. He only caught words like erotic and didn't think in that direction. The female doctor, seeing Yi Ming's clear, unclouded eyes, realized she might have misjudged. She had originally thought, similar to a news report she had seen about an engagement rape case, that Yiminga intended to do such things in that setting. Maybe I was wrong. Don't you know your wife is on her period? Yiminga, seeing the doctor still asking questions irrelevant to the condition, was about to explode. He slammed the table and shouted, I know, doctor. Can you get to the point? I demand you cure her immediately. Do you understand? No matter how much it costs, whatever the price I'm willing to pay. I already know about your wife's condition. Once the test results are out, I'll prepare the right dosage, and she'll recover. But there's one issue I need to warn you about. What is it? Your wife's situation is that she was given an aphrodisiac during her period. Fortunately, you used the sedative quickly, otherwise it could have caused severe bleeding. Although it's under control now, there is a lingering after effect. What after effect? You cannot have intercourse for 6 months. The female doctor's words left Yiminga frozen in place. Period and given an aphrodisiac. Severe bleeding. As for the doctor's final remark about no intercourse for 6 months, it only enraged Yiminga further. As a hot-blooded young man facing his delicate and easily pushed-down fiancée, how could he stay calm? He had originally planned to have 2 children in 3 years. Now those women had ruined everything. Yiming's hands clenched into fists. Veins bulged. He didn't even notice the blood seeping out again. Watching the female doctor leave, he once again dialed the legal director's number. The legal director, still working overtime, trembled upon receiving Yiming's call. Ever since the boss wife had arrived, his once easygoing department had become extremely busy with overtime every day and even detective work. He was now afraid of seeing Yiming's name. But as an employee, he dared not ignore the boss call. When the call connected, Yiming's cold voice reached his ears. Those who harmed Li Jiayu today, I want them all to rot in prison. It was the same line again. The legal director's heart skipped a beat, and he stammered, yes, sir. He hung up. When Yiminga stepped out of the doctor's office, his entire demeanor was icy. Just then the young nurse who had bandaged him was heading back to the nurse's station. Seeing the reddened bandages on Yiming's arm, she let out a scream. Ah, your hand. The scream made Yiminga look up at her. So cold. That was the nurse's first impression, but she still mustered the courage to scold him for not taking care of himself, and led him back to the treatment room for a rewrap. She even thoughtfully tied a bow on the outside. But Yiminga didn't notice the nurse's little gesture. His heart was already filled with Li Jiayu. Leaving the treatment room, he happened to run into Zhang Qi and Li Jiashue coming upstairs. Li Jiashue looked at Yiminga, but this time she didn't call him brother-in-law. Instead, she walked past him and went to the nurse's station to ask, Nurse, could you tell me which room Li Jiayu is in? Room 24. Thank you, sister. After asking, she didn't call Yiminga, but headed straight for room 24. After today's incident, she felt that Yiminga had failed to protect her sister, leading to the tragedy. She wouldn't forgive him until her sister recovered. Li Jiashue left. Only Zhang Qi and Yiminga remained. Looking at the silent Yiminga, Zhang Qi spoke, I've brought all the suspects back to the station. If there's criminal involvement, it will be handed over to the public prosecution colleagues for due process. You'll need to hire a lawyer, and I can recommend one for you. Yiminga looked at Zhang Qi. He nodded, though uncertain why Zhang Qi was helping him. If he handled it himself, it would be very cumbersome and require connections. Zhang Qi had saved him the trouble of finding those connections. Without further words, they both headed toward Li Jiayu's hospital room. Upon entering, they saw Li Jiashue tightly holding Li Jiayu's hand. The corner of her clothes was already soaked. Clearly she had just been crying. Seeing his sister-in-law in tears, Yiming's anger intensified. Just then the female doctor entered again with the test report. Everyone please step aside. I need to treat the patient. All men please leave. I'm her fiancé. Without a marriage certificate, you have no legal relationship. So sorry you have to leave too. Go ahead. The doctor will handle it. Zhang Qi patted Yiminga on the shoulder and walked out. Yiminga wanted to stay by Li Jiayu's side, but the doctor wouldn't budge, so he couldn't stay in the room. He finally left the room and walked out. Care for a smoke? Zhang Qi said, extending a cigarette toward Yiminga. Yiminga glanced at it, hesitated for a second, and finally decided to take it. Though he didn't smoke much, he only needed it for social occasions. They then walked to the smoking area at the end of the corridor and lit up their cigarettes. Zhang Qi then said, I had a similar experience before. I was 16, she was 15. Puppy love. My girlfriend was cornered by a group of female bullies in the girls' restroom. Back then I couldn't protect her, and since they were minors the penalties were light. I was consumed by impotent rage, staying home every day, gaming all night to numb myself. Later I came to my senses and decided to become an officer to protect more people. Pretty cheesy, huh? But I didn't get into the criminal investigation unit right away. I started as a traffic officer. Then I met you guys and you indirectly helped me. So if you need anything, just say the word. I'll help if I can. Of course I won't do anything illegal. Yiminga remained silent, listening until Zhang Qi finished, then nodded. He finally understood why Zhang Qi had helped him. At this moment he too had failed to protect his wife. With that thought, he slammed his fist against the wall. But Yiminga was not the Zhang Qi of the past. He would make sure these people paid the price. A cigarette lasts only a few minutes. After they finished, they returned to the hospital room. The previous officer had already left, leaving Zhang Qi to guard the room. When they returned, the female doctor was still treating the patient. Unable to enter, they sat on the bench outside. Passers-by, seeing an officer guarding the door, assumed the patient was a criminal. Whispers began to spread, but no one dared to speak aloud. They simply avoided the room. Zhang Qi and the others, unable to hear them, Let it be, as long as Li Jiayu could rest in peace. After another agonizing half-hour of waiting, the doctor finished and came out. She gestured for them to go in and instructed them to ensure Li Jiayu rested well and didn't move around. As soon as the doctor gave the go-ahead, Yiminga rushed in. By then Li Jiayu had already regained consciousness. She was leaning against the bed drinking water. When she saw Yiminga enter, she tried to speak, but choked on the water. Cough, cough, cough. This broke Yiming's heart. He immediately went to her, held her in his arms, patted her back, and said, "Don't speak yet. Rest well. He'll handle everything." Nestled in the firmness of Yiming's chest, Li Jiayu felt a sense of ease. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes meeting his, and gently pushed against his chest. "I am fine. Don't worry. There's an officer behind us. It's a bit embarrassing." Yiminga sensed her motion and slowly released her. But his right hand remained on her shoulder. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her closer until their heads touched. He was afraid that letting go would put her in danger again. Watching this tender scene, Zhang Qi awkwardly said, "Ahem, should I come back later?" As Zhang Qi turned to leave, Li Jiayu quickly said, No, officer. Do we need to make a statement? If it's not convenient here, I've recovered a bit of strength, we can go to the station now. This, cooperating with the police, is the duty of every citizen. I'm not a porcelain doll that shatters at a touch. I'm fine. Alright, we do need to go to the station, but no rush. Just get there before evening. Sis, the officer uncle said it's not urgent. Take more rest. We'll go in the evening, Li Jiayu said with concern, holding her sister's hand tightly. Li Jiayu looked at her adorable sister, patted her head, and said, "Officer uncle is busy. I'm fine, so I don't want to waste his time. Let's get this done and go home to rest. Isn't that more comfortable than a hospital?" "Oh, okay." Hearing her sister's words, Li Jiayu couldn't argue. She reluctantly let go of her sister's hand, allowing Yiminga to help her up from the other side of the bed. Li Jiayu tried a few steps. Though still weak, she could walk without issue. She then said, "Officer, we can go now. I'm fine." Zhang Qi looked at Li Jiayu, who had a kind of morbid beauty about her. She was still very weak. Without wasting time, he took them to complete the statement quickly so they could rest. As for the others, they had already given their statements and were detained at the station awaiting prosecution. This time the four of them rode together in Zhang Qi's car. Yiming's injured right hand prevented him from driving his Ferrari one-handed, and he couldn't take both sisters. They arrived shortly. As Zhang Qi got out of the car, the receptionist called out to her colleagues, "Zhang Qi is back." Soon another young officer came out and said, "Did Zhang Qi bring the victim?" "Everything's ready. We can start the statement anytime." "Thanks, buddy. They'll treat you to hand-torn chicken rice bowl later." Zhang Qi then opened the car door, smiled at them, and said, "We're here. You can get out. Everything's ready. You just describe what happened truthfully." "Thank you, Officer Zhang," Li Jiayu said with a smile. Then with her sister's support, she entered the police station. This was her third time at the station. Most of the officers knew them. They were old acquaintances. Before Li Jiayu could even speak, she heard an officer from across the room mutter, "Weren't you here last month, Li Jiayu? Why are you back again?" Another female officer added, "You're very pretty, but I don't want to see you in this setting often. If you miss me, add me on WeChat, and we'll hang out sometime. Little beauty, you need to protect yourself when you're out. Why not leave me your WeChat? If anything happens, contact me immediately. I can hear you typing from over here." Hearing the officers talking about her, Li Jiayu felt a bit embarrassed. She knew they were saying this to help her move past the shadow of the incident. She didn't understand why, but it felt like things kept happening around her. Truly, a beautiful woman's fate is often fraught with misfortune. Li Jiayu awkwardly greeted the familiar officers and followed Zhang Qi into the statement room. She recounted everything she knew. After finishing the statement, a business van pulled up to the entrance of the enforcement bureau. Yiminga led the two sisters into the vehicle. As soon as they boarded, he pulled her to sit beside him. He spoke, "I forbid you from ever coming to this place again." Hearing the jealousy-laced words, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes inwardly. Did she want to come? Heaven knows she was just getting engaged, yet there were always villains trying to harm her. Still, to appease the jealous Yiminga, she obediently leaned against his shoulder and replied, "I want. He'll never come here again." Yiminga was immensely satisfied with her answer and was about to wrap his left arm around her. Just then Li Jiayu called out, "Sis." Up. Startled, Li Jiayu quickly pulled away from his shoulder. "What is it, sis?" "Something wrong." "Nothing, just your phone." Li Jiayu handed her the phone. Li Jiayu took it, thinking her sister merely didn't want to witness her intimacy with Yiminga. She said to her sister, "Thanks." After putting away the phone, she decided to sit upright instead of leaning over. Though annoyed by the interruption, Yiming's expression remained impassive. Yet there was no chance for further cuddling. Displeased, he said to the driver, "Drive back to the villa from this morning." "Yes, boss." The engine hummed, and the car slowly headed home. The surroundings blurred past. The weather was fine, cloudless, but Yiminga couldn't be happy. He found Li Jiayu, this troublesome little sister, a headache. His little sister-in-law was a tiny light bulb. She had interrupted his embrace of Li Jiayu. But thankfully after today she would return to their hometown and no longer bother him. Thinking this, he decided to endure just 2 more days and finally relaxed, gazing at the scenery outside. Soon they arrived at the villa district. Andemo, already informed, was waiting at the door. Seeing the car, she hurriedly welcomed Li Jiayu inside, then looked Yiminga over from head to toe. Miss, let me see if you're all right. Spotting the bloodstains on her gown, she said with distress, those damned souls, how dare they target our young lady. I hope they rot in jail forever. And I'm fine, don't worry. I'm starving. Have you cooked? Yes, the food is ready. Let's eat quickly, boss and young miss. Animo then noticed Yiming's hand wrapped like a dumpling. Boss, your hand. I'm fine. Let's eat first. But, eat. Oh, okay. Everyone please take your seats. Oh, everything's set. They soon gathered at the table, gazing at the array of appetizing dishes. Everyone happily began to eat. Li Jiayu noticed that the ingredients were all blood-nourishing black fungus, beef, seaweed, and such. She asked curiously, Animo, are these all for replenishing blood? Yes, dear. You'll lose some vital energy in the coming days, so it's good to replenish. Hearing this, Li Jiayu's face flushed. How did even Animo know? So embarrassing. She said nothing more, eating her meal quietly like a little pig. Halfway through, she remembered the idea of bringing her sister to live with them. So with Yiminga present, she asked her sister, Joshua, what do you think of Modu? Modu is nice, but the people are mean. Li Joshua blurted out. Off. Li Jiayu was taken aback. Today's events must have upset her. But the educational conditions here were truly excellent. She still felt she should bring her sister to Modu for her future. So she quickly said, don't worry, the bad people are all locked up. There are no more bad guys. Sis asked you, do you want to stay in Modu with me? Yes, but I have school. That's good. They'll figure out your schooling. You can study right here in Modu, okay? Li Joshua thought for a moment. Her only relative now was her sister, so naturally she would go wherever she was. She nodded after sipping some seaweed pork rib soup. Mum. Hearing this, Li Jiayu felt relieved. She had feared her sister wouldn't be used to Modu. Since she agreed, Li Jiayu turned to Yiminga and asked, Minga, can you arrange for my sister to study in Modu? Yiminga froze, saying nothing. He ate his meal, coldly glancing at Li Joshua. Inside, he was resisting. With this little light bulb around, nothing he wanted to do would be convenient. But he knew this was inevitable. The reason he stayed silent was that he was thinking of which school was farthest away, so she would come home less often. Ideally, he would also enroll her in as many weekend extracurricular classes as possible. Dance, music, math, Olympiad, basketball, volleyball, table tennis. So she would have no time to bounce around in front of Li Jiayu except for sleeping. Seeing Yiminga didn't answer, Li Jiayu thought there was no solution. She looked at him disappointedly. No way. I guess I'll have to buy a school district house. No. What? There is a way, but it might be far. She'd have to board and only come home on weekends. That's fine. She boarded in her hometown too, no problem. Alright, I'll contact someone right away and handle the transfer. Really? Yiminga nodded. Li Jiayu's face lit up with joy. She immediately said to her sister, I'll ask Aunt Mo to prepare a room. They'll have your teacher send all your things. From now on, you'll live with me in Modu. Great, sis. Then I won't have to see you just once a year. Eat first, then take a bath. Our clothes are dirty. Anyway, we're not in a hurry to go back home. Tonight I'll take you out for a walk. Li Jiayu said cheerfully. But sis, your body. I'm completely fine. I was just too hungry earlier. Now I'm okay. Then can I go see a movie? Of course. Yiminga ate his meal wordlessly, but if one looked at his face, they could see the jealous gaze he cast at Li Joshua. The movie outing was supposed to be just him and Li Jiayu. So in his mind, he added several more extracurricular activities for Li Joshua. Just as they finished dinner, Yiming's phone rang. It was the legal director. Yiminga answered. Boss, all the documents are ready. But what about Miss Wang and young Master Kai? I have only one requirement, send them all in. Understood. Yiminga had just hung up the phone when he saw Li Jiayu leading Li Joshua upstairs. Without a second thought, he knew they were heading to take a bath. He himself was covered in grime, and more importantly, his right hand was injured, making it impossible for him to wash alone. So he followed them. Upon entering the room, he saw Li Jiayu searching for clothes with her sister. Yiminga did not disturb them, but stood at the doorway watching Li Jiayu. Sister, shall we wear matching outfits tonight? Li Joshua asked cheerfully, noticing that some of the clothes in her bag were identical to her sister's. Sure, that's fine. Li Jiayu readily agreed to her sister's simple request. Since the clothes were all bought by Li Jiayu, their tastes were similar, so it was no surprise they had bought the same style. The two sisters were also of similar height. One was 162 centimeters, the other 165 centimeters. Dressed in identical outfits, they could easily pass for twins. So they both chose the pale yellow long dress, planning to get their hair permed into fluffy curls later, and they would surely be the most dazzling girls on the street. Yiminga watched from the doorway as the two chatted and laughed, especially the doting expression on Li Jiayu's face. The more he watched, the more he adored her. Li Jiayu was truly virtuous, never unreasonable, and always caring for others. It was just that those women had set her up. He had to wait half a year before he could be with this beauty. Thinking of this, he sent another message to the legal director urging progress. Naturally, this caused another uproar in the legal department. After waiting for a while, Li Jiayu escorted her sister to the bathroom to prepare for a bath. Without closing the door, Li Joshua stood at the entrance, tugged at her sister's hand, and said, Sister, come shower with me. Before Li Joshua could finish her sentence, Yiminga intercepted before Li Jiayu could respond. Li Jiayu looked at him in confusion. Minga, what's the matter? Let your sister bathe on her own. Right now you need to help me wash. Yi Minga said, earnestly shaking his right hand. Li Jiayu looked at his hand with a pang of sympathy. He had been seriously injured trying to save her. Naturally, Li Jiayu did not refuse. Instead, she took his hand and turned to her sister, saying, little sister, you take a bath by yourself and wait for me downstairs. Your brother-in-law is injured and can't wash alone. He needs my help. Li Jiayu saw their hands clasped together and had no room to argue. She spoke, okay sister, I'll wait for you downstairs. Hurry up and finish your bath. Don't do anything else, okay? With that, she closed the bathroom door and began her bath. Looking at the closed door, Li Jiayu's cheeks flushed at her sister's words. How did a middle schooler know so much? The internet was corrupting the youth. She shook her head, trying to push Li Jiayu's words out of her mind. She tugged at Yi Minga's hand and said, let's go. Yi Minga nodded, had her grab some clothes, and led her to another room in the villa. Every room in this villa had its own private bathroom, so there was no need to worry about waiting in line for the bath. With a click, the door opened, and Yi Minga entered first. Li Jiayu followed closely. As soon as they stepped into Yi Minga's room, before she could see what was inside, a soft yellow light flickered on. Yi Minga immediately pinned Li Jiayu against the wall. Minga, you still calling me Minga? He looked at her beautiful lips, and without hesitation kissed her deeply. This time Li Jiayu did not resist. After all, this man had been severely injured protecting her, and they were already engaged. There was no need to be coy any longer. That would be too pretentious. In the heat of the moment, Li Jiayu's arms reached up to wrap around Yi Minga's neck, responding to his kiss, savoring the faint scent of tobacco on his breath. After an unknown period, their lips parted. Yi Minga looked thoroughly satisfied, while Li Jiayu's cheeks were burning. She spoke shyly, let's take a bath first. My sister will get worried if we take too long. Having gotten what he wanted, Yi Minga had no complaints. However, he didn't move, signaling for Li Jiayu to help him undress and bathe. His hand hurt. Li Jiayu took a matching suit from the wardrobe and placed it on the drying rack in the bathroom. Only then did she begin to help Yi Minga undress for the bath. His clothes were completely ruined and unwearable. After helping him remove them, Li Jiayu threw them directly into the trash bin. At the same time, she noticed his clearly defined 8-pack abs. Gulp. For some reason, her throat felt dry. She decided to avoid looking and turned him around, preparing to wipe his back. Suddenly, the shower head sprayed water over Li Jiayu's head. Hey, what are you doing? Let's shower together, or your sister will be waiting too long. But we're engaged, aren't we? And why are you still calling me by my name? Unless you want to call me something else like a kitten when no one's around. Stop. Let's just wash quickly, there's other stuff to do. When they finally came back downstairs to the living room, Li Jiayu had already fallen asleep waiting. She was lying on the sofa, pouting, clearly having grumbled about them before drifting off. Li Jiayu was shocked. Sister, she's asleep. Perfect, that means we have more time alone. Yi Minga said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he moved to embrace Li Jiayu. His hand was halfway extended when Li Jiayu, horrified, dodged away. This was right in front of her sister. Just then Yi Minga's phone rang again. Not only did it interrupt his moment, but it also woke Li Jiayu. Yi Minga's face darkened with displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone, determined to see who had ruined his plan. If it was one of those directors, they would be in for a scolding. When he looked at the phone, he saw it was his mother calling. He felt like he had punched a pillow. Mom, what's up? Son, about those people you sent to jail today, I've already spoken to their families. Whatever you do, as long as no one dies, it's fine. Yi Mingkai and Wang Yali too. Got it. After hearing his mother's words, he glanced at his sister-in-law, who had woken up and was sitting next to Li Jiayu. Yi Minga knew there was no chance for any more cuddling today. So he said, I'm going to the office. You two can do what you like, but don't come back too late. Got it, Li Jiayu replied. With that, Yi Minga left the villa, his driver taking him to the company. Meanwhile, back at home, the two sisters. The younger sister sniffed at Li Jiayu. Sister, you smell of his tobacco. Tell me, did you two do something naughty? You took so long to come down, I fell asleep waiting. I didn't. Still denying it. Oh, just put on your shoes. I'll take you out shopping. You're not officially married yet. I know. Go put on your shoes. Yi Minga quickly arrived at the company's legal department office. His legal team had already organized all the documents and handed them to him. The legal director spoke. Boss, as per your instructions, we have liaised with the Enforcement Bureau. The subsequent public prosecution will be handled by Master Luo's outstanding disciple, Attorney Zhang San. Hearing the legal director's words, Yi Minga glanced at him and asked, the one known as the court's dread, the outlaw Zhang San. I didn't expect the CEO to know of my reputation, Attorney Zhang San replied with a smile. Seeing his confidence, Yi Minga offered a word of encouragement and began to review the documents. The documents contained the criminal evidence against those individuals along with a rough prediction of their sentences. Although Yi Minga had said he wanted them to rot in prison, reality was not so straightforward. The sentences had to meet the legal standards and could not exceed that level, but each penalty had a range. Zhang San was confident he could secure the maximum sentence for each one. Have you reported? Yi Mingkai. Already reported. If nothing unexpected happens, he is now sharing a room with Song Ren to eating government meals. Upon hearing the director's words, Yi Minga closed the file and asked again, when is the court session? Tomorrow it will be an open trial. Would you like to attend? Yes, Yiminga nodded. Naturally, he wanted to see how many years of government meals those who had harmed his wife would have to endure. Having confirmed the court date, it was now just a matter of waiting for the verdict. Since everything was ready, Yiminga said, since all is prepared, let the legal department colleagues go home and rest. Well rested, they'll have the energy to work tomorrow. Hearing the CEO's words, the director happily replied, really? On behalf of the legal department, I thank the boss. Yiminga waved his hand. Go ahead. After giving the legal department the afternoon off, Yiminga returned to his office. Looking at the empty desk beside him, he thought he needed to send his sister-in-law to school as soon as possible so that Jiayu could come back to work. Otherwise, there would be no one to brew his coffee. With that thought, he took out his phone, found a contact named Jiayu and dialed. After a few rings, a mature female voice answered. What wind has blown our busy scene? You to call me. Not spending time with your little wife, you have time to call me. You know what happened? Enough small talk, I need your help today. Get my sister-in-law enrolled in your school. My place is so far away. Why not find a school nearby? Just handle it. Don't ask why. Oh, you won't even call me cousin yet you want my help. Dream on. Hearing the woman's voice, Yiminga fell silent. He was a big CEO. But fine, if he needed her help, he would call her. Lowering his voice, he said, cousin, please help me. Too quiet, I didn't hear you. Enough, stop messing around. Haha, fine, I won't tease you. No sense of romance. Send me her information and bring her over tomorrow. Okay. After saying that, Yiminga hung up, opened his computer, and sent all of Jiaxu's information to Jiayu. In fact, their villa area, being the most prestigious residence in the city, had no district restrictions. One could attend any school in any district. However, Jiayu, having come from a small town, naturally didn't know this. Yiminga wasn't about to tell her either, otherwise his plan to send her sister away would fall through. Having arranged the school, next came the tutoring classes, which he also left for Jiayu to handle. When Jiayu received the requirements and information from Yiminga, she muttered to herself in front of her computer, wow, this cousin of mine is really scheming, filling his sister-in-law's schedule to the brim. But I'm curious which girl managed to melt that iceberg. Too bad I didn't get to watch the show this morning. Oh well, let's arrange it first. His sister will come tomorrow, and he'll probably come too. With that thought, Jiayu took the documents to the admissions office. As the vice principal of No. 27 Middle School, enrolling someone was a simple task. Moreover, the girl had decent grades, ranking in the upper middle range of the school, and her address was in the villa area, so no one could complain. Shijing South Road, Commercial Street, in the city. Next to it was a night market street. This place had everything for eating, clothing, transportation, and entertainment. Perfect for taking his sister-in-law out. It was like an upgraded version of the night market in their hometown. Not that they couldn't afford high-end places, but Shijing South Road Commercial Street offered better value for money. It wasn't evening yet, and since it was a weekday, there weren't many people. After Jiayu parked the car, she said to her sister, let's get our hair done first. A temporary perm would look nice. Whatever you say, sis. Seeing her sister had no objections, she led her out of the car. She didn't know when her sister would be transferred, so naturally, she wanted to take her out to have fun and let her enjoy a carefree feeling. Just as they got out of the car and took a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The two sisters quickly looked over. A boy who looked like a high school student had crashed into a lamppost. Beside him, a few other boys of the same age were doubled over with laughter. Damn, were you too busy checking out the hot girls to watch where you were going? Hilarious, walking into a pole. The teased boy was rubbing his forehead, groaning in pain. Seeing his comical expression, even Jiayu couldn't help but let out a snicker despite feeling a bit guilty. Hey, I saw a fairy, sister smiling at me. The other boys thought he had hit his head too hard and quickly helped him up, saying, stop joking, where's any fairy? Really, look over there. Following his pointing finger, the other boys saw two pretty girls in matching outfits, also laughing. They looked like twins. Whoa. The boys, their hormones just beginning to stir, were instantly captivated. Even a little boy who had come later tugged at his mother's hand and said, Mommy, I want those two big sisters to hold me. The two sisters' charm was overwhelming. Seeing that they were causing a traffic jam, Jiayu quickly grabbed her sister and left the spot. After running for a while, they stopped. Jiayu said to her sister, next time we go out, we should wear masks. I brought one, sis. Also, I brought sanitary pads, painkillers, warm water. Sis, you're so well prepared. Sure, it's your first time being a woman, you don't know. They'll teach you later. These are basic common sense. Watching her little sister pull out so many things from her small bag, just like Doraemon, Jiayu was momentarily stunned. Though she also carried a bag, she still retained the habits from her male days, only putting in her phone, keys, and tissues. She never thought to bring so many items. Sometimes, even when tissues ran out, she forgot to restock. After taking the mask from her sister, she quickly expressed her gratitude. Then the two put on their masks and began to stroll along Shijing South Road. After all, with masks on, everyone's looks were elevated to a 90, and the two sisters naturally became unremarkable, free from the stares and obstructions of passers-by. They followed their plan and first want to get their hair done. Jiayu kept thinking about that line from the song. Light yellow dress, fluffy hair. She wanted to try it, and her sister's expression was equally excited. After all, getting a perm at her sister's age was considered a rebellious act. Her sister had never tried it before. Had it not been for Li Jiayu bringing her to experience it, she probably wouldn't have dared to get a perm until college. Entering the hair salon, since it was a temporary perm, it didn't cost much, 30 yuan per person. If they didn't want the curls the next day, there was still a chance to regret it, just wash it off. The two finished their hair in less than half an hour. When they emerged from the salon with light yellow dresses and wavy curls, two devastating backview killers had appeared. Looking at her sister's styling, the younger sister exclaimed, "Sister, this look really suits you. You're so beautiful. If only your hair were a bit longer, preferably reaching your waist." Hearing her sister's praise, Li Jiayu shyly returned the compliment, then took her sister's hand and continued shopping. Along the way, passers-by couldn't help but glance at them. But seeing that Li Jiayu and her sister were wearing masks, some women said sourly, "They must have ugly faces, otherwise why would they wear masks?" The mask era is long over. Now only ugly people wear masks on the street. Great figure, but definitely a terrible face. Li Jiayu ignored the random judgments of passers-by. As long as they were having fun, that was all that mattered. Next, Li Jiayu took her sister on a tour of clothing stores. Since autumn had arrived, though it wasn't cold yet, the temperature might drop in a few days. So taking advantage of the off-season discounts and new arrivals, she bought some nice clothes for herself and her sister, mostly skirts and dresses. She also stocked up on several pairs of leg-warming tights, having heard online that they were much warmer than long johns. Whether that was true or not, they weren't expensive, so buying a few wouldn't hurt. If they were comfortable, shed buy more, if not shed stop. After walking around for several hours, the two were carrying a large pile of bags. Their hands were red from the strain, and it was time for their movie. They couldn't take so many items into the cinema, and the free lockers at the entrance weren't big enough. With no other choice, Li Jiayu rented a small cart to take everything back to the car first. Only then did they enter the cinema with their tickets. This time they were watching an animated film. Despite the exquisite visuals, beautiful voice acting, and background music, Li Jiayu didn't feel the same way she did when she watched Your Name. Perhaps she was too tired from shopping. Her sister was initially excited, being her first time in a cinema, but as the movie played, she soon fell silent and leaned against Li Jiayu, drifting off to sleep. The movie lasted 2.5 hours. Her sister slept for 2 hours, and Li Jiayu herself dozed off for the last half hour. When the two sisters woke up, the film had already ended and most of the audience had left. Had it not been for a child complaining loudly about the movie being boring, they might have only realized the movie was over when the cleaner came. Stepping out of the cinema, Li Jiayu stretched and said to her sister, "Sister, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. I'm still so sleepy." "Then let's head back. It's been a tiring day. Tomorrow I'll ask Yi Minga about the transfer process." "Mom, you're the best sister. I want to go to university in the Magic City and work here too." "Okay. If you're too sleepy, let's go home." They drove home, greeted Anmo, and went to take a shower and sleep. As for Yi Minga, Li Jiayu fell asleep before he returned. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Li Jiayu woke up groggily. Before she was fully awake, she felt as if she was holding something. Was it a pillow? But she didn't recall buying one. Opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "What the hell? It's Yi Minga. When did he come up?" She had no memory of it. That wasn't the main issue. What was more critical was that Yi Minga was lying straight on the edge of the bed, facing away from her, doing nothing. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu herself was clinging to him like an octopus, her arms and legs wrapped around his body. This position, this posture, clearly indicated that Li Jiayu had taken the initiative to embrace Yi Ming. In other words, she was the one who initiated the cuddling. The embarrassment was overwhelming, and she quickly withdrew her arms and legs. Blushing, Li Jiayu murmured to herself, "I'm so undignified. How could I do this? Luckily, he hasn't woken up. I wonder when he got back." Her movements were very gentle, afraid of waking Yi Minga. Otherwise, facing such an awkward scene, she wouldn't know how to react. She couldn't very well say that she had initiated it. So she took out her phone to check the time. It was only 5:30 in the morning, still dark. Though she was awake, she was still very sleepy. Li Jiayu quickly covered Yi Minga with the blanket, pressing his hands on top of it. Then she shifted a few times, moved to the other side of the bed, turned her back to him, and closed her eyes to sleep. Fortunately, the blanket was long enough to cover both of them. Thus, on the large 2 by 4 bed, they lay on opposite sides, leaving a 1.5 meter gap in the middle. Soon, Li Jiayu's steady breathing indicated she had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Yi Minga woke up at that moment. He turned toward Li Jiayu, gazing at her alluring figure, a sly smile spreading across his face, as if he had successfully executed a scheme. Then gently he pulled her closer to him. Following the same pattern, he restored the previous state. Li Jiayu once again clung to Yi Minga like an octopus, and after tidying the blanket, he fell back asleep. A series of chimes rang out. Yi Minga reached under the pillow and retrieved his phone, answering it without even glancing at the screen. On the other end, the legal director's voice came through. "Mr. Yi, the trial is about to begin. Are you still planning to come?" What time is it now?" 10 o'clock, the legal director's voice came again. 10 o'clock. Yi Minga snapped awake instantly. Li Jiayu, still draped over him, remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking. "All right, I understand," Yi Minga replied briefly before hanging up. Since it was a public trial, punctuality wasn't mandatory, so there was no rush. What puzzled him was why Li Jiayu still hadn't woken up. Slap. He gave her fair thigh a direct smack and said, "Time to get up. Is it daylight already?" Li Jiayu mumbled lazily, opening her eyes. When she realized she was still clinging to Yiminga, her face flushed scarlet, and she quickly scrambled off him. "I'll go wash up first," she muttered, then hurried into the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Yiming's lips curled into a smile. He got out of bed and headed to another room to freshen up as well. He placed his phone on the vanity. Yiminga had just squeezed toothpaste onto his brush when another call came in. This time it was from Jiayu. He paused, then answered directly. "You can send your sister-in-law over now. Also bring your little wife along. I want to meet her." Hearing Jiyasi's words, Yiminga replied calmly, "I don't have time later. Just let the two sisters go over. They'll send you the number later, don't ignore it. Find your presence isn't important. What matters is that your little wife comes. I'm curious to see just how breathtakingly beautiful she is to have captured your heart. You'll see when you meet her. Quite confident, aren't you? Let's talk later." But Yiminga hung up before Jiayu could say another word, then went back to brushing his teeth and washing his face. On the other end, Jiayu stomped her feet in frustration. "He uses me and then discards me like a tissue. If that's how he treats me, then don't blame me for going after his little wife." Jiayu thought, immediately setting her sights on Li Jiayu. At that moment, Li Jiayu was still in the bathroom, trying to calm her nerves. She had squeezed some toothpaste onto her brush and was brushing her teeth. Changing into her clothes had taken a little while, so she hadn't finished washing up yet. She had no idea that another person, a seductive older woman, had set her sights on her. Though if she did know, she probably wouldn't mind, and it wasn't clear who would end up the loser. Just then a knock came at the bathroom door. "Still not done? It's 10 o'clock. Come out, there are other things to do," Yiminga called from outside. Hearing his voice through the door, her heart skipped a beat. The thought of how she had clung to him like an octopus while sleeping filled her with immense embarrassment. She didn't remember having a habit of hugging things in her sleep, so how had she ended up like that? How could she face him now? He was definitely going to tease her again. After a moment's thought, she replied sheepishly, "Almost done, just a little longer." Yiminga waited by the door for a while until Li Jiayu finally emerged. "Why aren't you dressed yet?" she asked upon coming out. "Waiting for you," Yiminga said, pointing to the suit beside him. Seeing that he was still in his pajamas, Li Jiayu murmured inwardly, "You could have changed yourself. You were already wearing pajamas last night." But she didn't voice that thought. Instead, she silently helped him take off his pajamas and put on a sharp suit. "All done. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Later, take your sister to this school and contact this number." Yiminga sent a screenshot to Li Jiayu. "Is this the school? Found it so quickly." "Yes, just contact this person when you get there." "Thank you, Minga. I went through a lot of trouble, and that's all the thanks I get." Looking at his smug expression, Li Jiayu finally relented and gave him a little reward. She whispered those two words in his ear. After Yiminga went downstairs, Li Jiayu picked up his pajamas to toss them into the laundry basket. That was when she noticed the clothes he had worn yesterday. The top had been torn to shreds by his own hands. What the hell, that brutal? A piece of clothing worth tens of thousands, all because he couldn't get it off. He could have just given me the money and asked me to help him change. What a waste of money. Li Jiayu's heart ached at the sight of such squandered wealth. After tossing the pajamas in, Li Jiayu went to her sister's room. She knocked, but there was no response. "Xiaoxua, little sister, are you up?" she called, pressing her ear to the door. Still no answer. She must have already gone downstairs. Li Jiayu opened the door and walked in. She gathered her sister's clothes and packed them into a suitcase. Her sister didn't have many clothes, mostly bought by Li Jiayu herself, so no extra bags were needed. She carried the suitcase downstairs. As expected, her sister was already in the living room watching TV. Seeing Li Jiayu come down, she said, "Sis, you're so late getting up. So lazy." Hearing this, Li Jiayu gave an awkward smile and didn't respond. Instead, she asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Long ago." "Sis, why are you holding a suitcase? Is the school already arranged?" Li Jiaxue asked excitedly. As a top student, she was eager to study. They had already been on break for 3 days. Seeing her sister's eager eyes, Li Jiayu said, "Of course. But the school is a bit far. They'll finish my meal first, then take you there. Then hurry up and eat. I want to go to school." "All right." Without wasting time, Li Jiayu went to eat breakfast. By then, Yiminga was already wiping his mouth with a napkin. Seeing Li Jiayu approach, he slid his plate over to her. "I didn't finish mine. You can have these. I need to go to the public inspection office to deal with those people," Yiminga said. Seeing that each food item had a little left, Li Jiayu rolled her eyes and replied irritably, "If you can't finish, don't take so much. What a waste." "No waste. I'm feeding it all to this little piggy." He then took a photo of her with his phone. "Look, isn't this a little pig eating? Ha ha. Get lost. I don't have time for you. Once I'm full, I need to take Xiaoxua to school." Li Jiayu didn't mind the plate head offered, but she picked up a new pair of chopsticks and started eating. She wolfed down the rest of the breakfast in no time. Turning to Li Jiaxue, she said, "Let's go, sister. Don't keep the teacher waiting." Li Jiaxue stood up from the sofa, slipped on a pair of white sneakers, and followed behind Li Jiayu. Today they had both unconsciously chosen matching white dresses and white sneakers. The only difference was that the younger sister had straight black hair, while Li Jiayu, having not washed her hair the night before, still had it in its curly style. Picking up the items, she took her little sister and got into the car. Li Jiayu felt a bit bewildered as she saw the navigation showing a distance of nearly 50 kilometers. That was far too distant. However, driving herself, it would take about an hour, which was still acceptable. To avoid arriving and finding no one there, Li Jiayu first contacted the number Yiminga had given her before setting off. After a melodious ringtone, someone answered the call. A mature, seductive voice came through. "You finally called, little beauty. When will you arrive? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Li Jiayu brought the phone back in front of her and carefully checked the number to make sure she hadn't dialed wrong. What was going on? Something felt off. Was this the kind of thing a teacher should say? But considering her sister needed to enroll, even if it felt wrong, she had to make contact. She replied, Is this teacher G? If there's no traffic, it'll be there around 1130. 1130. That's lunchtime, we'll be off duty. How about you come at 2 p.m. to handle the enrollment? They'll be waiting for you, okay? Okay then, thank you, teacher G. Don't call me teacher G. You can call me sister or cousin. Remember, come on time in the afternoon. Alright, thank you. Sister. Hearing the woman's voice, Li Jiayu politely hung up. Then she said to her sister, "It's a bit far, about an hour. We won't make it for the morning enrollment. Later I'll take you to buy a phone so we can keep in touch." As long as her sister was by her side, Li Jiayu was fine with anything. As for the phone, she had enough self-control not to let it affect her studies. Turning off the navigation, Li Jiayu drove directly to a shopping mall she was familiar with. After all, she had done a few part-time jobs here, so she was half a local. This mall was just a small one called Saifu Plaza. Naturally, its foot traffic couldn't compare with large malls like Baixiangxing or Bada Plaza, but it still had most of the major brand stores. After parking the car, Li Jiayu took her sister straight to the Apple store. "Are we buying an iPhone, sis?" Li Jiayu asked, looking at the lavishly decorated store. This was the first time her sister had been to such a place. In their small town, there were no specialty stores like this, only generic phone shops where brand logos covered an entire wall. As soon as they entered, a saleswoman came over to greet them. The saleswoman had already noticed that the two girls had arrived in a Porsche 911, and they all rushed over eager to serve them. After all, customers of this caliber had great potential. "Two beautiful ladies, are you here to look at phones, tablets, or computers?" "We're buying a phone. Please take my sister to have a look." The saleswoman saw that Li Jiayu was already holding a top-tier iPhone and had bought a phone case worth 2,000, which made her even more excited. The commission from one phone case could rival that of a whole phone. Definitely a big spender. So she enthusiastically led Li Jiayu to the phone section. When they reached the area, Li Jiayu said to her sister, "Pick a model you like. If you don't know how to choose, just go for the top-tier specs. Your sister has money." "Got it, thank you, sis." Since Li Jiayu had become a girl in Li Jiaxu's memory, her brother's constant "spend wisely" had turned into "spend freely." What a difference in fortune. However, Li Jiayu didn't choose the most top-tier phone. She thought that phone was too big, she preferred a compact one. So she picked a previous generation iPhone model, of course, with the highest configuration for that model. She also got a phone case and earphones. After buying the phone, they went to the neighboring telecom store to get a SIM card for her sister before leaving the mall. It was still early. Li Jiayu stood at the mall entrance with her sister and asked, "There's an arcade over there. Wanna go play?" "Sis, why the arcade? It's still early. We only need to get there by 2 p.m. It's not even 11 yet, so we have 2 hours to kill. Otherwise it'll be too boring," Li Jiayu said with a smile. "Forget it, sis. That place is too noisy. I don't really want to go. Is there a bookstore nearby? I'd like to read some books. There's a private library nearby. Let's go there." Li Jiayu nodded and put the phone in her pocket. She followed her sister to the entrance of a library. It was more of a cafe that offered a place to read. You had to pay to enter and read. In MO2 it wasn't cheap. For a cup of coffee or milk tea at 45 yuan, you could read inside until closing time. It had air conditioning and charging stations. It wasn't too expensive, but the furniture was wooden tables and chairs not as comfortable as sofas. Li Jiayu ordered a coconut latte and her sister ordered a bubble milk tea, then they entered the reading room. It was very quiet inside. There were students preparing for exams, civil servants, and writers typing away on their laptops. Li Jiayu even noticed a writer of genderbender novels scratching his head, apparently stuck on a plot point. She wondered how his work was doing. She had tried writing novels herself, but it wasn't her forte, as she only ever got the minimum payment and eventually gave up. It was a pity she hadn't persisted, and maybe things would have been different. Watching that writer, she felt she saw her former self. A cup of coffee, a shabby 80-year-old laptop, 2,000 words, and a whole day. "Sis, let's sit here." Li Jiayu found a seat by the window and whispered to her sister, "Okay, I'll go grab a book. You put the drinks down and save the spot." Li Jiayu walked to the bookshelf, looking at the vast array of books. She picked a published novel called Under the Night from a well-known author. She had always heard it was incredibly popular, but never had time to read it. Now was a good opportunity. After she sat down, her sister came back with a literary work. Li Jiayu couldn't understand it, but she didn't bother her. The two read their books, and time quickly passed. Before they knew it, it was 1230. Li Jiayu checked the time and said to her sister, "Let's stop reading. We need to go grab a quick lunch, and then it'll be about time." "Okay, sis." Li Jiayu said, closing her book and following her sister to put it back before leaving. They had a simple meal of wontons. Then the two girls got back in the car and headed to the school. At the public prosecution courtroom, Yiming made his way to a front row seat. The legal director, upon seeing Yiming's arrival, immediately spoke up, "President, you're finally here. How is the situation now?" "The first trial is for those 4 girls." Lawyer Zhang San filed the public prosecution on charges of intentional injury, use of prohibited substances, and violation of women's will. The opposing lawyer tried to argue, but almost got himself detained. Now those 4 girls have been detained to the side, awaiting judgment together after the adjournment. Song Rintu, for instigating poisoning and providing prohibited substances, didn't even bother to call a lawyer. He admitted to all the charges presented by lawyer Zhang San and has been taken down as well. Now it's Wang Yali's turn. Listening to the legal director's words, Yiming looked at Wang Yali, who was completely at a loss. She had lost her previous arrogance and aggressiveness. With a pitiful appearance, she reminded Yiming of her from over a decade ago. Back then Wang Yali had the same look in her eyes. At that time he protected her as an older brother. But now she could only blame herself for repeatedly trying to harm Li Jiayu. Soon lawyer Zhang San began his performance. Zhang San spoke in court like the immortal poet Li Bai, eloquent and persuasive. The opposing lawyer was left speechless, not daring to refute. After all, the last lawyer, who argued back, almost ended up behind bars. This one-sided crushing match brought a smile to Yiming's face. He didn't remember the details, only that the lawsuit demanded a 10-year sentence for Wang Yali. 10 years. Even a virgin would become an old woman by then. Wang Yali burst into tears in court. But a crime is a crime. No amount of crying could change the fact that she had done wrong and must face punishment. The last one naturally was Yiming. He still didn't know how he ended up here. But he was not panicked at all. He simply didn't believe that Yiming would dare to do anything to him. After all, he was Yiming's cousin and the eldest grandson of their grandfather. How could Yiming be so unfilial as to send him to prison? Ridiculous. However, when he heard Zhang San list off his crimes one by one, he was stunned. Impossible. How could you know so much about me? This is a legal invasion of privacy. Lawyer Zhang San spoke again. Your Honor, presiding judge, we propose that Yiming be sentenced to life imprisonment for multiple offenses. Life. Yiming stared at Zhang San's sharp tongue and collapsed on the spot in terror. Did I really do that many things? The other spectators stood up in shock, all eyes turning to Yiming at the front. Yiming is Yiming's cousin. How could he? This is a complete severance of family ties. Holy crap. Even the other members of the Yi family who had come along couldn't bear to look at Yiming. After all, he was his cousin. But before they arrived, they had received a warning from Yiming's parents. They were powerless to intervene. The only one who could have saved him was grandfather Yi, but he had passed away a few days ago. As for Yiming's father, he had died long ago. This meant no one could save Yiming. Yiming stood up again, glaring at Yiming outside the court. Do you have to put me to death? Yiming's face twisted into a sneer. He said calmly, he who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. Yiming, you won't get off easy either. The presiding judge, seeing Yiming's hysterics, banged the gavel. Order in the court. Defense counsel, do you have anything else to say? Hearing the judge's words, the lawyer glanced at Zhang San and deflated. What was there to say? If he said any more, he'd end up inside too. So the lawyer replied, the defense has no objections. Hearing his lawyer say that, Yiming snapped. He reached out to grab the lawyer and shouted, I paid you a fortune to come here, and you say no objections. Go to hell. You useless lawyer. No matter how furiously Yiming raged, it couldn't change reality. Seeing that both sides had no further comments, the presiding judge and the chief judge announced, court is adjourned for half an hour. The verdict will be delivered after the recess. With that, the officers in the courtroom directly guarded the convicted criminals, preventing any disturbance. Whispers broke out in the audience. This time Yiming actually sent his childhood sweetheart and cousin to prison for the sake of his wife. It's absolutely monstrous. I agree with Yiming. If someone bullied my wife and I didn't have the legal means, I'd come with a knife. Those girls seem to have realized their mistake. Can't we be lenient? If knowing the mistake were enough, what would we need the police for? Apologizing would settle everything. A cacophony of discussions filled the air. Half an hour passed quickly. The chief judge and presiding judge re-emerged. The presiding judge looked at the gradually quieting audience and said, all rise. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The sound of chairs scraping followed. Though the trial wasn't large, there were still over 100 people. All craned their necks toward the presiding judge, eager to know the severity of the sentence. The verdict is as follows. 1 Zhang Jiayu Muqian and Shunya are sentenced to 3 years fixed-term imprisonment. 2 Shen Yu is sentenced to 5 years fixed-term imprisonment. 3 Song Rintu is sentenced to 5 years fixed-term imprisonment. 4 Wang Yali is sentenced to 10 years fixed-term imprisonment. 5 Yiming is sentenced to life imprisonment. The verdict is concluded. If the defendant has any objections to this judgment, please file an appeal within 3 months. This result left everyone present stunned. They hadn't expected it to be exactly as lawyer Zhang San had proposed. Not a single deviation. Most importantly, these were Yiming's childhood sweetheart and cousin. Was there no leniency at all? At that moment, everyone present was struck speechless with shock. After hearing the verdict, Yi Minga simply left his seat and walked out of the courtroom. Whether they would appeal or not, he didn't care. He had gotten the result he wanted. After leaving the courtroom, Yi Minga returned directly to the company. As the president of a conglomerate, he had many matters to attend to and no time for other things. At the gate of Moduno 27 Middle School, the screech of brakes sounded. Li Jiayu finally arrived here just before 2 o'clock. Looking at the school, which was about the size of the university she had attended, she exclaimed, "No wonder it's a Moda middle school. Truly impressive." Then Li Jiayu said to her younger sister, "This is where you'll be studying for the next few years. I checked when I came out. It's a thruft school, meaning senior high school will also be here. What do you think of the environment? Do you like it?" Li Joshua looked around. The surroundings were shaded by lush trees filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. She nodded and replied to Li Jiayu, "I like it. Good, then let's go inside." Li Jiayu held Li Jiaxu's hand, dragging a small suitcase to the security booth at the main gate, waiting for Jiyaxi to come pick them up. Inside the air-conditioned booth, the uncle looked at them and asked in confusion, "Are you here for school?" "Hasn't school started long ago? Uncle, my sister is transferring here." "Transfer? Then your sister must be something able to transfer to our school," the uncle said, looking at Li Jiaxue with astonishment. Hearing the uncle's words, Li Jiayu said curiously, "Oh really? Uncle, I never knew. You mean this school is really good?" "Of course I'm not exaggerating. Our graduates, even the worst ones, go to 211 universities. Tsinghua, Peking, Fudan, and Shanghai Jiaotong are countless. Just think how good it is. I wanted my son to get into this school, but unfortunately he didn't make it," the uncle said, shaking his head with regret. Li Jiayu, upon hearing the uncle's explanation, was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Yi Minga to be so reliable, finding such a good school for her sister. She really needed to thank him properly. She quickly said to her sister, "Sister, did you hear what the uncle said? Everyone here is amazing. Even though your grades were top-notch back home, here everyone is talented. You must study hard, you know." "Got it, sis. They'll get first place in the class this year to make you happy. If you really do, we'll take you to the north to see ice sculptures. Isn't that where you most want to go?" "Really? Awesome." At that moment, Jiyaxi arrived at the security booth, driving her little car. She got out and entered the booth. "Uncle, you're on the day shift," she said. "Principal Ji, haha, yes, day shift. These two girls were waiting for you. You should have let me take them in directly, no need for you to make the trip," the security uncle said hurriedly. "No problem, come on, you two beauties, get in my car. It's quite a distance from here to the admissions office. Walking would take a lot of time," Jiyaxi said. Hearing Jiyaxi's words, Li Jiayu nodded and, taking her sister, walked out of the security booth and got into Jiyaxi's pink mini EV Macaron edition. This car had been out for a while, and honestly it was her first time riding in such a small car. Sitting inside, Li Jiayu found this tiny car quite convenient, except its range was too short, making it impractical for long trips. But it was very easy to park, so there were pros and cons. Soon the car stopped in front of a building made entirely of glass. "We're here, you two beauties, get out," Jiyaxi said. "Okay, thank you." Li Jiayu nodded, quickly opened the seat to let her sister in the back get out. She also took out the suitcase, then followed behind Jiyaxi, ready to enter the building. At that moment, Li Jiayu suddenly noticed that Jiyaxi walking ahead hadn't locked the car. Li Jiayu quickly called out, "Principal Ji, aren't you going to lock the car?" As her words fell, Jiyaxi turned to look at the two girls. Pausing for a moment, Jiyaxi said to Li Jiayu, "Didn't I tell you to call me sister or cousin? Why are you still calling me Principal Ji? As for the car, I just use it for commuting on campus. I never lock it and nothing happens. The keys are even still in it." Hearing Jiyaxi's words, Li Jiayu was slightly shocked. For campus commuting, wasn't an electric scooter enough? Back when she was in college, she used to envy classmates who rode scooters to class. Now seeing Jiyaxi spend tens of thousands on a car just for campus commuting. How extravagant. Indeed, the life of the wealthy was different. Their lives were so colorful. Li Jiayu didn't say anything more, but followed Jiyaxi with her sister, and soon entered an admissions office. At that moment, someone was already waiting for Jiyaxi and the others in the office. Seeing them enter, they promptly came to greet them. It seemed they were specifically waiting for them. Li Jiayu thought to herself, it was long past the enrollment period. Normally this office would be empty. It was only natural that they were waiting for them. "Teacher Zhang, I've brought the student. Please handle her enrollment and then assign her to your class." "Okay, Principal," Teacher Zhang said. Teacher Zhang was a refined-looking teacher in her 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses. One look at her, and you felt she was reliable. Li Jiayu glanced at the teacher, then quickly pushed her sister forward. "Sister, say hello to Teacher Zhang." "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Looking at Li Jiaxue being pushed out, Teacher Zhang smiled and said, "So it's this sister who needs to enroll. Come over and fill out this form, then take a photo for a school ID. They'll take you to get your uniforms, and after you put your things in the dormitory, you can go to class. Afternoon classes start at 2. You've missed the first period, but just make it to the classroom before the second period." Li Jiaxue nodded obediently at Teacher Zhang's words. "Follow me." "Okay." So Li Jiaxue quickly followed Teacher Zhang to the desk to fill out the form. After finishing the form, it was time for the photo. With Li Jiaxue's looks, every angle was beautiful. Even a random shot could be a profile picture. After completing these procedures, Li Jiaxue officially became a student of Modu No. 27 Middle School. Alright, follow me to get your uniforms. It's also in this building, won't take long. Teacher Zhang put away the form and said to Li Jiaxue, Okay, teacher. Seeing Li Jiaxue's obedient demeanor, teacher Zhang grew fonder of her. She had seen Li Jiaxue's file. She previously studied in a small town under a remote county. For her to achieve such grades in a poor rural area with such backward educational conditions, she must be a little genius. Teacher Zhang was confident that under her guidance Li Jiaxue would reach even greater heights. Perhaps Class 6 could produce a student who would even surprise Class 1. After walking a short while they arrived at a place resembling a warehouse. Inside were daily consumables, sports equipment, and items like uniforms. After briefly explaining their purpose, the teacher in charge of the warehouse handed over 6 sets of uniforms, 3 for summer, 3 for winter, to Li Jiaxue. Li Jiaxue politely thanked her. Next was heading to the dormitory. The dormitory was quite far. Taking Jiyasi's little car, it took 9 minutes to reach the dormitory area. The school offered 3 types of rooms, doubles, quads, and 6-person rooms. Generally, room assignments were determined by lottery, but Jiyasi arranged a double room for Li Jiaxue. According to her, there happened to be a vacancy. Who knows if there was any insider dealing? As they entered the dormitory area, the exterior of these 2-person rooms looked no different from the 4 or 6-person ones, perhaps only a bit more greenery around them. But inside lay a hidden secret one that couldn't be discovered without stepping through the door. Li Jiayu noticed that these 2-person rooms even had an elevator. Compared to her younger sister's dormitory conditions, the 6-person room she had lived in during her own student days was like a slum. Back then she had been quite pleased as the school's facilities weren't bad. She had even seen posts on Tieba about refugee-like 12-person dorms without so much as a desk, and felt fortunate to have drawn a 6-person room. Now seeing her sister's dormitory, she finally understood why so many wealthy second-generation students had found college life comfortable. It seemed they were among the lucky ones who had drawn 2-person or single-person rooms right. Li Jiayu was well aware of such unspoken rules. After all, she had worked numerous part-time jobs and encountered all sorts of shady characters. Taking the elevator to the 7th floor, room 702 was her sister's dormitory. Since it was class time, naturally no one was inside. Teacher Zhang used the key obtained from the dormitory ant to unlock the door. As the door swung open, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted out. Turning on the light, the room was filled with a girlish aura of various trinkets hung on the walls. On the dressing table were various skincare products. Her bed was adorned with many cute plush toys, suggesting her sister's roommate was an adorable sweet girl. Li Jiayu felt relieved. At least her sister in this unfamiliar place wouldn't be bullied. On the other side of the room was an empty bed, completely bare but spotlessly clean. As Li Jiaxue and Li Jiayu took in the satisfactory dormitory, teacher Zhang smiled and said, You can come back to see it after class. Leave your things here for now. We need to head to the classroom or miss the second period. Okay, teacher Zhang. Li Jiayu quickly placed the suitcase on the empty bed. She couldn't afford to delay her sister's class. As for the missing bed sheets and blankets, she could buy them later. After putting things away, a key was also given to Li Jiaxue. The group got back into the car and headed to the teaching building. Even during the break between classes, there were only a few students chatting idly in the hallway. Most were in the classroom reading, previewing the next lesson, or doing problems. So intense. Truly a school in a big city, incomparable to the laid-back attitude of a small town. Li Jiayu now believed what the security guard had said. It was all forged through fierce competition. As they walked, they finally arrived at the door of a classroom on the 3rd floor. Teacher Zhang signaled for them to wait at the door, then entered the classroom alone. At that moment, the students inside looked up as teacher Zhang entered. The next period wasn't her class. They were puzzled. Just then, teacher Zhang stood at the podium and said, Let me borrow a moment of your time. Today we have a transfer student. Let me introduce her. Hearing teacher Zhang's words, everyone began whispering. Do we even get transfer students at our school? I never heard about it. You haven't heard, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Now hey, race one. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. I hope it's a girl. There aren't many girls in our school, and preferably a pretty one. Teacher Zhang watched the chattering crowd below and immediately said, Everyone please stop discussing. Our new classmate is waiting outside. At her words, they fell silent. Then teacher Zhang nodded toward the door. A girl about 1.6 meters tall walked in from outside. It was clear she was shy in this unfamiliar environment. Her long black hair reached her waist, naturally cascading down her back. She wore a white dress and clean white sneakers. She resembled a little sister from next door, pure and pristine, but her stunning looks elevated her to the status of a white moonlight. Everyone was instantly captivated by Li Jiaxue's appearance. Though she had been relatively tall back in her hometown here in Modu, she seemed rather petite. After all, girls here were generally around 170 centimeters, those around 160 centimeters were rare. But being small also made her endearing and cute. Li Jiaxue was always slow to warm up in new environments. So at this moment she stood on the stage, not daring to speak, nervously lowering her head. A completely different person from the one beside Li Jiayu. This was also tied to her life in the small town, having been called an orphan for years, Li Jiaxue only showed her true self around Li Jiayu. Seeing this, Li Jiayu whispered softly to Li Jiaxue, "Sister, since you're in a new class, introduce yourself, or how will your new friends get to know you?" Her voice was not loud, but in the quiet classroom it was enough for the students inside to hear. "Wow, there's another sister outside. I think I heard it too. Wow. If the younger sister was this pretty, wouldn't the older sister be the same?" Driven by curiosity, the students immediately looked over. There at the door stood a sister who wore the same outfit as the girl on stage and bore a 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance. Both were in white dresses and white sneakers, but the younger sister had long, straight black hair, while the older sister had short, wavy curls. The boys instantly grew excited. In this monotonous study life, the arrival of these two girls was undoubtedly a heavy seasoning for their dreary academic journey. The older sister looks super cute too. I never thought our school would get two such beautiful girls. She looks a few years older than us, probably from the high school division. Great. Before I was torn among a few goddesses for the school beauty title. Now I don't have to worry, this older sister alone beats them all, doesn't she? I can't wait to make friends with the girl on stage. Are you really trying to make friends? You're just after her sister's body. You're despicable. Just then a girl with glasses and black frames behind them rolled her eyes and said, Hey, is that the kind of thing you teenage boys should be saying? None of your business." The originally quiet classroom instantly became restless. But teacher Zhang cleared her throat, and they quieted down. All eyes were on Li Jiaxue on the stage. Composing herself, Li Jiaxue spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Jiaxue." After saying that, Li Jiaxue stopped. Several seconds passed. The students' small heads produced big question marks. "That's it." Teacher Zhang looked at Li Jiaxue and quickly smoothed things over. "Maybe our classmate Jiaxue is too nervous. But we still have a whole year to get to know each other, so there's no rush. Alright Jiaxue, please take the seat by the window in the second row." Li Jiaxue nodded, stepped down from the podium, and immediately sat in the empty seat. Her desk mate was a cute girl. The girl smiled at Li Jiaxue and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Yuming. Nice to meet you." "Hello, I'm Li Jiaxue." As soon as she sat down, Li Jiaxue caught a familiar scent. "Say Yuming, do you live in building 17, apartment 702? Li Jiaxue asked curiously. Zhang Yuming was slightly taken aback by her words. She replied, "Yes, what's wrong? What a coincidence, so do I." Li Jiaxue added. This time both girls were stunned. They hadn't expected the world to be so small. Then Zhang Yuming said, "What a coincidence, you're my roommate. How about we grab lunch together after class?" "Sure, sounds good." They chatted a bit more. As the bell rang, the second period began. Awkwardly, Li Jiaxue's textbooks were still waiting for Li Jiayu to have them sent from the former homeroom teacher. Without a textbook, she had to share with the girl next to her. This brought them even closer. Outside the corridor, Li Jiayu, seeing that Li Jiaxue was already in class, finally felt at ease. She turned to Jiyasu beside her and said, "Thank you, sister. I need to go buy some things for my sister now." Jiyasu smiled at Li Jiayu and said, "I have no classes this afternoon either. They'll go with you." "Oh, that's too much trouble, sister." "No need. It's no trouble. Unless you don't want me to come along." Li Jiayu hadn't expected Jiyasu to say that. Since Jiyasu had helped her enroll, she couldn't bring herself to refuse again. "Alright, then I'll trouble you, sister." No sooner had she spoken than, "It's no trouble. Follow me." Jiyasu had already taken her hand, leading her downstairs. Since it was class time, the campus was empty. Soon Jiyasu and Li Jiayu arrived at the school's small shop. Though called a small shop, it was almost like a mini supermarket, stocked with snacks, drinks, stationery, daily necessities, and bedding. The variety was comprehensive. As soon as they entered, Li Jiayu wanted to browse. But when the shopkeeper saw Jiyasu, he directly handed her a top-tier Hello Kitty bedding set without asking for payment. As for the daily necessities Li Jiayu picked up, they were considered trivial items. After all, it was a Shanghai school. The bedding quality was decent. Li Jiayu felt the fabric and thought it comparable to Mercury Home Textiles, a set likely costing around 1,000 yuan. Thinking how expensive it was, and that the shopkeeper ran a small business, she prepared to pay. But Jiyasu didn't give her the chance, taking the bedding and walking out of the shop. They went downstairs, opened the trunk, and tossed it in. Jiyasu said calmly, "I told you not to pay. Just take it. The shopkeepers here aren't as poor as you think. They make good money." "Alright, then shall we go to the dormitory and put it away?" Li Jiayu asked. No sooner had she spoken than Jiyasu's finger pressed against her cherry lips. With a mischievous grin, Jiyasu said, "No rush. Your sister isn't out of class yet. We have a few hours. Since you're here, don't you want to explore the campus and see what kind of school your sister is attending?" Explore the campus. Li Jiayu felt there was something suggestive in Jiyasu's tone, but she had no proof. Besides, who could resist a tall, beautiful 178 centimeters mature woman? So half persuaded and half reluctant, Li Jiayu let Jiyasu lead her around the campus. After walking for a while, though it was early autumn and the campus was lush, it was still quite hot. Li Jiayu was even starting to sweat. Seeing her glistening with perspiration, Jiyasu smiled with a triumphant look and said, "It's so hot, and there's hardly anyone around. How about we go to the swimming pool for a while?" Hearing this, Li Jiayu refused without thinking, "But I don't know how to swim." "No problem, I can teach you." And I even have a swimsuit for you, Jiayu said with a sly smile. Come on, otherwise the afternoon will be so boring. Not giving Jiayu a chance to hesitate, she pulled her straight into the swimming pool. At that moment a few students were practicing swimming in the pool. They were from the school's sports department. Seeing Jiayu enter, they immediately called out, "Teacher, Ji, no classes this afternoon. Coming for a swim again." "No classes, but I don't have time to play with you little ones today. I need to teach this beauty behind me how to swim." Hearing this, the students let out a few oohs, and then left a space for Jiayu. After speaking to the students, Jiayu turned to Jiayu and said, "Let's go to the changing room." Changing room. Jiayu was dumbfounded when she heard that. Going to the changing room with Jiayu. That would be too risque for her to even imagine. She stood frozen, not following. As Jiayu walked, she noticed something was off. She looked back at Jiayu, who was still standing there. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Come on." "Okay." Watching Jiayu's back, Jiayu thought she had nothing to lose, so she steeled herself and followed. Entering the changing room. It looked much like what you'd see in anime. A long bench in the middle surrounded by lockers, and a few curtain cubicles along the wall for privacy. Jiayu felt a little excited at first, but when she saw the changing cubicles, she was oddly a bit disappointed. Perhaps it was a leftover habit from her previous male identity. Jiayu stopped in front of a locker plastered with cartoon stickers. "This is my locker. If you come again, you can use it directly. It's unlocked." Again, Jiayu couldn't imagine coming alone next time. Besides, this was a middle school. How could she, a university graduate who had already worked, hang out with these little girls? That would be a mess. But since Jiayu brought it up, she nodded politely. Then Jiayu took out a bikini-style swimsuit from the locker and handed it to Jiayu. "Here, this is yours." Watching Jiayu hand her a light yellow bikini-style swimsuit, Jiayu's face turned crimson. "What, embarrassed?" Jiayu laughed. "Or is it because I'm here that you're shy? Here, I'll give you this too." With that, Jiayu handed over 2 thin silicone pads. "What are these? Stick them on yourself? Or if you can't, I'd be happy to help," Jiayu said with a smirk. "No, that's fine." Jiayu quickly refused. Since she was already on this boat, what choice did she have? She had to put on the bikini and swim. Regarding cross-dressing, Jiayu was already an old hand. It didn't take her long to change into the outfit. As for the sticker, she had also applied it properly. Donning the clothes Jiayu had given her, she looked at her arms, belly, and thighs exposed, feeling a bit shy. She hesitated for a long time, not daring to come out of the changing room. In the end, it was Jiayu, that female rogue, who directly pulled aside the curtain and dragged Jiayu out to proceed. "Very pretty, this outfit suits you perfectly." Jiayu looked Jiayu up and down, her gaze no different from that of old lectures. It made Jiayu blush deeply. Finally, Jiayu came to a realization. Since she had already been seen almost entirely, she couldn't let herself be at a disadvantage. She immediately opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared back at Jiayu. Bloody hell. Jiayu, that little schemer, had dressed herself conservatively while making Jiayu wear clothes that could make one's nose bleed. Jiayu felt she had been completely taken advantage of. So she spoke up. "Sister, are you wearing this?" "Mom." "Well, sister, you give me this kind of outfit, but you yourself are covered up without showing any skin. I am an expert swimmer, so it's normal for me to wear more. You're just starting out, so naturally you need less fabric. That way the resistance when you swim is smaller. If you wear more fabric, the resistance increases. Little beauty, think about it. Those Olympic athletes only wear a tiny bit of fabric, right? Isn't that the logic?" Watching Jiayu make up nonsense, Jiayu felt exhausted. Her reasoning was so convincing that Jiayu couldn't find a rebuttal. She skipped the issue directly. Jiayu took Jiayu's hand and walked out of the changing room. As they walked, Jiayu's hand unconsciously slid to Jiayu's waist. This made Jiayu freeze on the spot. "What's wrong?" Jiayu asked, puzzled, seeing Jiayu stop. Jiayu quickly used her hand to remove Jiayu's hand from her slender waist and said, "Don't, sister, this isn't right." However, before Jiayu could finish, Jiayu's hand returned to her waist. "So soft, it feels really nice. What's there to be afraid of? We're both girls. It's not like I can do anything to you, right?" Jiayu was exasperated. There was definitely something wrong with Jiayu. She was a complete female rogue. Jiayu now had a strong reason to suspect she was a lesbian. For some reason, although her mind said she didn't want this, her body didn't try to escape. Instead, half pushed and half yielding, she was dragged into the water by Jiayu. The water wasn't cold, but it was temperature controlled. This was Jiayu's first time swimming. When she was little, she had been choked a few times while secretly swimming in the river near her hometown with some neighborhood kids. After that, she never dared to go into the water again. Even on very hot days when she went to the river with classmates, she was the one standing on the bank watching over everyone's phones and clothes. At most, she would wade into the water up to her thighs to cool off, and then get out. "Your swimming posture is wrong. Do it like this." After saying that, Jiayu directly wrapped her arm around Jiayu's waist to teach her the correct posture. "Seriously, if you're teaching, just teach. Why do you have to hold the waist?" Then every time Jiayu made a mistake, Jiayu would use the excuse of Hansen teaching to grope her everywhere. "They'll say it again, swimming isn't like this. Come here, I'll support your thigh, and you try. Yes, like that. Perfect swimming form. Li Jiayu. Wait, you pinch me even when I do it right. Jiayu, old habit he. Following Jiyasu's teaching techniques, Li Jiayu surprisingly learned to swim in an afternoon. Setting aside Jiyasu's groping as a teacher, she was quite good. Her technique was solid. After learning, Li Jiayu quickly broke free from Jiyasu's clutches, paddled around in the pool a few times to confirm she could swim, and immediately climbed out of the water. Jiayu extended her claw-like hand about to make a move on Li Jiayu. Seeing Li Jiayu climb out, she asked puzzledly, "What? Not swimming anymore?" Li Jiayu, stiffening at the sight of Jiayu, quickly said, "Yeah, it's getting late. I need to go make my sister's bed." Late? Jiayu checked the time. It was already 4:30, indeed, quite late. She nodded and said, "Alright, go rinse off again, and it'll take you to your sister's dorm." Hearing Jiyasu's words, Li Jiayu felt something was off. Fortunately, the bathroom had private stalls, and there was no soap on the floor waiting to be picked up. After a quick wash, Li Jiayu changed back into her own clothes and left the swimming pool. The pool was some distance from the car. Li Jiayu waited at the entrance for a while, but didn't see Jiayu. She guessed that Jiayu might have come out earlier and gone to the car. Thinking this, Li Jiayu walked outside, based on her memory. Just then a middle-aged man in a polo shirt blocked her way. He said sternly, "Hey you there, student, yes, you come over here." Li Jiayu froze in place. She stopped and pointed at herself. From his words, she realized that this school administrator had mistaken her for a student. Li Jiayu was about to speak when the middle-aged teacher said to her, "What do you look like? A student skipping class during school hours, and with permed hair. Don't you have any respect for school rules? Come with me to the office right now, and call your parents over." Seeing the teacher's look of disappointment, Li Jiayu smiled awkwardly and said, "Hello teacher, I'm not a student here." Before she could finish, the middle-aged teacher interrupted. "You students these days, you really think teachers don't browse Douyin? Don't think you can fool me with that. Did you see some video of a student wearing a jacket pretending to be a teacher, and think you could pull it off? If you don't admit your mistake honestly, I'll criticize you publicly during the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow." Li Jiayu was dumbfounded. Why wouldn't this teacher believe she wasn't a student? She spoke again. "Teacher, how about I call Principal G? She can confirm my identity. Don't try to bluff me with the principal. The last student who tried that was expelled on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that you're a young girl, I wouldn't be so nice. Come to the office with me. You don't want me to drag you there, do you?" Bloody hell. Li Jiayu was completely flustered. Why wouldn't this teacher believe she wasn't a student? She took out her phone to call Jiayu. But the middle-aged teacher was astonishingly fast. The moment Li Jiayu pulled out her phone, it was already in his hand. "Still playing with your phone? They'll hold on to it for now. Come get it when your parents show up." "Oh my god, I really am not a student." By this time, Jiayu was already seated in the car waiting for Li Jiayu. However, after waiting for quite a while, she noticed that Li Jiayu still hadn't come up, and she wondered if the girl had gotten lost. Jiayu murmured to herself, "She can't be that naive, getting lost on campus." But being a bit simple-minded might make her easier to deceive. After waiting a few more minutes, Jiayu could no longer bear it. She drove directly toward the swimming pool. Along the way, she saw no trace of Li Jiayu. Thinking about it, she decided to call Li Jiayu's phone. At that moment, Li Jiayu, who had already arrived at the dean's office, was rendered speechless by the middle-aged teacher. No matter what she said, the dean refused to believe her, insisting that she was lying and refusing to call her parents. "In all my years as dean, this is the first time I've encountered such a stubborn female student. You'll suffer greatly in society if you keep this up. Setting aside your grades, just in terms of character." Just then, Li Jiayu's phone rang. The phone was lying on the dean's desk. When the dean saw the name, Principal G, displayed on the screen, the corner of his mouth twitched. "You've set this up quite convincingly. Did one of your classmates pretend to call to rescue you?" "Teacher, I'm really not a student. If you don't believe me, just answer the call, and you'll know." Li Jiayu was too tired to explain further. If her phone weren't still in his possession, she would have left already. The dean picked up the phone with a mix of doubt and suspicion. Jiyasu's voice came through the line. "Little beauty, you didn't get lost, did you? Where are you now? The imitation is quite good, but our Principal G would never speak like that. You've got the voice down, but it's too fake," the dean said seriously. Then he began to scold Jiayu right over the phone for helping Li Jiayu fabricate a story. The fact that a man's voice came from the phone had already startled Jiayu. Now he was scolding her. Jiyasu's fiery temper flared up. She said, "You're oldly right. Wait in your office. They'll come find you. Haha, you're turning the tables and threatening me. Kid, you're still too green. Fine, I'll be waiting in the office. You'd better notify her parents to come and pick her up. If she remains this disobedient, she's doomed." The dean continued. With that, he hung up the phone. Jiayu hadn't expected that Li Jiayu, the little girl, would be mistaken for a delinquent student and taken to the dean's office. But considering Li Jiayu's appearance, anyone who didn't know her could easily mistake her for a high school student. Especially wearing that simple white dress. She looked just like a student. Soon Jiayu drove to the teacher's office building. It was already 5 o'clock. Some teachers leaving work on time happened to encounter Jiyasu's arrival. They were all startled. Could she be here to catch them leaving on time? The teachers reluctantly greeted the principal and then made up excuses to return to their offices. Jiayu ignored them and went straight upstairs to the dean's office. Before entering, she saw Li Jiayu sitting on the sofa with a helpless expression. Jiyashi found it quite amusing. She looked rather cute like that. Soon Jiyashi walked in and said, "Old Li, let her go. She's not a student of this school." Hearing the voice from outside, the dean looked up and was stunned. "Principal you. Is everything she said true? All right, you're off work now. Go have dinner. He'll handle this." The dean wanted to say something more, but since the principal had spoken, he didn't dare to argue. He quickly stood up, returned the phone to Li Jiayu, and said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." After that, he respectfully escorted Li Jiayu and Jiyashi out, then hurriedly packed up and closed the office door. How embarrassing. The two left the teacher's office and soon got into the car. Jiyashi said, "It's already 5 o'clock. Let's go eat first." "Okay." Li Jiayu was too upset to say another word. In all her school years, she had never been caught before. Now, just by sending her sister to school, she ended up in the dean's office. At least she had a complete academic experience now. Seeing Li Jiayu's distressed expression, Jiyashi decided to give her a taste of the shock of No. 27 middle school. The quality of the school's faculty canteen was no less than that of restaurants outside. She took Li Jiayu to the faculty dining hall. Just then they ran into the dean, who was riding a small electric scooter. When the dean saw Li Jiayu about to get out of the passenger seat, he immediately bowed and gestured with a please. The faculty dining hall was not large, and the main door was made of glass. Many teachers inside witnessed the scene. They were all shocked. Who was this person that the dean treated with such respect? Then they saw a stunningly beautiful girl step out of the car. They were curious about her identity. And since she was also coming to the faculty dining hall, could she be a new teacher? Before the stunned crowd could recover, they suddenly noticed that Principal Jiyashi was taking her to order food. At once, Li Jiayu's identity became mysterious. Even her extraordinary beauty was etched into everyone's memory, including some of the teachers who taught Li Jiayu. Li Jiayu didn't know that her visit to the faculty dining hall would bring her sister more attention and focused nurturing. That, however, was a story for later. Jiyashi ordered several seafood dishes for Li Jiayu. After all, it was the Magic City, and seafood was quite common. Li Jiayu looked at the exquisite presentation and felt as if she had entered a high-end restaurant. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister, do you always eat this well? What does our good food tempt you? Want to jump ship and work at our school?" "Work at your school? No, I want." Li Jiayu quickly refused. "Who would dare to come with you around? Now just sending my sister to school ends up like this. If I worked here, I'd be tormented every day." Although the 3-month-long vacation was tempting, and the little girls here were pretty, but Li Jiayu thought about the high salary Yuminga was paying her, and she couldn't betray him. "Come on, isn't your sister good to you?" Jiyashi continued to tempt her. Hearing Jiyashi's words, Li Jiayu stopped talking and focused on dinner. In no time, the food on the table was devoured. Li Jiayu let out a satisfied burp. Jiyashi looked at Li Jiayu's blissful expression and said, "All right, now that you're full, go make your sister's bed. I think you're just a maid at heart. Kids need to learn to do things on their own. My sister is very independent. This is the first time I've helped her make the bed." Fine, whatever you say." Leaving the restaurant, Jiyashi escorted Li Jiayu to the dormitory. This time they encountered no further trouble along the way. They arrived directly at the foot of the younger sister's dormitory building. After getting out of the car, Li Jiayu retrieved her belongings from the vehicle. Carrying her things, she took the elevator to the 7th floor. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she heard her sister's cheerful voice. The elevator opened directly to her sister's dormitory, and the door was ajar. As Li Jiayu stepped out of the elevator, she saw her sister chatting animatedly with an adorable cute girl. Wasn't that her desk mate? What a coincidence. At that moment, the younger sister heard the sound from outside, and seeing the familiar figure, spoke up. "It's my sister. Sister Snow's sister, come on in." The cute girl's pleasant voice chimed in. Hearing this, Li Jiayu smiled and walked in. "You're such a pretty little sister. You too, big sister." A brief exchange of compliments ensued. Li Jiayu then went to make her sister's bed. As she turned around, her sister stood up, touched Li Jiayu's hair, and asked curiously, "Sister, did you take a shower?" Hearing her sister's question, Li Jiayu didn't think much and replied, "I went swimming today." "Ah." The younger sister was taken aback and quickly asked, "Sister, you can't swim, remember? And you went swimming during your period? That's really bad for your health." Li Jiayu froze in place at her sister's words. I forgot. But the water was heated, so I didn't feel anything unusual." "Don't do that again, okay? It really hurts. You'll learn your lesson after experiencing it once." All right, I'll be more careful next time." For a moment, it felt like Li Jiayu was the younger sister being lectured by Li Jiaxue. Even the cute girl beside them chuckled and said, "Sister, I have some brown sugar ginger tea freshly brewed. Would you like a cup?" "Thank you." Li Jiayu didn't refuse, took the cup, and sipped it slowly. Meanwhile, the cute girl helped Li Jiaxue with the bed-making details and even gave her some plush toys to place on the bed. In just one afternoon, the two had already become so close. Li Jiayu marveled at this. Such friendships only existed in school. Outside, people were duplicitous, fake on the surface, scheming behind the scenes. Seeing that everything was almost settled and the tea was finished, she said, "Study hard, little sister. I still have work to do, so we'll head back soon. They'll pick you up next weekend." Take care, sister." Li Jiayu left, but after a moment, she suddenly remembered she hadn't given her sister the money. Fortunately, after buying her sister a new phone, she had registered a WeChat account for her. Jiayu found her sister's profile picture. It was a photo of the two sisters together. Looking at the picture where both were smiling radiantly, Jiayu smiled too. Then she composed a message and sent it along with a transfer of 10,000 yuan. In a city like Shanghai, unlike their small town, expenses were high. She wondered how long 10,000 yuan would last her sister. Jiayu drove Jiayu to the school gate, exchanged a brief farewell, and left directly. The school was fully enclosed, so teachers and students lived on campus. Only on weekends did they go out, and there were even paid elective courses available on campus. Thus, some students didn't even go home on weekends. After watching Jiayu drive away, Jiayu got into her own Porsche 911 and headed home. In the small town at the night market, 5 young thugs armed with iron rods marched menacingly toward a women's clothing store. People along the way quickly stepped aside, none daring to stop them. Ergo, how much money do you think your stepmother has prepared for us? I want at least 500,000 from her. She should have it ready in 3 days. 500,000 is enough for us to party for a while. Damn, that slut of a stepmother of yours gets me so worked up. After I drain her dry ill. Don't worry, boss, you can have your fun any way you like. When you're bored, I'll sell her to those old geezers. Ergo, you're truly despicable. The young man called Ergo grinned. He wanted the money, and he also wanted his stepmother's 2 daughters. Just thinking about their stunning beauty made him incredibly excited. Those 2 he intended to keep for himself, naturally not sharing them with these people. Soon they arrived at the stepmother's shop. By then the stepmother had received news, but it was too late to close up. Ergo used his hand to stop the rolling shutter she was trying to pull down. Stepmother, why are you closing the shop? This is the busiest time. Don't you want to make money? What do you want? I've already called the police. The police? What good will that do? I'm here to claim my father's inheritance. Even the cops can't touch me. Hand over the money. Ergo taunted. I don't have any money. Bullshit. No money. Then he'll smash your shop. With that, Ergo swung his iron pipe at the wooden clothes rack in the center. The rack couldn't withstand such a heavy blow and collapsed instantly. Rows of clothes fell to the floor. But the thugs weren't satisfied. They prepared to wreak havoc elsewhere. Just then, nearby police officers arrived. Stop. What do you think you're doing? An officer shouted. The others stared coldly at the officers without a word while Ergo stepped forward defiantly. Officer, this is a family matter. It's none of your business. The stepmother rushed to the officers crying. I don't know these people. They're deliberately causing trouble and vandalizing my shop. Hearing this, the officer's face darkened. Hey officer, don't listen to her nonsense. She's my stepmother. She embezzled my father's inheritance. I'm just here with my brothers to back me up and get what's mine. Is that a crime? Officer, this matter is not your concern. I suggest you leave now. Listening to Ergo, the officer could see these people were scum. But he couldn't just walk away. The best course of action was to arrest them. Within seconds, 3 more officers entered from outside. Officer, am I breaking the law by coming to collect what's mine? Ergo repeated arrogantly. In his mind, taking his own money was something even the gods couldn't stop. But the officer ignored that. He ordered them all to be taken to the patrol car. The others were quickly subdued, but Ergo struggled fiercely, continuing to shout. Officer, am I breaking the law by coming to collect what's mine? I don't care about that. All I see is a bunch of guys with iron bars showing up to extort money, the officer replied with a sneer. What the hell does it have to do with you? They'll fucking kill you. Ergo yelled, then tried to run back into the shop. But he took only 1 step before the officer pinned him to the ground. He struggled, but couldn't break free. Glaring at his stepmother, he threatened, They'll be back. They'll be back. Take him away. As Ergo was being dragged out of the clothing store, he suddenly noticed the headline on his stepmother's phone screen. A news report about a wealthy Shanghai businessman's engagement to a woman. To Ergo's shock, the woman was the stepmother's daughter he had seen before. His eyes lit up. He glared at his stepmother and threatened, Stepmother, that's your daughter in there, isn't it? She's married into a wealthy family, so shouldn't she help her brother? Huh. When I get out, I'll go to Shanghai and ask her for money. You can't go, the stepmother cried out. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me. The moment I'm out, I'll head straight to Shanghai. They'll find your daughter. Hee hee. Watching Ergo being taken away by Sir Lin Manji, his stepmother couldn't find any joy. It wasn't the first time he had come to demand money. Given the relationship between stepson and stepmother, there was no physical conflict. After being detained for 24 hours for a lesson, he would be released. The thought of what he had just said sent chills down Lin Manji's spine. This scumbag had served 15 years in prison. If he really found Jiayu, the consequences were unimaginable. Lin Manji could even picture Ergo barking wildly in front of Jiayu. This scumbag was truly evil. Thinking of this, Lin Manji regretted not turning off her phone screen. How could she have let him see that news? What should she do? For a moment, she had no idea how to handle it. She wanted to call Jiayu to warn her, but realized she didn't have her daughter's phone number. Staring at the messy shop, she thought for a moment and decided to arrive in Modu before Ergo, then warn her daughter to prepare in advance, preferably to have him locked up to avoid being harmed by this man. Although she didn't know where her daughter was, she knew from the news that her son-in-law was the president of Manga Group. She thought that as long as she went to that company, she could find her daughter. With this in mind, she immediately packed up and turned off all the power. She pulled down the rolling shutter door, posted a notice saying she would be closed for a few days, and went home to pack. Lin Manji looked at the entire wardrobe of clothes. She casually picked a few outfits and murmured, "Just take a few sets of clothes, no need to take the rest, it's not convenient." These clothes were the ones she couldn't sell. They looked a bit too young for her age, but to save money she altered them and wore them herself. After packing all the clothes, Lin Manji opened her bag and put in the clothes that Li Jiayu had looked at that day. Ever since Li Jiayu left that day, she had taken that dress off the shelves and brought it back home. Not sure if her daughter really liked it, she decided to bring it along anyway. After quickly packing everything, Lin Manji checked the latest flights to Modu. She found a midnight flight from Yangqing to Modu, but her county town was 500 kilometers from Yangqing, so she had to take a ride-hailing car. Then Lin Manji quickly searched on her phone in a local group for a ride-hailing driver's WeChat and added him as a friend. Blue Fate, hello, are you going to Yangqing? Didi Monkey, Yangqing. Are you serious? Blue Fate, yes, I'm going now. How much? Seeing the customer say she wanted to go to Yangqing, he immediately got excited. This was a big order. He quickly replied, Didi Monkey, let me think. This is my first time taking such a long trip. I just checked the platform and it shows 1900. If we go off platform, it'll charge you 1500 for the fare and it'll cover the toll. If you really want to go, send me your location and it'll pick you up now. Once we're on the highway, you need to give me a 500 deposit first, okay? Blue Fate, okay. Location, to find her daughter sooner, she was willing to spend a bit more on the fare. And so Lin Manji set off for Modu. The driver drove steadily, played music, and didn't talk much. Lin Manji, on the other hand, was even more silent. She was still worried about her daughter, clutching her bag, thinking about how she had turned from having one son and one daughter to having two daughters, hoping they could live happily forever. Unconsciously, she fell asleep in the smooth riding car. That day when she met Li Jiayu and her sister, she wanted to tell Li Jiayu her troubles. She married this man because he was old and wealthy. She thought that as long as she was still young, she could wait for him to die and inherit half of his property, giving her two children a better life. But unexpectedly, she was deceived by that old man's appearance. He didn't have much money, or rather his son had already squandered it all. Now, apart from a storefront in the market worth 700, she had gained nothing, and instead her two children had become distant and resentful toward her. And on top of that, she ended up with such a scumbag stepson. As she thought about it in her sleep, Lin Manji's eyes welled up with tears. She now deeply regretted her choice. Perhaps she should have stayed to take care of her two children, even if it meant a simpler life. In the villa district. Returning home, Li Jiayu parked the car and entered the living room, where she saw Yiminga sitting on the sofa drinking tea. You're back early today, Li Jiayu greeted with a smile. Yiminga had a smile on his face. Seeing Li Jiayu return, he immediately said, Come sit. I just brewed some tea. You can try it. Li Jiayu looked at Yiminga, tilting her head. This guy was acting a bit off. Why did he seem so happy? She had only sent her sister to school. Had she missed a lot? Or had the company's stock price soared? Li Jiayu couldn't figure it out and didn't want to bother. She walked over and sat next to Yiminga. The TV was playing the video of her and Yiming's engagement. Of course, the video only showed up to the kiss. There was no follow-up. As for those people being sentenced, only a small circle knew about it. It hadn't spread. Li Jiayu was slightly stunned watching the TV. Her cheeks flushed slightly. This guy, wasn't he just engaged to her? Why was he so happy? Just as Li Jiayu was lost in thought, Aunt Imo brought a plate of fruit and placed it in front of them. Boss, miss, these are the new seasonal fruits. I saw them while shopping for groceries today. They looked very fresh, so I bought some. Please try them. Okay, Aunt Imo. Looking at the fruit, Li Jiayu picked one and tasted it. It was indeed very fresh. Meanwhile, Yiminga poured a cup of tea for Li Jiayu. Try it. Li Jiayu had no idea what he was up to. Why was he being so nice today, even brewing tea for her? Besides, she didn't know how to appreciate tea. Drinking it wouldn't make any difference. To her, tea costing tens of thousands and tea costing tens of yuan were the same. However, with her invincible cheat, now she wasn't afraid of him doing anything improper. She took a sip and found it quite tasty, but nothing more. After sitting for a while, Yiminga stood up. He said to Li Jiayu, Are you satisfied with the school? Not bad, the environment is quite good, Li Jiayu answered truthfully. Hearing her words, the corners of his mouth lifted. That's good. I also signed her up for a few elective courses. She wanted to pick up her sister from school on weekends. Studying is important. She can come back about 1 weekend a month. That busy? Alright, I'll send a message to my sister. Li Jiayu replied in surprise. But she didn't think much about it. More tutoring would be beneficial for her sister's studies and growth. So Li Jiayu took out her phone to send a message to her sister. Yiminga stopped her with his hand and said, She should be in class now. You can send it later. My hand hurts, help me take a bath first. The next day, sometime during the night, she had been half pushed, half persuaded into falling asleep in Yiming's arms. Li Jiayu didn't feel particularly resistant to it. After all, they were already engaged and his family had given a 20 million yuan gift. She had to give him some sweetness. If she still pretended to be a pristine lotus and refused, that would truly be shameless. Being his human bolster was fine. He couldn't do anything anyway. When the alarm clock rang, Li Jiayu gently extricated herself from Yiming's embrace. Sleep-eyed, she shuffled into the bathroom, quickly washed up, and prepared to hurry downstairs. To avoid leaving with Yiminga, Li Jiayu had deliberately set her alarm half an hour earlier than his before going to bed. Stepping out of the bathroom, she was about to yawn and change clothes when she saw Yiminga already sitting upright on the edge of the bed smiling at her. Morning, morning. Li Jiayu greeted Yiminga with an awkward but polite smile. Yiminga stood up, walked over to her, looked down at her, then tugged at her fallen nightgown strap and pressed his lips to her ear. Even at home, you should mind your appearance. He then pointed at the hint of exposed white skin. This, only I can see. And you didn't wake me up. Yiming's action made Li Jiayu take half a step back. She quickly pulled up her nightgown and replied awkwardly, I just didn't want to disturb your rest. Let you sleep a little longer. I'm getting up. Help me change. Yiminga said flatly. Oh. Hearing his words, Li Jiayu had no choice but to move to his wardrobe, take out his clothes, and help him dress. His wardrobe was mostly suits. She had done this several times before, so it was familiar. If only his right hand would recover soon, otherwise she would have to wait on him for a long time. Soon Li Jiayu had finished dressing Yiminga. Just as she was about to leave, he grabbed her delicate hand. Where are you going? Not changing. Here. Why not? But it's not convenient. Am I an outsider? Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu didn't argue. She thought to herself, fine. Since you want to see so badly, go ahead and look. She turned her back to him, placed the outfit she had prepared beside her, and pulled down the straps of her nightgown with both hands. The delicate chiffon slip of a nightgown slid off her body and fell to the floor. Li Jiayu wasn't wearing anything underneath. Her clean, beautiful back was exposed to Yiminga. He stared at the elegant curve, and for some reason a net slang phrase popped into his mind, such a lovely back. What a waste not to get cupping marks on it. He wanted to reach out and touch it. But at that moment Li Jiayu bent down to grab the clothes and pulled them over her head. Just as she put the dress on, Yiminga stepped forward. He came up behind her. Today she was wearing a professional one-piece dress. The back had a zipper. Yiming's left hand now rested on the zipper. He pulled it up smoothly with ease. This small gesture warmed Li Jiayu's heart. She never expected the aloof Yiminga to one day help her with her clothes. She turned around to thank him. Her face met his as he lowered his head. Their eyes locked. They froze for a long moment, then Yiming's head descended further, and he kissed her. Li Jiayu's eyes widened. What started as a gentle brush soon became something Yiminga thoroughly enjoyed. His left hand slid from the back of her neck all the way down, wrapping around her waist. He pressed harder, taking greedily. Li Jiayu felt she was running out of breath. Only then did Yiminga release her. Having tasted the sweetness, he ignored Li Jiayu's reaction, took her little hand, as if nothing had happened, and led her downstairs. It was as if he had done nothing at all. Meanwhile, Li Jiayu's face was flushed bright red. Her head was swimming, intoxicated with a sense of hormonal euphoria. Downstairs breakfast was already prepared. When Animo saw them coming down, she smiled an anti-smile, and said, breakfast is ready. Eat before you go to work. Yiminga nodded, pulled out a chair, and pressed Li Jiayu into it. He sat opposite her, eating breakfast with a half-smile, savoring the taste of her. As if she found his smile unsettling, Li Jiayu asked, what are you laughing at? If I'm not laughing, should I cry? Yiminga retorted. Then for no apparent reason, he started laughing again, this time without restraint, out loud. Across from him, Li Jiayu thought she might have a grain of rice or something on her face. She checked her face with her hands, then examined her clothes. Finding nothing, she opened her phone's selfie mode to check herself. She saw that aside from her still red cheeks, there was nothing unusual. She gave Yiminga a glare. Crazy. After breakfast, it was still Li Jiayu who drove Yiminga to work. After all, with his injured hand, he couldn't drive a Ferrari one-handed. After a long drive, they finally arrived at the company building. Just then, Li Jiayu noticed a crowd gathered at the main entrance for some reason. Out of curiosity, Li Jiayu didn't drive straight into the underground parking lot. Instead, she pulled up to the building's main entrance. There a woman sat on the glass door threshold, clutching a bag to her chest, arms wrapped around her legs. Seeing Li Jiayu's car, the security guard immediately walked over. He said, President Yi, Miss Li, this woman arrived here early this morning saying she wanted to see you. She refused to leave and just sat there sleeping through the night. What's going on? Li Jiayu asked doubtfully. I don't know either. And since she's a woman, I didn't dare to touch her. I just stood guard and watched her all night. Hearing the guard, Li Jiayu got out of the car and looked from a distance at the figure curled up, hugging herself at the door. Somehow a flicker of familiarity stirred in Li Jiayu. She hurried forward and called out, Hey you. Before she could finish, Yiminga pulled her back. Be careful. Then he said to a female employee, You go over there. If she's not awake, wake her up. The female employee, who had been brimming with joy of being singled out, was now terrified when she realized her task. She gave Yiminga and Li Jiayu a resentful look, as if saying, You only protect your wife and make me face this dangerous situation. But she didn't dare refuse. Trembling, she walked over and nudged the curled-up woman with her own bag. Hey, what are you here for? Perhaps it was the noise around them or the jostling, but the woman slowly loosened her arms and lifted her head. Gazing at the familiar face, Li Jiayu stood frozen in place. How had she found her way here? Her first instinct was to turn and flee. Yet at the sight of Lin Manzi's disheveled hair, red-rimmed eyes, and haggard countenance, her feet remained rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed upon Lin Manji. The moment Lin Manji laid eyes on Li Jiayu, a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Xiaoyu, I finally found you. After a night of relentless travel, she had arrived in the Magic City. Hailing a taxi at the airport, she instructed the driver to take her to Manga Group. The driver, familiar with the destination, didn't even need to consult his navigation. Assuming Lin Manji was a job seeker, the driver kindly shared some details about the company, praising its reputation in the city and extolling the remarkable capabilities of its president. Lin Manji had endured a non-stop journey, hailing a ride-hailing service, boarding a plane, and taking a taxi, arriving at the location at 2:30 in the morning. However, at that late hour, only the night shift logistics and development staff were present in the building. All other departments were empty. Naturally, she couldn't gain entry. Determined to meet Li Jiayu first thing in the morning, Lin Manji chose to spend the night right outside the entrance. The security guard initially intended to shoo her away, but after seeing the desperation in her eyes as she asked if Li Jiayu worked there, he refrained from forcibly removing her. Instead, he advised her to find a hotel and return during the day. This led to the present scene before them. Suddenly, a few of Li Jiayu's female colleagues murmured, "Is this woman mentally unstable? She looks like she's in her 30s or 40s, but she's dressed like a teenager. And her hair is a mess, her eyes are red. Could she have rabies or something?" Everyone stepped back. What if she's contagious? We'd be doomed. The whispers from bystanders left Li Jiayu frozen. Despite her deep resentment toward this woman, she was still her mother. She couldn't allow others to insult her like this. Whatever issues they had could be discussed in the office. Li Jiayu shouted, "Shut up," and immediately strode forward, taking the woman's hand and leading her into the company. The onlookers were stunned. Only then did they recall the disheveled woman from earlier. Could she be the boss's wife? Could it be? The female employees who had just spoken felt a chill down their spines. Oh my God, they had insulted the boss's mother-in-law right in front of them. Their careers, wouldn't they be doomed? Fear gripped their hearts. They quickly apologized to Li Jiayu's retreating figure. Yiminga, after a moment of thought, understood the situation. He instructed the security guard to park the car, and then followed them. He looked at the weary woman before him. Without a word, Yiminga led both women to his office. Once inside, Lin Manji took in the luxurious decor and her daughter's elegant attire. A wave of joy surged within her. Li Jiayu was clearly doing well. Li Jiayu walked to the water dispenser, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Lin Manji. She spoke bluntly, "What are you doing here?" Bringing her upstairs didn't mean she had forgiven her for the past years. When she and her sister were left to fend for themselves, this woman had remarried. They had endured countless hardships. Her sister, being a girl, was only subjected to verbal abuse and called an orphan, but at least no one touched her. Li Jiayu, small in stature and male, became the primary target of bullying. In class, his textbooks and chairs were thrown away. After class, he was slapped and forced to crawl through others' legs. Even the teachers looked down on him. The little bastards even made him steal from the school store and pilfer exam papers from the office. The constant torment, the suffocating sense of helplessness was why after graduation he had stayed in the Magic City. Lin Manji, seeing Li Jiayu's cold demeanor, said tearfully, "Xiaoyu, I had my reasons all these years." Before she could finish, Li Jiayu cut her off. "Don't bother. You've tracked me down here. You must have seen I'm doing well and come to ask for money, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. Is 1 million enough? That should cover the compensation for giving birth to me." "I'm not here for money," Lin Manji said, aggrieved. Li Jiayu sneered, 2 million. That's enough to buy an apartment in the county, a car worth 200,000, and still have several 100,000 left for retirement. Isn't that generous enough? Xiaoyu, do you see me as such a despicable money-grubbing woman? Aren't you? That husband of yours is old enough to be your father." Hearing these words, Lin Manji finally broke down. Tears streamed down her face. Yiminga, standing nearby, felt it wasn't his place to intervene. After all, as the saying goes, you can't judge someone until you've walked in their shoes. Could he truly empathize? Li Jiayu watched coldly, unmoved by her mother's tears. Instead, she went straight to her desk and began working. This coldness wasn't without reason. When Lin Manji divorced and chose to remarry, she had abandoned Li Jiayu and Li Jiaxue without a second thought. It was Li Jiayu who had knelt at the door begging her not to leave. Even when she cried until no tears were left, Lin Manji never looked back. Yiminga, however, felt a twinge of sympathy. He picked up a box of tissues and handed it to Lin Manji. Accepting the tissues from her son-in-law, she pulled out 2 to wipe her tears. She hadn't forgotten the reason for her visit. She composed herself. Lin Manji walked over to Li Jiayu's desk and said, "Xiaoyu, I don't blame you for hating me. I traveled all night from our hometown to tell you something. That man's son is coming to the Magic City to extort money from you, to threaten and harm you. I'm afraid he'll hurt you." Hearing this, Li Jiayu lifted her head to look at her. Seeing her mother, now in her 40s, but dressed in clothes fit for a teenager, her face haggard from a sleepless night of travel, Li Jiayu felt a flicker of hesitation. Yet compared to the abandonment she had suffered years ago, this gesture was far from enough to earn her forgiveness. Still, Li Jiayu managed to say, "Thank you. I understand. You can leave now. Xiaoyu, if you don't leave, I'll have security escort you out," Li Jiayu said again. Seeing her daughter's heartlessness, Lin Manji's freshly dried tears threatened to fall once more. Lin Manji sniffled, then pulled out the clothes Li Jiayu had admired the other day from her bag. Xiaoyu, these are the clothes you looked at when you came home last time. I didn't know if you'd like them, but since you saw them I brought them for you. And this, your favorite oil-fried cake when you were little. I made a batch a few days ago. I thought you might enjoy it. You can't get this in the Magic City. I remember how much you loved it when you were young, always wanting the taro-flavored ones. And this when you were little. Before she could finish, Li Jiayu interrupted her. Enough. Isn't it a bit late to play the sympathy card now? Is it because your husband died and now that I seem to have money you suddenly want to acknowledge me? Don't you think your calculations are a bit too loud? Lin Manji immediately replied, Xiaoyu, that's not what your mother meant. Just then, Yiminga rose from his seat. He walked over to Lin Manji's side. He had not investigated Li Jiayu's past out of respect for her. Therefore, naturally, he did not know what had transpired in her family. However, in his view, since Lin Manji was Li Jiayu's mother, he ought to do something. So he whispered a few words of persuasion into Lin Manji's ear. First, he had her leave. Lin Manji reluctantly gazed at Li Jiayu. At the door, she turned back 3 times with every step. In the end, she chose to depart. At that moment, Yiminga watched Lin Manji's silhouette as she entered the elevator, then sent a message to his security staff. He hung up the phone. What exactly had happened between Li Jiayu and her mother? As the prospective son-in-law, it seemed he needed to thoroughly understand this. On the other side, as Lin Manji stepped out of the elevator, a security guard from Yiming's team emerged from the corner. Seeing Lin Manji's appearance, he immediately stepped forward and said to Lin Manji, Ma'am, our boss asked us to take you with us. He has arranged a place for you to stay. Please rest here for a few days, and he will come to see you tonight. Your boss. Is it Yiminga? Yes, that's right. After hearing the guard's words, Lin Manji looked at the guard. Although he wore sunglasses and a suit, the logo of Minga was clearly visible on his collar and cuffs. Moreover, she had not yet walked out of the building. This was still the Minga Group tower. It seemed unlikely that anyone else could infiltrate this place and impersonate Minga Group's security personnel. Lin Manji chose to trust him and said, All right, I understand. Lead the way. The tall guard said to Lin Manji, This way, please. With that, the guard escorted Lin Manji into a Mercedes-Benz. Soon the car drove away from the Minga Group building. Back in the office, Li Jiayu listened to Lin Manji's words. To say she felt nothing would be a lie. But the moment she thought of her mother's abandonment back then, Li Jiayu's heart turned as cold as a fish from a supermarket freezer. Thus the morning passed. Li Jiayu frantically dealt with the backlog of issues. However, some tasks that had piled up during her absence had already been forwarded directly to Yiminga, bypassing her. So although there was a backlog, it wasn't overwhelming. She skipped lunch and simply grabbed an oil-fried cake from the table to satisfy her hunger. As she ate, for some reason her nose began to sting. Li Jiayu set down the oil-fried cake. She composed herself. Standing up, she asked Yiminga, who was working nearby, Can I have lawyer Zhang-san from the legal department come up? I have some questions. Yiminga had thought Li Jiayu wouldn't speak the entire day. Hearing her question suddenly took him by surprise. After a moment's thought, he called the legal director and instructed him to send only lawyer Zhang-san to the office. At that moment, the legal director, who was taking a break, was so startled by Yiming's call that he fell off the sofa. Damn, not another assignment for me, I hope. He was already swamped with work. The legal department was not only handling numerous lawsuits for the company's clients, but also had to deal with the boss family affairs. They were overwhelmed. He had barely managed to rest for a minute. And then the boss called. He now strongly suspected there was surveillance in the office. Picking himself up from the floor, he looked around. Sure enough, he spotted 3 cameras. Helpless, he answered Yiming's call. The legal director put on a sycophantic tone. Boss, what are your orders? Send lawyer Zhang-san to my office. Is it about a case? The legal director asked curiously. Just send lawyer Zhang-san up. The rest is not your concern for now. Understood, boss. The legal director hung up. Although he didn't know what Yiminga wanted with lawyer Zhang-san, since the boss himself had called, he naturally complied. Then he left his office and entered a smaller one. He said to lawyer Zhang-san inside, Another job. Go straight to the boss office. Hearing the director's words, lawyer Zhang-san immediately replied, Director, I haven't had a day off since the Monday before last. Hearing Zhang-san's words, the director's heart skipped a beat. But he dared not offend Zhang-san, otherwise he'd lose in court. So the director said to Zhang-san, I have no choice either. After all, we're working in someone else's company. They'll apply for more overtime pay for you. Fine. Since overtime pay was involved, Zhang-san had no objections. After all, it had to comply with national labor laws, or he would sue the company into bankruptcy. Then Zhang-san tidied up his workspace. After confirming everything was stored according to his habits, he left his workstation and took the elevator upstairs. A few seconds later, the elevator stopped. Lawyer Zhang-san straightened his appearance and knocked on the door of Yiming's office. Knock, knock, knock. Li Jiayu heard the sound at the door and turned to look. Seeing it was lawyer Zhang, she immediately said, Lawyer Zhang, you're here. Please come in. As soon as he entered, he walked straight to Yiming's desk and asked, President, you wanted to see me. Yiminga was still working on some issues. Hearing Zhang-san's question, he looked up and said, Not me. She has some questions for you. As soon as Yiminga finished speaking, Li Jiayu had already brewed a cup of tea and walked over to Lawyer Zhang-san. Lawyer Zhang, I'm sorry to take up some of your personal time. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Li Jiayu said with a smile. What questions? Just say it directly, boss wife, Lawyer Zhang-san replied without much thought. Li Jiayu pondered for a moment and then revealed the truth. Well, Lawyer Zhang, it's like this. My mother remarried many years ago and her new husband has a son. Now this stepson is short on money. I have reliable information that this stepson is about to come and extort me. What method should I use to have him put behind bars without putting myself in danger? After hearing Li Jiayu's words, Zhang-san thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, Boss wife, may I ask a bold question? What kind of person is this stepson and how many years do you want him locked up? How many years would they lock him up? Li Jiayu was a bit stunned as she hadn't expected it to be a multiple-choice question. So she began to recall the situation that day. That stepson, bare-chested with a dragon tattoo on his left arm and a tiger on his right, clearly didn't look like a good person. He spoke in a slick and oily manner. Coupled with Lin Manzi's frantic rush from their hometown, it seemed that person was definitely no good and might even pose a threat to her life. So Li Jiayu asked again, at most how many years can he be locked up? Death penalty. Death penalty. Hearing Zhang San's words, Li Jiayu was shocked. What could have caused a person to be sentenced to death? She hadn't even interacted with that person yet, so she couldn't yet determine how many years he should be put away. She looked up at Yiminga. Earlier, out of the corner of her eye, she had seen Yiminga say something to Lin Manji, presumably arranging for someone to settle her down. Thinking of this, Li Jiayu said again, can you tell me how to get him sentenced? Because I'm still not sure how bad that person is. I'll follow your advice then. Boss lady, it's not about how to get him sentenced, but under what circumstances he can be punished. Since he came to ask for money, and if you refuse and he forcibly takes it, that's robbery. Robbery has multiple sentencing standards. A single robbery, without any special circumstances, results in 3 to 6 years of imprisonment. Burglary with robbery carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years, mainly depending on the amount stolen. If it involves a weapon and a large amount, and there are special circumstances, the penalty is higher, 15 years to life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. After listening to Lawyer Zhang, Li Jiayu was so shocked that her mouth hung open. She hadn't imagined that a robbery could have such serious consequences, even reaching the highest penalty of the land. Closing her eyes, she pondered for a moment, then murmured to Lawyer Zhang, I understand. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. He'll know what to do now. After Zhang left, Li Jiayu finished handling the tasks at hand, and it was already evening. She immediately stood up and said to Yiminga, my mother, you've already settled her, haven't you? Yes, I've also finished my work. Let's go together. Thank you. The two quickly left the company and drove to a large residential area in the city. This was also an upscale community. Although not as impressive as a villa district, it was still one of the best neighborhoods in Shanghai. Soon the car pulled into a ground-level parking spot in the community. Getting out, Yiminga directly grasped Li Jiayu's hand and walked into Building 3. Building 3, Unit 802, was Yiming's property, and he had arranged for Lin Manji to stay there. As the elevator slowly ascended, Li Jiayu's fingers interlaced with Yiming's, holding him tightly. Ding! The elevator arrived. Yiminga led her into Unit 802. Lin Manji had already freshened up and was lying on the sofa fast asleep. Hearing the door open, she immediately sat up from the sofa. Jiayu, you're here. Come sit. She hurriedly welcomed them. But Li Jiayu ignored her enthusiasm and said, just how bad is that stepson of yours? How bad is he? Lin Manji recalled all the things he had done. She immediately said, Xiaoyu, he served 15 years in prison. He's capable of anything, he even tried to sell me for money. So he's absolutely irredeemable, huh? Li Jiayu murmured. Lin Manji nodded. Hearing Lin Manzi's answer, Li Jiayu had her answer and already had an idea of how to deal with this stepbrother. Having obtained the answer, she directly pulled Yiminga to leave. However, to Li Jiayu's surprise, Yiminga did not move. Instead, he said to her, you go back first. I have something to ask Andy. Li Jiayu replied. What's there to talk about with her? Once this stepson problem is handled, just let her go back on her own. Xiaoyu, mom. I don't want to talk to you. Minga, if you're not leaving, you'll go first. She didn't want to have any more interaction with Lin Manji, not even for a few minutes. Li Jiayu left. She left, ruthlessly got in the car, and drove straight out of the community. Meanwhile, Yiminga watched Li Jiayu's departure from the window. After several minutes, he finally spoke. Auntie, you should know why I stayed here. Since you are my daughter's fiancé, they'll call you Xiaoyi, okay? Lin Manji said. It's fine, I'm not that particular. Yiminga smiled. Then I'll make it short. Back then, Xiaoyi's father, my ex-husband, was originally a good man. Until that year when the company went downhill and he lost his job. Actually, losing his job wasn't a big deal. I advised him at the time that as long as we were united as husband and wife, we wouldn't starve. But he didn't listen. He took all our savings to start a business. He had no business acumen, so naturally he lost everything. That's when he got addicted to gambling. That one vice lost the entire family fortune and left us with hundreds of thousands in debt. Lin Manji, when she reached the painful part, directly started shedding tears. Yiminga listened quietly without interrupting, just handed her some tissues. Lin Manji continued, after that all kinds of problems arose. We sold the house to pay off debts, and he became completely dejected, even turning to theft. I was a woman with little education, only finished elementary school, dragging 2 children along, living a life of hiding and running. I knew this kind of life couldn't last, so I remarried. I remarried because the old man was old. He was 70 at the time. I thought he wouldn't live many more years, so I married him hoping to get some money after he died to raise the 2 children. I'm sorry to the children. I was too naive. Lin Manji was full of regret. Now both children no longer recognized her as their mother. Listening to Lin Manzi's story, Yi Minga was thoughtful. He said, "Annie, just settle down here. The relationship between you and your daughter will be resolved soon. Xiao Yi, I'm fine. As long as she's doing well here, I won't starve back home. Get some rest, though, everything will be fine. They'll have someone send some things over later. To be honest, Auntie, your clothes don't match your temperament," Yi Minga said with a smile. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Lin Manji felt embarrassed. She knew those clothes didn't suit her age. But she couldn't just waste those out-of-season clothes, could she? Thinking of this, she quickly explained herself, otherwise her face as a mother-in-law would be completely lost. Yi Minga left the apartment. Meanwhile, Lin Manji sat on the sofa, looking at a photo of the 3 of them. They were still young then. As she looked, a slight smile lifted the corners of her mouth. 3 days passed swiftly. During this period, everything remained calm and uneventful. Li Jiayu, however, had prepared early. In her mind, she wanted this stepson to face the death penalty. She was uncertain whether she could achieve that level of punishment. She had laid out everything meticulously, just waiting for this fool to take the bait. It was an open scheme. If he were a good man, he would naturally not fall for it. Meanwhile, at the Maglev train station in Modu, several unemployed youths with dyed yellow hair and slovenly attire emerged from the station. Damn, where did that woman hide? Shit got us locked up in there for 2 days. Never mind where she went. She's got no oil to squeeze. Her daughter's the one with money, married a big tycoon. Her brother asking for a few tens of millions is perfectly reasonable. Go is mighty. When the time comes, give us little brothers a share of 7 or 800,000, and well be satisfied. The 3 of them had scrounged for a long time, even robbing pocket money from over a dozen elementary school kids to finally afford bus and train tickets to the neighboring city. After finally arriving in Modu, all 3 were hungry. But together they couldn't scrape together 150 yuan. Accommodation was out of the question. They had to figure out how to survive on this money for the next few days. Damn, let's get some food first. Erga spoke up. What to eat? I heard Modu is expensive. This little money is only enough for 1 meal. Let's check first. If worst comes to worst, well, buy a few packs of instant noodles and then visit the nearby elementary school. The kids there should have some money. Ergo murmured. All right, whatever Gogu says. After all, it was Gogu who stole the money. Swiftly the 3 of them scanned a shared bicycle, one hanging in the middle, one on the back, and wobbled their way toward the nearby elementary school. Luckily, the school's meals weren't too expensive. The 3 ate their fill for 20 yuan each. No need for instant noodles after all, but that have their remaining funds. Seeing the school gates adorned with gilded characters, they figured it was a well-off school. So dry-mouthed and weary, they sat at the gate for half a day, finally waiting for the noon break. But they were stunned. The school was fucking closed. No one came out at noon. Fuck, we waited for nothing. What now, Gogo? We only have 70 yuan left. Hearing his little brother's words, Gogo thought for a moment and said, since we can't rob kids, let's go to the old town alleys and target the elderly. The old folks in Modu should be loaded. All right, Go, guess idea is the best. Well, follow Gogo. After riding the shared bike all afternoon, they finally arrived at a seemingly old district. The houses were low, indicating only the elderly remained. They staked out the entrance for half a day, confirmed only old people were there, and then began their operation. Hiding in a corner, they soon spotted an old man in a mouse suit, seemingly in his 60s. Gogo, let's go for him. He looks easy to bully. The other 2, seeing no one around, thought it was the perfect moment to strike. So they quickly emerged from the shadows, blocking the old man in front and behind. Hey, old bastard, we're broke. Spare some cash. Old man, drop some gold coins for us. Not asking much, just 1,500. Old man, if you don't want a beating hand over the money. Modu encrypted dialect. You want to rob me, ma baogwa? Damn, what's this old bastard saying? Can't understand Modu dialect. Whatever. Old bastard, hand over the money now, or else we won't be polite. You're not polite. The 3 slowly closed in on the old man. But the old man's face showed no fear, only a hint of anticipation. R1 Modu encrypted dialect. I'm about what just perfected the lightning 5-whip combo. Was worried I'd have no chance to test it, didn't expect someone to volunteer. Hee. None of the 3 understood what the old man was saying. But that didn't stop them from robbing him. So their patience ran out, and they struck directly. And in their eyes, the old man, like a lamb to the slaughter, also struck at the same moment. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips, 4 whips, 5 whips. The 3 were beaten dizzy, all falling to the ground. Oh, it hurts. What the hell happened? This old man knows martial arts. Fuck, are all old men in Modu this tough? Their first robbery attempt in Modu was thwarted by a single old man. The old man looked at the 3 lying on the ground. Standing in the middle, he murmured, don't bully the elderly poor. With that, he directly dialed the enforcement bureau. Though they were hurting, they weren't seriously injured. Lying on the ground pretending to be dead was their long-practiced street fighting experience. When outmatched, staying standing only invited more beating. They were afraid the old bastard would keep attacking. But hearing the old man say, "Enforcement Bureau," they realized he was calling the cops. They couldn't keep up the act. They sprang up from the ground. "Old man, you wait. We'll come back for you." After a few tough words, they bolted away. Running far off, they stopped only when they saw no one around. Go-go, that old man was too strong. Damn near capsized in the gutter. "What now, Go-go? We haven't had dinner yet." Ergu listened, his face flushed with anger and shame. He decided to change their target demographic. No robbing anyone above junior high, no one under 70, and as for women, maybe they could rob them. Hey, wait. A sudden brainstorm hit Ergu. Thinking of this, Ergu said, "Let's go elsewhere. I know how to get a meal." Hearing Ergu's words, the other two looked at him with surprise. They immediately flattered. Go-go always has a plan. With Go-go, 3 days, 9 meals. Go-go, what's our next move? Ergu looked at them and smiled. Scan another shared bike. We're going somewhere else. All right, Go-go. The one called by Ergu pulled out his phone and scanned a nearby shared bike. Insufficient balance, please recharge. Seeing the message on the screen, he quickly handed the phone to Ergu, smiling. Go-go, you scan. And broke on WeChat Pay. Ergu didn't react at first, but glancing at the screen, he burst out swearing. Are you fucking kidding me? Can't even spare 1 yuan. Go-go, I don't want to either. He inwardly complained, if I weren't broke, I'd follow this idiot to Modu. Ergu looked at them, 2 penniless bastards, and had to scan a bike himself, taking the two to the next place. 2 more hours passed. The 3 of them took turns pedaling and finally arrived at the place Ergu had mentioned. The other 2 looked around and were instantly dumbfounded. This old urban village didn't look like a place where rich people lived. Brother Ergu, what can we snatch here? Yeah, Brother Ergu, these people look just as poor as we are. I doubt they can even afford fried noodles for dinner. The 2 underlings didn't understand why Ergu wanted to come here. Even the old town district that looked so upscale had more money than this place. But that Lao Deng was quite a fighter. Otherwise they would have pulled a heist there. Ergu looked at the 2, a disdainful expression on his face. He said, "You don't know shit. Look around, how many people are here?" The 2 said in unison, "Many." "Are there many internet cafes?" They looked around. "Many." "Are there many takeout shops?" "Also many." "Do you understand why I brought us here?" Ergu said again. The 2 exchanged glances, both clearly puzzled. We get it, a hammer, they thought. Both wanted to slap Ergu for his cocky attitude. Perhaps sensing their confusion, Ergu said with an air of profound wisdom, "Dummies, with so many people, so many internet cafes, and so many takeout shops, that means there's a lot of takeout. We just wait for the delivery guys to go inside the internet cafe, and then what's on their bikes becomes ours." After hearing Ergu's words, the 2 said in unison, "Brother Ergu, you're going to steal takeout." "What do you mean steal? It's picking up. No one's on the bike, so what if I take it?" Ergu's words made them both give a thumbs up. Utterly shameless. After reaching an agreement, they directly waited at the entrance of a relatively large internet cafe. Within minutes they saw several delivery drivers arriving. But the ones who came were either big and tall deliverymen, or they had only 1 or 2 orders, and took them all upstairs. "It's not working, Brother Ergu, we can't find a chance to strike." "Don't rush, there will be one." Ergu seemed very confident in his plan. The very next second after he spoke, they indeed saw a female delivery driver pulling a cart of takeout rush to the internet cafe entrance. "I'm about to be late. I shouldn't have taken so many orders, woo-woo," Jiang Duo said ruefully. She hadn't expected the last order to take so long to prepare, leaving her previous orders nearly overdue. Then she parked her bike at the bottom of the internet cafe, pulled out the key, grabbed several cups of milk tea, and rushed upstairs to deliver them. As she ran, she muttered to herself, "Only 5 minutes left." The group saw the female delivery driver go upstairs, their faces beaming with joy. Ergu said, "See, opportunity knocks. You guys grab the takeout, I'll keep watch on the girl." Brother Ergu always has a plan. The 2 didn't hesitate, swaggering over to the delivery bike as if it were their own, grabbing whatever they could without a second thought. There were still 4 orders on the bike. 2 of them were large orders with several dishes packed together. Now they were all taken. After grabbing the takeout, Ergu led them onto shared bikes and instantly fled the scene so fast that onlookers were stunned. 2 minutes later, the female delivery driver Jiang Duo came downstairs. At this moment, she looked relieved, having successfully delivered the 3 orders that were about to be late. Then she quickly walked to her delivery bike. Just as she reached the bike, she didn't realize what had happened yet. The next second she screamed in shock. "Where did my huge delivery go? Oh my god, thieves stole my takeout." Jiang Duo's voice was naturally pleasant, but her shout immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. How pitiful. Where has people's decency gone? Stealing delivery. Are they too poor to afford food? That delivery girl is quite pretty. Is anyone going to help her? She's just too young. When we deliver, we always keep an eye on the orders. I've been stolen from several times. Jiang Duodua, by her bike, stomped her feet in anger. Meanwhile, the ones who had run off with the takeout had already reached a secluded spot and started enjoying their dinner. Ah, so delicious. The taste of free stuff is amazing. By the way, Brother Ergu, you said you'd take us to get rich. Where's that sister of yours? Hearing this, brother Ergu suddenly remembered that they were supposed to come here to ask for money, not to steal takeout. But to keep up his cool image, he couldn't admit he forgot. So he said, "What's the rush? We only just arrived in Modu. Let's have some fun first, we'll find her tomorrow." "What's the address, brother Ergu?" Ergu pulled out his phone and showed them. "Do you think I don't know? Manga Group, it's written right here." Looking at the news article Ergu showed, another underling said, "Brother Ergu, let's navigate to see how far it is. Otherwise, if we ride shared bikes, we'll wear ourselves out if it's too far." The underling's words made Ergu suddenly realize. He immediately replied, "Hold on, let me check." What he saw shocked him. Their current location was a full 50 kilometers away from Manga Group. This time they really would pedal the bike until it smoked. "Since that's the case, we'll hit the road tonight. Save one portion of the takeout for breakfast tomorrow," Ergu said. And so they began a night of pedaling shared bikes. Back at the scene, Jiang Duo was almost crying with anger. Not only did she work for nothing today, but she also lost 500 yuan. Furious, she stopped working and went home. Once home, she immediately sent a message to Li Jiayu to vent. Jiang Duo had always kept in touch with Li Jiayu, but now Li Jiayu had stopped working part-time. Jiang Duo was still at it. At that moment, Li Jiayu was at home. After reading Jiang Duo's message, she said, "I told you to come work at our company long ago. Working in an office isn't free. My last boss was sent to jail by you, otherwise I wouldn't be in this situation." Hearing Jiang Duo's words, Li Jiayu fell silent with embarrassment. She only later found out that Jiang Duo's boss was that fool Yi Mingkai. Now he was inside. Jiang Duo had lost her job because of it. "Okay, how about we go for a feast after work tomorrow? Consider it as if your takeout wasn't stolen, but you ate it yourself," Li Jiayu said with a smile. "Fine, Xiaoyu. ID recognized those three even if they were reduced to ashes. Surveillance cameras are useless if I can't find them. But next time I see them, I'll send them inside for sure. Ah, Duodwa, I suggest you come to our company and apprentice yourself to lawyer Zhang-san. Forget it, I'm going to sleep." Humph. Jiang Duo hung up the phone. She cursed those people, wishing they'd all rot in jail forever. The next day, it was another calm morning. By 11 a.m., Li Jiayu was beginning to doubt whether Lin Manzi's information was accurate. The stepson had yet to appear. The props were about to mold, but still no sign of him. Li Jiayu had just finished her work and picked up her phone when she received a message from Jiang Duo. "Xiaoyu, I'm almost at the entrance. Let's meet at the milk tea shop across from your company." Upon seeing the message, Li Jiayu immediately replied to Jiang Duo, "Okay, it'll be a bit longer. Wait for me." Jiang Duo hung up, ordered a cup of milk tea at the gumming shop, sat directly in front of the glass window, and played with her phone while waiting for Li Jiayu to get off work. After hanging up, Li Jiayu was still thinking about where to eat. She thought she could take Jiang Duo to her company after they were full. Since she was already here, she might as well let her come work here directly. The sound of Li Jiayu's typing made the person working look up. Yiminga looked up and saw Li Jiayu playing with her phone. Displeased, he said, "Are you slacking off again?" Hearing Yiming's words, Li Jiayu felt like a student caught red-handed. She quickly put down her phone. She took her hands off the phone to show innocence. Seeing Yiminga still staring at her, she said awkwardly, "Minga, I'll be going out for a while later, so I want to have lunch with you." Yiminga looked at Li Jiayu and said, "Who are you going out with? And what did you call me?" Li Jiayu was a bit embarrassed at first, but hearing Yiming's words, she rolled her eyes at him. "If you want me to call you master." "No way." Li Jiayu directly ignored his question and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in other men. I'm going out with a girl. Don't be jealous, big boss." "Me? Jealous?" While they were having a friendly conversation, Li Jiayu's phone rang again. She quickly glanced at it and saw it was Jiang Duo. Although confused why she was calling again, she still answered. Yiminga, who was about to speak, stopped. "What's wrong, Duo? "Xiaoyu, I saw those three people. They parked their shared bikes in front of your company." Jiang Duo said. "Which three, eh?" "The three who stole the takeout I told you about yesterday. I recognize their clothes, they haven't changed. At first I wasn't sure, but now I'm certain." Listening to Jiang Duo, Li Jiayu was stunned. Li Jiayu was stunned. Could it be such a coincidence? The three takeout thieves actually stole to their company. She quickly came up with a plan and said directly to Jiang Duo, "Duo, don't be impulsive. You're a girl, don't go argue with them. Just send me the photos and I'll have our security catch them and hand them over." Li Jiayu's words made Jiang Duo retract her foot that was about to step out. "Okay, thank you, Xiaoyu. They'll watch them from across the street. I already saved the video from yesterday on my phone. They'll call the law enforcement bureau right away. Watch from outside, don't get involved. Okay, you'll send the photos first. Quick, have your company's security uncle catch these people." Jiang Duo said, and sent the photos to Li Jiayu. Just as Jiang Duo sent the message, the three got off their bikes and started looking around at the entrance. "Brother Go, this company building is really impressive. So tall and big. The boss must be very rich. I think you should have asked for tens of millions, but at least one small target. Oh kid, you're something. You even know about small target. Brother Go, should we go straight in?" While they were still debating whether to go in directly, Li Jiayu received the photos and was shocked. Among the people in the photos, there was one she had seen before. It was the man who was chewing betel nut while driving that day. Li Jiayu quickly said, "It's him, the stepson. He's here." "Oh." Let me see. Yiminga walked over to Li Jiayu and looked at the photo. The three people in the photo clearly looked like bad guys. He originally wanted to catch them directly, but then thought Li Jiayu had already made arrangements. So he asked, "What's your plan? What do you intend to do?" Seeing Yiming's question, Li Jiayu made a shushing gesture, then pointed at the two vases nearby. Yiminga looked closely and saw two cameras installed. One on the left, one on the right. And in the distance there were also two cameras. 4K action cameras, leaving no blind spots in the entire office. Yiminga was stunned. He didn't expect Li Jiayu to place cameras without his knowledge. She had no regard for him as the office owner. Acting on her own, it seemed he would have to punish her properly tonight. However, just relying on camera evidence might not be enough to send that guy to prison. At this moment, Li Jiayu took out a leather briefcase from under her desk. The briefcase was made of cowhide and had been sitting there for days, prone to mold. She opened it, and it was full of cash. Yiminga immediately understood Li Jiayu's plan. He smiled. "Do you need my cooperation?" "Yes. You need to let him see you leave, making him think him alone in the office. Then have several security guards hide nearby. Just watch my performance." "All right, I'll cooperate," Yiminga said with a smile. As for what Li Jiayu would do next, he wouldn't interfere. After all, in his own company, those guys couldn't cause much trouble. Given Li Jiayu's preparations, Yiminga knew they were in for a big misfortune. 200,000 was a significant amount. It was a clear scheme. After Yiminga left, Li Jiayu arranged the second step. She called the front desk. Li Jiayu. In a moment, 3 people will come in. Tell the security not to stop them. If they ask for me, let one of them come up, understand?" Okay, the receptionist replied. "By the way, is the fruit knife I left with you still there?" "Yes." "When he comes up, have him bring the fruit knife. Make sure it's the one I prepared. Say I needed to cut a fruit platter." "Understood, Miss Li." Li Jiayu hung up and smiled out the window. A good show was about to begin. The receptionist, afraid of making a mistake, memorized the information carefully. Then she looked at the monitor. Sure enough, she saw 3 people sneaking around at the entrance. So she called the security booth and told them to find a reason to let them in. The security booth, though puzzled, followed the instructions. One security guard came out of the booth and asked the 3, "What are you doing here?" "Looking for a job." The 3 were startled when they saw the guard, thinking they would be told to leave. But unexpectedly, they were being invited in. Ergo pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, we're looking for a job. If you're looking for a job, hurry up and go in. It's almost 12 o'clock. If HR leaves, you'll have wasted your time." Okay, thanks, bro." Ergo and his companions were overjoyed. They hadn't even figured out how to get in, and now it was so easy. Just as they walked in, a Rolls-Royce drove out of the garage. "Brother Go, that's a Rolls-Royce," a lackey said. Ergo retorted, "Do you think you're the only one who knows that? Do you think I don't recognize it?" "No, Brother Go, I mean, isn't your sister's fiancé the CEO of this company? If there's a Rolls-Royce in this company, it must belong to the CEO. Maybe she left with him," the lackey said. Ergo thought, this kid has a point. If that woman is out, then I've come for nothing. But since they were already inside the company, backing out now would only make the security guard suspicious. With that in mind, Ergo pulled the 2 of them and continued into the building. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the Rolls-Royce passing through the gate, trying to see if there was a girl inside. Unfortunately, the Rolls-Royce's privacy glass prevented anyone outside from seeing anything inside. Forget about seeing a girl, even making out a silhouette was a stretch. Soon the Rolls-Royce left the company, and they arrived at the front desk. Seeing the receptionist girl with her head down, seemingly busy with something, they braced themselves and approached the front desk. "Hello, may I ask if Li Jiayu works here?" The girl raised her head and glanced at the visitors. From a distance, she hadn't seen clearly. Up close, she realized how repulsive these 3 men looked. She had originally planned to ask what they wanted, but now she had lost all interest. However, to avoid arousing their suspicion, the receptionist said, "Are you looking for President Li? Do you have an appointment?" Ergo was stunned. What the hell, an appointment? City people have so many rules. He could only reply, "No appointment. Tell her I'm her brother. Her mother sent me to find her." The receptionist looked at him suspiciously. Internally, she was already feeling sick. The boss wife was so beautiful, and this guy looked utterly ugly, yet he claimed to be her brother. How shameless could he be? No one would believe it. But she remembered Li Jiayu's previous instructions. She directly called Li Jiayu. On the other end, a pleasant voice came through. The receptionist had the phone on speaker. "My brother. I don't know about that. If there are 3 of them, let one come up." "Okay, President Li." The receptionist was about to hang up, when suddenly Li Jiayu's voice came through again. "I have guests to entertain later. I need to cut fruit. Tell the one coming up to bring a fruit knife." "Okay, President Li." Their conversation was perfectly smooth, which left Ergo with no suspicion at all. He even thought that stepmother had never told her daughter. But then he reconsidered that woman's stepmother had probably long forgotten about them, and certainly hadn't had time to inform her daughter. With that thought, a wicked expression crossed Ergo's face. He said, "Sis, I told you I'm her brother. Now do you believe me? Since only one person is allowed up, he'll go." With that, he picked up the fruit knife from the front desk. Inwardly, he thought, this woman is really stupid. Asking me to bring a knife. That just makes it easier for me to threaten her. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. He stepped straight into the elevator. As the doors were closing, Ergo flashed a wicked grin at his two lackeys, as if to tell them this round I win. The moment Ergo entered the elevator, Li Jiayu had already received the news. To make the money in the briefcase more conspicuous, Li Jiayu deliberately opened it and placed it on the coffee table. On the table were also freshly printed contracts arranged to look like they had just signed a deal and paid a deposit. Such a crude setup. Anyone else might have noticed something was off. But Ergo, at 25, had spent 15 years in prison. His education was only elementary school. With his level of understanding ignorant of the law, he could only get by as a thug in a small town. Once out, he was nothing but a country bumpkin at heart, utterly incapable of seeing through the scheme. The scene was set, all that remained was to spring the trap. Soon Ergo arrived at the floor of the CEO's office. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he was dazzled by the luxurious decoration. Truly rich, the scent of money was everywhere. Through the glass door, Ergo saw a graceful figure inside the office, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That woman's stepmother's genes were truly exceptional. So beautiful. So he gripped the fruit knife tightly, and even twisted a leftover snack wrapper from his pocket into a string, tying the knife firmly to his hand. This was to prevent it from accidentally being knocked out of his hand during a struggle and being picked up by someone else, leading to his demise. That way he wouldn't even be eligible for compensation. Caution is the parent of safety. Ergo put the hand holding the knife behind his back. He knocked with the other hand. Li Jiayu already knew it was Ergo coming up, but to make it easier for him to commit the crime, she deliberately didn't turn around and said, "Wait for a moment over there. They'll be done packing this money in a bit." Money. Ergo caught the key word. He quickly craned his neck to look at where Li Jiayu was. Sure enough, there was a pile of documents and a combination safe. At that moment, the safe wasn't fully closed, and Ergo clearly saw stacks of cash inside. Holy shit, so much money. Ergo was extremely excited, thinking he hadn't made a mistake coming to Modu. So he said, "Little sis, your mother asked me to come see you. That day at Mom's shop we met." Li Jiayu turned around and saw her stepson looking at her with a lecherous expression. She quickly stepped back. "You? What do you want? You have a knife. Don't kill me. He'll give you all of this." With that, Li Jiayu hastily handed over the safe. This stunned Ergo. I haven't even started threatening her, and she just gives it up. This boosted Ergo's confidence. His pig brain was completely overloaded. He began to fantasize about threatening Li Jiayu. Without a second thought, he took the safe in his hands. Opening it, he saw it was full of cash. An even more greedy expression appeared on his face. Pulling out the fruit knife, he pointed it at Li Jiayu and said, "Little sis, big brother is broke. Tell your husband to transfer 200 million to me. I promise I won't hurt you, and he'll leave right away. How about that?" Li Jiayu naturally acted extremely frightened. She immediately said, "As long as you don't hurt me, he'll give you whatever money you want. He'll call right now." At that moment, the other two actors were in position. Two security guards just happened to come to the CEO's office. Seeing this, they immediately shouted, "There's a criminal. How dare you kidnap our president, Li? Let her go." Ergo was already a bit scared seeing the two burly men. Hearing the security guard say kidnap, without thinking much, he immediately placed the fruit knife across Li Jiayu's neck. At this point, all conditions for the maximum penalty had been met. Li Jiayu immediately resumed a half-smiling expression.